101 Chapter Haibo's remnant soul. In the second half of the night, dark clouds crawled away from the moon in all directions, surrounding it like a group of jackals, gnawing bite by bite. The wind was also strong, and the whole Krakow was enveloped in an atmosphere of rain. If the moon is dark and the wind is high, avoid traveling. Nelson got up from the bed, got dressed in the dark, leaned his stick on the leg of the chair, took out a snake-shaped sticker and stuck it on the back of his hand. Hailbo, the noble Hailbo. He placed his right hand on the back of his left hand, stood by the window and chanted a spell softly. As soon as the voice fell, a piercing tingling sensation swam through the veins on the back of his hand to the entire left hand, and then a feeling of pressure covered his whole body. "Hi, I hope you don't lie to me." Lightning green light flashed across the room, and when he opened his eyes, Nelson was already on the top of the hill that he had just visited a few hours ago. "This is for your good, Hailbo. Let me be quiet. Where are you?" Nelson tore off the sticker stuck under the railing. After being triggered by magic, it looked like a real snake at the moment, spitting out the letter, and stretched its neck toward the construction site directly below. "It's high." Nelson slapped his mouth. His probe saw a pile of haystacks at the foot of the mountain, and his eyebrows were instantly overjoyed. He climbed to the top of the canopy on the viewing platform, raised his hands, and crossed his arms to his chest, aimed at the haystack and jumped. Nelson closed his eyes and opened his hands freely back, enjoying the thrill of a rapid drop and the wind filling his arms. The wind whistling around his ears was like the cry of a red-tailed hawk, stimulating his adrenaline soaring. Woo! During the fall, Nelson's body turned forward 270 degrees and quickly approached the haystack. "Float quickly." The wand was drawn from the cuffs. The moment Nelson's descending momentum stopped when he turned into the haystack, he stepped on it gently, turned over and jumped down. "Don't really think I would jump in, do you? What if there is a pitchfork inside?" Nelson saw that the snake's head was still firmly pointing to a construction site, so he patted the grass clippings on his body and turned to the heat. "Go to the construction site." Who? A strong light shone on Nelson, and sentinels around the construction site spotted him, and there was a sound of guns being loaded. "Look clearly, I'm a member of the Special Operations Forces Advisory Group. I'm here to investigate potential safety hazards." Nelson raised his hands and walked to the sentry booth. A soldier carrying a Mauser gun jumped down from the sentry booth. He trotted to come to Nelson and saw the uniform he was wearing by the light. He stood at attention and stood at attention. The heels collided with a crackling sound. "The quiet night is particularly harsh, sir." "Hello." After the soldier stood firm, he raised his right hand and shouted, "Long live." "Hooray." Nelson raised his arm and replied weakly, and he was about to walk around him when he raised his leg. "Sorry, sir." The soldier's German had a seaside smell, and the thick accent combined with his sonorous speech made Nelson's eardrums shock. He took a step to the right and still stood in front of Nelson. "Sorry!" "This is an important facility under construction. I need to check your credentials to let it go." "Let me declare first, I am not going to draw a gun." Nelson reached into the pocket inside the coat, and the other hand that had been in his pocket shook his wand gently. When he took it out, he already held it, a piece of proof material almost identical to Andrews. He handed it to the soldier. "What are you repairing?" "Long live." The soldier carefully checked the proof materials, and suddenly raised his right hand and gave an overly spiritual salute. "Report to Lieutenant Colonel Karkaroff. The laboratory is built here, and the airtight structure specially designed by domestic experts is adopted, used to conduct experiments and research on poisonous gas. No wonder I chose this place." "What did you say?" "Nothing." Nelson took the document handed back by the soldier and exhaled a white smoke. "Can we go in and say it? It's weirdly cold outside." "Yes, please come with me." The soldier turned around, kicked and left. "There is no need to walk like this. I'm not here for a military parade." "Yes." The soldier looked a little normal, but it seemed that he was not normal. After explaining the situation to another sentry, the soldier led Nelson to the construction site. There was still some distance away. Nelson, who couldn't bear the soldier's stern glance at the footsteps, spoke to him. "Soldier, what's your name?" "Report to Lieutenant Colonel." "My name is Khan, the corporal of the Armed Combat Executive Force in Poland." Khan stepped on the spot again, stood at attention, and turned to face Nelson to report loudly. "You don't have to do this." Nelson stretched out his hands helplessly and said, pointing to the front. "We said as we walked, you can relax." "Good sir." Khan is a young man who is deeply poisoned by fanaticism. The only time he ever went is to be sent to Poland after joining the army. It cannot be said that he has never seen the world, but he can also be called too innocent. Just chat. After a few sentences, he almost revealed his life experience and accounted for it. The young soldier came from Kux, a small seaside town with fishing and shipping as its main industries. After graduating from high school, Khan stayed at home to run the fishing industry until a few years ago launched a war across the country. Mobilization. When he reached Krakow on the long journey, the war in Poland was basically over, so he did not understand the cruelty of the war at all, but was very excited about it. "Khan, how long have you been here?" "1 month, sir. I arrived in Poland a month ago, and I arrived in Auschwitz 2 weeks ago and stayed here." "Oh." Nelson nodded. "Have you ever fought with the Polish army?" "Fighted, sir." Khan nodded. "When we first came here, we encountered resistance from the local guerrillas, but they were completely incomparable with the combat effectiveness of our great army. Only when we encountered them, they could not be defeated. Their leader is still hanging at the entrance of the town." "Hi. How many garrisons do you have here?" 1,200 people. We have a 500-strong combat force, plus engineering troops, a total of 1,200 people. Khan proudly said, "More troops have been drawn from our hometown, one after another. We'll come here and make Auschwitz the base camp for the first step of our great cause." "There are only 1,200 people. There are tens of thousands of Poles in this town, right? Counting Krakow. Doesn't anyone resist?" "The Great Aryans can be one enemy to 100. Those inferior Poles dare not resist under our machine guns." Khan's expression suddenly became frenzied. "So are you here to test our results?" "We have completely occupied this area where there are several times more people than ours." "Ah. There is a part of this." Nelson nodded solemnly. "Do you use machine guns to shoot at civilians?" "No, we don't do that kind of thing," Khan said sternly. Nelson's face eased slightly, but after hearing the second half of Khan's words, his expression became more solemn. "They are more useful. It is too wasteful to shoot with machine guns. When the base here is built, they will become the nourishment of our country and make their contribution." "Sir?" "What's the matter, sir? Are you dissatisfied with my answer?" The soldier's expression became panic. "Ah, haven't you thought about what you did? Too cruel?" "Don't worry, sir. I have experienced ideological and political education before joining the army, and I have already reversed the wrong thoughts of my youth. I just took an ideological test in the police department 2 weeks ago." The soldier's face was full of pride. I have done this test, and I can answer it again. Before the great career of the Aryans, the lives of these inferior people were not worth mentioning." Nelson lowered his head, hiding his face and expression deep into the night. "Sir, are you satisfied with my answer?" Khan asked in a low voice. "Did I pass the test?" "You passed, Corporal." Nelson nodded. "Your answer is pretty standard." The excitement on the young soldier's face was so strong that it was also extremely conspicuous in the night. "Sir, have you seen the head of state?" His voice trembled with excitement. "I heard the commander of our army say that if you perform well, you have the opportunity to see the great head of state with your own eyes." "I haven't seen him." Nelson shook his head. "But my colleagues often see him." "Okay." Khan lowered his head in disappointment and pointed to a brightly lit barracks ahead. "Sir, this is our garrison headquarters. The commander of our troops lives in Auschwitz. My partner tonight." "The superior has already been notified. You can wait a while inside. I have other patrol missions." "Go, Khan." Nelson nodded, opened the door of the barracks and walked in. Before entering the door, he turned his head and looked at the soldier watching him, and said softly, "You will see your head of state, Don't worry. The barracks were warm, but Nelson's heart couldn't get warm. The first ordinary soldier he met was exactly like this. At the first sight of Khan, he could imagine Auschwitz's future. It looks like it's hard to imagine how distorted this team and this country has reached. He shook his head, not thinking about these disgusting things, and took out the green little snake from his pocket. When he let go of his hand, it opened its mouth wide and bit Nelson's little finger severely, and then it turned into one. Green light and shadow drilled in along the wound. Feeling a dizziness rushing into his mind, Nelson was prepared. He took out a small glass bottle, opened the cork, and poured the golden liquid from the small half bottle into his mouth. Today is my lucky day. He felt much better, found a chair that looked the most comfortable, sat on it, put on Riddle's ring, no longer resisted the dizziness, and actively closed his eyes. A thick white mist spread, and when Nelson opened his eyes again, there was another scene in front of him. It's really despicable, Hellbow. Nelson lowered his head, realizing that he was still wearing the SS uniform, and he reached into the pocket where he had cast the unmarking stretching curse, and touched the dangling stuff and the cold fir tree wand. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, took out the wand and hid it in his sleeve, raised his head in confusion, and said to himself, "Where am I? Are you here to take me out?" Looking around, it was barren. It was a desert like Gobi. There was a dirty grey area above his head. There was no wind, rain, thunder, or sun, moon, and stars. Nelson didn't feel it. When I reach the airflow, I can't feel the temperature. This place is like an abandoned case before the creation of the world. A semi-transparent white phantom suddenly appeared in front of him and asked eagerly, "Is it time? Open the door. Let me absorb those wronged souls." "Who are you?" Nelson looked up and down the white phantom. "Is the soul split from Hellbow?" "You don't know who I am?" The white phantom's mood became unstable, which is easy to see, because its body was already trembling to the point of blur, and when it was trembling to the point where it was completely indistinct, it shattered violently. It split, and struck Nelson as a white whirlwind. "Then you must be the ration I sent you. Did you finally know that I'm hungry?" Nelson only felt that his skin was being torn by thousands of barbed sharp knives at the same time. As the little finger was bitten by the snake, he felt that he had not received any real effects except for the pain. He suppressed the thought of pulling out his wand and said, "Despicable Hellbow, your body has given you to me. Give up. You can't hurt me." The white whirlwind didn't give up yet, doing useless work around Nelson. After a while, Nelson finally couldn't help it, grasping the wand that slid out of the sleeve and swung it vigorously. Faint. The red flame swayed along his movements and touched the white whirlwind, which quickly spread to its whole body like bone gangrene, and soon dyed it red like a curse. Why can you bring your wand in? The phantom was in pain, and left Nelson, and got into the sand under his feet. Nelson felt a violent vibration under his feet. "Your soul is delicious, although it is hard to eat, but it is delicious." The voice of Phantom echoed in the whole space. "Give me to you. Are you kidding me? I will come now. Eat you." Suddenly, a huge pale figure broke through the ground and stood in front of Nelson. He raised his head and looked up. His breathing slowed for an instant. "This looks like the skeleton of a giant snake, with a deadly paleness all over the body, but it is too large." In Nelson's eyes, it is even taller than the tallest black tower in Newmangard, and this is just what it shows on the surface. No one knows how long the underground part is. Nelson couldn't help but think of the giant snakes surrounding the atrium in Norse mythology. If every myth can find its prototype in the wizarding world, then Yemengade the prototype of maybe the big snake in front of me who has not known how long it has been dead. "Are you afraid?" Nelson looked up along the voice. On the huge head of the snake bone, the white mist hid in one of the giant snake's eye sockets and shouted, "I want to squash you, hang you, shred you, eat you." "Why can't you speak well?" Nelson held up his wand, and the ground under his feet rose rapidly with the release of the transfiguration curse, becoming a high platform enough for him to look up at the white phantom in the giant snake skull. surrounded by regular battlements depicting the mythical story of Odin's throwing Yemen into the bottomless deep sea, with torches inserted in the corners. Nelson would always spend a lot of attention on such small details. He looked at the white phantom in the eye sockets of the giant snake's skull. He scolded in a flat tone, "Don't resist. I am your master." Hee. I like to fight young people like you. Young and energetic guys always like to use some flashy things to squander their magic. The white shadow showed an abstract smile, and he directed the giant snake to twist his body, slowly entwining the high platform at Nelson's feet. "Don't you know? Do people die if they fall from a height?" "I know, but haven't you found it for so many years here?" Nelson smiled sarcastically. "This place is also part of the illusion, so the magic is not equal to the outside." He gently pushed the wand forward, and the other empty hand was vacantly gripped, and the high platform suddenly flashed with a cold metal light, which was already transformed into an iron tower at the moment Nelson's hand was squeezed into a fist. Suddenly on the towering iron tower numerous sharp steel thorns emerged, and the snake's body tightly wrapped around the tower became its shackles. The numerous steel thorns were immediately pierced into the body and locked firmly on the tower. "Have you not found out? The magic here has nothing to do with what kind of wizard you are outside. It only has to do with the strength of your soul." Nelson stepped forward, stepping on the fiercely struggling neck of the giant snake, slowly walked toward its hollow eye sockets, toward Hyliposa's trembling soul. "I know that you are a famous dark wizard outside, a famous bad guy in history, but you underestimated my strength, also overestimated yourself, this shattered fragmented soul. Don't overestimate yourself too much." Helbo's remnant soul uttered a stern cry, and the giant snake's body trembled violently. The cracks began to grow from the place where each steel thorn was inserted, and gradually spread throughout the body. "Nelson, I heard the scream of this ancient corpse before he died. It's useless." The wand in his hand shook, and the tip of the steel thorn gave out sharp barbs, which hooked the snake's bones that were gradually breaking free. I said, "The power of my soul is unimaginable, let alone." "I also brought my magic wand in." "Give up, Helbo," I said at the beginning. "You belong to me." "Don't be too arrogant." Hybo's white remnant soul emitted bursts of red light from those thin places. The giant snake's soaring and only movable head, twisted hard, unexpectedly twisted its own skull, and then taking advantage of gravity, he slapped Nelson fiercely on his neck. "I really underestimated you." Nelson stretched out his left hand, and the base of the little finger bit by the snake left a green Ouroboros brand like a ring. He erased the brand, just before touching it. A mid-air voice made its grand debut. "Good brother, are you in danger?" "I'm here to help." The 102nd chapter. Armor fit? No, it's Kamen Rider. Transform. "Good brother, I'm here to help." A holy golden light burst out from Nelson's chest, so that Helbo's remnant soul couldn't open his eyes. Accompanied by a burst of passionate music, a set of simple heavy plate armor covered his whole body, with a shiny silver top. The full covering visor appeared in front of him, and the blindfold of the visor opened and closed, and a thick male voice came from it. "The armor fits together." The visor slowly lifted, and he was about to buckle Nelson's head. "I will show up in time." "Wait." Nelson grabbed the visor with one hand and stopped its movement. "We should say something different." "What?" "Come on, Hanson." Nelson picked up the helmet and buckled it on his head. As the buckle on the neck made a click-bite sound, the whole armor became a whole body, and the elf-like halo flowed on the bright and clean armor. The light effect burned the side of the giant snake's bones facing him with a large scorch mark. The flame and the residue of the soul met, sizzling, and exuding a disgusting smell. Nelson's body moved uncontrollably. He bent his knees slightly, squatted on the top of the high platform, and then suddenly exerted force on his legs. The high platform that had been transformed into metal by the transformation technique instantly gave birth to cracks that spread all over his body. In the next second, Nelson appeared under the dark shadow above his head, and raised his right fist in front of the huge skull that was slamming downward. Boom! The moment the right fist touched the lower jaw of the skull, The snake's head was staggered by the huge impact, and Nelson clenched his left fist again and hit the stagnant snake's head with a heavy blow. The cobweb-like cracks spread and grew rapidly along the place where Nelson's fist fell. Then, a neat click sounded from the ear, which sounded like a sound, but in fact it was the sound of countless broken bones. At the same time, the hair grows, and the original subtle noise becomes unusually obvious. This image stagnating in the air freezes for a few seconds, and even the sound disappears in this space, like an animation that plays a stop-motion image due to insufficient funds. In the next moment, the ferocious tower covered with steel thorns and shimmering with metallic luster burst. The sharp fragments maintained their original shape with difficulty, and in an instant they scattered all over, ejecting indiscriminately like countless sharp daggers. The body of the huge snake that completely wrapped the tower body made a jaw-dropping sound of cutting, and where Nelson's fist fell, pieces of bone slag fell. More and more Nelson saw the snake's skull opened its jaw to an unimaginable angle, and let out a roar of trembling soul in the silence. Immediately afterwards, it exploded completely, turning into pale bone meal, mixed with metal fragments flying upwards from below. The remains of this prehistoric behemoth finally returned to dust and dirt, leaving only the eye sockets where Hybo was hiding, slowly falling in the shape of a thin and fragile ring. Nelson found a slightly larger piece among the metal fragments flying in the sky, stepped lightly, and slowly fell in the storm of bone meal and metal fragments. These high-speed moving fragments kept hitting the armor on his body, sending out rapid and continuous knocks. Hit. Nelson fell to the ground lightly, seeing Helbo's remnant soul stunned in the only remaining eye frame of the snake bone, and there was no movement for a while. After such an unexpected storm, his soul seemed to be thinner. He stood opposite Helbo's remnant soul without a word. The storm above his head gradually lost its vitality. They spread across the sky, and then slowly fell, turning into a sharp and dead rain. This may be this loneliness. The land has rained for the first time since its birth. Despicable Helbo. Nelson's voice came from the armor, which looked thick and ancient. He took 2 steps forward, lifted his left hand to support the visor of the helmet, lifted it up, and lifted his right hand, holding the wand to Helbo. Come on, count your sins. I've repented. My master. Hearing Nelson's voice, the haunted Helbo's remnant soul suddenly became energetic. He raised his head and looked at Nelson, lying on the ground in a thunderous manner, and constantly crawling towards Nelson. He moved like a funny big toad, and quickly crawled under Nelson's feet, craned his neck and kissed the iron boots under his feet. His lips were burned by the halo lingering on the armor, and his body became thinner, but he kept repeating his actions as if he didn't care about the pain, and he said, "My great master, I am honored to be you. Pet. My great master, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be yours. My great master." The armor controlled Nelson's leg, kicked him away, and made a disgusting voice, "It's disgusting. Can you not let this guy kiss me?" "Well, I don't know where you kicked him." Nelson bent his knees slightly, jumped up, and looked in the direction where Helbo's remnant soul disappeared. In a place where he could be seen, Helbo's the remnant soul was trying hard to crawl forward in his direction. Moving skillfully and quickly, he fell down and knocked on his chest. It will take a while for him to crawl over. It's better for you to come down first. It's weird to be loaded inside. Okay, I haven't moved my body for a long time. I was in the castle for fear of scaring the students, so I stood there and didn't dare to move. I only dared to fall apart occasionally. Pieces of armor were stripped from Nelson's body and quickly assembled into its original shape in front of him. The armor displayed at the door of Dumbledore's office was just less dusty and added some special effects. The moment it was assembled, the two were ignored. The direction of the leg was backwards, so he couldn't wait to open the chatterbox. "Good brother, how are you going? What will happen?" After violent exercise, Nelson was a bit tired. He looked up at the metal rain flying in the sky, tapped his wand, and the flying metal fragments flew towards a steel thorn residue at his feet, and they melted together, sticking to each other, and finally an exquisite carved iron chair appeared next to him, and Nelson sat down and looked at the armor that was experiencing movement addiction. Seriously, I can be considered an old man who has lived for many years, but I have never seen you pretend so well. It paced in front of Nelson, looking at him in a circle, and the visor kept closing and exclaiming TSK TSK, Merlin's pants, come on, let's count your sins. I think of this sentence now. I'm going to get goosebumps when I talk. I'm going to write it down, and I'll tell others when I have the opportunity to go out. The armor won't get goosebumps. You should be rusty. It'll help you polish it. Nelson stood up, raised his wand, and approached the armor with an unkind expression. I need me to help you count your sins? No, 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 thank you. Armor waved his hand quickly, backed up, tripped over the stone under his feet, fell a butt and squatted. His helmet rolled a lot, and Nelson sat back again. And the good brother came back with his helmet in his armor, put it on the ground, and sat on it. Its head buzzed under the buttocks, saying, really, my grand debut, it can be said to be very just in time. It was really timely. Nelson sighed for a long time, looking at the look of the good brother Canyon, and couldn't help changing it into a chair. If you come one step later, I can kill him solo. So out of shape. Ha 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 ha, good brother, you are still so humble. Armor put his head back, sat on the chair and laughed like a barbell, and then turned to another less embarrassing topic. How can you provoke me? To him? Hellbow. Yes, he is a notorious dark wizard. The first time I got here, I thought I was going to explain it here. Armor patted his chest with lingering fear, and let out a hollow echo. I didn't expect us to be so strong. Actually beat him in his base camp. Base camp? Nelson caught a key word. You mean, this is the base camp of Hellbow? Yes, anyone who knows death knows that only divided souls can stay in the illusion. The armor nodded. Hellbow was killed by Pythia and hasn't died for so many years. The body must remain in the illusion. Thinking of a person like him, even if he becomes a weak remnant soul, he will definitely find a way to survive. You see, isn't the corpse just the best example? He can even use simple magic, saying, why can you use a magic wand here? No, why did you come in with your magic wand? Isn't this a fantasy land? Here is. I am not an unlearned person, so I naturally have a reason to bring things here. Nelson raised his chin in a humble manner and stared at his good brother with his nostrils. Why did you appear here? Really, in my imagination, there are countless people who may break into the battlefield between me and Hellbow, but you are definitely not included. Don't you think about our relationship like this? Armor let out a Dumble-like pretentious cry. Am I? Well, it's Albus. Armor stretched out his hands helplessly and explained, he has set a protection spell on your body, and the trigger mechanism is more complicated. What is the mechanism? Let me imagine. Armor held his chin, thinking, you need to face the threat of black magic that can cause death or loss of autonomy after you come into contact with Grindelwald. The head of the snake just smashed down. Is this also black magic that can cause death? Maybe, I don't know too. The armor shook his head. Anyway, the mechanism is like this. My surface is inscribed with the magic that drives away evil curses, so it can dispel all the black magic in you in an instant. So now I don't know if it's any more, but I really didn't expect the two of us to be so good. We can do both of Hellbow. This has something to do with the nature of the illusion. Nelson shook his head. If in the real world, Hellbow could kill the two of us with just one finger, there would be no need for snake skeletons at all. But here, the magic is caused by the soul and it's decided by thought. Follow him. We are really good anyway. Armor praised, and asked, can I tell Albus about this? One said one. Indeed. Nelson squinted, stroking the little finger of his left hand, looking at the remnant Hellbow who appeared in the field of vision and was trying to crawl, while groaning, the black magic that can cause death or loss of autonomy. His face instantly became cold, and stood up from his chair like a cold black wizard, walked towards Hellbow, and stepped on his head. Hellbow is truly a despicable Hellbow. At this time, He was still trying his best to kiss the soles of Nelson's shoes, while shouting vaguely, "Master, I'm back. Find a place to bury yourself, okay?" Nelson looked at him coldly. "It looks like you are still lucky, Master. I swear enough. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Nelson pushed hard, and Helbo's head was stepped into the ground. "Now, immediately, bring me the Horcrux, Master. Please." Is that what I said is not clear enough?" Nelson looked at the white phantom under his feet. "This is the image of a withered old man. This Horcrux should be made in Helbo's old age, so it looks old. I don't want to repeat the first twice." Okay. Okay, Master, I understand." Helbo turned into a cloud of white mist, moved away from Nelson's feet, and condensed into the original image, kneeling at his feet, stretching his neck and kissing his shoes. Face, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll go now, I'll get it now." Then it turned into a white whirlwind and disappeared. "Okay. Good brother," Uama said after watching this scene, clasping his chest and squatting. "Are you going to be a dark wizard? Why are you stuttering too? Don't learn to stutter, or you will easily become a stutter." Nelson smiled and said to the armor, "How dare I tell my true face to such a wizard as Helbo, who kindly gets along with him? No one will end well." "That's true." Armor nodded in agreement, touching his non-existent beard like an old man and said, "You have grown a lot during this study tour, Humphrey." Nelson squinted at him, sitting in a chair waiting for Helbo, who was galloping from a distance. Helbo's remnant soul soon appeared in front of him, holding a peculiar ring in his hand. It was almost exactly the same as the wound on Nelson's little finger that was bitten by a small snake, showing the shape of Ouroboros. "Master, it's the Horcrux you want, but it hasn't been perfected to its most powerful level, and it still lacks the final ritual, so you don't teach me to do things. Thank you." Nelson grabbed the ring and checked the authenticity with the method he learned from Helbo in Newmangard. He nodded and put the ring in his pocket. "Yes, you didn't think carefully about what you move. It's all for your satisfaction." Helbo's remnant soul showed a flattering smile, turning into a white mist and going to drill into the ring. "Then I'll go in, Master." "Wait." Nelson stretched out his wand to stop him, with a sarcastically smile. "When did I say I wanted you? You stay here, and when I need you, I'll come back to find you." After that, he grabbed the back of the chair and the chair under the armor, but his thoughts moved, and disappeared. "By the way, you can tell Professor Dumbledore about my conjecture about the illusion." Inside the barracks at Auschwitz, Nelson said to the armor. "Okay." Armor looked at Nelson with some entanglement, and after struggling for a while, he asked, "If I heard you right, you just got the Horcrux of Helbo?" "Yes, that's it." Nelson took out the green Ouroboros ring from his pocket with his left hand. He noticed that the scars in the shape of Ouroboros on his little finger disappeared, and thought, "So this is human death, or is the loss of autonomy threatened by black magic?" "I can ask, are you looking for it for what?" "Of course." Nelson nodded, stretched out the palm of his right hand toward the armor, and turned the side of the obsidian with the Deathly Hallows logo toward him. "Look, I have a ring on this hand, so I don't want to bring two." "Right. I learned from a certain channel that Helbo is preparing to complete his Horcrux with a human tragedy that is about to happen here as a ritual. In the prophecy of the ancient prophet Pythia, a tragic event is about to happen here." "Slaughter," Nelson said solemnly. "By then, he will use this perfect Horcrux to get out of the illusion, and I came here to destroy his plan." "Oh." The armor made a whirn sound, and it nodded and stopped continuing the topic. It glanced at the two chairs in Nelson's hands. "Why do you even bring out the chairs?" "Bring it out?" Nelson shook his head. "No, I brought it in." "What?" "Let me tell you. The only magic that I make easy to handle is polymorphism. The materials at hand are very inconvenient when facing the enemy." Nelson took out his wand and lightly tapped the back of the chair. They quickly curled up and turned. It became two shiny metal balls. He grabbed the balls and stuffed them into his pockets. He explained, "So I have prepared a lot of these balls, which can be used as materials for polymorphism when fighting people. Look. Nelson lifted the hem of the windbreaker, raised it to the top of the table, released his hand and let it fall freely, only to hear a loud bang. The conference table of the command room was smashed out of a big hole and he spread it out. Hand. The quality of this table is a bit poor, but there are many such balls in my pocket. Of course, there are some other things. I understand. Armor nodded, and sighed with her lips. This action was placed on the armor to keep opening and closing his visor, as expected of my good brother. He has one hand. Thanks to you. Then I will go back to stand guard first, and write to Abathas if I have something to do, and he will do it for you. Amidst the barbell laugh, the armor disappeared. Nelson sat at the top of the command table, raised his legs and put his boots on the table, humming leisurely until the clatter of army boots hitting the ground sounded outside the camp tent. Are you the officer sent here to inspect? The visitor opened the door curtain and walked in. The army boots made dull footsteps on the ground. Nelson raised his head and looked at the German officer directly opposite. He looks rough, and the SS uniform is loosely wrapped around him. The officer has a standard Aryan face with strong hair. His face is thin and the eye sockets are deep, but the cheekbones and chin are unusually prominent, even with the fluffy cheeks. His concealment also showed that his facial features were extremely sharp. He yawned with thick dark circles, and a cloud of white mist came out of his mouth. Hooray! He opened the curtain and walked in, lazily raising his right hand in salute. You can count it. Hooray! Nelson also raised his arm, saying hello. He walked to the command table, pulled out a chair under Nelson, sat on Erlang's legs, took out an iron cigarette case from his pocket, poured out 2 crumpled cigarettes from it, and grabbed it. Throw one in his mouth, pick up a box of matches on the table and light it. The officer shook the burning match, threw it to the ground, and took a bite of the smoke. Then he looked at Nelson through the smoke that filled the barracks and asked vaguely, Sir, you have to check your documents. The little guy below is less knowledgeable after all. Smack. Nelson threw his identification card in front of him, nodded, I understand. Lieutenant Colonel Karkaroff took Nelson's certificate, raised it to the front and glanced at it, showing a knowing smile, winking his eyebrows as he handed it back. I didn't expect you to be so young. After the head of state came to power. There is such a way, and the energy is huge. I'm not young anymore. Nelson was originally tall, and his voice was deeper, and he looked like a middle school student with a late development. He put the certificate back into his pocket and said, the head of state is called the selection of talents. Ask the source. Ha 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 ha, I understand. The officer stood up and stretched out his right hand to Nelson. Introduce myself, my name is Franz, Lieutenant Colonel of the Armed Combat Enforcement Force in Krakow, currently Auschwitz, the person in charge of this construction site. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel. Nelson shook his hand and nodded. Lieutenant Colonel Karkaroff, when will the people above come down? As soon as I sat down, Lieutenant Colonel Franz couldn't wait to ask. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Staying here, your butt will get rusty. What? Don't you want to stay here? Don't you think? Oh, yes, you guys might like this kind of comfortable station. Lieutenant Colonel Franz waved his hand. But I am a bitter grassroots officer. Meritorious service on the frontal battlefield. Do you know? Since I came to Poland, where did I go wrong? Every time my troops are drawn to a new place, the Polish army will be defeated the day before I arrive. Only when I arrived, I found out that it was drinking the bath water of the person in front of me. He twisted his face, his hairy face resembling a malnourished gorilla. What's the matter? You must give me a chance to be the head of state. I'd rather be hit by a stray bullet on the battlefield and lie down in Hohenking for a lifetime than I want to build a house here until I retire. When did the lieutenant colonel be considered a grassroots officer? Nelson curled his lips. Besides, isn't it good to be alive? Alive? It depends on how you live. He began to complain again. Isn't the lieutenant colonel just a grassroots officer? To be honest, it's okay for an officer like you to come from the capital. If it's the local secret police, When I came up, I asked me for money. I just came here to make money for him. It's better to kill me with a knife. Good guys, those guys still know that they let me tell meth this is the rule on credit, and don't ask me for it. Money. Their leaders will also ask them for ... What a genius. Nelson was amused. His tight face softened a bit. Lieutenant Colonel Frantz climbed along the pole. Are you not the secret police? To be honest, I had already given this month's tribute before I was called. Ready? Nelson stretched out his hand. What are you? Lieutenant Colonel Franz's smile froze, and he couldn't help touching his hand in his arms. What are you going to do? Get a gun? Nelson said with a smile. After all, this is the rule. If you don't ask for money, my leader will ask me for it. No, it's not a gun. It's a money. Lieutenant Colonel Frantz said dejectedly. No, just kidding. Nelson shook his head. He felt that the officer in front of him didn't seem to have been poisoned too deeply. He didn't have the fanatical war mindset of the soldier he just saw. My chiefs don't like this. Some money. Let's get down to business. I'm here because there are some situations that require me to understand. Okay, sir. Franz's middle-level character sat in a distress, ready to face Nelson's next questioning. Have you found anything unusual in the hills to the north recently? No, sir. We didn't even go there. Lieutenant Colonel Frantz reported. When we first arrived at Auschwitz, we tried to build fortifications in the hills between it and Krakow to the north, but the engineers sent always came back in a muddle-headed manner. The chief of Krakow felt that there must be some magnetic field or supernatural object in the mountain that was obstructing the way into the mountain, so we were forbidden to explore it and applied to the capital for support. Yes, Nelson nodded. We are here to solve this. Oh, Lieutenant Colonel Frantz slammed his fist into the palm of his hand. I remember, you are from the Special Operations Force. Please allow me to speak. If there is no accident, you will be able to go into the mountains and build your fortifications in a few days. Nelson interrupted his questioning. Don't ask anything else. Understood, sir. How about the ideological education of your team? Nelson's second question stopped him. On the way here, I chatted with one of your non-commissioned officers on guard, and I found that they seemed very enthusiastic. Sir, we have been strictly following the regulations sent by the capital to ideological education for the soldiers below. Is their mind shaken? Whose soldier is? I must deal with it strictly when I look back. No, I mean, the effect of ideological education is very good. Nelson shook his head. I was moved by their loyalty to the Führer. That's good. I mean, don't you think they are too fanatical? Nelson frowned. Familiarly trying to harm innocent people in other countries. Don't you think this mentality is ... very bad? Ha 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 ha, sir. You. Lieutenant Colonel Frantz showed a suddenly realized expression. So you are doing a thought test. Don't worry, my thoughts will always follow the head of state, walking in the right place. Well. Nelson shook his head disappointedly, and said reluctantly, congratulations, you passed the thought test. Your performance is indeed blameless. The thinking of our combat troops is the most determined. Lieutenant Colonel Frantz grinned proudly, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Of course, I didn't say that an officer in the capital like you is not firm. I know, that's right, Nelson asked, looking at the officer who was racking his brains thinking of excuses. Do you know what the fortifications you are building will be used for in the future? I know. Lieutenant Colonel Frantz showed a confused expression, seeming to be surprised that Nelson asked such a question. Isn't it a research facility? Do you know what to study? Research on firearms, study poison gas, study how to kill people efficiently. Lieutenant Colonel Frantz said without changing his face, and corrected, oh no, study how to efficiently clear the obstacles in front of our great cause. By the way, I heard that the country is applying to establish a transfer station and prison for prisoners and prisoners of war around Krakow, because the railway here is indeed very convenient, and it also helps to easily obtain experimental materials. They said. Lieutenant Colonel Frantz scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, They gave this facility a new name, What is it called? Oh, I remember. Concentration camp. It's called concentration camp. Sir, do you know when the officials assigned to manage the concentration camps will arrive? He asked. We have heard the news a long time ago, but there is still no sign. Well, it may take a while. You make plans to celebrate the new year here. Nelson nodded and stood up. I have learned what I want to know, so I will leave first. Thank you for your cooperation. Don't give it away. Lieutenant Colonel Karkaroff, don't you want to know about the construction of the fortifications? No, there have been professional surveying and mapping. If you are passive, the military law department will come to you. Not only did Nelson take out the trilby he wears every day, buckle it on his head, and walk towards the door. Go. If the problem is serious, the state secret police will come. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Karkaroff. Lieutenant Colonel Frantz chased out, with one hand in his arms and the other stopping Nelson. This is a little bit of heart. He took out the hand in his arms, together with a heavy money bag. No. There is no place to spend money. Nelson held his hand and said solemnly, there are too many eyes looking at us in the world now, especially here, so you must do things here. Pay attention to influence, international influence. Understand? I don't want other people in the world to say that the Aryans are a brutal nation. But this is just my personal suggestion. Nelson wrapped his coat tightly and whispered, although we are Aryans, they are far more people than us after all. Do you understand? There are too many eyes staring here. Okay, don't send it. I'll go back by myself. Nelson did not stay, and walked into the cold wind at the turn of Auschwitz in autumn and winter. When he walked out of the camp, the sky was already dark. Funny guy. At the door of the command barracks, Lieutenant Colonel Frantz opened the curtain and walked in, sitting in the upper position like Nelson did before, raising his legs on the table, and humming while holding his finger. Walk around the hole in the table. Oh, outside the barracks, Nelson sighed and whispered a spell. Pity I want to cast him a life king curse directly. It's so great to live in fantasy novels. Whoever wants to do it will do it. Nelson shook his head helplessly and closed his eyes. I really didn't expect this at this time. Wizards can't do anything better than moles. When he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in Leo Lian's castle, in his room. Hogsmeade. It's snowing, and the first snow of this year came very early. Tom wore a scarf embroidered with T from the NT combination, which made him feel a little warmer. He was walking through the alleys of the village when he was suddenly stopped by a small figure. Tom widened his squinted eyes, disturbed by the wind and snow, and fixed his eyes to see that Christian was opening his arms and blocking him in front of him. The little girl was wearing the newsboy hat that Tom gave her, and there was a Slytherin emblem on it, and a teacup was hanging on her nose, and she stared at herself in full vigor. Chris. Tom scowled and said coldly, why are you here? First-year students are not allowed to enter Hogsmeade, and Mrs. Cole will definitely not sign you. Christian's face bulged, the teacup hung on her nose and swayed, looking funny. Her eyes became increasingly unfriendly. I'm going to write to Aunt Bella and tell her. Okay, Chris, what is this? Why is this teacup hanging on your face? Tom stretched out his hand, trying to remove the teacup from Christian's face, and he was caught as soon as he reached out. Bitten hard. What is this? Relax. He hurriedly drew out his wand, pointed at the teacup, then shook his arm vigorously, threw the teacup to the ground, rubbed his red fingers, and asked, what are you doing? Good fellow, so it hurts. How did you hang on your face for so long? I bought this at the Joke store. I originally wanted to give it to you as a gift. Christian's nose was red, and he was a little pitiful as he wanted to cry but couldn't cry. Unexpectedly, I took a closer look. It bit me and couldn't take it off. Ha ha ha. Tom turned around, covered his face, shrugged his shoulders and laughed silently. Still laughing. Tom. Christian yelled, why didn't you take me? I clearly saw you brought a lot of Slytherin first-year students out secretly. Chris, You are a Gryffindor. Tom looked at her helplessly. And your hat should be changed. It'll make you a Gryffindor. Chapter 104. When the first snowball flies out, the snowball fight begins. Christian gritted his back molars, like a kitten with its tail stomped on, pushing forward step by step, and said viciously, "You know I'm not talking about this. Because of chronic malnutrition." Christian's height just reached Tom's chest, which made her look at the scarf on Tom's chest when she got too close. "I understand." Tom nodded and said, "Do you want such a scarf? I will write to Aunt Bella next week and ask her to knit one for you on Christmas. We can make it. NTK combination, it sounds pretty cool." Tom stretched his hand over Christian's head, and at the moment she showed the appearance of a cat with a narrow neck and squinted eyes. He grabbed her hat in a thunderous manner. Christian was stunned for a while, and caught up with Tom, who had already run a long way. Bat attack. She drew out her magic wand and chased after Tom, who was laughing loudly. In the first snow, young boys and girls are chasing each other in the snow. Christian's half-length hair loses the restraint of the hat, and it flutters freely as she runs. The crystal snow does not fall on top of the head immediately, melting, but will choose to stay for a while, like a veil, and like a crown. From a dynamic point of view, the dots of silver glitter in the black long hair, as beautiful as a galaxy. Prank spells are flying all over the sky. Today, Hogsmeade is a Hogwarts student who came to relax. Everyone watched this pair of slapstick students with interest, and all of them were eager to try. Until a slug curse that Tom avoided hit a Ravenclaw boy, the young people around finally couldn't bear the restless desire, and drew out their magic wands to start a special snowball fight. "Are you all right?" Tom hurriedly ran to the boy who was knocked down, turned his head to avoid a spell, and helped him stand up, squinted to identify the hapless boy, and asked, "You are Dwight?" "You, vomit." Dwight turned his head and spit out a slug into the drain on the side of the road. "Yes, vomit. Do you know me? Last year in the potions class you sometimes teamed up with Nelson, remember?" Tom took out his wand and pointed at him. The curse stops immediately. "Oh." Dwight spat out the last slug and said gratefully, "Thank you, I'm much better." "Thanks to you, or let me recite the stop spell by myself. I might be interrupted by this slug." It's a good idea. Tom couldn't help giving him a thumbs up. Hug. "I'm sorry, Tom." Christian ran up in a panic, first glanced at Dwight, and only after finding that he was okay, he whispered to Tom, "I seem to be in trouble." "What's the matter?" Tom turned around. On the streets of Hogsmeade, colorful spells were flying back and forth. From the 2nd to the 7th grade, almost all the students who could go out were in a group, not knowing it was celebrating the first snow. The carnival is still venting years of accumulated anger. "Miss, it has nothing to do with you, vomit." Dwight spit out a small slug again. "Why, there is another. They just want a chance to indulge. I want to go. Goodbye." After that, he aimed at the back of a Ravenclaw boy, flew a fierce tap dance spell, and then rushed at the boy who started dancing, while laughing terribly. It's scary. Tom grabbed Christian's arm and dragged her to another quieter street next door, looking at her face flushed with cold because there is no hat, and said apologetically, "Let's have some hot tea and watch the baby freeze." After that, she took her to a tea house in Menkaleu Oak on the side of the road, which was on the verge of bankruptcy due to poor management. "I know about this tea house." Alfred found a secret road from Hogwarts to the basement of this shop. "The entrance is... well, I won't tell you." Tom took Christian along. "Go in and say to the shop manager, 2 cups of Tara Mud Boba milk tea, hot, thank you." He said that when he gets rich in the future, he must sell this shop to open a candy store that specializes in all kinds of sweets. Tom continued the topic just now, bowed his head and said to Christian, "You find a place first, sit, I'll go shopping and be back soon." Then he opened the door, took the newsboy hat and walked out without forgetting to say, "Don't drink my cup." "Let me see. Where is it? I remember seeing it when I came here." Tom looked around and found his gold, Found. Fenrir Wizard Clothing Store. Zuya.com. Tom wrapped his scarf tightly and wore it on. The lingering wind and snow walked to the clothing store. Ding dong. He opened the door, touched the wind chime at the door, and made a crisp sound. The shopkeeper who was in the workroom heard the sound and greeted him with a quick walk. My dear, do you want to see a dress worthy of your own? The shopkeeper is an enchanting bald man. He is wearing a plain white silk robe, holding the orchid and pointing towards Tom. The soft robe follows him, vigorously twisting the pace of the hip joint and drifting up magically, making people dizzy. He proudly pointed Lanhua to his ears and said, I can find the latest clothes from all over the world here. If I am not satisfied, I can also customize them. No need. Tom felt a chill when he saw the shopkeeper's appearance. He quickly raised the newsboy hat in his hand and said quickly, I just want to buy a Gryffindor emblem. And this hat, the Slytherin emblem on it, is similar in size. Of course there is, my dear. The shopkeeper walked slowly to the hanger next to him, opened a small drawer, and turned out a gold badge. He gently blew the dust on it, pinched the badge and walked back in front of Tom. This is the stock when Hogwarts ordered school uniforms from our house many years ago, but in the past 2 years they let students buy wizard robes by themselves. So they all went to Diagon Alley to order them. Really, it's amazing, Tom said dryly. So, my dear, so lucky. The shopkeeper threw the badge into Tom's arms and raised a finger. It only needs 10 psycho. Are you going to sew it to the hat? I can help. You? No, thank you. Tom shook his head, quickly counted 10 silver coins and put them on the counter. Escaping from this strange shop, I can. When he returned to the street, Tom found that the fighting in the street next door had spread to this street. Fighting more fierce than before was taking place. There were curses swishing over the street, and he ran back to the tea house through the guns and bullets, sat down on the chair, grabbed his milk tea and took a sip, and started to sew her hat in front of Christian. I want to wear Slytherin. Gryffindor's lion is ugly. Christian was lying on the table, propped his head with his chin to drink milk tea, and said awkwardly, and you made this hat for me? No, you will be isolated by your classmates if you wear a Slytherin hat, and I bought it in Diagon Alley instead of making it myself. Tom skillfully picked the stitches on the inside of the hat and put the Slytherin badge he took off his pocket, snapped his fingers with one hand, and said to the waiter who was running, can you get a toothpick for me? No, I think they and I often play together. You can't think so simple. Tom turned the toothpick brought by the waiter into a needle, unpacked the thread package that came with the badge, and threaded the thread on the needle. It's always easy to get together in school, otherwise it's easy being bullied. I knew there was a girl who was always bullied by classmates. How is she? Christian quickly cared about the others again. Is she okay? Fortunately, Tom's long and pale fingers flew up and down, the fine stitches quickly formed, and the gold and red badges were quickly sewn to the hat. I think this matter should be resolved soon. I have already asked someone to help solve it. Seriously, I feel that the brains of campus bullying are more or less difficult. That's it. The blind student quickly found Wadian. Chapter 105 Newt, Smuggling of New Montgade. It's ridiculous. How can there be such a ridiculous person? On the dock of Dunkirk Harbour, the little Jack who sent away a group of passengers angrily murmured at the Captain Jack beside him. The little Jack, who has lived as a sailor for several months, has brown skin, red face, and must have a strong armor, looks more and more like Captain Jack, and people can't help but doubt their relationship. But in fact, people who live on the sea will eventually become such a highly recognizable appearance. You have to get used to it, little Jack. Captain Jack sighed, holding his pipe in his mouth. The longer you stay at sea, the more people you see. Everyone has their own unique look, like Mr. Riddles. I have seen too many passengers like this. You didn't see his arrogant look, as if the entire crew on the ship were their servants. Little Jack's anger was not calmed by Captain Jack's comfort. but he became more unbearable. You see how he treats the waiters on the 3rd floor. He actually asked them to polish his shoes. Are we sailors still doing this kind of work? No way, we are the service industry. Captain Jack shook his head, took out the treasured pipe, took out a small pack of shredded tobacco from his pocket, and poured it in, then took out a few shredded tobacco from the corners of the pocket and stuffed it in, compacting the porcelain with his thumb. Little Jack is very good. He stepped forward and nodded for him with a wink. When the pipe started to flicker with visible red light, Captain Jack brought it to his mouth, took a deep breath, exhaled a choking smoke, and slowly said, "Besides, he is really rich. Can you do whatever you want if you have money?" Little Jack's voice was louder. "What silly question are you asking?" Captain Jack turned his head and stared at Little Jack strangely. "Of course, you can do whatever you want with money. Are you British? You don't even know this." Little Jack pressed his mouth tightly, stopped speaking, looking at the rippling blue sea with sullenness. The salty and strong sea breeze is blowing. Although Little Jack has been at sea for a long time and has fully adapted to the sea breeze and sea, the coolness on his face still makes him shiver. This year, the sea here also looks a little bit deserted. Dunkirk is located along the long English Channel. It is adjacent to the North Sea fishing grounds to the north and the Atlantic Ocean to the south. In previous years, after a long summer fishing moratorium, the port in September and October is often filled with fishing boats and 1,000 sails. The picture is exactly the reason why Little Jack embarked on the cruise. But this year, although the fish in the North Sea are fat and delicious, the number of fishing boats anchored in the port is much less. On the other hand, there are many warships docked here. Some of them are from France, and some are from Britain on the other side of the strait. The steel hull appears cold, making Little Jack afraid to approach. At this moment, there is a pair of sergeants patrolling on the Icarus, and they are conducting routine inspections. Recently, they are getting stricter and stricter. "Did you hear any noise?" Captain Jack was smoking a cigarette and looked at the big ship that just belonged to him with some anxiety. He said with some confusion, "But in the newspaper says we'll not fight. Is someone go private? Her business slave trade hundreds of years ago." Ding ding sea or 0.C 111 meters. The sea breeze brings not only coolness, but also silence. Captain Jack turned his head and looked at the Little Jack beside him staring at the sea in awe. Well, that Mr. Riddle is quite outrageous. He actually counted on his own son. I have never seen such a weird person anyway. Captain Jack poked Little Jack's shoulder with his pipe and said with emotion, "He also likes to arrange other people, saying that our crew wanted to steal his money, and that Mr. Williams was plotting his son's property. To be honest, it depends on Mr. Williams's conversation. He is at least better than that Riddle rich." "You are right. I hope he will get nothing from this trip." "That won't be enough. The child is innocent." The captain patted the sailor on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Even if he is a bad person, the lost little girl shouldn't lose her family, and I feel, he really loves his daughter. No matter how unbearable people are, there is always a soft spot in their hearts." "Really, Captain?" Little Jack pulled out a pendant from his neck. It was an ordinary silver pendant box, which can be seen from the oxidized corners and shiny mirror surface. This pendant has been around for years, but its owner cherished it very much. Little Jack opened the lid, and inside was an old yellow photo. A blonde girl with a high nose was smiling at the camera. "Is this your fiancée?" Captain Jack turned his head, glanced at the pendant, and asked curiously, "I have never heard of it." "Yes." "Ah, no. She doesn't like me." Little Jack was in a daze, and then he denied it emotionally. His tone became dazed, and he whispered, "She is the girl I like for years. I asked for her photo when I went to study at the maritime school. If I am famous outside, I will go back and propose to her. I hope that when I go back, she hasn't married yet." "You are really an Elmhead." Captain Jack laughed dryly, and tapped Little Jack's head with a pipe. "If people don't like you, how can they give you the picture?" "Really, Captain?" Little Jack's eyes seemed to be light at the moment. "Think about it for yourself, it's still too young." Captain Jack sighed, "When your father sent you to me, I actually refused, because you are also called Jack. But you guys are pretty good. For the sake of this, I accepted you, but I have to be honest with you. It's hard to be famous on a cruise ship. Ah, Captain. The light in little Jack's eyes went out again. Oh, how do you say it? I have been on the ship for more than 10 years before becoming the captain. This is because the old captain had to retire because of severe gout. And the baking company to which our ship belongs has already gone bankrupt once. Now it is slowly being acquired by competitors, and when the name of White Star is gone, it is impossible to say anything at that time. Captain Jack pressed little Jack's shoulder and poured cold water on him. Even if there is me take care of you, but are you willing to spend more than 10 years on the boat as a chief mate? You can wait, but your girl may not be able to wait, and the people who run the boat are all faithful, and can't go home for a few days throughout the year. Can your man really give your girl happiness? Think about it. Captain, what should I do? Little Jack was already panicked, staring down at his toes. His eyes hollowed out. Actually, I have a suggestion. The captain patted the sailor's shoulder again. Actually, from the first day you got on the boat, I knew that the sea you were yearning for was not a boat running along a fixed channel. Did you know that the government is conscripting troops recently? Although they say in the newspapers that they will not fight wars, more and more warships are being launched at sea. The seamen and naval sergeants are in short supply, especially those who have experience in running ships. I think you can try. Although it is dangerous to be a soldier, it is a good way out for people like us whose lives are not very valuable. Really, Captain? Little Jack raised his head and looked at the warships and the flags flying on the warships by the sea. The light in his eyes came back again. Yes, not only Dunkirk, but now the ports of Calais and Bruges are full of warships. Captain Jack looked at little Jack with some envy and said, if I were as young as you, I would go. I have applied for. And I think you kid, since there are people in your heart, you will definitely pay attention to your own safety. If you have ideas, I will help you with your father. I remember you have 2 younger sisters and a younger brother, not to mention, the treatment to the family is very good. Captain, I've decided. Little Jack took a deep look at the photos hidden in the pendant and said solemnly, when I get to London this time, I'm going to enlist in the army. What? Let me draft. Nelson, who woke up in the morning, stared at Andre across the dining table with a stunned mouth. He didn't even want to swallow the bread in his mouth, and asked like a bullet, who is drafted? Where to draft? How do I know how to draft? My company? No, guns can be used. For the German mules, right here, Krakow, and then to Warsaw. Andre explained, you don't need to know. There are professionals responsible for the specific work. Are you kidding? Nelson looked at Andre like a fool. You let me recruit for an enemy country in a country that has just been invaded? Andre, I don't think I offend you in the ordinary days, right? And since there are professionals, why should I go? Of course, Andre said in return, giving Nelson the same foolish look. Of course I am conscripting here. Since it has been occupied, this is naturally the territory of those German mules. Although they are Polish, but there are not a few people who want to embrace the victory of the country. What you need to do is to use magic to give some help to the conscripts, some fanatical little magic, some little magic that sets off the atmosphere. You know. Andre raised his eyebrows and handed Nelson a bowl of soaked cereal. I don't understand. And I won't go. I won't use that kind of magic on mules. Please be smart. Nelson took the oatmeal, tasted it, and exclaimed, it tastes good. Did you add raisins? Your behavior is a serious violation of the secrecy law. Newt said righteously, even though he was eating cereal. Yes, it actually tastes better with some cherry sauce, but it looks a little ugly. Like a vampire breakfast. Andre ignored Newt's speech. He nodded and started making cereal for himself. Continued, since you don't want to go, I still have a job here. What is it? Didn't I tell you before that the German muleheads were taught magic by us? Andre said slowly while pouring milk into the bowl. In fact, We sent someone to follow him. Silently cast the spell while he was chanting. There is such a thing. Nelson nodded, and Newt exclaimed, "How dare you do such a thing? Did I tell you? Besides, didn't you keep saying that we don't abide by the confidentiality law? Why are you surprised here?" Andre finished his mouth, turned to look at Nelson, and introduced, "That's it. The wizard who was sent us something to do recently. He wants to go back to his hometown and find someone to do him for a while, and he said he still has a nervous breakdown, because that Mul always likes to secretly try to cast spells in the middle of the night. In order not to, when he found out that we were fooling him, he had to put a sight glass next to his bed, and the guy apparated him as soon as he moved." "Very good." Nelson's bowl bottomed out. He patted his stomach with satisfaction and raised his head and asked, "But what does this have to do with me? I wonder if you can replace him for a while. After all, you are younger, have affinity, and know Mul's better." "Really? But I don't cast a spell silently." Nelson spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. "Can you find me something to do? I think I might as well work in the restaurant downstairs in the library." "Hi. You can't make a silent spell?" Andre raised his forehead. "Sorry, I've seen your polymorphism. I always forget that you are only a second grader." Nelson shrugged and walked to the kitchen with the bowl. Newt followed behind him with the bowl and said, "I can teach you. Don't watch me drop out. In fact, my foundation is very solid, and I can also teach you apparition." "Thank you, Senior Newt." Nelson asked for Newt's empty bowl and walked to the sink. "But I'm studying spells and animagus recently. When I finish reading the book, you are still willing to teach me again?" danlegs.com. "Of course." Newt raised his eyebrows. "Animagus? Have you started to get in touch with this aspect of content?" "Yes, since I left Hogwarts, I only have a curse textbook compiled by her, which was given to me by a senior sister, and a few transfiguration notes sent by another senior sister." Nelson, while using magic to conjure clean water to clean up the dishes, he explained, "So I read these books in my free time, because I don't have to study potions and herbal medicine, so I read this content very quickly." TSK, you really dare to try." Newt slapped his lips and commented, "You have a good habit of persisting in learning, but you know that it is difficult for animagus to practice without guidance, and is the process of spiritual practice also very dangerous?" "I know 5 people who have succeeded in self-taught animagus." Nelson fished out the clean dishes from the foamy pool. "I don't think I'm worse than them. As for the practice process, I'm going to, when Hogwarts is on holiday, ask my good friend to take care of it. I should be almost ready by then. Just be prepared." "I couldn't learn this magic back then." New Features nodded. "Do you think about what animal you want to change?" "If there is a choice, I would definitely want to become a dragon like Dinkers." Nelson put the dishes on the shelf. "Unfortunately there is no choice, and animagus can't become a magical animal. But if I can, I think it would be a good choice to become a cat. After all, my senior sister frantically brags about what an elegant cat is in her notes." After all, he left the kitchen and knocked on the door of Lorian's room. "Miss Lorian, are you ready?" Andre said he can move the entire castle to Newmangard. "Is this really good?" Lorian opened the door and walked out with a big pink box. Dinkers lay on the box and fell asleep. "This is someone else's house after all." "It's okay. In the war years, real estate is very worthless, especially in this kind of country that has just fought and lost." Andra's voice came from the living room. "After we are done, the Mul government that cooperates with us will be there. Some infrastructure is built here as compensation to the local people. In fact, they have started to build it now." "Okay." Loriana smiled. "Then I'm ready." "Well, let's call someone." Andre nodded, sitting by the fireplace holding a bowl and roasting the fire. Zweig apparated and left. His presence was so low that Nelson hadn't even noticed that he had been. Apparition. Zuya.com. He looked at the button coming out of the kitchen special, asked, "Senior, where are you going?" "After I saw this dragon, nothing happened for a while." Newt sat on the sofa indifferently and looked at Andre provocatively. "I want to see the living environment of my schoolboy. You guys. Newmangud wouldn't dare not let tourists in. That's not enough, Andre sneered. We have always done things frankly and magnanimously. Newmangud welcomes wizards from all over the world. As long as it is a wizard, even if it is you, we are not worried at all. Come here if you want. He's not an underdog. Mr. Scamander is a famous wizard. White pushed open the door and walked out, correcting Andra's statement. She is extremely good at arguing with her colleagues and accompanied Nelson to go out last night. She just got up at the moment, yawned and turned to Newt and said, "But Mr. Scamander, I suggest you change your face. After all, Grindelwald has stumbled in your hands. Maybe someone in Newmangud I can't understand you. Assaults on the street are possible. Don't worry, no one can attack me easily." Newt took out his wand, turned his hair into pale blonde like Nelson, turned his head, blinked at him, and said confidently, "Grindelwald can escape. Come out, and I am not who I was back then." "I hope you can always be so optimistic." Andre snorted coldly, lying on the sofa. "As you wish," Newt said with a smile at him. "Don't worry about me secretly gathering some information." "What is there to worry about?" Andreas' expression was a little worried, but he said bluntly, and then began to mumble some unintelligible words. "Miss Lorien, all right." Zweig suddenly appeared in the middle of the living room. "Okay, I'm ready." Liulian pulled out a strange wand about the size of Nelson's walking stick from behind, and said nervously, I mean, your house has been moved." Nelson followed Zweig's gaze and looked out the window. Windmills, fields, various houses, and black towers towering into the clouds in the distance. They are already on the outskirts of Newmangud. Chapter 106 Professional Team. Is this Newmangud? Laurie ran quickly to the window and looked at the endless wilderness. Hundreds of wizard families settled on the outskirts of Newmangud. The continuous fields were planted with distinctive crops and showed bright splicing color blocks. People are refreshing. At this time, it was in the morning, and some people who got up late had just raised the smoke of cooking. These smoke containing the aroma of food rose in a circle, and merged into the thin morning mist above the head, making the distant Alps mountains visible and extinct. Of course, there are hard-working people who have eaten breakfast early and go out to work. In the wheat field not far away, a witch like a peasant woman is waving a magic wand, and the grain-filled wheat ears lined up neatly and jumped into the bag next to her. Inside the bag, the mouth of the bag opens and closes, chewing like a big mouth, and spit out some straw and wheat bran at intervals. For both wizards and muggles, autumn is always the harvest season. Not bad. Liulian raised her hand on her forehead, blocking the sun rising from the top of the rolling mountain range in the distance, looked around curiously, and asked, "Mr. Andre, I see that there is a whole area around the castle. Open space. Can I grow some vegetables here too?" Of course. It was Zweig who was answering her. In Newmangud, anyone can build what they want in any clearing, as long as it has value. Okay. Liulian waved her hand, holding the puppy in her arms and swaying in the air. "Dinkers, this is our new home. There are so many mages like me." Dinkers was disgusted by the shaking, but he drooped his tongue weakly and looked at her blankly. "What? Are you unhappy?" Seeing that Liulian seemed to be holding herself in circles again, Dinkers nodded quickly and yelled weakly, "It seems that Dinkers likes it here too." Liulian was happier, turning around and showing a bright smile at Andre. "Thank you, Mr. Andre." "Welcome." Andre coughed twice. The old man was a little ashamed. After all, he didn't do anything. He reached out to Zweig and said, "About planting, you can ask Zweig for help. He is an expert in this area." Mr. Zweig. Nelson, who helped Newt put on makeup, suddenly turned his head and asked, "Can I ask what the magic of the mover is?" "It's a phantom shift performed by multiple people," Zweig explained. "It's amazing to be able to move such a big castle over. I have to say that your efficiency is really high." Nelson first praised him, raised his eyebrows, and asked in a low voice, "I have no intention of questioning the professionalism of your team, Sex, but I would like to ask, when you moved this castle, Did you bring the foundation? What is the foundation? Zweig still said concisely. Then I feel that the sofa is getting more and more slanted. It should not be a physical illusion caused by the phantom shift. Nelson slid off the sofa, grabbed Newt's arm tightly, and looked at Zweig's eyes and said seriously, if I feel right, this castle should be about to fall. Crack. As if to confirm his words, a lightning-like crack suddenly cracked on the white wall of the living room, and the primitive stone bricks were exposed from under the wall skin. They intertwined like canine teeth. They were reluctant to bear the fate of hundreds of years, but they rubbed against each other. After all, the force couldn't compete with gravity. Following the crack, the load-bearing wall slowly split into two halves like the roots of a tree split by an axe. Cracked, Nelson murmured. He clutched Newt's forearm tightly, and the darkness of urgency came from all directions, and in the next instant, he had followed him into the garden below the castle. Dust burst out from the cracked holes in all directions of the castle. Nelson rubbed his eyes, and Dinkers was turning into a huge body of a dragon, firmly holding on to the fallen wall of the castle, protecting himself and his master's home. What's the matter with you? Nelson followed the scolding. Zweig was standing at the foot of the castle with a sullen face, reprimanding a few wizards in black robes, and wearing a white hard hat. Like a supervisor on a construction site, the man who didn't know what the foundation was a few seconds ago was saying loudly, "Didn't I teach you? You need to move the foundation together. You know what a foundation is when you move a house. Does this house become like this because it did not bring a foundation? Do you deserve to be called professionals like this? Do you know what security is?" He put his arms in his arms and watched with a sullen face as the construction team of black-robed wizards was busy repairing the castle, while snorting coldly, "If this castle collapses, you will be responsible." The repair work of the wizards made Nelson an eye-opener. He watched the black-robed wizards continuously cast spells on the castle on their broomsticks. Two wizards bound the castle firmly with a thick chain extending from the tip of their wands, one on the left and one on the right. The ground was suspended on both sides of the castle, and several other wizards shuttled up and down around the largest crack, constantly filling the cracks with a white foam-like colloid. After a while, it dried and became like the castle walls. The material. BaleASHI.com 21437. Is it really good to build a house like this? Nelson opened his mouth and said to himself, looking at the direction of the castle. It has to be said that although the saints of Newmangad think I cannot agree, their professional ability in construction is still amazing. Newt exclaimed, "Really? I was the wizard team who came to repair our house is not professional at all." "Are you serious?" Nelson squinted at him, trying hard to find the joking expression on Newt's face, but he quickly became disappointed, and said with lingering fear, "It turns out that the wizard is doing this of the house. Have you not seen it?" "Oh, forgot that you were born in Mile." Newt turned his head, glanced at Nelson strangely, and then said, "I have learned a lot. Isn't it much better than mile engineering?" One thing. Indeed. Nelson nodded against his will and stared at the construction site intently. No matter how outrageous the construction method, a man's instinct to see the construction site involuntarily stop and watch will not change. There was a false alarm. In less than 10 minutes, the castle was repaired. Nelson looked at the castle with a bit of this is still a castle without a foundation, and the castle is covered with X-shaped patches. Because of filling the cracks, the castle is a lot fatter than before. The original Gothic slender buildings have become top-heavy and look a little chunky. Nelson dared not go in again. He suggested that a group of people go to eat in the restaurant he frequented. "Ill treat," he said vowedly. "Anyway, the account is on Grindelwald." After arriving in Newmangad, except for the first time that Grindelwald took to the cemetery on the outskirts of the mountain, Nelson hadn't gone out and turned around. This time on the way to the Black Tower Library, he had a good taste of it. The charm of this special wizarding city. The wizards on the street speak different languages and do all kinds of businesses. Men, women, young and old, yellow, white, black and red. Wizards from all over the world gather here for different reasons. Most of them are not in the wizarding world. The spread of ambition to rule the world. They just yearn for the world in which Grindelwald described the wizards to live freely. Unexpectedly, there are so many ordinary people in Newmangard. Unlike Lian, who has been looking around curiously along the way, Newt is also looking at the corners of the streets of Newmangard, but his eyes are constantly changing, jumping back and forth between ordinary faces. Newt, in your eyes, what kind of place should Newmangard be? Hearing Newt's sigh, Andre asked curiously. His words didn't smell so much gunpowder. I have dealt with many of you, and I have seen your offer of reward. This is also the reason why I was so nervous when I met you in the first place. Newt said, in my impression, the saints are some dark wizards with high skill or high position. They are often the kind of recognized elites, and I think Grindelwald's theory can easily attract the kind of self-proclaimed elites and otherworldly guys. Aren't you a recognized elite? Andre said with a curl of his lips. But this world can't be run by the elite alone. And what is an elite? A guy who is very powerful in duels, or very good at calculations. Are farmers who are good at farming an elite? Are knowledgeable scholars an elite? Are the construction teams under Zweig an elite? They are not good at duels and have little power. Newt was speechless for a while. I think it's a good thing that you can come to Newmangard. The prejudice against us from the outside world is too serious. What we never think of is to let the so-called elites be in high positions and rule others from above, but to let every wizard perform their duties in their own fields, so that every wizard will become an out-and-out elite in the cause they are willing to dedicate their lives. Is that so? Newt's expression was a little dazed. You still need to see these things for yourself, Mr. Scamander. White reminded in a low voice. Andre is the deceptive elite, that's why Grindelwald put him next to me. Miss White, Newt slowed his mind, took a deep look at White, stopped talking, and stopped talking. Nelson did not pay attention to the conversation between them. His thoughts were when Andre said, is the construction team under Zweig an elite? That sentence has already drifted away, and he is a little worried about his residence. Did they build it? I guess it's hard to sleep tonight. Vot.org. A group of people walked through the streets with their own thoughts, until Nelson saw the spire of the Black Tower Library appear on the top of the building in front. We're here. Passing through an alley full of strange shops, everyone saw a tower that was only slightly inferior to Grindelwald's residence. Nelson led them to the hotel while introducing the surrounding environment. The place where I live is easy to find. Right on the top of the tower, the Black Tower, is the public library in Newmangard, and it is the second most prominent building here. Hello, Mr. Wiltoning. As soon as he entered the door, the waiter of the restaurant greeted him. What would you like to eat? I don't see that you are quite famous. Even the people in the restaurant know you, Newt exclaimed. But aren't you Williams? What Wiltoning? I just come here to eat often. And it's a bad account. They have to remember me. Nelson turned back to respond, then turned back to the waiter and asked, we have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 people here. Is there any recommended set meal, drink, another order? Nelson is a great celebrity here. White smiled, covering his mouth. There is also a statue in Newmangard that was specially erected for him, because of his amazing artistic attainments. Sister, I beg you. Nelson interrupted White's tiger wolf speech, covering his face. Let's see what we eat first. Mr. Wiltoning, the waiter brought a menu from the front desk and introduced. I suggest you choose our newly launched business unsuccessful set meal, which can be matched with Saints Still Need to Work Hard drink package. There are just 2 non-alcoholic beverages in it. This package is our latest Chinese food. Do you know whether you know Chinese food? It will definitely bring you a brand new dining experience. And about these 2 packages, the name also has a very inspiring illusion. Can you do it? Nelson turned around and asked everyone, Chinese food requires chopsticks. Can you make it? I can. I will. White nodded first. I can use all types of tableware. I can too. Newt said. I went to China to observe fireballs and etlo dishes for more than a month. It was very good except that it was a bit salty. How about you, Mr. Andre? Newt raised his eyebrows at Andre. You can't use chopsticks. What are you talking about? Andre's scarred old face was flushed, and even his neck looked a little red. He cast his gaze on Liu Lian, with a hint of hope in his eyes, and said, I will definitely use it, but it depends on Miss Lorien. She is the real guest, and we must consider I know how to use it. I have always used chopsticks since I was little, Liu Lian said without waiting for him to finish. Don't worry about me, Andre. Then he'll just order it. Nelson's gaze stayed on Andrew's struggling face for a long time. Seeing that he closed his eyes as if appointed, he said to the waiter, then come here. Let's have 2 sets. Let us find a place first. Okay, please follow me. Nelson, let's continue to talk about topics that have not been finished before, lest I forget it later. As soon as I sat at the table, Andre opened the conversation box and said to Nelson, Master Grindelwald meant, I am afraid that you are bored here alone, and he has no time to teach you recently, so let me take you to find something to do, and by the way, let you not fall into the practice of magic. I am not worried about magical matters, but I have something to do. Do it. Mainly because the wizard hasn't made any big moves recently. Do you have any ideas? So what's the normal thing for me to do? Nelson asked. I feel that my previous trip to Krakow was pretty good. I have to get a little bit of it with magic. It's really impossible. Here. Forget working in restaurants. Actually, you can go again in a few months, Andre said mysteriously. The application received by the German government to build a concentration camp in Auschwitz, south of Krakow, has been approved. It is estimated that I've been busy during this period. If you're interested, you can stay there for a while at this time next year. There are some magical things that need to be done. What's the matter? Magic thing. Okay. Nelson didn't want to talk to the Riddler, so he skipped the topic and asked, what's the matter then? There happens to be something. It can be seen that Andre has been preparing this sentence for a long time. This thing is not big or small, but it is most appropriate for you to do it. Some settings and research evidence updated regularly. Protagonist settings. The protagonist Nelson Wiltning Williams, a former Harry Potter fan, is generally called Nelson Williams, and people close to him call it Nar. Born January 1, 1927 in France, Paris. In 1938, Nelson, who was only born one day after Tom Riddle, received a letter from Dumbledore and became Voldemort's classmates. On September 1 of the same year, Nelson and Tom boarded together to Hogsmeade. Nelson's life became miserable because of the war. His parents died in the Holy War in Grindelwald, his grandparents died in World War I, and his uncle died in retaliation from World War II. In 1939, Nelson was trapped in the whirlpool of war. He has gone through war all his life, and he is also trying to inherit the will of Uncle Jonas and solve it. College, Slytherin. Wand, black walnut wand, with the core of the dragon's nerve, 14 inches long. Black walnut, not as common as ordinary walnut wands. Black walnut wands generally look for owners with keen intuition and insight. Black walnut looks beautiful, but it is not easy to control. It has an obvious quirk, that is, it cannot coordinate internal conflicts normally. If its owner deceives himself, its power will be greatly reduced. If the wizard is unable or unwilling to face himself or others honestly, the black walnut wand often fails to adequately perform its duties. If you want to restore its magic, you must find a new owner for it. However, if supplemented by a sincere and self-aware master, it will become the most loyal and influential of all wands, and it will have a special talent for all kinds of spells. Dragon's nerves. Dragon's nerves are powerful magic materials that have the ability to amplify magic, especially fire magic. Black magic will increase its power through the dragon's nerves. but sometimes its great power means it is difficult to master. But this shouldn't be the most suitable one for Nelson. Nelson's wilting by the Creek family blood gave him an extraordinary talent for transformation, rather than unleashing uncontrollable flames or powerful spells. Facts on the above. Nelson has no talent beyond ordinary people in the flame curse or black magic. He has never released an offensive flame curse even during his school days, and he has only released black magic once. Nelson has a natural resistance to flames. He would rather use transfiguration to fuel his lighter than to put a flame curse. This may be related to his experience as a baby. Grindelwald and his followers used terrifying fire, and black magic burns and destroys everything that can be seen in the streets of Paris. Magic ability. Extraordinary polymorphism. The talent of the family combined with Dumbledore's heartfelt teachings made Nelson's extraordinary polymorphism. The transfiguration technique passed down by the Wiltning family allows any substance to have a fluid property, and then relies on its subtle magical control ability to transform it into what you want, compared to the change in the shape of objects like traditional transfiguration. Wiltning's transformation technique is more inclined to essential change. It can be said that in the time when the magic power is maintained, the transformed thing is no different from the real one. What's even more amazing is that Wiltnings can cast transformation magic frequently and quickly, just like flowing water. However, such agile magic also has its own flaws. The Wiltning family's transfiguration cannot control the violent magical energy such as lightning and fire, and the duration of the transfiguration is slightly inferior to that of other advanced wizards. After experiencing the teachings of Albus Dumbledore and his protégé Minerva McGonagall, Nelson made up for this shortcoming, which made his transfiguration flawless. Proficient in the history of magic, Hogwarts may be the first student to study the history of magic seriously since the establishment of the school. Master of Art, a well-known performance art master in the world. His masterpiece Looking for Pie the Pet, a British short with a moustache. It was a gift from Dumbledore to Nelson in the first grade. After Nelson's disappearance, the cat has been kept by Tom Riddle. Nelson's boggart, Fierce Fire, Monstrous Fierce Fire. That was the horror scene faced by the newly born Nelson when he saw his father and mother for the last time with his weak eyesight. Family relationship. His father is Mergen Wiltning Norwegian, born on March 3, 1900, and his mother is Elizabeth Williams British-French, November 27, 1900. The two are the same as Buzz Barton. After graduation, the two worked in the French Ministry of Magic. In 1927, the two took maternity leave in Paris. Grindelwald launched a terrorist attack. During the riots, Melgan used apparition to send the young Nelson to London. Nelson's mother's sister's home. Melgan is an optimistic and laughing man. He has dark grey hair and clear blue eyes like the ocean. These are the same eyes that every Wiltning has. He is 1.82 meters tall and has soft facial features. Very friendly. Nelson is almost a copy of his father except for his facial features. Mergen is an excellent wizard. He is the best expert on transformation of Bush Barton in the past 100 years. He once used magic on the school history hall of Buzz Barton and turned it into a labyrinth made of jelly beans. He won the Booth Barton duel in 1917. When Grindelwald launched the terrorist attack on Paris, Melgan immediately joined the Saints. Grindelwald after sending his infant child to Bella's house. Duo's army is not called a saint, but here is written as a saint. In the battle, he used polymorphism to condense a water dragon from the air to contain or even extinguish Grindelwald's fierce fire, using polymorphism, and after a long struggle, Grindelwald was attacked and killed by the saints. The child's name? Oh, my name starts with M. So I can use N for my child. Think about it later, it's not going to come back. With so many people in New York, how can I go up and fight the Dark Lord stupidly? Ha 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 ha. Melgan seemed to be amused by his own ideas. He smiled, and said intermittently, Belle, if I really die, the kid will let Jonas name him. He's illiterate. Nelson is a mixed race origin. The following is an introduction to the family relationship. Patriline, Wiltning family. The paternal line is the Norwegian pure-blood family that has disappeared. The Wiltning family by the stream is distant relatives to the Shafik family of 28 pure-blood families in the United Kingdom. Most of the offspring are males. Only this one maintains the pure blood of the wizard. Nelson's great-grandmother is the eldest daughter of the Shafik family, and Nelson and his son are the only descendants of the Wiltning magic family, the mighty side of the stream. The Ertning family is called Wiltning by the creek, not only because the surname is derived from the ancestors who lived by the water, but also because the wizards of the Wiltning family are excellent in performing extraordinary and magnificent transformation techniques. The most widely circulated saying in the magic world to evaluate the magic of the Wiltning family is anything will be as soft and agile as flowing water under Wiltning's wand, and their transformation magic is incredible. In addition, Wiltnings are born with an affinity for water and fluids. Although Wiltnings are easy to freehand in the deformation of any object, their favorite material for transformation is still water, which is filled with water. Fighting in the environment, Wiltning can play a more powerful force. The Wiltning family are also gentle like water, but this is not cowardice. When someone touches any Wiltning's bottom line, he will face squally showers, huge waves and tsunamis. British relatives, the Shafik family. The Shafik family is one of the 28 pure-blooded families. For the Shafik family, there is not much description in the original book. In my setting, the Shafik family is the standard Ravenclaw. They are the wizarding world. The inventor, the family industry manufactures the most accurate and high-quality crucibles and magical objects of equanimity. At the same time, the Shafik family maintains the pure-blood honor while also relatively openly accepting the knowledge of Mul society. The Night Bus and the Huo the Gvoz Express train was designed by the Shafik family. Although they respect knowledge, their respect for Muls is relative. Although they will not actively persecute Muls, they are not willing to contact Muls, because in their opinion, Muls without magical ability do not understand the world at all. They are an ignorant and uncivilized race. And similarly, they don't like to talk to bad or ignorant wizards. Matrilineal family. Williams family. Williams is one of the most common surnames in the UK. The Williams family moved from Wales, England to live in Paris, France since the early 19th century. The family is basically engaged in finance and accounting. The mother is a Mul-born witch. There is a Mul sister, Bellatrix Williams, born in 1895 with the same name as Bella, who changed her name after marriage to Bellatrix Nicholas. Nelson's grandmother died in the bombing of the Axis during the First World War. The 40-year-old grandfather took up a gun and joined the army resolutely in order to avenge his wife, and finally died in the Battle of the Somme in 1916. During World War I, 20-year-old Bellatrix Nicholas met with a German journalist, Jonas Nicholas, living in Paris. Jonas was 30 years old. He hated the repressive social atmosphere in Germany, so he applied to the newspaper for a permanent residence in Paris. After meeting Bella, he decided to settle in Paris for a long time. In 1916, Nelson's grandfather died on the battlefield. Bella decided to leave this sad land, so he decided to move to London, England. Jonas respected his lover. He decided to resign from the newspaper, go to London with his lover, and settle down in a neighborhood where French immigrants gather in London. Bella found a job as a stock trader and Jonas became a full-time writer. In 1920, 25-year-old Bella married 35-year-old Jonas. Bella was 32 years old when he was adopted. She had quit her job as a stock trader and became a housewife. His uncle was a German writer and poet with glasses. He was a witty and learned prodigal son, and also a housewife. A generous and gentle elder, he and his aunt are very affectionate, and he is also loved by the surrounding residents. In 1939, Germany blitzed Poland. On the same day, an extreme Polish man in the community attacked Jonas when he went out to buy an evening newspaper after a meal, and wrote the insulting vocabulary "German dogs must die in Jonas' blood" on the ground next to him. Jonas had a ruptured spleen. He leaned against the wall on the corner of the street for half an hour and died of internal bleeding. Within half an hour, none of the neighbors who passed by helped this usually helpful neighbor. Men are best to vent the deficiencies in the frontal battlefield to other places, maybe prisoners of war, maybe passers-by, maybe women. Who knows? Back in London, Nelson saw his aunt in a black dress coming to the station to pick him up, and once again realized the fragility of life. Timeline, spoilers involved, slightly McGonagall, Hogwarts Quidditch commentary, a student that Dumbledore valued. Nelson was Gryffindor's female prefect when he enrolled, and was later asked by Dumbledore to guide Nelson Animagus during the campus. The preference and admiration for cats also caused Nelson's Animagus to become a cat. Nagini, a completely snake-like blood-cursed hawk. I met Tom Riddle when he was a child. As Snake Mania is an extremely rare talent in the wizarding world, Nagini can't communicate with others at all. Tom Riddle was the first person she met after she escaped from the circus to be completely snake-like, so she has a special dependence on Tom. And Nagini was also the first outsider Tom met with the magical world, and the relationship between the two was close and special. Irene Prince, Snape's mum. Her story hasn't been decided yet. Wahlberger Black 19,251,985. The eldest daughter of Bollocks Black and Irma Crabbe, and the mother of Sirius and Regulus. Married to cousin Orion Black, she and her husband are both descendants of Phineas Nigels. This explains why when she referred to the Black House, she called it my father's house. Alphad Black presumably died from 1976 to 1977, the second son of Bollocks Black and Irma Crabbe, and the uncle of Sirius. Uncle, mistranslated as uncle by the Humanities Society. He was expelled from the family because he funded a nephew who ran away from home, which appeared as a burnt hole in the Blake family tree. Clue 5. Possible source of naming. Alphad, a star located in the heart of the Hydra snake. Professor McGonagall gave up his lover for his career. This talented and grumpy Transfiguration professor always looked stubborn and thief at Hogwarts, but she was also full of sadness in the past. When Minerva was young, she fell in love with a mole named Dougal. She was planning to marry him, but she knew that she would not be able to get an errand at the Ministry of Magic by doing so. The same is true for Hogwarts faculty. Arrance Peveria introduced the invisibility cloak to the Potter family. We all know that the Deathly Hallows came from the story of the three Peveria brothers. The invisibility cloak actually entered the Potter family by a witch named Iolans Peveria, Ignatius Peveria, Freya's granddaughter. Since there is no male heir, she inherited the cloak. When she married Hardwin Potter, Harry's ancestor, the invisibility cloak became the inheritance of the Potter family. Iolancy is tight-lipped about the secrets of the origin of the cloak. Refer to the family tree of the Potter family and a brief history of the Potter family. Jocunda Sykes was the first person to fly across the Atlantic on a broomstick. According to the history of Quidditch, many witches are famous for advancing the sport, such as the popular Alwitch team Holyhead Harpies. In 1935, Jocunda Sykes broke the record of flying across the Atlantic on a broomstick before anyone else. Chapter 107. Slug Club. What's the matter? Rescue Barry. Nelson took a look at White, and saw that she was chatting with Lorian, so he whispered to Andrea, "Is he caught by moles again?" Andrea's facial features curled up like a chrysanthemum. "It's not enough. I don't know what he is doing recently." "What are you going to do then?" Nelson asked. "I have to find something serious to do, right? Staying here every day feels like my bones are going to rust." "About this job, you can actually learn from your dear senior Newt." Andre grinned. "You can go to Ifan. "What? Are you going to be a spy?" Nelson raised his eyebrows. "I have to say, I'm getting excited." "No," Andre said, "I don't mean that Newt's commander is a spy. In fact, he won't find anything here, because we didn't have any big plans." I said the reason to learn from him is simply because he has a wealth of experience in the United States you are studying, or that you only need to go to iFarm Uni. "Is there any reason?" "Why do I only need to go to iFarm Uni?" "Because it has no class, just like your Hufflepuffs at Hogwarts. It is very suitable for you who suddenly stop studying due to an accident. Will you put any switch on me? As long as I get to Ifamoni, will the bombs you buried there explode? Nelson ignored the nonsense that Andre was saying. He asked, or say you will become a chipmunk hiding in my box. When I get to Ifamoni, I will run out to assassinate their principal. Andre's mouth twitched, turning his head and turning his ears to white, and asked, does the scars on my face seem so incompatible? I feel like Nelson imagined me like that kind of terrorist. White turned his head and looked at Andre's face, then nodded and said, indeed, kind of. Okay. Andre took the chopsticks awkwardly and awkwardly poked the staple food on the plate, and introduced, you know the Krakow we have been to before, it is the geographic center of Europe. So we plan to build a Witcher highway with that as the center. If you want to get rich, build roads, you know, the unchanging truth. If you can go to the United States, I don't need to find someone else to garrison, and you're not quite. Do you like that place in Krakow? If you stay there, you can also be stationed in Krakow. I can give you a higher rank. Are you so short of people? Nelson raised his eyebrows. How many places should one man be stationed? Mainly this kind of work is relatively leisurely. Andre curled his lips. And there have been many more important things in the past few years. There is indeed a shortage of manpower. Witcher highway. Newt raised his head. He keenly felt the point of the words, and pretended to ask casually, what is that? I believe you are not a spy now, and you are too amateur. Andre glanced at him, shrugged and continued, this is not a shameful thing. Wizard highway, as the name suggests, just for wizards provide convenient facilities for travel, similar to the Flu network, but more centralized and larger in scale. They have played an agglomeration effect, which you may not understand, but this is the latest academic term. What is the difference between it and Flu network? Newt asked shamelessly. I mean, since Flu network can already meet travel needs, you have to know that the Flu network of each country is controlled by its own Ministry of Magic. In this case, international travel can only use some more complicated methods. Andre explained patiently. As for apparition, on the one hand, apparition can only go to places that have been visited. On the other hand, although everyone at our table is familiar with it, for most wizards, apparition is still a more difficult magic. I won't. Nelson raised his hand and said weakly, I teach you. Newt smiled and rubbed his hair. I believe you will learn it soon. This is the real project to benefit the people. Andre continued triumphantly. When you preach the threat of our saints every day, only we really think about how to make wizards' lives more convenient. I didn't. Your highway does sound pretty good. Newt opened his mouth and argued, then smiled bitterly and shook his head, and stopped talking. So compared to the Flu network, this Witcher highway can also transport bulk goods quickly? Nelson interrupted suddenly. This. Andre opened his mouth, sluggishly making no sound. After a while, he shook his head and smiled awkwardly. Nelson, we are all in the same group. When shall I go? After chatting to the dead, he changed the subject abruptly, which is Nelson's masterpiece. After some time, when the highway is repaired, we have to wait until next year. Is it okay after the new year? Yes. Nelson put down his chopsticks, looked at the empty plate and nodded in satisfaction, and said, then I'll add something to the agenda. Well, you can prepare. Andre glanced around the table and found that only the plate in front of him was left with scum on the table because of his inability to use tableware proficiently. Is everyone full? Any arrangements later? I'll take Luo Lian around, so the gentlemen don't get in. White wiped his mouth gracefully, and floated out like a swan taking Luo Lian's hand. I want to go to the suburban mountains. Nelson put on his hat, picked up his cane, got up and walked to the front desk to pay the bill, leaving Newt and Andre sitting in place, staring at them. I'll accompany Nelson and tell him about the principle of apparition by the way. Newt picked up the box and left with a stride, leaving Andre sitting at the table, shaking his head with a wry smile. Widowed old man. Nelson, wait for me. Nelson walked out of the store and looked back and saw Newt, who had the same hair and color as himself, trot after him and stopped. "Senior Newt, I'll be with you." Newt gave a shy smile and followed Nelson onto the tram. "Senior Newt, why are you acting so aggressive in front of Andre?" There were only two of them in the empty tram. After a period of silence, Nelson asked curiously, "I remember meeting you for the first time. It doesn't add up to the amount of time to talk about their meal just now." "You really have a talent for chatting, Nelson," Newt said in a daze. "Everyone has two faces. If I be gentle or friendly to those saints, they will get worse." "Is that so?" Nelson thought. "Isn't it?" Newt asked rhetorically. "Aren't you named Nelson Williams? But here, your name is Wiltoning, isn't it?" "Yes it is." "I take the liberty to ask, do you have anything to do with the Wiltonings in Buzzbarton?" "They are my biological parents." Nelson cast his gaze out of the window and shuttled back and forth among the mountains in the suburbs. "We are going to visit them now." "Sorry, it doesn't matter. I don't actually have any impression of them." Nelson retracted his gaze. "I'm just curious, why do so many people know them? Were they famous back then?" "Yes, they are very famous." Newt's gaze was also blurred. "They are also very good. They are the best people. I didn't expect them to be buried here." "Do you know them?" "I don't know each other, but I have a relationship with them." Newt thought for a moment, then suddenly pulled out his wand to point to his temple, and asked, "Have you never met your parents?" "I think I must have seen it, but I have no memory." Nelson raised his head and looked at Newt's forehead. Under the traction of his wand, wisps of silver mist flowed out of his temple, and he got out of the box. He took out a small crystal bottle and stuffed the silver mist in like a piece of tulle. The silver mist in the bottle was like gas and liquid, shining with mysterious silver light. Nelson asked, "This is what?" "This is a memory." Newt plugged the bottle with a cork and handed the bottle to Nelson. "I'm not very good at talking, but I think you must really want to know your parents, right?" "I copy my memory of them." "I have given you a copy. When you encounter the opportunity to read your memory, you can use it to get to know them in my eyes." A chance to read memories. Nelson thought, remembering a broken wash basin in Dumbledore's office. "Can you tell me roughly what kind of people they are?" "I can tell you." Newt shook his head apologetically. "But after learning that you are their child, I became more confused about why you were here." "After Grindelwald escaped from prison, they were the people who fought at the forefront of the war in Beijing. That battle was really tragic. The whole Paris couldn't stop burning." "Did you see the battle?" The tram ran smoothly, but Nelson's hand still gripped the handrail tightly. "Yes, I was looking for Nicolas May in Paris at the time." Newt showed a look of memory. "They are really very powerful wizards and wizards. Two of them can hold Grindelwald, your father's deformed water, surrounding the entire city of Paris. It looks like that kind of magical animal called a dragon in Eastern legends. It extinguished more than half of the fierce fire. Your mother is also very good, but I don't understand the magic." Nelson stretched out his other hand and took the handrail on the other side. "Your mother looked weak at the time, but she was still brave." A trace of admiration appeared on Newt's face. He thought about it and asked, "She should have just given birth to you at that time." "Your birthday? When is it?" "It's January 1st. New Year." "A good day." "Tom, where did you go this New Year?" "I remember you spent the previous New Year with Williams, right?" "Hogwarts, Slytherin Tower, in Slughorn's office." Slytherin Dean Professor Slughorn looked at Tom, who was serious about helping him deal with potion materials, and asked with concern. "Yes, Professor." Tom put down the pupa in his hand, raised his head and replied, "I may go back to the orphanage or stay in school. I grew up in the orphanage. The Nah family is my family." But he lowered his head, his sharp face was hidden in the shadow of his neckline, and his expression was blocked by his half-length black hair. "Sorry, Tom." Slughorn stood up, went to the wine cabinet and picked out a bottle of mead, took out 2 more glasses and filled them, and put one in front of Tom. "It's okay, Professor." Tom raised his head and smiled at him again, raising his eyebrows while looking at the wineglass in front of him. "Drink, boy." Slughorn patted him on the shoulder, took his glass and drank it. "I think you need it. It's okay. This wine is easy to drink and has a low degree." "Thank you, Professor. Tom raised his glass and took a sip. The smell of alcohol hit his head, and he blinked vigorously. I understand you, boy. When I was young, I had friends like your Mr. Williams. Slughorn filled himself with another glass, raised his eyebrows at Tom, raised his glass and touched him. It's still long in the days to come, and you'll see each other again. Yes, Professor. Tom nodded. He could see that Slughorn didn't seem to care about the Slytherin student. Nah. He followed the professor's words and said, I often write to him. This year, I just can't see it. You can think so. Slughorn nodded, picked up a box of pupae on the table, and said admiringly, you handled them very well, Tom. You have helped me a lot this year. I think your closure can end early. What do you think? Because the impact of the night travel incident in the first grade was extremely bad, Tom, who took responsibility for his responsibility, was punished for 2 years in confinement, but he did not rely on the dean's love to evade punishment. The medicinal materials needed to deal with the potions class for Slughorn. During the year of confinement, he learned a lot of knowledge from this, and Slughorn's appreciation for him became even stronger. No, Professor, this will make you embarrassed. Tom shook his head. He bit his thin lip, looking like a good gentleman who made himself wronged for others. I have learned a lot when an erudite wizard does things. This kind of opportunity is a rare opportunity for others in their lifetime. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Tom's unobtrusive compliment, Slughorn was relaxed and laughed like a barbell. Then you are welcome. Just ask if you want to know. You are too shy. Shy, Tom. I've never been polite, Professor. I have learned too much knowledge from you. But your knowledge is too broad, so I always feel that I haven't asked anything. Tom chuckled lightly, which made Slughorn happier. He picked up the pupa he had just processed and asked, by the way, Professor, is this the pupa of the ghost face moth? Yes. You still know it? Yes, Professor. After all, my teacher is a world-famous potion master, so I have read a lot of books about potions. Because of the mead, Tom's cheeks were flushed and he was shy. He smiled and asked him politely as if he was drunk, Professor, is this thing precious? Can I take one back and store it? I think it is very beautiful. Very well, Tom. Discovering the beauty of potions is an important step towards a higher level of potions. Slughorn received too many surprises today, and he waved his hand. Take whatever you like, take it as you like. Yes. Now, do you know what potion it is for? I don't know, Professor. Tom picked up one of the most symmetrical and full pupa, carefully pouched into his pocket. He looked drunk. He said too many compliments because of alcohol tonight, as if he speaks truthfully after drinking, but the flashing red light in his eyes confirms that he is calmer and sober than ever. I have only heard of its name, but the introduction of its use in books is always vague. I think only the top potion masters will understand the use of this rare material. Ha ha ha, you don't know it is normal. This is not your course content, but my private collection. Slughorn patted his stomach, making it tremble like jelly, and explained, for now said that the pupa of the ghost-face hawk moth has only one purpose in potions, and that is to formulate a potion to assist animagus practice. You are so amazing. Tom looked at him admiringly and complimented. I didn't expect you to even know this kind of advanced knowledge. I know a lot. Slughorn stiffened proudly. You can follow me and learn a lot of profound magic and potions that you can't imagine. It's different from the simple teaching in school. I can train you into a true elite. Really? Tom asked excitedly. Can I really learn from a wizard like you? Yes, Tom. Slughorn looked at the energetic student in front of him, and said with satisfaction, I have a way of knowing people. As long as I value people, there will always be great achievements, and you are the student I admire most now. Really? Professor? Tom looked less confident. On the contrary. He looked at Slughorn with a half-confused, half-yearning look, and his voice became quieter. Do you think I can? Yes, Tom. I have never missed anyone. Slughorn nodded earnestly. You said you have nowhere to go in the new year. Why don't you go to a party with me? This is something I looked forward to. The club formed by the students, they, and you in the future, are the elites of the elite. Thank you, Professor. Tom's expression became more and more excited. This club has an interesting name, and I want to invite you to join. Slughorn invited, stroking his stomach. It is a cute name. It's called the Slug Club. Is your dean still Professor Slughorn? The magic-driven tram was very fast, and in a short while, Nelson and Newt were sent to the foot of the hill on the outskirts of Newmangad. Nelson took the lead to jump off the tram. Newt, who was talking about school life, followed closely. He stepped out of the carriage and asked about the current situation of Hogwarts. As soon as he stood still, the tram closed the door and started on its own, raising the sky with smoke and dust. Ahem, yes, Nelson replied, covering his nose and mouth. When you were at Hogwarts, was he the Dean of Slytherin? Yes, Professor Slughorn seems to be the same group of Hogwarts graduates as Professor Dumbledore. He was so young when I was in school that I saw him in a potions magazine last year. When I was in the photo, I suspected that I had confessed to the wrong person. Newt's eyes narrowed, revealing the look of memories, as if completely buried in the enjoyment that memory brought him. At that time, I had a good friend who liked it as much as I did. Fantastic animals. She often does some small experiments. We sometimes go to Slughorn's medicinal material room to borrow potions that are not available. Is that why you dropped out of Hogwarts? Nelson asked curiously. Did Professor Slughorn get caught by borrowing potions? Ha ha ha, I was really caught by him, Newt said with a slight redness on his pale cheeks, and he said with a smile, but after being caught, Professor Slughorn did not punish us, but helped us with some more suitable potions. I have to say, his potions attainments are really high. He has always been tolerant to students. Nelson thought of his previous night tour experience. Tom, my good friend, do you remember? Last time I stayed with me in a hidden place, and we had a meal together. I remember him, that handsome guy. Newt seemed to remember something, and stretched his hand to his ribs and rubbed it lightly. Good guy, his obstacle spell impressed me. Ha ha ha, he's very powerful. Nelson lightly punched Newt in the ribs and laughed happily. He is like this, he is very decisive in dealing with possible dangers, but if you get acquainted with him, you will find out. He is really a very nice person. I can see, Nelson, you are a good boy. Newt grabbed Nelson's wrist. His eyes narrowed into two slits, and rubbed his hair with the other hand. Your friends must be too good, boy. How do you know that I am a good boy? Nelson didn't want to mess up his hairstyle. He tried hard to break free. After a struggle, he frustrated his neck and asked under Newt's hands. Nothing is better. The child will leave school. You know Zoo, that's enough. Newt's hand tightened. People who like magical animals must not be bad guys. That's not necessarily true. Nelson shrugged. Grindelwald also keeps a Voltura bat. Nelson, I have to tell you, although I have a different position from him, I understand that he does those things for his own reasons. Newt took his hand away from Nelson's head, his expression serious. He squinted his eyes and looked at Newmont. Gad's most central tower said, however, even if his starting point may be good, even if his goal is so just, but since he has done too many bad things for this, then this thing is very important. It's hard to call it better. I understand, Senior Newt. Nelson nodded and changed the subject. Let's continue talking about Professor Slughorn. At the beginning, Tom organized almost all freshmen in our first year to go on a night tour. The next day after being discovered, Professor Slughorn only fined him for 2 years in confinement, and went to his office once a week to help and do some light work. He must like your friend very much. New Features nodded. Professor Slughorn is blameless in teaching, but sometimes he always likes to teach some students that he likes. But I heard that he is optimistic. The students have all mixed up pretty well in the end. Anyway, he doesn't care about me. Nelson shrugged and said nonchalantly, anyway, I really don't understand potions. I always feel that as long as the process and measurement are the same, the potions made must be the same. but you and a friend of mine have similar views. He has always argued that potions is not a subject that requires magical talent. He always said that this kind of work should be taught to the moles in the factory. Really? There is such insight? Nelson asked with interest. Did he prove his point of view later? It proves that he has been practicing his theory all the time. Newt looked at Nelson with a strange look, and slowly said, he exploded the crucible because of a mistake in the potions OWL's exam. Then I got at, so that I couldn't participate in the follow-up Newt course, and missed my favorite job. Oh, this, Nelson said dryly. Senior Newt, your potions must be very good. Otherwise, Professor Slughorn won't give you such a favor. No, my potions are pretty mediocre. Newt shook his head. The main reason he can let me go is because of my brother. Your brother? Yes, he was a war hero in World War I. After the war he went to the Ministry of Magic to become an Auror, Newt said with some pride. Professor Slughorn ... I can't say that, but he always pays more attention to those students with more prominent backgrounds, or they have one or more famous relatives. Of course, your battle hero brother is also on this list. Nelson helped him finish the unspeakable words, and then asked, you just said that your brother is a battle hero of World War I? If I understand correctly, the World War I should be talking about a mole war. But the secrecy law? Yes, it was the battle. New Features nodded. As for the secrecy law, at that time, although Archer Everman banned wizards from participating in the Mole War, those who aspired to it would not buy him. Thousands of wizards participated in the war to defend their country. Oh, Nelson nodded and continued to ask, is that good friend of yours? She is my brother's fiancée. Newt turned his head, preventing Nelson from seeing his expression. It seemed that he didn't want to continue the topic. The two walked side by side along the path to the cemetery on the top of the mountain. The atmosphere fell into silence and embarrassment for a while. When Nelson could see the iron gate of the cemetery, Newt suddenly spoke. Forget about business, Nelson. He raised his arm and scratched his head shamelessly, and his tone returned to the most common shy tone. Phantom shift is actually not difficult, as long as you can concentrate. It is easy to succeed. How do you usually pay attention? Should be okay, Nelson replied. Professor Bint's history of magic is very interesting to me. Then there is no problem. Newt was taken aback by the answer, and quickly twisted his neck to look at Nelson. In this case, I will give you a brief introduction to the principle of apparition. You need to concentrate. Think about the target location, then fill your brain with a strong idea of going to the target location, and then use your mind to guide your magic. In fact, Grindelwald is the master of apparition. Although this magic is used in the same way, he can always play with flowers. Nelson closed his eyes. Wait, don't worry, I haven't finished it yet, Newt said, seeing that Nelson was ready to try, and said hurriedly, it is very dangerous to try apparition rashly, and it is easy to cause split. Just transfer part of the body. You definitely don't want to suffer that kind of torture. I remember when I was learning Phantom Shift, the teacher said that the most important thing for Phantom Shift is to follow the 3D principle, that is, goal, determination and calmness. Newt took a big step forward and stood in front of Nelson, pointing at the gate of the cemetery. His eyes pressed tightly against it. The first step is to focus your attention on your goal, such as the open space in front of the iron gate, and be free of distractions. He drew out his wand, held it in his hand, and continued, the second step is to imagine that you are moving in the direction of your goal, so that there is only the thought of you want to go there in your heart, and let this thought spread from your brain and fill your whole body. He closed his eyes, tapped his right foot, and turned around in a circle. The last step is to make a circle on a spot, feel your body slowly becoming emptied, and use magic to draw your movement. As soon as the voice fell, Newt disappeared in front of Nelson. Nelson blinked and saw Newt beckoning to him in front of the door. The next moment, he appeared in front of him again. Try it. Newt patted him on the shoulder, smiling and encouraging. Nelson didn't speak, just nodded, looked nervously in the direction of the door, then drew out his wand, imitating Newt's movements, and turned on the spot. But the feeling of darkness and oppression did not appear when the followers appeared. Nelson only felt that he did not turn enough. He turned again, and there was still no change. He turned again. Finally, a kind of the dizziness he had never experienced before hit his forehead. Nelson only felt that his body had lost its gravity and his soul was floating in the void. Darkness rushed in front of his eyes, and Nelson steadied his body, opened his chapped lips and asked, "I didn't drop my finger or anything?" After a while, Newt's voice came from his ear. It turned out that apparition was following him. Nelson thought happily, while listening to Newt's reassuring voice, "Don't worry, Nelson, you don't have a split phenomenon." Great. Nelson was intoxicated with the joy of success and couldn't help himself. He turned out to be a genius. Now Nelson, I suggest you open your eyes slowly. It will be disgusting to go around too many times. It's okay, Senior Newt. Nelson straightened up on his knees, closed his eyes and raised a thumb, grinned at him with white teeth. "I'm not afraid of dizziness." "I mean, Nelson, you'd better open your eyes and have a look." Newt's voice was a little embarrassed. "You didn't apparat successfully. You just made a lot of circles in place." Nelson didn't find the unruly hair on the top of his head. This unsymbolized feeling made his throat tighten. He opened his eyes as hard as he could, and he saw the big, standing proudly in the distance, at a glance. Timon, a discomfort caused by vertigo suddenly hit him, and Nelson's eyes went dark, and he sat on the ground. Newt covered his face. The way he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh made Nelson even more uncomfortable. He stretched out his wand and comforted, "Actually, this is normal for the first apparition, and you have to. I know that when your classmates are learning apparition in the future, everyone will be watching when such embarrassing things happen, and you are different. There is only me by your side, and I will definitely not tell others." Newt is not a person who is good at comforting others. He watched Nelson's face turn from red to black and slowly green, swallowed, and whispered, "I'll go over there and check it out. Maybe this is not the first time. It's a complete failure of apparition. Maybe you have sent something past." Nelson sat weakly on the ground, lowered his head and took his wand and drew a circle on the ground in the opposite direction to his own rotation, trying to ease the discomfort caused by the rotation. He drew circles on the ground until Newt's apparition moved back to him, just in time to hear his broken thoughts, "I have no face to meet people. Since I have died socially, I will bury him in my parents next to it." "Calm down, Nelson." Newt stubbornly persuaded him. He felt that the temperature around him had dropped by 2 degrees, so he quickly raised the baby in his hand and said to Nelson like a treasure, "I'm right, it really wasn't a completely failed apparition." "What?" Nelson raised his head, slowly crawling back to bloody on his green face, and slowly twisting his neck to look at Newt's hand. He saw that in Newt's hand, there was a golden question mark. Looking at each other, Nelson took back the obnoxious question mark at the moment Newt was stunned, turned it back into his hair and hid it on top of his head, and yelled at the sky, "Look, Grindelwald is flying in the sky." Taking advantage of Newt's effort to look up at the sky, Nelson picked up his wand and pointed it to the top of his head, and whispered, "Recover as before." When Newt turned around, Nelson had already pretended that nothing had happened, and continued to stare at the iron gate of the cemetery in circles. "Are you practicing apparition here, Nelson?" A magnetic male voice came, and Nelson and Newt turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. "I have to say, your perception is very keen. I can be seen by you when I fly so high." Gelert Grindelwald is standing opposite Nelson and Newt holding a black-brown flying broomstick. Grindelwald. Newt's body tightened suddenly. He raised his wand and pointed it at Grindelwald's front door. Slowly bent down, put the Alwison suitcase on the ground, hooked the buckle of the suitcase with the little finger of his left hand. A pair of bright orange eyes looked out from the opening of the suitcase, staring at Grindel. Fertile. Newt's tone was extremely calm, but his twitching cheeks revealed his clenched teeth and uneasy mood. The sleeve of his right hand that raised his wand slipped off, and the muscles of his forearm were tight. After putting down the box, Newt slowed down, moved, walked between Nelson and Grindelwald, firmly blocking Nelson behind him. Oh! Grindelwald tilted his head, squinted his eyes and looked at the pale blonde-haired man before him. After a while, he asked, "Newt's commander." He didn't take out his magic wand, but stood on the spot leaning on the flying broomstick, looking at the strange combination in front of him with interest, suddenly lowered his head and chuckled, as if thinking of something interesting. "Have you formed any combination?" "Hogwarts dropout student combination?" Grindelwald smiled enough. He raised his head. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, put down his wand and straightened his collar, and asked, "You can take me one. Don't you tell me, I also dropped out of Temstrang midway." Newt didn't answer, but just looked at the surroundings from his side, and stepped back a few steps, getting closer to Nelson. "If you fight later, you will run, you know." He squeezed a word through his teeth, peeked his left hand back, and patted Nelson on the shoulder. He had completely forgotten that Nelson was supposed to be with Grindelwald. They only felt that they should protect this young schoolboy from the Dark Lord's hands, so they said softly, "Zuwu will come out of the box later, and you will run over and lie on him. On his back, he will take you away." Senior Newt, actually I ding ding sia or Zuo 46com. "Don't worry about me. He never pleased me in my hands." Newt blew his whistle, and the box on the side was slowly pushed from inside. Opened. In the clear sky, dark clouds slowly gathered, and after only a few seconds, an atmosphere of black clouds pressing down on the city and wanting to destroy the city was added to the top of the head. Nelson squinted his eyes, and a vigorous figure flew quickly among the flashes of electric light. "Is it Thunderbird?" Nelson thought. When did he follow? "Seriously, I'm a little touched. If there are more people like you in the world, there will be fewer tragedies." Grindelwald sighed and threw the broom aside, and said sternly, "Put away yours magic wand. I don't want to disturb people's sleep here." "Grindelwald, you!" Newt held up his wand and looked at the Dark Lord on the opposite side suspiciously. "As you said to Nelson, I've never been a good person in your hands." Grindelwald pressed both hands and asked in a deep voice, "So what's the point for you to come to our Newmont Gate?" Newt was choked by this question. He didn't expect to encounter Grindelwald here. In his imagination, Grindelwald, who is doing things all over the world, should appear anywhere, but it shouldn't. Appearing in his base camp, facing strong enemies, but there are still weak people behind him who need to protect himself. Newt's nervousness disappeared. He calmly asked, "I remember you said that Newmangud is an inclusive of all wizards place. Can't I come and see it?" "Oh?" Grindelwald smiled, and he sighed. "Newt, after so many years, you have matured a lot. Are you here to give up the secret?" "Mr. Grindelwald." Nelson walked out from behind Newt and explained to Grindelwald standing beside him, "I met Senior Newt in Krakow, and he promised to teach me some magic such as apparition. So I invited him to live as a guest." Newt panicked when he saw Nelson stand up, and stretched out his hand to pull him behind him. "Ha ha ha ha." Grindelwald looked at Newt's slightly antics, and couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head, raised his hands and said, his tone was even a little relieved, "Newt, you did what your friend did before. Shut up. Don't talk about her." Newt's emotions became agitated, and he yelled at Grindelwald, "You are not worthy." Ding ding novels. "Sorry, Newt. Every wizard is equally important in my heart. What happened like that is not what I want to see. The death of such a good witch is more sad than you think." Grindelwald not angry at his rudeness, he just shook his head sadly. "Since you are a friend invited by Nelson, you are also a guest of Newmangud. Welcome to Newmangud. The guests who have come recently are really getting more and more interesting." He looked at Newt with a sincere look, bent down and picked up the flying broomstick that he had thrown aside, and looked at Nelson's orders. Said, "Take Newt to stroll around here, let him open his eyes and see what kind of city is here. What I think in my heart, and our ideals. Okay. Nelson nodded and agreed. Then he'll go first. There's something else. By the way, Nelson, there is no need to think too much about the process when apparition. In fact, almost all wizards don't know that apparition is experienced. What kind of process? You only need to focus on yourself and your destination, and the magic of the rest will help you complete. Grindelwald could not bear to see Nelson's magic of love in circles and couldn't bear it. Zoo said, "There is one more thing. When you went to Poland, I opened the restricted library area to you. You take the stick connected to the statue and enter. It will automatically recognize that you can read. The books that are most in line with your current progress will be delivered to your eyes so that you don't have to look for the books aimlessly." "Thank you, Mr. Grindelwald." Nelson nodded and watched Grindelwald step on his broomstick. Grindelwald's movements on the broom were very professional and consistent. Like a professional Quidditch player, he stepped on the ground lightly, and the broom floated lightly off the ground. His robe was hunting under the breeze. A ring of smoke spread from under his feet. "Wait, Grindelwald." Newt suddenly interrupted Grindelwald's movements. Grindelwald got off the broom and stood politely to listen to him. Newt thought for a moment and asked, "Why did you leave Nelson here?" "I checked. There is no trace of confusion curse or imperious curse on his body. I didn't force him to stay," Grindelwald explained. "It's just that Nelson has nowhere to go. I am very spacious and I need him to eat and wear, so I invited him to stay here." "What do you want?" Newt asked. "What do you want from him? The support of his parents' comrades back then, or something strange?" Newt, although it's a good thing to think hard, it's not good if you think too much. Grindelwald shook his head and corrected, "You don't know what I'm really looking for." "Nelson is a firm of mine. I am optimistic about the outstanding young man. This is not only because of his descendants of my strong enemy. It may be like this at the beginning, but then more because of his own talent. He have seen too much of me in Nelson the Shadow of the Year. If you meet a young wizard who is as gifted as him, will you drive him away?" "I won't." Newt has the qualities that most Hufflepuffs have. He is honest and not stubborn. He has always been a frank person. You may think that our old friend Albus and I are incompatible, but I am as focused on education as he is. Grindelwald turned his eyes to Nelson, and his voice sounded extremely brisk. "But I am different from him. I think more talented wizards deserve more preferential treatment, don't they? So I have always tolerated you a lot, even if you have put me in jail because you are the kind of talented wizard. Understand?" After he finished speaking, he stopped talking, just straddled his broomstick again, kicked his legs, and quickly went into the sky. Zewin.org. "What position do you say he played in the Quidditch team?" Nelson issued an untimely question, recalling what Grindelwald had just said about apparition, looking at the iron gate in the distance and turning his body in place. Darkness rushed toward his eyes and whole body like a tide, and a sense of oppression accumulated over his body from all directions. The next moment, Nelson stood in front of the iron gate. He held his forehead. His body swayed uncontrollably because of his weakness. Newt teleported to the side when he saw this, held him, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm okay." Nelson tried to stop shaking his body and replied in a low voice, "I just feel a little tired." "You are too young. Apparition should not be the magic that you should be exposed to at your age, so your mana reserves may not be enough to support yourself for a complete apparition. I have seen your transformation and it uses this is a very magic-saving technique. Otherwise you will not have the power to support the large-scale deformation." Newt explained quickly, reaching out to his suitcase and shouting, "The suitcase is flying." So Nelson was a little dry. "You need to eat some high-calorie food and a lot of drinking water." Newt took out a box of waffles and a large kettle from the compartment of the suitcase, opened the box, took out a piece and handed it to Nelson, while reaching into the box, rubbing in the mezzanine. "Cup. Where is my cup?" Zuen Novel Network. "Thank you." Nelson took the waffle. Newt's dessert box seemed to have some magic. The texture of the waffle was as soft and sweet as it was freshly baked, and it was even hot. He took it from his pocket. He took out a small metal ball and placed it in his palm, and it quickly turned into a white porcelain teacup. I have a cup here. Oh, this is really great. Newt unscrewed the lid of the big kettle, poured sweet water into the cup, and exclaimed, "Nice deformation, Nelson." Chapter 110 Special Door Knocker. Tom. What are you doing? In the Slytherin lounge, Tom, who had finished sorting potions, was lying on the wooden table next to the fireplace and writing. Hearing the sound next to him, he hurriedly covered the parchment with his hand and turned his head to look behind him. His movements were a bit big, and he woke up the kitten lying in his arms and was dozing off. The question mark's anger was a little serious, and he rushed to his face with an awful sound. "Oh, Writington and I have to send him something. Stop. Don't put your nose on your face," Tom asked as he struggled. "What do you want to bring to him?" "Anything. I can stuff it into the parcel easily. Anyway, a little bit more will be sent." "I think about it. I knitted gloves for you, but they are Christmas gifts." "I'll wait until Christmas." The visitor picked up the kitten from Tom's head, gently hugged it in his arms and shook it. Soon, a comfortable grunt was squeezed from her throat, and she rubbed her arm and shook her tail. "Okay, then I don't care about you." Tom carefully wrote down his final address, took his wand to dry himself, carefully rolled up the parchment, tied the knots and pressed the paint, and suddenly he woke up in a dream. Turned his head and asked, "Christ, why are you here? Why can't I be here?" Christian blinked his dark black eyes, staring at Tom and asked, "Can't you come here?" "No." Tom looked behind Christian, picked up the quill and dipped it in ink, and wrote Nelson's name on the side of the parchment scroll, and whispered, "This is the Slytherin lounge, only Slytherin." The lettering students know the password. "How did you get in?" "I walked in behind a girl," Christian said smugly, raising the green scarf tucked into the collar. "She also asked me what grade I was in and wanted to ask me to play in Hogsmeade on the weekend!" Tom was a little sad. He felt that the phrase "Hogwarts is the safest place in the world" that Nelson told him before was lying to him, so he had no choice but to stand up, picking up his feet and packing tightly. The package said, "I'm going to the Ravenclaw Tower to send a letter. Do you want to go? Will you go to dinner later? I have an appointment with Alfred and Wahlberger." "Okay." The girl smiled sweetly, followed Tom, and walked to the door of the lounge with the kitten in her arms. "You said we can stuff it in a parcel and send it to Na?" Tom stood by the corridor waiting for the stairs connecting the tower to turn around, turned and asked Christian, "I can't stand it a little bit. Take it to Will. His own master prevent him from being so mad." "No." Christian hugged the kitten in her hand, strangling it to wake up from its doze. "Weekly meow," she argued for reasons, and said disgustingly, "Look at what you are talking about." "Come on." "Let a small cat with a question mark ride an owl across the ocean? How could it withstand the turbulence of this journey, and what kind of cat would he raise? If you don't raise it, give it to me and metal raises." "Skinny?" Tom waited up the stairs and stepped up first. He felt that he might have heard it wrong, and couldn't help repeating Christian's outrageous adjective. "Isn't it skinny? It's so small, so pitiful and cute." Christian shook the awakened kitten gently, and the question mark stretched out of her arms and looked at Tom provocatively, then turned his head and licked it gently. He licked Christian's cheek and buried her head in her arms with a meow. After this operation, Christian's whole body was about to melt. She held the kitten tightly against her face, indulging in staying in the middle of the stairs. Tom watched the stairs leading Christian to the direction of the Hufflepuff Tower and hurriedly chased them along the corridor. "It's a sinner." He stroked his forearm and neck. The scratches just after the question mark were faintly painful. Looking at Christian moving along the stairs, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Dumbledore can really buy things." The personalities of both pets are so irritable. After some tossing, Tom and Christian finally came downstairs in the Ravenclaw Tower, climbed up the stairs that no longer did Brownian exercise, and passed by the entrance of Ravenclaw's lounge. "You tell me, Ravenclaw's lounge is much easier to enter than Slytherin's. The brass ring at the door may be rusty, asking some weird questions all day long. Christian trot and followed. He whispered beside Tom. Tom, who noticed the speed of Christian's short legs, slowed down, listening to her comment on the knockers that Ravenclaws were proud of. I came here to find Myrtle last time, and the door was unexpectedly. It has blocked a lot of people. Do you know what question it asks? What? Tom frowned. He only knew that the door knocker might be a precious agitation, but he never cared what it asked. It asked them who the Prime Minister of the UK is. Isn't it Chamberlain? Yes, Christian nodded, but none of them knows. Maybe it's because Chamberlain is the Prime Minister of Muggles? Tom thought for a moment and explained. Many wizards don't care about Muggles. For them, Chamberlain may not be as important as a Quidditch blue-collar player. That's the problem. Christian looked around, saw that there were no people around, and slightly let go of his voice. At least half of those people are Muggleborn students. I think they obviously know it, but just no one said it. Why? Tom was a little puzzled. Is it because the students of Ravenclaw find this kind of question is too simple to show their wisdom? 109eobifang.com. No one likes to stay in the corridor and blow the cold wind. Christian's years of experience in the London sewers are almost catching up with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. She is also much more capable of observing words and colors. And she explained inexplicably. Said, for many Muggleborn students, this past and birth is a stain on their bodies. After they come to Hogwarts, they will do their best to cut off the connection between themselves and Muggles. I went home. It's strange, isn't it? I always thought the Ravenclaws would only be frustrated by poor grades. Tom blew a slightly heavy whistle and strode towards the top of the tower. It's not just Ravenclaw, other colleges are like this. Many wizards like us who are born in Muggles hate their own origin. I have a roommate who turns over other people's genealogies all day long to become a member of an ancient family. Dismissed the transcript. Oh, yes, Tom heard this, remembering what he always forgot, and said lightly, give me a copy of the transcript back. And now I will check your study results. ... Christian Tank Sing Song suddenly lost the interest in speaking. She narrowed her mouth and turned her head to the side. Also, Tom stopped abruptly. Christian, who was not looking at the way, accidentally ran into his back. The question mark was squeezed between the two and let out a weak scream. Tom moved a step further and turned around. Body, said seriously, don't use the little magic that Alphad taught you to modify your grades. My eyes can see through all the disguise. Well, Christian replied dryly, and trot to follow Tom who had already gone away. Feel the wisdom of Ravenclaw, Tom said verbally. It doesn't matter whether they are wise or not. At least advocating wisdom is already wise enough. Don't learn from those guys in your college. Heaven just wanted to drill into the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, he happened to pass by the door of the Ravenclaw lounge and felt that someone approaching the door knocker was asking a question. Who is the most beautiful knocker in the world? Oh, this. Tom stopped again, bent over the knocker with a chuckle, and complimented. Of course it's you. Beautiful lady. Wonderful answer. The door knocker did not manipulate the door panel at the entrance of the Ravenclaw lounge as usual, but asked another question in a quiet female voice. Who is the smartest person in the world? As everyone knows, Miss Rowena Ravenclaw is the smartest person in the world. Tom said softly. He had never dealt with this knocker before, and didn't know it wouldn't ask so many questions. Tom raised his head and watched the door knocker exuding the unique cluster of bronze knocking on the wall with a very high frequency. He didn't know whether it had emotions, but if it did, it should be at this moment. Excited, Tom turned his mind and continued. But I think everyone has his own wisdom. Even Ravenclaw himself dare not say that he has all knowledge in all aspects. For me, everyone is a wise man in what he is good at. The knocker fell silent, and after a while, when Tom was a little impatient and ready to leave, the quiet female voice asked again, do you really think so? Of course. Tom straightened up and looked at the door knocker, feeling more and more that this antique that can communicate smoothly with people is of great value, and the scarlet in his eyes flashed by. You don't seem to want to come in. the knocker asked again. "I'm just passing by." Tom raised his valuation of the door knocker by an order of magnitude, and his eyes became somewhat unscrupulous. "Next time you come, you can go in without asking questions." It lifted up slightly, and after speaking the last sentence, it fell down, dingling and clacking on the door panel with a crisp knock. Played novels online. Tom stood there and waited for a while, and found that it was completely silent, then cast a strange look at Christian, who was standing by, and asked, "Is it the 111th chapter? Fashionable value X can be equipped with a significant positive correlation with combat effectiveness. Do you miss me?" Helbo. Nelson, who had returned to his residence from the cemetery, lay back on the bed, took out Riddle's ring and held it in his hand. When the mist swallowed his body, he couldn't wait to open his mouth to the pale void. One was placed in Auschwitz, and it was time to ask for trouble. "Of course, my master." The mist in front of Nelson's eyes cleared. At this moment, he was in a pure white palace. The despicable Helbo was standing in front of him. He was wearing a straight black butler's suit, and he was bowing his head from the long table in front of him. Pulled out a huge chair. The chair can no longer be called a chair, but like a throne. It has no chair legs, solid steel under the cushion, and the back of the chair that is more than 2 meters high is outlined with complexity. The pattern a cluster of entangled and connected end-to-end venomous snakes. Each eye of each snake gleams like a jewel in this pale palace. It seems that even if you have been kept here for so many years, the outside affairs are still very clear. "What are you talking about?" Helbo asked cautiously. "My master, for so many years, for me, you are the only light that shines in from outside." "Interesting. Your suit looks good." Nelson snorted coldly. He raised his left hand and reached into the sleeve of another long wizard robe. He held the knuckle of the little finger of his right hand and rubbed it like a ring, faintly. "Seeing that there is a trace of emerald green there, for you ancient Greek wizards, is this style too advanced?" Helbo lowered his head as if he hadn't heard anything. He noticed this scene with the corner of his eye. He was overjoyed, with a sullen smile on his face. But he immediately bent his waist down and cut the whole picture. With his face buried between his knees, he said in an extremely humble tone, "My dear master, this is the throne I built for you. Please come to your seat." And 32gophoto.com. Don't mess with these boring things. In the illusion, this kind of thing can be pinched out in a second. Nelson sneered, or walked over, standing in front of Helbo, who was almost on the ground, politely asked, "Can you give me a hand? I can't get through if you stand here." Okay. Helbo hurriedly stood up, nodded repeatedly, and kept moving back, his eyes never moving away from Nelson's left hand. "Yes, it fits your aesthetics." Nelson looked at the huge metal throne, reached out his hand and pressed it on the armrest cushioned with some unknown animal fur. With gentle pressure, it immediately turned into a chair-shaped white chair. The fog collapsed. He raised his hand and held it imaginarily, and a simple small chair appeared on the ground. He sat down and commented, "It's so ugly." Helbo gritted his teeth, did not let Nelson see his expression clearly, and lay down on the ground and apologized. "My fault. My master. Since you used to be a famous dark wizard, now you are lying on the ground like a dog." Nelson smiled and stroked Helbo's hair and said, "I'll give you a name. Voldemort. What do you think?" "Thank you, master." "Okay, just kidding. Something like you doesn't deserve this name." Nelson waved his hand, reached out his right hand from the sleeve, and placed it in front of Helbo, and asked, "Do you know what this scar is about?" "The emblem you gave me turned into a snake, and it became like this after biting me." Helbo raised his head, and Nelson could see his face clearly. He was ordinary in appearance. He belonged to the look that would be forgotten when he turned his head. He looked about 20 years old. His face was pale but revealed a tragic green color. The sparse black hair on the top of his head also has a green light. His iris and sclera are the same color, and his eyes are like two dark black holes. They don't distinguish the whites of the eyes and pupils like normal people. It looks weird and scary. At this moment, The ecstasy that emerged from the pair of pure black eyes could even be felt by Nelson. Hybo shook his whole body like chaff, his throat suffocated and his mouth grinned like a snake to an unimaginable size. He stretched out his trembling right hand, grabbed Nelson's little finger like lightning, and slammed the base of his finger with his nails. Nelson was in pain and kicked his face. Stupidity, ignorance, arrogance. Helbo's face was stepped on by Nelson, and the cold and hissing voice made people shudder. He raised the stepped head, and his two black eyes stared at Nelson's. By the side of his face, he wants to frustrate this kid who has caused him so much humiliation. The humbleness and compromise that Hybo had before was nothing more than a disguise before he escaped from birth, and at this moment, the key to the gate of freedom was sent by the goddess of fate in his hand. Stupid guy. Do you want to control Master Helbo? His voice changed, as if hundreds of people were talking together, men and women, young and old, sharp and low, and all kinds of tones changed from his at the same time. It is emitted from the mouth and is forcibly coupled together to generate a physiologically uncomfortable tone. He grabbed the right hand of Nelson's fingers and pressed his nails deeply into his skin. Drops of red blood slowly dripped, falling on the pale ground of the palace and fainting. He was quickly absorbed by the mist, but the mist seemed to be lost. Repelling this kind of living human blood, the ground where the bloodstains dripped was quickly eroded into black traces, accompanied by a scorched smell of white smoke. Are you sure you don't let go? Nelson didn't care about the pain in his hand. He asked in a cold voice, I can forgive you for your disrespect this time, but enough. Ants. Hybo uttered a high-pitched roar like a chorus, shaking Nelson's tympanic membrane. He stretched out his excessively long tongue and licked his lips, like a poisonous snake that was delighted to hunt. Staring at Nelson carefully, what a young, handsome and talented body. Your contribution, Master Helbo likes it very much, so I won't torture you. Are you afraid of my body being hurt? Nelson asked curiously. Do you want to occupy my body, but don't you want to be like you, ugly, old, with little hair, and a little disabled? Show me your fear. I want your life now. Hybo heard Nelson's question and almost turned his back. He has been humiliated too much by this young wizard, for thousands of years. Yankai Gong has broken the gong, and he cursed a little bit angrily, and then made a disgusting laughter of hee hee hee. I want to draw out your soul. Tortured. Are you in a hurry? It's true that the Dark Wizard's mind is not clear. Nelson was sitting in a chair. He was now acting like a girl being proposed. He even had time to use another free hand from another. He took out a small tomato from his pocket and threw it in his mouth. Can you tell me the principle? How do you occupy my body and then torture me? Can you knock me down by imagination? You. Hybo laughed angrily. It seems that you still don't understand your current situation. The optimistic wizards like you are basically dead. Didn't I control your Horcrux and become your master? Are you still dreaming? Poor child. Helbo looked at Nelson's face with some sympathy, and said softly, when you become a ghost, I will tell you the principle of this matter. So let your little green snake bite me, is that your plan? Nelson didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem, but rather talkatively wanted to discuss with Helbo. Hybo didn't want to talk to this innocent person anymore. He used his right hand hard, his entire arm started from his shoulder, emitting a glowing green light, and slowly spreading towards the hand connected to Nelson. Nelson watched this scene, stunned. He did not resist. He just sat on the spot and watched Helbo's arm turn green all over. And then what then? That's it. Nelson stared at Helbo's greener right hand, looking more anxious than him. What's the next step? Will you go in like a green light? Helbo's crazy face froze, becoming as stiff as the soles of Nelson's shoes clinging to the bridge of his nose, and the shaking of his arms became stronger. Remove your dirty hands. Nelson's curious baby-eyes expression disappeared. He lifted the foot that had stepped on Helbo's face and kicked it out again with full force. Helbo, who was already skinny, lay aside like a gourd on the ground. He still stared at Nelson's little finger, and nothing could be seen in his dark eyes. The novel Ding Ding Xiao.com. Surprise! Nelson took off his wizard robe, put it on the back of the chair, untied the waistcoat, knit the sleeves of the shirt up, and put his left hand into the pocket of the wizard robe on the back of the chair. Inside, drew out a straight and slender black wand. Helbo's eyes burst with incredibly strong emotions. He stretched out his arms and pointed at the wand in Nelson's hand, making strange syllables like a jam. Wand, I didn't expect it. Nelson lifted the wand with his left hand and showed it to Helbo, then held it with his right hand. There are more surprises. Look forward to it. Clear water is like a spring. With the completion of the spell, a stream of water burst out from the tip of the rod, scouring the little finger of Nelson's right hand, and the water flowing across the finger was stained with a hint of green, and it flowed to the ground again, lost in the fog. Absorb. Simple painting skills, but it requires a certain amount of practice, otherwise it is easy to draw crookedly. He walked to Hybo's side, squatted down, and stretched out his white right hand dangling in front of Hai's eyes. Ding Ding Xia or 046, he stood up, walked back to the chair where he had been sitting before, picked up the wizard robe on the back of the chair, and stretched out his wand to hit the chair. A little bit. A huge and solemn throne made by Helbo at the beginning appeared under Nelson. He sat up, draped his robe casually, and put one leg on the other, leaning against the back of the chair. Asked softly, have you figured out how to redeem it? Hybo lay on the spot and did not speak. He was a little skeptical about life. From the time when the extra Horcrux was discovered, he was played by the young wizard in front of him. He simply closed his eyes and lay down ready to be beaten. Nelson didn't say a word, just put his right hand on the armrest of the throne, and leaned his body against his right hand, staring with interest at the Hybo who looked like a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water. My great master. Hybo suddenly jumped up from the ground, turned to face Nelson, and lay down, raised his head nervously, and asked in a hopeful tone, since your humble servant's trick hasn't worked, explain that you, being cautious, powerful, and wise, must have not personally taken the risk to get my unimportant Horcrux. I can offer a kind of safety. Are you talking about this? With a friendly smile, Nelson stretched his hand into the pocket of the wizard's robe. After looking for it for a long time, he found out a green, peculiar ring in the shape of Ouroboros, and tossed it between his two hands. His pocket. There are a lot of debris and small metal balls inside, and the surface of this brand new ring a few days ago is already covered with small scratches. Your craftsmanship is very rough. I didn't even think about adding some anti-scratch magic to it. Nelson commented, holding the ring with one hand and showing it to Helbo. Look, it's all scratches. Hybo looked at the ring distressedly, feeling it silently, and suddenly trembled with fear, and asked in a high-pitched voice, Master ... my soul. It's in a very safe place. I didn't bring it. Nelson took back the ring and threw it back into his pocket. Helbo's eyes walked with his hand, and he felt that his divided soul might have been wiped out. In his eyes, Nelson is the most cruel person of this era. He has put Nelson's threat above Grindelwald, who visits regularly every month. I suggest you change the method of atonement. Nelson suggested, or you can pray that I don't care about your ambush and previous offenses at Auschwitz. I am willing to present the magic book that records what I have learned in my life, and tell you the buried place of my heritage. There are no traps there, and only a small spell can be entered. Hybo wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. A thick book gradually took shape in his hands. His heart was aggrieved, but his tone became more flattering. Master, you can own everything about me as long as you move your fingers. Cleachy. Nelson snorted and suddenly appeared in front of Hybo and took the book from his hand. Turning a page casually, it was all disgusting black magic. He frowned, and it took the boss to get rid of it. In the corner, I found a spell that looked a little more normal. According to the description, this spell made the enemy lose the ability to cast spells. Nelson flipped through the book in disgust, but Hybo looked at him dumbfounded and sighed. Great master, you can operate in the illusion. Then he reluctantly confided the location of his treasure. Nelson pointed at him with his magic wand, muttered a word in his mouth, tried the spell he had just seen, and saw a tightly fitted iron mask buttoned on Haibo's face. League of Legends novels. He nodded in satisfaction and said to Hellbow, xlmx.com 12,290 Nobody than me understand better blurred illusion. Nelson corroborated his words with an exaggerated body language, and then disappeared into the palace in a blink of an eye. Haibo looked at the huge throne in front of him, not daring to approach it. On the roof of the Black Tower Library, Nelson lying on the bed dropped the magic book into his pocket and laughed at himself. No matter how good I am there will be more dishes out there. 112th chapter. Barry was caught again. Enemy attack. Lying on the bed, Nelson heard movement from downstairs, and a cop jumped up quickly, ran to the window, opened the window and looked down. A large group of people surrounded the Black Tower of the library. The darkness was too heavy to see. Nelson was lying by the window and saw that a light blue barrier was opened around the Black Tower, and blossoms were blooming on the barrier. The magic pattern like a rose. The intense light condenses and shoots towards a black spot in the sky. The black spots moved around in the dense spell, getting bigger and bigger. Who, such a tiger? Nelson dropped his chin in shock. Didn't it be Dumbledore who called me? I heard that Dumbledore's animagus is a phoenix. His sidelight noticed that in all directions of the city, a number of silhouettes riding broomsticks rose into the air, encircling the Black Tower from everywhere. The black spots got bigger and bigger. Nelson discovered that it seemed to be a bird of prey, with its wings spread out for nearly 2 meters. The sunlight coated its feathers with a layer of gold, and a swaying heavy object fell under its body. In the curse rain, it looks like a fisherman fighting with the waves and a tracker on the river. Nelson patted his head, ran to the table and opened the drawer to take out the camera that had followed him for a long time. He ran back to the window and stood up straight and pressed the shutter against the sun. Good photo. He picked up the photo that the camera had just spit out, and said smugly, "You can get the Pulitzer Prize. Jonas will like it." So, is there this award now? Nelson lowered his head to fiddle with the photo, but suddenly realized that the bird of prey in the photo was getting bigger and bigger. He raised his head in surprise and saw a swift black shadow attacking him straight up. Stop it! The wizards closer to the Black Tower were already riding broomsticks in the air. They raised their wands under the orders of the leading black-robed man, and cast spells on the dark shadow that rushed towards Nelson. Suddenly, colorful, a beam of light covered the entire sky. The bright light pierced his eyes, and he subconsciously raised his hand to cover his face, shouting, "You found the wrong person. Grindelwald is on that tower." Nelson's voice was drowned in the deafening explosion in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, he found that there was a package tightly wrapped in oil paper in his arms. A sturdy grey owl was standing on the head of his bed. A pair of piercing round eyes glared at him. Its face was too righteous. A pair of round and big eyes had too thick, black and straight eyebrows. Nelson didn't know if an owl would grow eyebrows, but obviously it is long. The black-robed wizard who had taken the lead rushed towards Nelson's window on a broomstick. With a beautiful flick, he stopped, leaned over and leaned his head into the room, looked around, and asked anxiously, "Are you all right? Where's the enemy?" "It's okay, sir." Nelson threw the package in his arms and the camera onto the bed, raised his hands and patted his upper body, indicating that there were no more holes or anything on his body, and then pointed his hand at the bedside that was sharp. The owl pried open his fruit box and picked tomatoes to eat from it, and said, "As for the enemy you are talking about, could it be it?" "What?" The black-robe wizard's robe seemed to have a comprehensive camouflage function, and even made his voice hoarse. He stretched out his hand by the windowsill and asked, "Can I come in?" "Of course you can, but please try to walk through the door next time." Nelson shrugged and stepped aside to make way for him. The black-robed wizard pressed his arm and turned inward. "It is interesting to read the pen." Immediately afterwards, a white light flashed, and he seemed to have triggered some magic trap. He was instantly ejected all the way, and slammed into the arms of a wizard riding a broomstick. Nelson didn't understand what was going on. He stuck his head out of the window again and looked at the wizard, who was knocked into the air. The black-robed wizard waved his hand, raised his wand, and disappeared. The next second, a knock on the door rang in the corridor outside Nelson's room. He ran to the door and opened the door. It was the black-robed wizard standing at the door. He was a little embarrassed. His wizard robe was wrinkled, and his breathing was a little disordered. Vic.com. Please come in. Nelson opened the door and asked him to come in. Wait. The black-robed wizard waved his hand again, straightened his neckline, and then asked politely, "May I have the honor to visit your room?" Oh, Nelson didn't understand the man's way, but replied enthusiastically based on instinct, "Please come in." "Thank you." The black-robed wizard cautiously put a hand into the room and waited for a while before stepping into a left foot with lingering fear. Nelson waited for it to get a little itchy, raised his arm and scratched his head. The black-robed wizard saw him. The movement was so frightened that he immediately retracted his left foot that was stepping in. "What are you?" Nelson was even more confused about his way, so he asked in a low voice, "Are you still coming in?" "If I remember correctly, this should be Lord Grindelwald's protective spell." The black wizard smiled awkwardly, and walked into Nelson's room with his chest raised up. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to get through your window." "It's rude to flip in." "Ah, I don't know there is this thing," Nelson replied blankly, and the black wizard just smiled. "Is the owl that rushed in just now?" After entering the room, the black-robed wizard stared at the owl on Nelson's bedside, and noticed that someone was looking at him. The owl no longer buried his head to eat, but raised his head. He replied with those big piercing eyes. Unexpectedly, the black-robed wizard would be defeated in the confrontation first. He turned his head and asked, "Nelson, mind if I check this owl?" "Please." Nelson spread his hands, and saw that the black-robed wizard was stung by a wasp. When he took out his wand, his arm convulsed violently, and the wand fell to the ground. He picked up the wand. His attitude became more respectful. He stepped back and left the door, and whispered, "I believe in the magic of Lord Grindelwald. We will strengthen the security of the surrounding neighborhoods in the future." "I'm sorry to interrupt your rest." "I'm sorry." Nelson didn't feel any magical movement in the room from beginning to end, until the black-robed wizard closed the door and exited. He showed a puzzled expression and said to himself, "What does this man do?" "Show?" The owl also showed the same expression, but it didn't last long before he went to fight with the fruit. Nelson turned his attention to the owl. He stepped forward. The bird of prey, which looked quite majestic in the sky, was immediately a stubby and short fat man. Nelson saw a short scarf tied around the owl's neck. He treated it like this. In terms of body shape, this scarf is like a cloak, embroidered with the emblems of the 4 Hogwarts colleges, and he stretched out his hand to touch the letterbox tied to the owl's leg. He untied the letterbox and sighed, "I don't know if they are too bad or you are too good. It's ridiculous that a group of people can't stop an owl." Upon hearing this, the owl stopped eating, but cooed and raised a wing, motioning Nelson to look under his wing. "What are you talking about? Every time you defeat a bird, you will pull out their most beautiful tail feather and pin it to your chest." Nelson bent down to look at the feathers on the owl's chest and scratched his hair vigorously. "What is it? Why can I understand owls?" His eyes scanned the beautiful feathers that were obviously not owls. Pheasants, eagles, vultures. Nelson was amazed until he saw a phoenix tail feather. "It's outrageous. It makes sense for an owl to call a bird of prey." He always felt that there was a problem, and he couldn't tell. He had to pick up the letterbox at hand and pour out a tightly bound parchment from the side. Looking at the side, Nelson smiled at the familiar and unfamiliar handwriting. "You actually practiced handwriting, Tom." And Nelson, "I heard you were attacked." In the small restaurant downstairs, Nelson and Andre were sitting opposite each other for a meal. He was busy breaking his own baguette, and beside him was throwing a knife that had been dulled by bread. It was a false alarm. An owl broke through the line of defense. "My good friend wrote me a letter." Nelson shook his head and said happily, but after glancing at the bread on the table, his eyes quickly became depressed. Bread slices. Andre raised his eyebrows and pointed his wand at the bread on Nelson's plate. They quickly divided into neat slices. Feeling the look Nelson looked at him, he said triumphantly, "A little magic. The kitchen curse will bring a lot of convenience to our lives. I suggest you check it out. I admire the views of one of my excellent schoolgirls named Augusta." Nelson shamelessly picked up the ready-made. He forked a slice of bread and threw it into the onion soup, and said proudly, "She thinks the curse is it saves trouble." Nice point of view. Andre smiled angrily when he saw Nelson's look, like he was not ashamed but proud. He raised his wand again, and slices of bread lined up on the table and found his brother to pick him up. When the group came, it became the hard stick at the beginning, but there was a piece missing in the middle. He spread his hand and looked at Nelson, and said, "Please show me a way to save trouble." "As you wish." Nelson picked up his magic wand, pointed at the bread humorously, and said softly, "Bread slices." The slices of bread are separated from the brothers again. "I just think it's too simple." Nelson raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" "But although it was a false alarm that you were attacked," Andre said, looking away from the subject, "but some people were really attacked." And 190ozuyan.com who? Andreas' expression was tense and looked weird. "Barry?" Nelson said with a smile. And he guessed something vaguely. "He won't be caught by moles again?" "No," Andre said. "There is no White following this time, and he won't be caught by moles for his ability." "Did he get caught by a magical animal like a troll?" "No." Andre's expression became more and more weird. He suppressed a smile and said, "I heard that he was caught by a group of local wizards when he was looking for a history book, but they did not prevent Barry from contacting us. Instead, they demanded a ransom from us." "Did he not mention Grindelwald's name?" "He said it at the beginning." "Don't those wizards buy it?" "Of course, otherwise we should be eating here with 3 people now." Andre finally couldn't help laughing out loud, laughing and slapped the table, and said cheerfully, "They raised the ransom." The original saying was, "Since you are from Grindelwald, such a small amount of money is not worthy of your identity." Ha 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 ha. "That's true." Nelson nodded. He didn't think there was any problem, but asked Andre in confusion, "What is Barry trying to do so hard? I was caught by this one today and that tomorrow. I doubt he can't beat me." "Don't doubt it." Andre's expression suddenly became serious. He looked at Nelson solemnly, and suddenly broke his work. He laughed. "He must not be able to beat you. He even lives with the watchmaker and his wife next door. The daughter who just bought the wand can't beat." The store was filled with happy air for a moment. After a while, Nelson was tired from laughing. He touched the wall of the bowl. The onion soup was still hot, so he forked a slice of bread and threw it in, and continued to ask, "So do we need to save him? Is White coming?" "No. This time I can be alone." "Of course, you can also be together." Andre shook his head. After all, he was caught by a wizard instead of a mole this time. "If White goes, I'm afraid he really died theory, and White also took on the job of entertaining the witch." Nelson nibbled at the softened slice of bread, still chewy. "Are you going to follow?" Andre asked with slanted eyes. "Didn't I also take on the job of hosting Newt's seniors?" "Are you afraid that he will be lost?" Andrew's eyes were almost slanted to the back of his head. "It would be nice if he doesn't make a mess of Newmangud." "That's ... But what's the matter with Barry and White?" Nelson's gossip curiosity flooded. "Last time Barry said that White caused him to be caught by moles. I thought they had a deep hatred before. White was always there. I didn't dare to ask." "You are young and care about what these things do." Andre first mocked Nelson, then leaned down, eyes burning with gossip fire, looked around, and whispered, "You know that White's father was Lord Woe's enemy, right? It can be said that she and Lord Grindelwald have a homicide to her father, even though Lord Grindelwald has treated her as her own for so many years." "I know, just like me." Nelson nodded. "It's still not the same ... but it doesn't matter." Andre lowered his voice and continued, "Later White didn't know where he was blind, and he fell in love with Barry. The two became glued together and finally got engaged. After a few days, Barry told her of her life experience, and then she always felt that Barry was the pawn sent by Grindelwald to seduce her, but in fact she has been chasing people backwards, and the young couple are always awkward. If you and your wife is awkward, what will you do? I'm still young. You might as well think about what your wife will do. My wife and I. Andre pondered for a moment, and suddenly yelled angrily, I don't have a wife. I'm an old bachelor. You are so pathetic. Leave him alone. The old bachelor was really good at calming his mood. He adjusted his expression and continued, anyway, White's way of making trouble is to hide things in Barry. That time I went to England to find Bartilda Bagshot. White was in Barry's wand was cast on the magic that automatically flew back to Newmangad after 10 hours. Oh this! Nelson imagined Barry's tragedy. When he finally crossed the oceans to reach the UK, he wanted to find a place to rest, so he found an empty ward and moved in, and was held down by the nurse the next morning. When I found out that the magic wand on my hand disappeared, he shook his head, drove the funny tragedy out of his mind, and asked, when are you going? If I have time, you will take me with you. bxwx.go. Don't worry, I will go to collect the money first. Andre picked up a box from under the table, patted the lever and said, they want a lot. Take a leave. The computer blue screen. I cracked, almost finished writing, the computer blue screen, and then opened the disk is unreadable. The saved manuscript word turned into a white icon. It has been restarted twice. Find an internet cafe tomorrow. Data makeup. CAC. Chapter 123 Online classes. Tom's last name. Hello, Tom, are you there? At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the time agreed in the letter, Nelson took out the mirror that Tom had sent him. After calling out the name Tom Riddle, a circle of ripples appeared in the center of the mirror. In the blink of an eye, Tom's face appeared in the mirror. Oh, nah, is it finally here? Tom asked, frowning and pressing the top of Nelson's head. What's wrong with your hair? Wouldn't you stop washing your hair outside alone? Nelson didn't speak, but just stared at the head of the person in the mirror like Tom and shook his head slightly. I suggest you buy a Porter brand. Tom noticed Nelson's eyes and stretched his hand over his head uncontrollably. When he reached halfway through it, he suddenly stopped his movements, and Nelson also succeeded because of the trick. He hid his face and laughed. After a while, the two young people who hadn't seen each other looked at each other and laughed. After a few minutes, Tom's expression became serious, and he stared at Nelson in the mirror, and said, seriously, now I feel more and more that your leaving Hogwarts is really an irrational choice. How to say? The knowledge we learn in school now is really very different from before, Tom said with a proud expression. I dare you to say that your mastery of magic is definitely not as good as mine now. You have lost too much knowledge. If you're talking about herbalism or potions, that's true. Nelson nodded solemnly and said, if your mastery of herbalism is not as strong as a weak person, then I think you are still going back to London to find a factory to work is easy. You guy, Tom rubbed his face grinningly, and put down the battle book. Let's have a duel when we meet next time. I'll show you my progress. Of course, I'm looking forward to it. Nelson put the mirror on the bedside table, took the wand from the table, thought for a moment, and said, who is your assistant? Isn't it Alfred? Where do I need an assistant to fight you? Tom took a step back with some conceit. His upper body appeared in the mirror. He was akimbo and said, I have no problem hitting you and your assistant alone. Yes, I want to ask Grindelwald to be my assistant. Nelson pretended to put on an expression that looked like Tom in the orphanage. Brother Tom, you must be able to beat an old man like him! You. Tom seemed to be choking after eating cakes, and it took a long time to relax. He shook his head with a wry smile, took the mirror to show Nelson the surrounding environment. Guess where I am now? Nelson looked behind Tom. He was now in a huge palace with huge feet in the distance. Is this the secret room you're talking about? Nelson also stopped his grinning nonsense, and seriously looked at the tall pillars flashing with magic runes. Yes. Tom raised his right hand triumphantly. His palm flashed with red light, and in the next second he took out a green gem from the pillar beside him. Since you have gone, I have no place to rub. After eating and drinking, I thought that my financial situation would be embarrassing for a while, but I didn't expect that I would find Slytherin's treasure. He is such a good person. So it's so dark here because... Yes, Tom tossed the gem aside, continued to put his hands on his hips, put his chest up and said, I sold the crystal lamp in this palace, then but the antiques thousands of years ago. The goblins of Gringotts even sent me a most honorable membership card. Ahem, let's get back to business. Seeing Nelson's unspeakable expression, Tom also realized that he shouldn't say such things with that expression, so he coughed slightly and changed the subject. Mr. Aberfers mentioned it to me. A suggestion. I can bring this mirror to the side in class in the future, so that you can also listen to the class together without losing too much study. I don't want anyone in the future to say that the great Lord Riddle's friend is a crappy wizard with poor grades. At the end he grunted and added a sentence, as if thinking of something. Online lessons? Nelson's expression was a bit sluggish, and he didn't expect that he hadn't escaped this thing in 1939. What did you say? Tom didn't understand the meaning of the word. Nothing. I mean, is this feasible? After all, teaching at Hogwarts is relatively private. It's okay, it's just more troublesome. I need to seek the consent of the 4 deans. But I have already reported to the school. Where Nelson didn't know, Tom had already prepared all the preparations for him. Slag Professor Horn immediately signed me after hearing what I said about it. And Mr. Aberfers, he originally came up with this idea, the Dean of Hufflepuff. What is his name? Anyway, his kind, generous and gentle man quickly agreed. What about Professor Sykes? Nelson is most afraid of Professor Sykes in school. This serious lady is best at appearing in front of herself in the most embarrassing way at the most embarrassing time and in the most embarrassing place. Nelson didn't think Professor Sykes would do it for himself. That's weird. Tom didn't know where to get a chair, and he reached out a hand to support his chin. With a very confused expression, I haven't looked for her yet. Mr. Aberfers was just after the transformation. Get out of class. Let me give her signature. Nah, how do you have a relationship with her? I don't know if my relationship with her is good. If she really likes the artificial pouring art, then I think she should appreciate me. Nelson shrugged. I think it might be because of Phileas. Whatever it is, Professor Sykes signed it anyway. That's true. Tom didn't think about it. He slumped in his chair without image and asked, I said that before, but I don't think you will lose your studies outside. Don't be crappy then, Chris. You can rest assured. Wait a moment. Nelson jumped off the bed and ran to the table to fetch a few books and show them to Tom. This is the book Minerva asked you to bring to me. Look at it. I have basically read it. Although some transformations are still difficult for me to complete, I already have an overall understanding. Now I am missing Animagus and some advanced transformations that she has not mentioned. Is Animagus? Your Lord Riddle knows you too well. Tom raised his eyebrows triumphantly. When are you going to transform Animagus? I have prepared the potion for you. Professor Slughorn is such a good person. I feel that as long as I speak, he can teach me black magic. He could indeed do this kind of thing. Nelson nodded, thinking of the comments of Slughorn and Newt in his own impression, and said, he is also a powerful wizard. Squeeze something out. That must be. He asked me if I want to stop the confinement before, but I refused. Tom showed an expression of everything is under control, and then furrowed his brows tightly. You don't just practice polymorphism, right? You can't do anything else, can you? No. Can't you? I also read the book on spells. Nelson pulled out a tattered book from the pile of metamorphosis notes and books and showed it to Tom. This is a textbook on spells written by Sister Miranda. I am very efficient in self-study with this book. I always take it with me and turn over it before I rest every day. Let me see. Really? Tom squinted his eyes and looked at the cover of the book. His tone was a little admiring. It's really her. Is she writing this by herself? She dared to write this kind of book. How can you dare to follow along? One dare to teach and the other dare to learn. You two are really amazing. Don't tell me, She writes really well. Nelson shook his head and defended the textbook written by the senior sister. It is simple and concise, and it is better than the textbook we are using, which seems to be written by a medieval riddler. It's much stronger. I remember that even our grammar is medieval. I read it as if I was reading it. Indeed. Tom nodded. Where can she buy this book? I'll buy one too. This is what she gave to me when we went to watch Dumbledore's trial last time. Listening to her, it seemed that she had a problem with publishing. Nelson recalled the encounter with Miranda. Tom took another gem from his side to play with, rolled his eyes, and said, "Do you think we can invest a little bit for her? The quality of this book is guaranteed. I also hope that more people can use this book. Excellent textbook." Forget it. He shook his head and asked himself, I don't know if you can find her, but it's not appropriate to give her money. We are just juniors, and she is a very proud person. You said a lot, Tom. Nelson nodded comfortedly, showing the expression of an old father. Do you have a class schedule? Let me see if there are any classes that can be taken. Remember to bring the mirror with you before class. I know. Tom slumped on the sofa, waving his wand lazily, and the silver letters were combined into a class schedule in the air. Tom also specially made a golden frame for it. Monday morning potions class? Nelson shook his head. I can't stand it in the early 8th. And my potions have not been good. Professor Slughorn really doesn't have any hope for your potions. Tom waved casually, and the potions lesson on Monday morning disappeared from the class schedule. After all, he can say, let mulls be used in the factory. The assembly line makes potions. Mr. Williams with this kind of remarks, just tell me what potion you want to drink in the future, and I will help you make it. Is there any fulling potion? Nelson rubbed his hands. I drank the fulling potion once before something happened, so give me the whole point. You can't drink a lot of blessing potions. It will cause a huge blow to your nervous system and make people dependent. Besides, I don't know how to make blessing potions. It's a first grade one. At the time, Professor Slughorn rewarded me with only so little. He stretched out his hand and gestured a little bit with his thumb and index finger, and then curiously asked, What are you doing? It's so dangerous. You drank the blessing potion. Nothing. Nelson shrugged. It was just a small duel with a black wizard from the ancient Greek period. It took a little effort to take him down. Tom saw Nelson, who was smug but pretending to be indifferent, and shook his head with a smile. You guy, what have you experienced outside? Are you alright? It's okay. You don't think I'm lying in bed properly? Nelson continued to look at the class schedule, selecting courses. I have to listen to the history of magic on Tuesday morning. No problem. I can put you on the table and sleep as long as I can. Tom waved his magic wand again, and the history of magic on Tuesday morning turned golden. You can't forget this course, but the magical animals on Monday afternoon. Don't you attend the class? I think you will meet a lot of magical animals outside. No, I have experts by my side. Nelson shook his head. Do you remember Senior Newt? We met in secret. Newt's commander, who now lives in the house across the street from me. That's awesome, Tom said sourly. I can learn from such a great wizard. Indeed. He taught me apparition. Will you do it? You don't want to know. You will. Tom's voice trembled. Why do you have to ask? Nelson spread his hands. As soon as his voice fell, Tom really collapsed on the chair. Nelson could see a white ghost slip out of his mouth. Do you think I need to take this divination class? Nelson looked at the class schedule, scratching his chin, and was a little entangled whether to choose this course. Seriously, I feel that learning divination is a waste of time. What about people without divination skills? No one can learn it. People with divination skills don't need to teach it at all. I feel you should take a divination class. Tom disagreed with Nelson's point of view. If you don't learn to understand dreams, you don't even know what you predicted. This is what I worry about. Mrs. Clemence's daily routine is to watch the stars. Nelson's eyebrows tucked together. Not to mention whether she can interpret the dreams. I doubt that she is not sleeping at all. But still. Listen. Well, by the way, Would you take a double-sided mirror to video chat over the past will destroy the relationship between the heavens and the stars, between her and the stars? What chat? Tom thought for a while. He'll find an opportunity to ask her, not to say that you are a true prophet. I think as a teacher, she shouldn't refuse someone who wants to learn. Tom waved his hand again, and the divination lesson on the schedule turned red. You must have the spell class. This is Professor Sick's request. Tom looked at the rest of the class, waving his wand constantly. The transformation class is no longer needed, Mr. Aberfus said. Wait for you to grow more. If you have enough magic power, you can go directly to the wizard rank test of transfiguration. Minerva teaches better than him. Do you want to take the herbal medicine class? I feel that you were disgusting when you were in that class. The color difference in this mirror is even lower. No, you can't just vomit it out. Forget it. Nelson shook his head. Herbalism requires field study. At least you have to touch those herbs. I don't have that condition. What about the defense against the dark arts class? This should be very important. Tom continued to ask Nelson for advice. After all, you have a group of dark wizards by your side. I said, Tom. Nelson pointed at the mirror. I have a group of dark wizards around me. What's the point of learning defenses? And you know, thank God I can put a disarming spell. Here. The talent in this aspect is actually similar to that of a potion. That's okay. Tom turned defense against the dark arts into gold on his own initiative. You can't miss this lesson. At least we can stand and die in front of Grindelwald. Okay. Nelson leaned his hand on the head of the bed and pillowed it up. By the way, when are you going to transform into animagus? Tom asked while adjusting the class schedule. You set a time so I can send you the potion. I'm going to wait for you to go to England during your holiday. Nelson thought for a while and replied, Minerva's notes said that the first transformation of animagus was very difficult, very dangerous, and not short of time. You need someone to guard it, and when you have a holiday, he'll go to you for help. Really? There was a hint of joy in Tom's voice, and he nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely arrange you clearly, and nothing else. When you are in London, I promise that there will be no snakes in the West Side. Any other kind of animal exists. That wouldn't be enough. Nelson waved his hand. It's just an animagus. There is no need to sacrifice local species diversity at the expense of. When I have thoroughly read some of Minerva's books and notes, I will start. We're ready, but we probably won't practice in London. I remember that animagus practice requires the moon to be on for several days in a row. It should be like this. Anyway. The weather in London, alas, you understand. It's okay, you can tell me when the time comes, we can go anywhere. Tom nodded, took out a parchment paper and a quill pen, and then took out a table. What are you writing? Seeing Tom's actions, Nelson asked curiously. No? Where did you get those things? I think there is only a cabinet next to you. This is just a gadget of the great Salazar Slytherin. Tom reached into the pillar next to him, and took out a gem from it at a slow speed that Nelson could see. He was in the warehouse. Unparalleled talent in this area. Oh, this. Nelson looked at the coat hanging on the hanger and swallowed. I think maybe I am the heir of Slytherin. In this respect, I am indeed very similar to him. Slytherin's heir? Tom tasted the name and nodded in satisfaction. This title is good, but he belongs to Lord Riddle now. By the way, how did you find this place? You also know about Slytherin's various how to open the storage room. A note alone would not be so detailed. It's a long story. Tom seemed to hear something. He sat up from his chair, turned his head and looked at the huge statue behind him, yelled in a snake-like voice, and continued to paralyze comfortably and began to tell. You remember, didn't I have been looking for my wizard relatives before? I remember. You still think your father is a wizard? I was wrong. My mother was the source of my magical blood. Tom sighed and said, but I think she might be a dumb gun, otherwise she won't end up like that. Sorry. Nelson saw Tom sinking down, so he wiped the mirror and talked about comfort. It's okay. I haven't seen her anyway. Tom continued in his voice calmly, at the beginning of this semester, Alfred and I went out of the school gate. Although we can go out through the main entrance, We can't change that habit. So we were caught. Alfred was punished to pluck the caterpillars, and I was arranged to clean the prize showroom. Oh, I know that place. Nelson gave an expression of embarrassment. I went by the wrong door once, and it was a grey room. The good guy almost sent me away. Those trophies haven't been moved for a long time. Tom nodded. A layer of dust fell on it, and I was a little numb to clean up until I saw a name. Marvelo. Is it your grandpa's name in the middle of your name? Nelson asked. That's right. Tom looked up at him and continued, according to this name, I found a family, an ancient family that did not thrive but has passed on for thousands of years in the history of wizards. One is said to be Salazar, the pure-blooded family of Lettering's direct descendants, the Gunter family. The Gunter family? Nelson murmured the name. Do you know this family? Tom's expression became wonderful, and he asked urgently, you should have heard it. People who like history like you must have heard of this ancient family that is directly related to Slytherin. Yes, I know. Nelson nodded, got up from the bed and walked to the hangar. Tom's voice rang from the mirror behind him. But it's not important. I told you before. I still have a copy. Do you remember? A second-hand book bought at Lyhan bookstore. There is an adventurer's essay in that book. According to the legend about the secret room, for the record, I found a faucet with a serpentine emblem in a female bathroom on the first floor, and guessed that the key to the secret room was Salazar Slytherin's unique talent, Snakeman. I can imagine. Listening to Tom's excited and proud voice, Nelson nodded. He had found what he was looking for in his coat pocket. After entering the secret room, I tried all the possible spells in that book in a snake-like voice. All beautiful words by Christine Wrighton. Tom noticed Nelson, who appeared in the mirror again and looked up, raised his hands and stretched out to the surroundings, demonstrating, this is my achievement. The Gunter family is indeed a family with a long history. Nelson did not comment on Tom's achievements. He said to himself, the last descendant of the Gunter family lives in Hangleton, and there is only one person left. There are two now. If I guessed correctly, they should be your mother's last relatives. What? Tom's expression was a little blurred. He didn't expect Nelson to progress much faster than him. He opened his mouth and asked stiffly, have you been there? They really only one person left yet? Yes, Tom. Nelson sighed, and raised his palm to the mirror, with a pure black ring inlaid with a black gem lying quietly in the middle. Remember the story of the middle three brothers? The gem on this ring is the resurrection stone. Tom seems to have not figured it out yet. Tom, for a long time, the resurrection stone belonged to the Gunter family. I got it from the man named Morfin. That Mr. Morfin Gunter should be your uncle. Nelson put the ring getting closer. He said to Tom seriously, this is your thing. Is this really a resurrection stone? Tom raised his head sharply, his eyes were scarlet, and his already pale face became paler. He stared at Nelson's eyes tightly, and his chest fell down and panted heavily. The voice became sharp, and he asked in an extremely excited tone, if it's a resurrection stone, can it? Can it? No, Nelson interrupted Tom, shook his head feebly, and said weakly, Tom, the resurrection stone is the same as described in the fairy tale. It can't bring us what we really want. Oh, you guy. Tom bent down, buried his face deeply in his hands, and tore his hair vigorously. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, 114th chapter Ancient Transfiguration. Tom, okay. Tom's pain was vividly shown in the mirror. The fingers of the fingers that were holding his head turned white as a result of his efforts. The black hair was exposed between the fingers, and under the torn, the black hair fell off the top of his head and covered the mirror's surface, up, blocking Nelson's sight. Nelson saw the pain of his friend, and the hand holding the ring curled up vigorously. He held the Gunter family ring tightly. His lips opened slightly, and he snarled for a long time, before finally spit out with difficulty, are you fine? I'm fine. Tom spoke slowly. The hoarse voice made Nelson's heart tremble. He calmed down from the strong emotions and raised his head. His scarlet eyes and bloodshot eye sockets looked terribly hideous, like a black wizard who was crazy. Anyone who could see him could feel the sadness that came from the emaciated teenager in all directions. Even so, Tom realized that Nelson was the one who should be comforted more. He swallowed and said, "Actually, for Uncle Jonas, this is not necessarily a bad thing. For someone like him, will definitely enjoy this adventure. As for his dying regret with us," Nelson said categorically, his tightly grasped hand opened, and his palm was squeezed, leaving the mark of the Deathly Hallows. He put his hands on the mirror, and when Tom saw it, he chuckled and leaned his hands up. Two teenagers who were thousands of miles away completed a high five through the mirror. "By the way, I will return your ring to you at that time." Taking his hand away from the mirror, Nelson lazily waved his family ring at Tom. "No, it's useless anyway." Tom glanced at the ring in Nelson's hand, curled his lips, and said disgustedly, "Magic props like this one that blows better than sings are also used for fingers, and its shape is so earthy. It's a relic of your family after all." Nelson shrugged. "You know, it's more or less an antique." "Do you think him the kind of person who looks at all kinds of antiques? Besides, you must have bought this broken ring." Tom raised his eyebrows, with the word mystery written on his face. "Don't hide it." "You said, I recently found a gold. It is definitely an antique with history, value and magic." Nelson didn't notice the goal in the second half of Tom's sentence. He heard the first half of the sentence clearly and asked, "How do you know I paid for it?" "I don't know you yet." Tom changed a more comfortable position and leaned back on the chair. "A person like you, even if my uncle is a fool, would you try to pay him by any means?" "What's your expression?" Seeing Nelson's inexhaustible expression, Tom jumped up from his chair and asked in horror, "Couldn't my uncle really be a fool?" "Oh, my goodness." Tom held his forehead and asked tremblingly, "A fool can't inherit it, right?" "Your uncle, his old man is just a little crazy. It may have something to do with the embarrassing family situation. The grin I left behind is enough for him to be cool for a while." Nelson shook his head and nodded again, "But I think he is the mental condition may be related to, well, the marriage of close relatives." You may not know that for a long time in the history of the Gunter family, in order to maintain the purity of blood, they would choose to marry close relatives. "That's okay." Tom lay down again. "Since my last name is Riddle instead of Gunter, at least my father should not be my mother's relatives. At least my intelligence will not be affected." "Yes, don't worry about your smart little head." "Nah," Tom said, as if choked by something. "Has anyone told you that you are disgusting?" "It's okay." Nelson rubbed his left cheek and said with a smile, "The harm of intermarriage is great." "What does it have to do with me?" "Ha ha, don't say such things." Nelson leaned on the head of the bed, closed his eyes and smiled, and stopped talking. The two people just hung up the video chat, each doing the things at hand. Tom called out the dots of spells from the pillars beside him, and practiced alone in the empty hall, and Nelson held the one that McGonagall gave him. Notes, greedily absorbing the knowledge in it. "By the way, nah." Tom suddenly moved the mirror and pointed to the glowing text floating in the air. "Look at this transformation technique. Is it the same as the one you use now?" "Let me see." Nelson narrowed his eyes and looked at the gleaming charm behind Tom. He picked up his wand and pointed to the coat hanging on the hanger at the door, shaking his wrist slightly, and said in his mouth. The metal ball flew. The coat was vigorously agitated as if it had come to life, and round bumps of the same size appeared on the side pockets. Seeing this scene, Nelson hurriedly turned off the bed and used his free hand to hold the wand tightly. With his right hand, he shouted sharply, "One. One is enough." Immediately after he released his hand, he caught a flying silver ball. Ignoring Tom, who saw this scene with a teasing smile in the mirror, rubbed his right cheek, placed the ball on the pillow, and carefully staring at the characters behind Tom, remembering the casting actions and spells in his mind, then turned to face the ball, and pointed his magic wand to mutter a word. The first transformation failed. A green toad with silver light leapt from Nelson's pillow to the window, then bent its knees, stretched its legs, and jumped down. Nelson walked to the window, glanced down, and saw a touch of silver disappearing on the corner of the street through the night. Tom, wait a minute. Nelson picked up his cane from the table, raised his leg and walked out the door. I'll be back when I go. What do you care about it? Then try. Tom yelled in the mirror, but Nelson had already ran out of the door, not for the ball. After a while, Nelson returned to the room, put down his cane, and threw a brand new pillow on the table. When passing by the cloakroom, he reached out and took out 2 metal balls from his coat pocket. One of them was still on the pillow. He stood by the bed with a more serious expression, frowned, put on the same posture as before, tried his best to forget about the transfiguration he had learned before, and recalled the description of the spell behind Tom. Why do your wrists shake like this? Is this really something that carbon-based creatures can make? After talking about it for a while, Nelson closed his eyes suddenly, and when he opened them again, his eyes were extremely firm, his steady wrist was close to the ball, and he was muttering words. A drop of sweat dripped from his forehead, and Tom in the mirror also held his breath, craned his neck and stared at the ball. Although when facing the mirror, this action could not bring the field of vision closer. The silver glow spread from the tip of the magic wand in Nelson's hand to the ball on the pillow, and several chain-like green ancient magic patterns, like planetary rings, surround the dazzling little ball that is so unrealistic that it rotates to at a certain angle. A few magic lines quickly gathered, wrapping the ball tightly. Seriously, I don't know why the product of the deformation failure is a toad. Nelson put down the wand in his hand and raised his arm to wipe the sweat from his forehead. But I have to say that the special effects of this deformation process are indeed better than the current one. Magic is so cool. No. Many times. He turned his head and looked at a ring lying quietly on the pillow, a ring almost identical to the Gunter family ring in his arms. How? Seeing the transformation is over, Tom finally dared to speak loudly. He couldn't wait to get up and asked, "What have you changed?" A ring. Nelson grabbed the ring on the pillow, held it under the light of the room, and observed it in circles. The ring with the resurrection stone. That's it? Tom gave a general expression of "Are you kidding me? You spent a long time trying to change this thing? I can catch Chris for you now and show how to do it." An iron ball becomes a ring. This is not just this, Tom. Nelson shook his head, bent down and squatted on the ground, lifting the ring in his hand and slamming to the ground. Half of the ring face flew to the corner of the room. He picked up the remaining ring and took it to his eyes and looked at it carefully. Look, I have stopped maintaining the transformation technique. Even if it does, the deformed object is breaking. After that, it still maintains the same properties as before. Look at this section. It is not the slightest difference from the real obsidian. It is exactly the same. Why? Tom asked, tilting his head. It's hard for me to evaluate. Its movements are too weird, and its consumption of magic power is not small. Usually, so much magic power is enough for me to turn into a table. Nelson continued to look at the ring, as if observing some rare treasure. Commented, but its stability after deformation is incomparable with our popular polymorphism. Normally, the deformed product will return to its original form after such severe damage due to the destruction of the structure. So the transfiguration technique left by Slytherin is a kind of high cost and high degree of completion. Tom deserves to be Slytherin's college tyrant. He quickly understood the difference. That is, if you use this, it may not last long for this kind of transformation technique to fight, but the nature of the transformation product will be exceptionally stable. Yes, Nelson glanced at Tom, and it's too difficult. It should be just the roughest deformation in the Slytherin collection. For him, it is almost the same as turning a match into a needle in our first grade. But I think its complicated spells and weird movements will stump a large group of people. The magic that Slytherin himself left behind must be difficult to learn. Tom accepted it very quickly. He shrugged indifferently, and said, "After all, Slytherin has always rejected mediocrity, and the magic he left to his heirs is it's worthy of the standard of genius." "You have accepted the title of Slytherin's heir very quickly." Nelson glanced at Tom with a white eye. Seeing him happily, he had to withdraw his eyes and continued, There is no doubt that the distortion we are learning now, the technique must be more suitable for teaching on a large scale. The toad that just failed to transform is obviously the evil taste of this line of transformation. Slytherin's spell is more like the kind of pure-blooded school that specializes in learning for the people of the tribe. The curse, like your ruling out of the hole, is not suitable for large-scale spread. If we use this type of curse to fight Nagini again, I may not be able to hold on to your second snake cohesion, and Nagini may not be able to break free from my ground stab at all. Don't even think about playing Nagini. I'm just giving an example. Aside from difficulty, consumption, and universality, this kind of transformation is undoubtedly better in terms of magic effects alone. Nelson sat on the bed and threw away the toad pillow. Going aside, putting on the brand new pillow, and using a magic wand to tap the remaining half of the ring in his hand. No response. Nell, what's the matter with you? Tom asked when he saw Nelson froze in place like a petrification curse. It's nothing, it's just that I might. Maybe I smashed the genuine ring? What? It seemed that Tom still cared about his antiques. Nelson put his hand in his pocket and fumbled, and quickly touched a familiar ring. Well, am worrying too much. He tossed half of the ring aside. Maybe this deformation effect is too strong, and the usual anti-curse won't work on it. Wait a minute. All in all, the final effect of this transformation spell is far stronger than the most widely spread transformation. If you can eat its extraordinary consumption and difficulty of casting, don't mind if a toad pops out of your arms during the battle, then it must be a better choice. So the ancient magic spell is really stronger than the modern one? Tom nodded. It looks like the ancient magic text 2 years later. I have to choose anything. That's right. Nelson nodded and touched his chin. This is also the most outrageous thing about wizards. It's clear that everything is constantly developing. You see, moles are like this, and they get stronger every year. But the spells cast by the wizards are getting more and more rubbish. I think this may be a conspiracy, in order to turn all the wizards into rubbish someday. I'm not a trash anyway. Tom found a more comfortable posture and collapsed in the chair in the form of a small trash. I also want an ancient magic book here. Nelson took out a thick green book with white mist from the drawer, handed it to the mirror, and said, "This is what I learned from a book called Despicable Hellbow. Many of the spells recorded in the spell book obtained by the ancient Greek wizards can be found in modern spell books. Or in fact, the spells that are widely circulated in modern times are variants of these ancient spells. They all have the same situation, harder and more powerful. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile Version website, Chapter 115th Magic Industrial City Newmont Gate Thizzy. Never know whether today is the end or not before sunrise. What is it? Mr. Williams, this is our new random breakfast service. A professional fortune teller will tell you in the back kitchen what is the most suitable breakfast today. The waiters in the restaurant downstairs enthusiastically promoted them. The new business, sir. The staff of our restaurant have tried to eat the new products before they are launched to ensure that each kind of breakfast has a unique flavor, and the fortune tellers we hire are indeed very powerful. How do you say? After talking with Tom last night, Nelson became interested in the wizard who claimed to have the ability to predict. Is his divination very effective? Very effective, sir. The waiter looked around, as if worried that this conversation would be heard by someone, approached his face and whispered, "That gentleman is the famous fortune teller Cassandra Trelawney's great-grandson. I can't tell you too much, but he told a colleague of mine that he needed a bottle of apple cider vinegar for breakfast." Sure enough, sure enough. Nelson was also aroused by his mysterious remarks. Sure enough, after get off work, he got a positive response to his girlfriend's proposal. Oh, this. Nelson took off his hat and scratched his head. He didn't discuss why a prophet would do this kind of work in a restaurant. He thought that this young man was splashed with apple cider vinegar when he went out. What does this have to do with apple cider vinegar? Does it matter? Of course, sir. The waiter showed an admiring expression, clasped his hands together, as if praying for the same good luck for himself. My colleague is a Gemini, you know, The lucky fruit of Gemini is an apple. What's the matter, sir? The waiter saw Nelson standing in place with a tangled face, slowly putting his hat back on with a movement similar to a pioneer mechanical dance step, and asked with concern, "If there is a taboo, we will help you eliminate it from the random options. If you are not satisfied with this package, we will have other categories to choose from." "I think it's good." Nelson shook his head. "Give me a copy of this sunrise package, but remember to wait until the person I'm waiting for arrives. This is for him to order. And you, give me a mullet, no meat, but sweet." "Okay." The waiter noted on the menu, nodded and prepared to retreat to the back kitchen. "Wait," Nelson suddenly called to the waiter who had opened the door curtain. After struggling for a moment, he whispered, "Do you know what the lucky fruit of Capricorn is? Pitaya? Can you make me a dragon fruit mullet?" Nelson said quickly, "Of course, I just asked casually, and it just happened that today I want to eat dragon fruit." "I understand, sir." The waiter smiled and waved the menu in his hand, opened the door curtain and retreated to the kitchen. "But sir, I have to remind you that dragon fruit such as dragon fruit may not be so delicious when it is made into jam. It doesn't matter, I have always had a high tolerance for food." Walking to a window seat, Nelson leaned on the chair with his cane, took off his hat and put it on the tip of the cane, put his arm on the table, and leaned on his chin to watch the flow of people coming and going outside the window. After a while, the waiter brought a huge tray and put down a plate and a large bowl. Bang! "The sunrise set meal will be served later. The person I'm waiting for hasn't come yet." "Sorry, sir, this is the dragon fruit pita bread you ordered." Hearing the waiter's apology, Nelson turned his head and looked at the food on the table. There was a sliced lasagna on the plate, and it could be vaguely seen that the filling was condensed milk or cheese, which was placed aside. A large bowl of pitaya is filled with dragon fruit cut into small pieces, with 2 small wooden forks inserted on it. "Sorry, our chef tried to make dragon jam, but the effect was so mediocre, so I had to separate them." "It's okay." Nelson looked up at the waiter, picked up the small wooden fork and threw a piece of dragon fruit in his mouth, nodded, "Just remember to wait for someone to serve your set meal, and then pour me a glass warm water." "Okay, sir." Nelson ate the dragon fruit boredly, waiting a little bored. He took out 2 round metal balls from his pocket and used his magic wand to roll around on the table. After a while, a tall and thin man pushed open the door of the store and walked heavy steps to sit down across from Nelson. "Are you playing Quidditch? I can teach you." "No, Senior Newt." Nelson raised his head. Newt looked tired with heavy dark circles under his eyes. "What's wrong with you? Do you recognize the bed?" Nelson raised his eyebrows, turned sideways, raised his arm and snapped his fingers, then turned to Newt and asked, "Should I eat fire dragon fruit first, like you all year round?" "Will the running wizard also recognize the bed?" "No, thank you." "Are you really afraid of diarrhea when you eat fruit early in the winter?" Newt waved his hand and declined Nelson's kindness. "Actually, I won't." "You can tell me that I actually slept very well at first." "Sweet. I don't even worry about Grindelwald suddenly coming out from under my bed and attacking meats sniffing. I'm too difficult." "The wizard who lives next door is a jeweler, and his room is full of shiny things and cannon. These things are too tempting to sniff, and I didn't close the box tightly." "You can't even imagine it." "This caused me to spend most of my life trying to catch it." "Understandable." Nelson nodded with a smile. "When I was at Hogwarts, I went back to the dormitory at night, and when I went to bed, I didn't find my cat in the bed, and ended up lying on it." Newt yawned, and halfway through his mouth, he hurriedly moved his hand to cover his mouth, smiled shamefully, and he was about to stand up. "Sorry, I'm getting up late. I'll go order breakfast first." "It's okay, I've already ordered it for you." Nelson grabbed him and said, "I just arrived, you see. I haven't eaten this mullet yet." "Really?" Newt sighed, patted his chest and asked, "What did you order for me?" "I don't know." Nelson noticed that the waiter was picking up a plate from the delivery port, like the front desk's mouth. "Look, You never know if today is the end before sunrise. What? Newt was puzzled. Sorry, I was a little sleepy just now. Sir, I never know whether today is the end of the day or not before sunrise. It is the name of this dish. The waiter put down a large tray covered with a plate cover, placed it in front of Newt, bent over and asked, will you help you uncover the cover of the plate? Uncovering this mystery yourself will make you enjoy this meal even more. No, thank you. Nelson smiled and helped. The somewhat confused Newt refused, and looked at the back of the waiter, leaving with a smile. It's pretty fancy. It is said that the dishes in this set are all random and are fortune-telling by professionals. The teacher judges what the customer is suitable for today. Is that so? Newt came to a sense of consciousness, and his hand reaching for the plate cover trembled slightly. Merlin's beard. I have never given my fate to eat anything in the morning. The cover of the dinner plate was slowly lifted, and Nelson curiously moved his head up. He thought that fog or golden light would gush out of the tray as soon as the cover was uncovered, but unfortunately, it did not. It's normal by accident. Just ordinary bread slices, fried eggs, spinach and a glass of milk. Very good. Destiny still favors me a little. Newt took a sip of the milk with a surviving expression, and his sleepiness faded. He put down the cup, looked at Nelson, and asked curiously, listen, say you are leaving again? Where? Nelson was more curious than Newt. Who told you? Andre, he said you might be going to the UK to rescue your band members in a few days. Newt shrugged, put a fried egg and spinach on the side of the slice of bread with a fork, and picked up another slice of bread. The film covers it. I don't even know you still have a band. What happened to him? Did he publish any songs that insulted the authorities? You may be wrong. Nelson raised his head. He is a member of the team, and I don't want to go. The job of paying the ransom picker is not interesting at all. That's good. I thought the umbrella used to spy on intelligence in Newmangood was going to run away. Newt joked, and the two quickly finished the meal. After the meal, the two got on the tram bound for the suburbs and drove in the direction of Lorien Castle. Nelson patted his coat pocket. In addition to some standing props, it also contained the copy of Lorien for Jonas, and finally passed it to Nelson. With the magic book in hand, he went to apprentice to learn art. Today, Newmangood is really very different from what I imagined. In the empty tram, Newt said to himself, I originally thought that Newmangood would be very resistant to malinventions, but I didn't expect. All kinds of trendy gadgets on the streets of London and New York are already running here. I didn't expect this tram at first. Nelson nodded in approval. The free public transportation is still driverless. Although the ride experience cannot be called a good one, it can already be called an advanced one. Although the tram has been running here for a long time, it is rare for the residents of Newmangood to ride. This may be related to the attitude of the saints towards muggles. They are more likely to be crawling around in an iron cage. People who are willing to walk, phantom, or ride a flying broom to go to work don't know that the speed of the tortoise vehicle will be much faster than the flying broom in a few decades. It's not just a tram. Newt sighed. While the pure-blooded family of the Ministry of Magic was still fighting for a shampoo monopoly, Newmangood had already started the magic factory. There is a well-developed magic industry in Newmangood. There are large and small magic factories or magic workshops in the industrial areas on the outskirts. Now it is the peak time for work, and there are pedestrians and riders hurrying to the outskirts on the roadside. Beaters with flying broomsticks dangling bread and senior beaters who walk to the door of the house unhurriedly and are paraded. Some diligent factories have even started, and the tall chimneys in the suburbs are puffing out black smoke. Good fellow. Has the surplus value been discovered by the wizard? Nelson was shocked when he saw the plume of smoke he had never noticed before. Do you feel shocked too? I can't imagine what would happen if I left it here for steady development. I went around the factories yesterday and their production efficiency is much higher than that of the unscrupulous merchants in Diagon Alley. Eyes were blurred. But what does this have to do with me? I previously suggested that my brother learn from moles and establish police patrols. Has he adopted it? Of course not. He asked me to visit St. Mungo. He had been fighting for many years. Grindelwald's curse hurt my brain. Newt shook his head sadly. This is really impressive. I'm sorry, I have to say, this is indeed a good suggestion. And when Tom sent me a letter yesterday, Owl surprised the patrolling wizards in the surrounding neighborhood. Nelson spread his hands, his tone as heavy as Newt. Your brother didn't take this suggestion, but Grindelwald adopted it. I think it may be even more regrettable. The most regrettable thing is that no one knows about it. Newt covered his cheek and said in a speechless voice, if I told my brother what I saw and heard here, he shouldn't recommend me to go Street Mungo, but sent me to Street Mungo personally. Seriously, I never thought that one day I could spend Grindelwald's money for breakfast on the site of Grindelwald. Newt, holding the handrails, exclaimed as he looked at the pedestrians with pancakes outside the window. The ability to adjust emotions is not bad. Isn't the meal he just came to Newmangad paid for? That's different. Newt shook his head. It's a dinner. It feels different. Do you want to go back and order some more dishes? Nelson suggested, seeing Newt's unsatisfactory expression. Eat at noon or night. I want to go see that dragon again. Newt licked his lips, wondering if it was because of winter dryness or gluttony. If it was greedy, he also knew whether it was greedy for the next meal or the dragon that was about to meet. Okay. Nelson shrugged. Actually, I can order takeaway or take it to the castle. You know, I have a very convenient cane. No. Newt shook his head firmly amidst the bumps when the tram drove to the muddy ground outside the city. The waiter needs to say the words. It's still credited to Lord Grindelwald. You understand me? Mean? I do not understand. Well, that's not important. The important thing is that we are here. Seeing the castle approaching, Newt stood up. Nelson walked to the door. The tram slowly stopped, opened the door in front of the patched castle, and the two jumped out of the car. Interestingly, when Nelson jumped down, the dust raised was much larger than Newt. Newt glanced at Nelson's pocket. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Come here. Nelson was a little lower than the gate, only to see a big red bow running up and down, and asked energetically, Mr. Scamander, come see those fluffy hairs. Worm, I'm coming to see Dinkers. Newt waved his hand and agreed with a smile. It misses you too. Lorien trotted to the gate of the courtyard, opened the gate, tilted his head and looked at Nelson, caught sight of the corner of the note that was exposed by the bumps when Nelson jumped off the tram, and ran forward and pulled forward. Hold his arm. Nelson, are you here too? Come in. I promised you to give you notes before. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, 116th chapter 1. Not only found your uncle, I also found your father. Luolian held her hands behind her back, bowed slightly, tilted her head and glanced behind them. The big red bow jumped and the long golden hair was floating in the air, like an elf in the morning light, smart and lovely, and independent. The tram is good, she admired. Nelson and Newt followed her into the manor, and the door slowly closed behind them. It is said that this is a route dedicated to you by Grindelwald. White leaned against the gate of the castle and reached out and took off Nelson's hat. She was holding a stalk of grass and the green leaves trembling in the air. It's really good. Nelson agreed with Lorien, rubbed his shoes on the doormat, took off his coat, handed it to White's hand, and raised his foot into the castle. I suggest Hogwarts or something else in the future. The magic school uses mechanical owls to deliver letters, both classic and modern. Ha ha. White covered her mouth and smiled, put down her hand and took Nelson's coat and put it on the coat rack of the porter, but this movement stiffened only at the beginning. She turned the clothes in her hand and pulled it. Nelson asked, how much do you put in your pocket? Sorry. Newt followed Lorien to see the caterpillar in the garden. Nelson showed an embarrassed smile full of apologize, took his coat from White and hung it up with his own hands, and took out the notebook and wand from his pocket. He held it in his arms, leaned his cane to one side, and followed White upstairs. I basically carry my belongings with me. Do all of you Hogwarts students have this problem? White thought of Newt's suitcase. Not really, maybe the students who didn't get there on the way have this problem. You know, we are hanging around outside, very insecure. Nelson called haha, and asked, you have been living with Leanne these days? Together? Yes. She and I are good sisters. White raised his eyebrows. You should understand that people with outstanding looks are always attracted to each other. I have no doubt about this. Nelson and White had forgotten Andre tacitly. He raised his head and looked at a patchy crack in the wall of the castle's promenade connecting the foyer to the banquet hall, and asked with some worry. Said, does this house usually not shake? I am very worried about the professionalism of the Zweig construction team. Don't worry, Magic. You don't always think of yourself as a mole. You have to know that the wizard will just stick it with a patch, and it will be much stronger than the mud that mole mixes for a long time. White snorted. God, had it not been for you to talk about it, I would have forgotten that there was someone's way. Memory is very important. Nelson shrugged and walked upstairs along the stairs, looking down from the window. Newt was still studying the caterpillars in the vegetable field. Lorien stood beside him and said something. The puppy in his arms was a little scared and buried his head in her arms, only a short tail dangling stiffly outside. It's called killing the caterpillars and fighting dinkers. Nelson looked back and walked into the living room at the top of the tower. Because Newt got up late, it was almost noon. White walked to Nelson, took the notebook and threw it on the coffee table in the living room, put his elbow on his shoulder, pushed him to the kitchen, and muttered, "Come and cook for me. Just give me some tips on your cooking skills." Nelson's cooking skills can only be described with imagination. He commanded knives to slaughter potatoes, onions and carrots, and cruelly divided them into individual dices, threw them into a pot of smorgasbord, and casually threw condiments and condiments in them. Diced meat, but I have to say, it tastes pretty good. Nelson opened a bottle of red wine and prepared to pour it into the stew. After thinking about it, he poured himself a glass and tasted the taste. Well, it's not expired. Nelson drank the red wine in the glass, and two red clouds appeared on his face. He poured all the remaining bottle of wine into the pot, smacked his mouth, feeling a little the meaning is still unfinished. Why don't you leave? There are so many good opportunities before. White leaned against the kitchen door, with a rosemary freshly washed by Nelson in his mouth, and asked like a repeater, "You have to come back, this time again." "It's hard to go." "Why should I leave? I have a great time here. I don't have to spend money on eating and drinking but you. Why don't you go?" Nelson found an apron and tied it in front of him. It took several times to fasten it. "This waistcoat and shirt were washed last night." He returned to the case and continued to slaughter a piece of ham. Suddenly he said, "You always persuade me to go quickly, but I don't have any. The reason I have to go is that my daily meal bills are placed on Grindelwald's account. I go out to the library and I can travel everywhere. He is your enemy." "Are you not at all?" "Yeah, so what?" Nelson put the sliced ham on the charcoal fire, turned his head to look at White. His whole face turned red. "Do you think I can get revenge or what? I tried my best. It is estimated that the sneak attack will only make him bleed. Why should I touch this mold? If I can beat him, I will fight him now, but I can't beat ... White. There are only two of us now. It's another kind of person, so I can tell you that I had an enemy before, but I was stronger than him, so I turned around and killed him. Do you understand? Is that why you left Hogwarts?" White saw the red-faced Nelson carrying a knife, as if he had met him for the first time, and took a step back. "It's not something like hitting Dumbledore. The reason, it's not important, and I don't want to quibble, but I still think that person deserves to die." Nelson burped, his mouth smelled of alcohol, shrugged helplessly when he saw White's appearance, turned back and held his fork. "Turn the ham over and continue. The important thing is that I have nowhere to go now. I don't know much about the magical world and moles. The world is so big that I can only stay here." "Don't you care about your hatred with Grindelwald at all?" "Of course I care. But it's the same sentence, so what? Nelson began to install the order, and said calmly, I grew up in a mole family and lived in an orphanage in London all year round, with low mana. And I don't know anything about what happened that year. Every one of you told me that I had a grudge against Grindelwald, but no one ever told me what it was. Did he do it himself? Did he direct his subordinates to do it? Did he force the enemy to do it? I really, nothing, knowing. And Grindelwald was the one who witnessed it. If I could stay here, I would be able to figure out the truth. At least let me know that the enemy is who. I can become stronger faster than in school. If you want me to take revenge, this is the fastest way to learn from the strongest black wizard ever, and then use the skills learned to revenge. Sorry, Nelson, I don't know. It's okay, I don't know anything. Nelson put aside the set ham, picked up a huge broccoli, and suddenly asked about lunch. Will Andre come to eat? If he wants to. I just cut the whole thing. Seeing White's head, Nelson broke the whole cauliflower in half and processed half of it first. He inserted several kitchen knives hanging on the wall into the dish, walked aside and waved his wand, and continued to say to White, say really, I didn't call him Master Grindelwald. What are you worried about? I think you and Barry are really a match made in heaven. He wants to complete the task but gets caught by various people every day. You always persuade him. I ran away but locked myself here. I signed an unbreakable vow with Grindelwald. White lowered his head lonely. I can't really betray him unless it comes at the cost of my own life. But I doubt. I can't hurt it even if I abandon my life. Grindelwald is too strong. I remember that the unbreakable vows will only be made when both parties are completely willing. Nelson, who talked so much, did not forget his art of speaking. This little science choked White so much that he could not speak. Well, people will change. You must have been blinded before. Nelson scratched his head and asked, can you come and help me cut the other half of the dish? I feel a bit sleepy. Nelson closed his eyes and fell to the ground with a bang. Are you awake? Nelson opened his eyes in a daze, and heard someone calling him, go and wash, feel like come and eat. If you don't wake up, you will have to eat leftovers. Nelson emptied his brain, moved to the bathroom to clean himself, and sat at the table with his head in his hands. Have you poisoned me? Picking up the fork, he stared at White desperately. No, the wine bottle flew. White shook his head grinningly, reached out his hands to catch an empty wine bottle that was flying, and leaned in front of Nelson. Do you know what you drank? I was cooking and suddenly fell asleep. It's over. What? Nelson took the bottle and read the label on it. Neither of them mentioned anything in the kitchen. Isn't this red wine? I only drank a glass. Oh. What is this? There are a lot of euphorias in it, and a little bit of life and death water. White helped him finish the rest of the words. This is a drink to invigorate the banquet atmosphere. I bought it at a liquor store yesterday. You drink a big glass by yourself, I will definitely fall asleep. I poured a whole bottle into this pot of stew, Nelson mumbled, pointing to the half pot of stew left on the table. Why is the life and stagnant water in the drink that enlivens the banquet atmosphere? And fell asleep. What's the atmosphere? It's okay. After boiling, it won't work. I have to say that it tastes good. Nelson saw Andre next to White. He nodded and said hello. He continued to say, as for why you are still young, you will know later. You can eat it. Nelson hummingly picked up the large spoon on the table and scooped the stew into his bowl. Can you tell me what happened in the kitchen? Newt smiled teasingly. He poked a carrot from the bowl with a fork and pointed his finger at the pits on it. This is a penetrating wound. Here, the murderer slashed with a blunt knife but didn't cut it, and then made another cut, and found that it continued to cut. So he changed the position. Here. Ha ha ha, Nelson. So cruel. Luo Lian's smile seemed to have been poked by the joke. She laughed out loud, lying on the table laughing, and patted the table. Eat, everyone eat quickly. Nelson buried his face in the bowl and smiled awkwardly. After he was full, Andre took out a newspaper and threw it in Nelson's arms. "What? That little friend of yours is looking for Lord Grindelwald?" Andre picked up his tooth from the toothpick, grinned at Nelson, and motioned for him to read the newspaper. "Which little friend of mine, Tom?" Nelson was puzzled, but still opened the newspaper. What did he do with Grindelwald? In the second page of the Paris Daily, the advertisement notice page, a missing person notice is printed there alone, especially eye-catching. Hi! Seeing the words Great Hangleton in this missing person notice, Nelson understood what was going on. He took a breath and simply covered the newspaper on his face. "What's the matter?" Andre asked curiously, picking up a big spoon and stabbing Nelson. "I remember your stage name is Gellet Grindelwald. But didn't he just send you the letter yesterday? Why are you still looking for you?" "But he seems to be quite rich, and this type of advertising is not cheap." Andre has been busy making money recently and is very sensitive to money. "You can't talk about it too much." Nelson sighed. "You don't need to worry about it, Andre. It's a private matter. No. A family matter." Nelson took out his class schedule. The most recent online class was 2 days away. He shook his head, looked at Newt, and asked, "Senior Newt, can you lend me an hour later? I might want to send a letter." "Yes." New Zealand nodded, trying to hide the curiosity on his face. "I'm out for a trip. Something is going on." Nelson got up and ran to the porter downstairs. "Nelson." Laurie Ann called to him, "Are you coming back later?" "I'll be back in a while." "Okay, if you still want to hear me tell that note today, you can just come to my room and find me directly later." "Okay, sorry." "Nelson, you will apparat." Unfortunately, Newt's cry was not heard by Nelson. Nelson rushed downstairs, ran to the hall and grabbed the coat and cane. It was too late to wear. Carrying the clothes and raising the cane, calling out the name of the priestess, pushing open the door, Nelson took out the double-sided mirror used for online lessons from the bedside table and called Tom's name. Soon, the mirror responded, and water-like stripes rippled from the center to the surroundings. "Tom, not only did I find your uncle, I even found your dad." Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, 117th chapter. Bloody love story. "Oh, it's you. Nah." Tom rubbed his sleepy eyes. The milky white nightcap on his head slid to the side, a grass-green ball of fur trembled, he covered his mouth and yawned, stretched his hand to the side and fumbled by the pillow, lifted the quilt from Get Down on the bed. Nelson held the tower mirror in his hand, as if watching a horror documentary filmed by a handheld camera. "Are you just getting up?" "Yes." Raised his head and glanced at the wall clock in the bedroom, lowered his head to look in the mirror, rubbed his eyes again, and said weakly, "Actually, I just slept recently." "Tom, what's happening?" "Tom Riddle." "Is it really you?" Nelson's mouth twitched, and he asked uncertainly, "Have you been possessed by Slytherin?" "I have never seen anyone in bed after 8 o'clock in the morning." "Tom Riddle, what are you talking about?" Tom opened the bathroom door and set the mirror aside. He took a look and found that Nelson was placed upright, so he nodded in satisfaction, picked up the dental bowl and prepared to wash. In his mouth holding a sip of water, he said vaguely, "I stayed in the secret room all night last night, and I didn't go out to fool around." "You are really eager to learn." Nelson licked his teeth, admiring insincerely. "That's not it." Tom gave Nelson a blank look, and continued with a bubble in his mouth. "I found a powerful magic that even a mediocre wizard can blow up a street with a spell, so I think what I said is right." "What?" Nelson was interrupted by him so much that for a moment he even forgot to find anything to do with him. "That's what you told me, because there are too many mediocre guys, so for the convenience of teaching, the spell is getting simpler and weaker." "Did I say this?" Nelson scratched his head, and finally remembered what he had said to Tom when he interpreted Slytherin's transfiguration. He nodded and exclaimed heartily, "You really know how to reading comprehension. By the way, what's the matter with you looking for me early in the morning?" Tom threw the toothbrush into the tooth bowl, raised his head to rinse his mouth, stroked his hair with one hand, and stared at the big mirror in front of him and said, I just heard you say my uncle is your father, so we really are cousins. Yes, yes. Nelson finally remembered the business and waved quickly. No, I mean, not only did I find your uncle, I also found your father. What did you say? I said, I found your father. What did you find? I found your father. What's your dad? I found your father. Who found my dad? Tom might not have understood what Nelson was talking about for a while, or he had resisted the news from the bottom of his heart. He even felt a little puzzled. How could Nelson put a sentence like a music box with a magical loop playing a song speak upside down? Nelson was exasperated. He took out a crumpled piece from his pocket, pressed it tightly to the mirror, held up the mirror, and yelled at Tom, "Your father, Tom Riddle Sr. saw our report in Paris and went to find you in Paris. He published a missing person notice and found us both. Please read it for yourself." Tom fell into a long silence. Because the newspaper blurred the mirror, Nelson couldn't see his expression and state. In the quiet air, he thought Tom was disconnected, but the faint sound of breathing told the person opposite him. "I am reading the newspaper with only a few dozen words." Nah. After a long time, Tom suffocated. "How can you find everything?" Nelson lifted the newspaper covered on the mirror. Tom's face was full of melancholy, and his expression was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze the water out. The last time he saw Tom's appearance was on the streets of Paris. Tom saw the copy of the outrageous report. "You know, I'm good at this." Nelson took out the ring with the resurrection stone and shook it at Tom. "But I didn't find it this time. A saint saw you looking for green duel, gave me the report." Tom's expression became even more melancholy. He was like Oedipus who was teased by fate, Arthurs who picked up Frostmourne, and Hugh High who was coveting the throne. Nelson could not help but ask, "Are you okay, Tom?" "I'm okay. But he really is." Tom sighed. Those mature and sophisticated that did not match his age disappeared without a trace at this moment. His eyes were full of resistance and panic towards the mole father who fell from the sky. He paused for a while, looked around, turned around and asked, "Is he really my father?" "How do I know this?" Nelson had to jokingly said in a relatively brisk voice. "It is not ruled out that someone with the same name and surname as you may really have something to do with Grindelwald and Dumbledore." "Okay." Tom recalled what he knew about the pitiful situation of his parents, and nodded. In the UK, the same name is very common. This is why Tom resists his own name, but the last name is strange, so the same name on the contrary. There are not many cases of the same surname. Since Mrs. Cole said that her mother named herself by her father's name, then this Tom Riddle who came by the wind is probably because of her 10-year history. The father who never showed up. Sigh. He lowered his head and sighed. "Oh." Nelson didn't know what to say, and then he sighed, and asked, "This Mr. Riddle seems to be in France now. Let me see the situation for you." "Oh." Tom continued to sigh. "It's not that your girlfriend is pregnant. Why are you sighing?" Nelson comforted. "This is also a good thing. At least you are not an orphan, aren't you? I will go to France tomorrow to explore the way for you. If this person is not good, let's not look for him anyway. He can't find us anyway. At most he can find no." Tom softly refused. "Find Grindelwald and let them go to a duel." After Nelson said the remaining half-sentence, when he heard Tom's words, he asked in surprise, "What did you say?" "No, nah." Tom shook his head slightly. "Let me face it myself." "Can you?" Nelson asked with some worry, and this kind of father who had not been seen for more than 10 years didn't sound like a good person. "No problem, nah." Tom clenched his fists, and the panic in his eyes disappeared. "Am I still alive without him? I just want to find out what happened that year," he whispered. "Seriously, I still think that the woman controlled me in a peculiar way." By the fireplace, old Tom shivered, seeming to recall the bloody love story when he was dating Mellop. He picked up a cut cigar from the table with a trembling hand. The servant behind him stepped forward with a wink and lit the fire for him, and then disappeared neatly into the darkness behind the sofa. In the lingering smoke, old Tom spoke slowly. "When I fled home later, everyone said I was crazy, or they thought I was just making an excuse to abandon others. but only I knew that during the nearly a year what a terrible thing I have experienced. Mr. Riddle, can you elaborate? On the sofa opposite him, a young reporter was holding a pamphlet while listening and recording. On the expensive leather cushion, the young reporter was a little frustrated. He wore a high-quality ready-to-wear that didn't fit well, like it was to fit a doll with the body of another doll at first glance. He was the lucky one who had been poor and rich. He was the reporter who wrote the report before, and is a master of reading comprehension. The crazier the age, the more people will pursue these specious things. With that report, he also gained unimaginable fame and a certain amount of wealth before, and also harvested this interview as the father of the artist Gellert Grindelwald. Opportunities for men. This is the first time I have mentioned this to anyone other than the family. Old Tom took a sip of the cigar in his hand, and the smoke that he vomited enveloped his entire head. I was full of brains at the time. That woman, daughter of the shabby family who lives on the hillside opposite our house. I really don't know what happened, but the first thing I open my eyes every morning is to miss her, and to dream after falling asleep every night. She, whether she is by my side or not, there is only one thought in my mind, and that is to miss her. I understand, Mr. Riddle, the young reporter nodded, which seemed to be something within his knowledge. To tell you, what I have in my mind now is, when the interview is over, take my fiancée in the hotel building. Have a good meal at the restaurant below. I invite you. Old Tom waved his hand impatiently, and the valet behind him appeared from the shadows again. He walked to the reporter and put down a meal coupon, then retreated back into the darkness without making a sound. Tom continued, his voice a little sharp, "That's different. It's like you are thinking of your fiancée now. But you can ask me questions here. Pick up your damn pen and write on the damn notebook." You can hear what I said, but I can't. I was full of that woman at the time. I could hardly do anything except miss her and interact with her. Crazy about love is really rare. The well-informed reporter also felt that he had gained a lot of knowledge, and he was amazed. I said, "That's not love." Old Tom's head came out of the lingering smoke, and he exasperatedly squeezed a low roar from his throat. The manservant behind him appeared again, staring at the reporter indifferently. Upon seeing this, the reporter waved his hand to apologize. "I'm sorry, Mr. Riddle, it's not love. Go ahead." "Yes, that's not love." Old Tom leaned back on the sofa, hiding his head in the smoke, and continued, "When I am awake, I just want to sleep with her, and when I sleep, I dream of being in bed with her. Sorry, excuse me," the reporter asked, raising his hand. "Mr. Riddle, can I include this paragraph in the report?" "Of course." Old Tom leaned forward, poked his head out of the smoke again, showing a blackened old yellow tooth and grinning at the reporter, like a crazy jackal. At this time, he is not just too immersed in love victims in crazy fantasies, and even the famous gentry who doubled the wealth of the Riddle family. Of course you can write anything, even if it is fabricated, it doesn't matter, and the reader's attitude has nothing to do with your thoughts. I will modify. The reporter maintained his previous wave of hands and added at the end, in a literary way, "Very well." Old Tom nodded in satisfaction. In the smoke, only the faint orange cigarette butts were visible. My mother was still alive at that time. She took me to see the doctor, the psychiatrist. You've heard of it. A kind of doctor who specializes in treating people's brains. He said that I was just too guilty for that woman, so he fantasized about her controlling me, so as to comfort my conscience. HMPH, that's a quack, although the behavior during that time was completely illogical. But I remember that memory clearly. I understand that this is a new science, a new profession, and it is normal to have misjudgments. When I get along with her, I sometimes have a moment of sobriety. She does not fully grasp my thoughts. Every time I am sober, I will find a way to escape in the shabby apartment she rents. Old Tom gritted his teeth and said, "She doesn't look very clever, but she's actually smarter than anyone else. In order to prevent me from escaping, she would lock the apartment before going out. She also rented an apartment on the 5th floor, just for fear that I would turn over. The window escaped." "Did she put you under house arrest?" "Yes, it made me think of a solution inside the room. Old Tom nodded and said, "The next day, I found that the kitchen was unlocked. Every time before I went out, she would lock the kitchen door specially. It was really lucky that day." Old Tom patted his chest with lingering fear, and said, "I saw her use that kind of pot on the stove, that kind of small pot for melting iron in the smithy, you know." "Crucible," the knowledgeable reporter said. "Yes, it's a crucible. She uses that kind of crucible to make a strange liquid every day, and the luster of the mother-of peel doesn't look normal. She just mixes that thing in the rice to let me eat." Infatuated with her. "So you think that lady made you fall in love with her through long-term medicine?" the reporter concluded. "Yes, old Tom hasn't smoked a cigar for a long time, and the smoke covering his face has faded." He smiled conceited and said, "After knowing all this, I began to pretend to be sick, pretending that I had stomach upset. 3 times. Heaven didn't eat anything. But in those 3 days, I still pretended to be obsessed with her as before. Maybe it made her feel that she could also obsess me without the disgusting aphrodisiac, so she stopped feeding me that thing. This gave me a chance to escape from this devil." "Devil?" the reporter raised his head and interrupted. "I noticed that you seem to call your predecessor the devil." "Yes, that woman is the devil who seduces believers, the devil who plays with the hearts of people, the devil who possesses the means of hell." "Then Mr. Grindelwald?" The reporter carefully examined old Tom's face and said seriously, "I noticed that he and you are indeed very similar in appearance." He is almost exactly the same as when I was young." Old Tom's face was struggling, and the muscles around his mouth twitched quickly. After a while, he closed his eyes and said weakly, "That might be the child born to me and the devil." The reporter got excited, and the old jackal finally showed his weakness in front of him. To the reporter, this weakness was like the temptation of sharks by the blood in the sea. He licked his lips and asked, "So to you, is he a devil or a child?" Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, by Mobile version website, 118th chapter. Devil's Son. I don't know what he is to me. Old Tom was silent for a long time, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. "That life was like purgatory to me. My education and conscience told me, even the son of the devil is just an innocent life, let alone my blood flowing in his body. He is my heir." But old Tom was choked by the smoke. He grabbed his neckline hard and coughed violently. The wrinkles on the man's face were tangled freely, and the scars on his chapped skin seemed to penetrate into his bones. "Conscience?" the young reporter whispered to himself, adding a note to the booklet recording the conversation. "Yes," old Tom said with tangled brows, clutching his chest, "I understand that in the eyes of ordinary people, I am a downright bad person, and there is no conscience to speak of. But I have not been able to face that experience for so many years. Except for my daughter's loss, that is my deepest and most terrifying nightmare, so much so that I have always been resentful towards that son who has never seen each other, even if I know I am angry. But alas, I understand, Mr. Riddle, humans are emotional animals after all." The reporter nodded and continued to ask, "You said before that you have been looking for your own daughter for so many years. So have you ever found your own son?" "I think it should be easy if you want to find him." "Indeed." Old Tom lay weakly on the sofa, holding a cigar and letting the smoke rise. His trembling hands made the rising smoke show an extremely tortuous line, just like he was with Mrope 12 years ago. The spiraling white steam presented by the pot of potion seen in the small apartment where he lived together, the unimaginable experience of ordinary people and the unbearable potion of moles almost destroyed his mind and body. He finished this sentence after speaking. He closed his mouth tightly, and his eyes became hollow. "So for so many years, have you ever found your own son?" The reporter doesn't care about this. Since this gentleman asked to be interviewed, he should dig deeper. The sharp sense of smell brought about by his career makes him excited, compared with the nonsense of an old tycoon. His cold-blooded reckless behavior is more likely to make readers angry. His bloody wounds are more likely to arouse people's discussion, drive the sales of newspapers, and make him more likely to succeed. He has tasted the sweetness of a successful news. This time the interviewee is a man with a fragile heart and an emotional man. There are too many wounds on his body that can be torn open. I didn't. Old Tom squeezed out a few words in a trembling voice. Why? The reporter asked passionately. He even forgot Old Tom's wealth and the manservant behind him, and couldn't wait to pick up some hot spots. Haven't you thought about it? A single mother? How should you live with your child in London? You said that the lady is the daughter who settled down on the hill next door. Then maybe she has no ability to make a living in London. Not to mention that she is still pregnant with your child. You have thought of this kind of cruelty. What kind of embarrassing life will her abandonment bring her? I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it at all. I didn't think about it at all. Old Tom roared hysterically, his cheeks showing abnormal flushing, glaring at the reporter, and stretching out trembling fingers towards his head. Do you not understand human words? I said it. That is the devil. Will the devil starve to death because of the escape of the soul it controls? If it really starves to death, then it is really happy. Sorry. The reporter hurriedly raised his hand to swing on his chest, raised his head and looked at the male servant who appeared again, nodded like a garlic, and said with his eyes that he would not ask questions like this again. You calm down, Mr. Riddle. I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? It looks like you, like those quack doctors, feel that my escape is just an excuse for refusing to admit that I abandon others. I'm not. The reporter denied it, but his face read yes, I think so. I'm really not afraid to tell you that I have done this kind of thing more than once or twice. Old Tom picked up the newspaper on the coffee table, approached the reporter, pointed to Tom's photo and said, I saw his face. Is it? I was exactly like him when I was young. Just the same. Do you know what this means? Does this mean that he is indeed your relative? The reporter replied quietly. No, I just want to tell you that if you have such a face, you can live happily and happily. There will never be a lack of beautiful women around you. Even if you rely on a woman to support you, you can live incomparably moisturized without suffering. I struggled to find a place to bring my fiancée to dinner in a restaurant of this kind of hotel. Mr. Riddle. The reporter's face was flushed, and he felt insulted, but sadly discovered that what Old Tom said turned out to be the truth. So you understand? When I was young, I did a lot of abandoning girls. Did you know that I did a lot? Old Tom waved the newspaper and said like a conductor, before I met my wife I am also a prodigal son, but I never deny those romances or passions, nor evade responsibility for them. I am not the kind of poor guy, I have money. Speaking of money, Old Tom returned to his area of expertise and his mood stabilized. He calmly put a hand on the armrest of the sofa, tilted his legs, waved his hand to let the servant light a cigar for him, and pinched it. Taking a deep breath in his hand, he spit out a puff of smoke at the reporter. Do you understand? Old Tom said with some pride. Why do those girls still like me knowing that I am so romantic? That's because they know that it is impossible to lose out with me anyway. This is different. The more important thing between men and women is emotion. The reporter defended bitterly. He thought of his fiancée who was struggling in the big city of Paris like himself. Thinking of the better situation, his heart surged. A touch of sweetness. What silly thing are you talking about, boy? Old Tom sneered as if he heard a joke, and sneered. Do you know statistics? I have dated so many girls, but my wife is the only true love. What percentage is that? Go back and calculate by yourself. Okay. The reporter didn't know what to say, so he continued to ask according to the outline. Then have you looked for your son before? I haven't looked for it. Old Tom confessed, struggling, and the reporter smiled with a win-winner, but he immediately added, my family actually knows about this, so after I got home, they sent a servant to find my possible heir. Oh? The reporter came with interest, and he asked, are there any results? Yes. Old Tom closed his eyes, took a sigh of cigar, hid his head in the smoke, and said after a while, that woman ... she's dead. Dead? The reporter straightened up. holding the notebook and pen in his hand tightly. Yes, after I ran away, the woman died. Old Tom breathed a sigh of relief and began to repeat in a daze. Yes, she died. I saw the news a few weeks ago and was planning to come to France. At that time, the old housekeeper at home told me about this. On the last day of that year, she died at the gate of an orphanage in West London. If I knew this, The reporter felt a nausea in his stomach, and the old Tom on the opposite side didn't even bother to squeeze out fake tears. In his eyes, this guy who did the wrong thing was trying to justify himself with every word, all of which were to prove I don't know and I only knew it after it happened. He had no repentance at all in his heart, no sympathy for this woman who died for himself, only the joy of escaping from the sea of suffering, and it was really hard for him to treat the old man. Tom has empathy. Maybe he really wants to be what he said. If he is really controlled by the devil as he said, he is indeed a total loser. The reporter thought in his heart, and quickly refuted himself. How is it possible? How can there be a decoction to control love in this world? This is just the sophistry of this man. What happened to me? How can I believe this kind of thing? Mr. Riddle. The reporter's professionalism is good. Except for the previous dispute, he didn't bring his emotions into the interview. He sorted out his mood and continued to ask, "You just said that this lady died in the orphanage. Does this mean that she left the child there?" "Yes." Old Tom took a deep look at him, nodded and said, "He grew up in that orphanage, and I asked the person in charge of the orphanage with your report. He only left the last year." "Really?" The reporter quickly recorded in the pamphlet. "Does this show that you ... Oh no. Your servant or someone else knows very well that your biological son has been living in an orphanage. He looks exactly the same as when I was young." Old Tom did not answer the reporter's question directly, but said with emotion, "That woman gave him the same name as me, Tom Riddle." "So you actually knew it, but let your children grow up in an orphanage?" the reporter asked. "Is it just because of the emotional dispute between you and his mother?" I said, "I have no feelings with her." Old Tom recovered and stared at the reporter angrily, his forehead violently, panting violently, and yelled, "There is no so-called emotional dispute. So this is why you let your own son grow up in the orphanage?" The reporter was unreasonable. He stared at the emotionally out of control old Tom triumphantly. "Come to him? As far as I know, he has at least one like-minded friend who has a life of his own. Did you come to him because he became famous because of my reporting?" Old Tom was panting, his face and neck flushed. "Sir, that's the end of today's interview." The valet behind old Tom stepped forward and covered the reporter's pamphlet with his hands. He softly but forcefully warned, "I hope you can report the truth and don't write something for no reason." The reporter tried hard to withdraw his pamphlet, but to no avail. He shrugged and stood up. "Well, Mr. Riddle, thank you for accepting the interview with our newspaper. Your story is wonderful." The valet let go. The reporter stepped forward and stretched out his right hand to old Tom, but he ignored the reporter in front of him, tilted his head to the side, and sucked the cigar in his hand vigorously. The reporter smiled awkwardly and turned and left. I said, "I have no ill will towards that child. I am old and sick." Old Tom said weakly behind him, "I only hope to find my own son and give him the family business, and then let him find his sister. No matter what I do, but it's my father's business." "I see, Mr. Riddle." The reporter nodded, took the coat from the coat rack and put it on him, left and closed the door. He doesn't trust the man's rhetoric anymore. In his opinion, whether it is the outrageous story or the final hypocrisy, it is just a sophistry of his conspiracy. Coming out of the room, the reporter angrily picked up the pamphlet, bit the cap in his mouth, and wrote as he went downstairs, "The performance artist group Grindelwald and Mr. Dumbledore, who have set off a wave in France and Europe, have disappeared for a long time. People's understanding of the two gentlemen is limited to the works of that night, but this can satisfy the society's thirst for knowledge, so that the author has received so-called grass news about them since the report was issued. However, This report is different from the rumors that were difficult to verify before. A gentleman who looked very similar to Mr. Grindelwald brought him new news that is more real, more private, and even more unimaginable. Tom Riddle, a tycoon from Hungerton, England. His wealthy family background and a satisfactory life made him perverse and irritable, and also made him older and weaker than his peers. This person claims to be Gelert Green. The man of Mr. DeVoe's father found the author 3 days ago and asked us to publish his missing person notice in the newspaper. It is difficult for anyone to contact the up-and-coming artist and Mr. Riddle, who is like an old man. Get up. From Mr. Riddle's mouth, the author learned a bloody love story. Turning the stairs. The pen was out of water. He shook his wrist, took off the cap in his mouth and threw it into his pocket, but in it he found the meal ticket from the fine dining restaurant downstairs that old Tom gave him. The young reporter struggled for a moment, released his hand holding the meal coupon, smoothed out the handprints pinched by the old Tom's servant on the pamphlet, and added a sentence after the paragraph. How did Mr. Riddle change from a handsome gentleman to what he is now? All this has to do with the woman in his mouth, Mr. Grindelwald's mother. In this bloody love story, Riddle Mr. is undoubtedly a victim too. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, 119th chapter. Wizard Duel. Nelson, come, attack me and show me your magic. In the open space outside the castle, Lorien and Nelson stood opposite each other. Nelson glanced at Dinkers, who was struggling in Newt's arms, and asked in a low voice, do you want to make some preparations first? No need. Lian nodded. The magician does not know foresight, so there is no chance to prepare before encountering a battle. Okay. Nelson nodded, turned and walked away. About 10 steps later, Nelson turned around and gave Lorien a wizarding ceremony, raising his wand to his chest and pressing his lips tightly. Keep an eye on the movements of the opposite witch. Which one of them will win? Andre, who was standing with his hands holding his hands watching the play, raised his elbow and stabbed Newt's shoulder, and asked curiously, I've seen Nelson cast a spell in battle. Transfiguration is very useful. Yes, but it does not seem to be the decisive factor for success or failure. Albus is the most powerful transfiguration master in the world. He only uses transfiguration to defeat most wizards. Newt teased the puppy in his arms without looking up, and continued, anything magic can be a weapon against the enemy when used at high depths. Don't think that only black magic and defense against black magic, which can cause direct damage, have power. Transfiguration is also extremely powerful magic in wizard duels, not to mention it's impossible to guard against. Do you think I don't understand this? Young man. Andre gave Newt a white look, and found that he was just bowing his head to tease the dog, and did not receive his own whites, so he said furiously, of course I know, even if it is. Phantom shifting is also powerful when used well, but what I'm talking about is just this battle. Do you understand? Of course I understand how powerful Nelson's transfiguration technique is. There is a net bag that he deformed next to me. Wizard. Andre pointed to White, who was staring at the opposing two intently, but Newt didn't see his movements. He thought that Andre was talking about himself, so he couldn't help but raise his head and said to him, it's a saint. Is it all pervasive? What are you talking about? Andre asked, turning his head. What is all pervasive? It's nothing. So, do you think Nelson will win with his transfiguration? Andre continued the discussion with great interest. He should also have mastered some other magic. How do you think he will start? I guess it is, use his kind of fog to change the field, and then throw the ball in his pocket into it, turning it into nails, bricks, or net bags. The net bag is indeed very possible. New Features nodded, thinking of some humiliated memories. Of course it does not rule out the possibility that he will change something else, he added enthusiastically. After all, I have seen a lot of worlds with us, but the smoke and throwing should not be able to escape. This is his traditional performance. It looks like you know his spellcasting habits well, but I don't think he will win. Newt took the responsibility of understanding well, and he said seriously, he is too young. and Luo Lian is no bigger than him. Let's think about it for yourself. We are familiar with Nelson's curse, but we don't know anything about Lorien. In wizard duels, the most dangerous thing is always the unknown spell. But have you seen Lorien cast a spell? Andre pointed to Dinkas in Newt's arms and retorted, I have only seen this one of her. Well, dragon, other than I have seen the alchemy villains she arranged in the castle. You know, they don't look very smart. This does not mean that her spell level must be better than Nelson. He is highly praised and valued by Lord Grindelwald. Talent. No, you don't understand. Newt shook his head, cast his gaze to the center of the rattling field, and said softly, Dinkas is a dog turned into a dragon by magic. I don't think a wizard who can sit on this kind of thing will cast the spell of mediocrity. Lorien curiously watched Nelson complete the wizard ceremony, and asked, do your wizards all salute before the battle? No, it's just a prepared duel. Nelson shook his head. In a real battle, no one will give up the right to sneak attack. As soon as the voice fell, his wrist flipped quickly, and the wand held on his chest instantly turned its direction, and the tip of the wand spewed a long red radiation toward Luo Lian, and the spell was also transmitted to Luo Lian with the launch of the spell. There are many obstacles. The spell flew quickly, hitting Lorien in an instant, and it splashed on the ground and aroused soot enough to envelop a person. Nelson raised his wand aloft, maintaining the beam of the spell, while slowly backing away. Obstacle spell is a kind of evil spell used to slow down the opponent's actions, by making the opponent slow down to give oneself a chance to live. Damn it, smoke and no harm. Nelson felt that the curse did control something, but he was obviously not a living person. He sighed, gave up the curse and retreated back, raising his wand again and shouting, armor guard body. Didn't it mean a duel? You still attacked. Luo Lian's chuckle sounded beside Nelson, so scared that he added another layer of iron armor curse, turning his head to look in the direction of the sound. Jack blast. Turning his head, Nelson saw a huge pumpkin head on fire rushing towards him, sighed, and added another layer of iron armor curse. He resisted the attack alive, and the pumpkin head exploded in front of him. The power was not imagined. Medium is big, but the impact of the explosion is also enough to make him pull the distance by the impact. All petrochemicals. In the process of retreating, Nelson added a note. What? I thought that a duel is about two people standing face to face and throwing magic at each other. Luo Lian stood there, not under any control. Behind her there was a slender staff floating a full 1 meter. How long? Not much shorter than her. There is a big yellow ball on the top of the staff, with an abstract smiling face carved on it. Nelson glanced at the place where Luo Lian first stood, and a small scarecrow fell on the spot, covered with dust. It's Willy. Is it cute? Loriano introduced to Nelson, pulling the smiling face on the staff with her hands. Will it still speak with me before? Why don't you speak now? Nelson asked aloud, reaching into his pocket with one hand and grabbing a handful of small metal balls. Who knows? It might be out of power. Luo Lian said, raising his hand and facing Nelson with his palms. The small black balls flew towards Nelson at an extremely slow speed. Ball of nothingness. Nelson looked at these nothingness balls that could be called the speed of a tortoise, grasping the wand tightly and muttering words, took his hand out of his pocket, and threw out all the small balls in his hand. They disintegrated in the air into crystal shavings, shining in the sun, and quickly bonding and recombining when approaching the small black balls. A silver wall about the size of the door stood up on the ground. In the blind spot of Luo Lian's vision blocked by the wall, a huge silver net is crawling slowly. It's a good idea, but it doesn't seem to be of any use. On the side, Andre watched Luo Lian's void ball easily corroded Nelson's wall. After penetrating through it, he slowly approached the other wall, just a little smaller. Shook his head helplessly. The power is too different. Look again. Newt, who had not spoken, saw the black ball approaching the third wall and reminded him, Lorien didn't seem to use her powerful spell. If she doesn't plan to do her best, Nelson still have the opportunity. In the center of the second and third walls, There are several undeformed silver metal balls floating. As the second wall is broken, these metal balls drilled out along the holes corroded by the void ball. After passing through the first wall that was almost completely corroded, he suddenly accelerated and flew away, then quickly turned in the air and attacked Lorien in the center. Did you give up the magic? Are you going to stun me with an iron egg? Lien raised his hand, and a mirror made of 6 ice crystals formed around her ice wall. Her spell is more vivid than that of a wizard. After the ice wall is formed, it is tightly connected without revealing a gap. It slams into the flying metal ball, and the metal ball hits the ice wall. The imaginary scene of the ice breaking instead of appearing. These metal balls froze near the ice wall and were firmly wrapped in ice crystals. Lorien's raised right hand gave a strong grip. The floating ice cubes and the metal balls inside suddenly shattered into gravel. Like fine powder, a bright rainbow was raised in the air. Lorien laughed, and the humorous Nelson's mouth smiled even thicker than her. The dust from these metal balls was evenly distributed in every corner outside Lorien's ice wall. The curse ended, and the metal dust exploded. A thick white fog was formed, connected to each other, forming a huge white fog ball, wrapping Lien in the middle. Good fellow, here again. Andre stabbed Newt in the ribs, and said excitedly, he used this magic to catch an adult wizard. Look! He's going to lose his net. It's okay, don't mess with me. Newt clutched his ribs, looking at Nelson, who approached Lorien across the silver wall eroded by the sphere of nothingness, and sighed, my schoolboy is a scene. In between, Nelson knelt in front of the big ball of mist, and inserted his wand into the ground under his feet. Dozens of black steel pillars of uniform texture rose from the ground and slowly grew to a high place. Your kind of magic is very suitable for dragging time. Lien's surprised voice came from the thick fog. Nelson did not answer her, but struggled to maintain the deformation of her hand, and the forehead was cold, in order to prevent Lien from alert. All this is going on silently. Hey, is anyone there? Lien's voice did not stop, but continued to ask, did you transfer me away? Several flames shot out from the center of the dense fog, hitting one of the steel pillars, but was refracted to the sky. There was no trace on the pillar. No. Seeing that the steel pillar had grown to a high enough height, Nelson nodded in satisfaction. Lien in the thick fog had no idea what he did. He won this duel. He took out a few small balls from his pocket and threw them on the ground. They quickly turned into horrible organ bows and crossbows that looked like siege equipment, with arrows and bowstrings shining coldly. Silver nets are coming. The big nets that had been made to crawl on the ground came up and covered the tops of the iron pillars on all sides. Nelson held the wand high. The steel pillar and the silver net were connected together, and began to shrink quickly. After waiting for a few seconds, perhaps affected by the fashionable value, he lightly snapped his fingers, and the spherical thick fog disappeared instantly, revealing the center, a cage where only one person can stand. Sorry, I won. Newt in the audience held his face helplessly and couldn't bear to look at the center of the venue. Andre opened his bag and started counting money. White had already turned and left and went to the vegetable garden to find the ripe watermelon that was just heavy yesterday. Congratulations, Nelson. Lorien's voice rang in Nelson's ear again. Nelson turned his head slowly and saw Lien's face less than 10 centimeters away from him. I think this cage of yours is a good idea. Lorien nodded, reached out and pressed Nelson's wand's hand, patted his shoulder vigorously, and said, your idea is very good. Just control, no harm. This is not enough. Nelson dropped his hands and smiled helplessly. Ice wall, Lorien said softly, and Nelson felt a chill around him. 6 mirror-smooth ice walls quickly formed beside him. Lorien patted his shoulder again and encouraged, it's just too young. The magic is not enough, and I will teach you. Goodbye. Nelson grinned, felt the strength on his shoulders suddenly disappear, and sat on the ground with his wand casually thrown aside. As the wand took off, Nelson's carefully prepared cage became an emerald green toad, and he hopped into the vegetable garden, looking for the caterpillars in the vegetable garden to play happily. I surrender, Nelson shouted, As soon as his voice fell, the ice wall beside him instantly shattered and turned into a burst of clear smoke, and a bright rainbow lit up above his head. He squinted, avoiding the harsh light refracted by the ice crystals, until a big hand reached out in front of him. Nelson raised his head. It was Newt, who was trying to suppress his smile. He took Newt's hand, stood up with his strength, scratched his head, and said helplessly, "If you want to laugh, laugh." "No, no, I just think our Hogwarts dropout combination has someone to follow. I dare say that even Merlin can't do better at your age." Newt waved his hand again and again, and raised his hand vigorously, rubbing Nelson's hair. His tone was full of pride. "But why didn't you apparat and leave in the end?" "Thank you, but I don't have any magic power anymore." Nelson scratched his head harder, and the bunch of hair above his head turned into a bright exclamation mark. "When I was your age, I was not as good as you." Lian came from the side, holding the notebook that was given to Jonas, and said, "Go drink some water first, and I'll give it to you later." Speaking notes. Haha, I never thought I would have the opportunity to give lectures to others. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website. Chapter 120. What can Godigan do? You wizards seem to have made too many adjustments to your own magic for humans. In the reception room, Lian set up a small blackboard, picked up a small wooden stick and tapped on an unwritten page, and put it on in a pretentious manner. With a pair of small glasses, she continued, "This shows that your living environment is safer. Apart from being a wizard and criminal of the same race, you will not be attacked by too much magic." Right. Sitting on a small folding stool just taken out of his pocket, Nelson, the only listener, nodded like a serious student. Although there are some magical animals in the world, their abilities are actually not tough. As far as I know, it is indeed the case. Lian nodded in approval. Newt sent me a book written by himself before, which introduced most of the magical animals in the world. In my opinion, although there are no lack of powerful individuals, but they have not formed a community. Such a group can hardly threaten the status of human beings. I mean those humans who don't have magical abilities, let alone wizards who have mastered all kinds of magic. Lorien, where did you live before? Is there that kind of magical animal that can threaten humans? Nelson asked curiously. He was always curious about the identity of Lian as a foreigner, and asked hopefully, "You can still go back?" I don't know if I can go back, but I've been doing research in this area. Lian shook her head with a shoving, and then regained her energy the next second. She held her fist and waved it twice, and said, "R&D magic is a slow work and meticulous work. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's continue with the previous topic. There are no so-called magical animals where I live, isn't there?" Nelson raised his eyebrows suspiciously, recalling the huge flame pumpkin head Lorien had made before. Nelson shook his head. "Your jack bomb doesn't look like it was used to hit people." "Of course not," Lian said with a smile still. "Your understanding is misunderstood, Nelson. Your wizards call those magical creatures magical animals because you don't recognize them as threats. For wizards, so-called magical animals are no different from animals most of the time. And where I live, any creature can become a threat to humans, including the weakest goblins." "Goblin?" Nelson asked. "Similar to the fairy in that book," Lian explained. "But it seems that your goblins here are very weak in combat effectiveness and are not united, otherwise they will not honestly keep opening a bank or something." Fairies have also rebelled against wizards, especially in the 17th and 18th centuries. Even today, they have not concealed their desire for magic wands and their malice towards wizards. Nelson said, "They are very united and clever creatures. Mastering unique magic has caused a lot of trouble to wizards." "Is that so?" Lian's mouth opened into a circle. She made no secret of her surprise, and explained, "But they didn't mention this to me." Maybe because this is the content of the history of magic. "Almost no one will certify courses in the history of magic," Nelson said. "As for Senior Newt, I don't know, it may be because he dropped out very early." "Well, it's not important," Lian said. The important thing is that the magic of wizards is more applied to the same kind, and the human structure is more focused on damage, control and defense, even if these magics are still there for thousands of years. The shadow when confronting giant creatures. So do I need to change it? Nelson asked. Enhance the power and scope of the spell? No. Why do you think so? Lian didn't realize that a lot of words she said could easily lead to similar associations, and asked, do you think there are any huge non-humanoid creatures that need to be confronted, like a dragon or something? No. What should I do? On the contrary, you should strengthen the content of this aspect. Lian struck the empty blackboard hard with a small wooden stick in his hand, and said, let your magic target your enemy more accurately, instead of trapping him in a cage. As far as I know, wizards should have many ways to get out of the cage, such as your apparition. Maybe I can cast the anti-curse of apparition in the venue? Nelson had a whim. How stupid you are. Lian poked the blackboard too hard, causing the small wooden stick to bend a little, and a string of sparks came out from the tip. She hurriedly wiped it out and explained, this is the wand your wizard uses. White gave it to me. Okay, Nelson nodded. Maybe I can change the ground so that people can't stand. Have you discovered that you are a spectator, Nelson? Lian said helplessly, your imagination is too scarce, as if limited by something. You seem to be afraid of hurting your enemy. I pay attention. Almost all your magic is aimed at control. It is difficult to cause damage, and it is much more difficult to control a person with the ability to resist than to knock him down. Not to mention that you always like to make some big scenes, big effects, and everything is very difficult. Beautiful, everything is big. Big is good. Nelson was still quibbling, saying something strange like more is good. Big is really good, but you have to distinguish the occasion. Lian said, if you face a group of enemies, your thick fog is really effective, but in the face of a single enemy, although the effect is good, it is actually a large area. It's not necessary. Nelson nodded, no longer quibble. He was more like a special effects artist than a wizard. I think your last crossbow is very good. Lian recalled. Those sharp metal looks very lethal. Although it is a little primitive and crude, why don't you just throw the crossbow arrow over with magic? Nelson murmured a few words. Afraid of hurting me? Lian smiled and said, if you always think like this, you will eventually find that no one can beat it. Don't worry about this situation in the future. In my opinion, your magic medicine is more advanced than attack magic. That's too much. By the way, is the magic you are best at transforming that toad art? Okay, Nelson said, touching his ribs, faintly seeing the faint golden light from the ribs that can pass through the thin shirt. Yes, I am the most proficient in transfiguration of all the spells. As for toads, that is a side effect of the recent learning of new magic. It is not called toad art. If I were you, I would use smoke to control the field, and at the same time, only use crossbow arrows to attack, and arrange a few to go around the enemy's rear to attack the weak defense direction. Of course, you can actually consider something more than these cold weapons that need to be aimed. Simple and effective methods, such as meteorites from the sky. Lian said, if you can let them play freely, it would be better, so that you can continuously release your toad technique and let the weapons you conjure freely attack the enemy and truly become a walking armory. I can't do it. Nelson shook his head. I haven't been able to transform something with thinking ability. At most, I can change it into a small cart that is delivered according to the established route. That's why you listened to my lecture. Lian grinned and touched the blackboard. There were complicated runes and notes on the black background. She stretched out her hand. The curtain closed by itself, and the door was locked. The brightness of no light source appeared in the room, and she patted her chest and said, open your notebook. It's a coincidence. I think that the one you got last year is exactly what you need most. Neither it is matching with your transformation magic or your field of thinking. Even with your pocket that can hold a lot of things, it can produce miraculous effects. Please allow me to introduce you my favorite magic, great alchemy. Nelson thought of those little people who were running around in the castle, who didn't look very clever, shook his head and expelled those magical images from his mind, picked up the notebook, and listened carefully to Lorien pointing on the blackboard. They look really suitable for me. Tom, you don't actually need to be like this. Professor Slughorn was lying on the sofa in the office, watching helplessly as his youngest proud disciple struggled with a bunch of green onion-like plants. He stood up and took out 2 cans of butterbeer from the wine cabinet, put a can next to Tom, and said, "Drink some drinks and see what smokes you. In fact, you cannot come next week. I have completed the workload of the previous naughty students for several years. I made a mistake after all, sir, but the confinement will last until next year." Tom wiped his tears, and his cuff stained with juice made him cry harder. The tears flowed down like a waterfall, and he blinked watery. With big eyes, he couldn't help but ask, "Professor, what's the use of this Godigan?" "I don't know either." Slughorn shook his head, not knowing the use of herbs. This kind of thing is quite rare for a potion master like him, but he said frankly, "In fact, no one knows the truth. The real purpose of Digan, it seems that it can only be used to smoke people. But I don't think so. I think any herbal medicine should have its effect, but people have not discovered it for the time being, so I bought some for research. That's why I said that you don't actually use it today to do next week's work in advance, because I really don't have any herbs to deal with, so I can only ask you to peel them." "My honor, Professor." Tom bowed his head politely. Tears in his eyes did not affect his polite posture, which made Slughorn appreciate him even more. Tom softly flattered, "I feel that soon you will be able to see the results of your research here." "Ha ha ha, Tom, you child." Slughorn's beer belly trembling in the shape of a walrus. He picked up Tom's butterbeer, opened the cap, and handed it to Tom, and said with a smile, "Even if I want to publish an article, I have to go through some audits." "Thank you, Professor." Tom took the butterbeer and took a sip. The tears stopped. He looked at Slughorn, showing a more real expression, and said seriously, "I am not saying that it is difficult for you to post. It's easy to understand. I just think that your research results should be easily favored by reviewers. I have read every one of your articles, and I can't see that there is any human affection in them." "Ha ha ha ha, you kid." Slughorn's walrus-like laughter echoed in the office. "What are you going to do next week?" Slughorn laughed enough, straightened up and walked back to the sofa, opened his butterbeer and lay down and asked, "I see you are looking for class teachers to ask for leave these days. I want to go to France. There are some things." Tom lowered his head to continue skinning Gordigan, and made up his mind, if anyone provokes me in the future, I must plant this stuff next to his cemetery. It's not peaceful over there. Recently, the group of followers under the hands of the Dark Lord Grindelwald has become more active. Slughorn straightened up from the sofa and said solemnly, "Does things matter? Must we go?" Somewhat anxious, "Professor, it's also very important." Tom nodded, piled the peeled Gordigan into a small basket, and replied, "I have acquaintances in Europe, and I have been to Paris, so I'm familiar with it." "Don't worry." "Okay." Slughorn lay back on the sofa, making a squeaky voice, then straightened up and said after a while, "You must go through the official channels of the Ministry of Magic." "I understand, Professor. That's how I came back from Paris before." "That's good." Slughorn didn't know what he was doing, and said suddenly after a while, "Next." Tom raised his head and saw a small cloth bag flying towards him, reaching out to catch it. "When you go out, you must be careful. When you see the wizards on the street of conflicts, go around. When you see the wizards with the Grindelwald mark, pretend that you haven't seen anything and go quickly." Slughorn was like an old man, chatteringly concerned. "There is a small bottle of blessing potion and a dungstone in the bag. I am a wizard who engages in potions, and I can't help you much in other ways." "Thank you, Professor." Tom's gratitude was indeed genuine. He nodded vigorously and said, These are too good, I will be careful. Well, Slughorn said with satisfaction when he saw Tom put the basket with the cleaned Gordigan into the office to communicate, go back and rest early. Okay, Professor. Get off early, Tom. Slughorn repeated when Tom opened the office door. You must be careful when you go out. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, 121 chapter Sudden Change and Astrology. Children, destiny is the most delicate, complex and fundamental rule in this world. Mrs. Clemence's classroom is located at the top of the central tower of the castle. Here, she can have closer contact and sensitivity with the stars. This is the last class before Tom's Paris trip. I don't know why, Mrs. Clemence. The class time was adjusted to the evening. At this moment, the sun had just set, and there was still afterglow in the sky, like a vermilion gauze over the navy blue sky, dotted with looming stars, making the sky appear a magnificent and psychedelic purple. Destiny is not made by a few crazy women using a loom, as some people say, nor is it made by human consciousness, as some blasphemers believe it or not. It's always there. Some people try to read fate and play their roles in it, some try to fight against fate and go against the current. Some people are ignorant or even unable to see fate. Mrs. Clemens was talking about the usual gods, but everyone felt that the fortune-telling teacher bathed in starlight was different from before. She walked anxiously between the students, crossing her hands on her chest, as if she had nowhere to put her fingers. She closed her eyes, raised her head and said, "No matter what people do, all their actions have already been set in fate." Mrs. Clemens, a Ravenclaw student, raised his hand and asked, "Since everything is arranged by fate, what use is it for us to learn divination?" Good question. Mrs. Clemens widened her eyes, nervously clapped her hands and applauded. I want to add 10 points to Ravenclaw. I was once confused about this question. I think it has no answer, since fate is already long gone. Arranged, then we just have to eat together and wait for death, as long as we meet our own destiny. It was the first time that the students heard of this argument, and the classroom suddenly became noisy. But we can't get a glimpse of the full picture of destiny. This is the first line of life that destiny leaves the wizard. Mrs. Clemens said solemnly that the sun was completely set, and the starlight passed through the roof of the Hogwarts Strait, making the entire classroom shrouded in unusually dazzling stars, like daylight. Most prophets can only snoop into the future, and wizards like me who don't have the talent of a prophet and rely on astrology or other means of divination methods we use are all word of mouth, which makes us prophecies interpreted through things like stars, crystal balls, or tea residues are often flawed. Just like a boat, you can see the direction of the river through prophecies, but you can't see whether there is treasure or danger hidden under the rushing water. The reef of the world development of the times is inevitable, but the fate of a person, unless a person is unlucky and dreamed by a prophet, and the prophet makes the content of the prophecy public. Otherwise, the fate of each wizard is still in his own hands. One's destiny, of course, depends on self-struggle, but also consider the course of history, Tom said to himself. Alphad on the side asked in a low voice, "What did you say?" "It's nothing," Tom said, curling his lips. When he was in the orphanage, Nar often chanted these words. What else did he say that he was too young and naive? "He is really the god of epigrams," Alpha exclaimed. "What is it?" Tom gave him a blank look and said, "You are really a nicknamed god, or a secret god." "I like the title of God of the Secret Path." Alphad felt very useful instead, and continued, "We followers of the Dark Lord are going to compile a book of epigrams, and we are currently preparing to call it Followers of Lord Dark Lord." Tom chuckled and asked, "Lord Dark Lord can't copy homework for you anymore, why are you still following?" "Oh," Alphad said with a sullen face, "there are some things that can only be regretted after they are lost." Talking to each other, Slytherin buckles 10 points. The mundane job of chatting can easily affect your sense of nature, so I don't recommend talking in my class. Especially in this era of turbulence, everyone needs to play their own role, whether it is the sinful Dark Lord or the respected White Wizard, when the stars return, they will all return to their own destiny. Position. Mrs. Crimmins, do you mean Grindelwald and Dumbledore by the Dark Lord and the White Wizard? The classroom quieted down instantly, and everyone's eyes focused on the Ravenclaw girl who asked the question. I don't know. This requires you to interpret it from the astrology. Mrs. Crimmins waved her magic wand, and the big lavender sleeves attracted everyone's attention. When she was relieved, Xingyue had condensed into small constellations in the sky, allowing students in the classroom to look from various angles. Observing the arrangement and brightness of the constellations, she cleared her throat and introduced, through this magic, you can see the arrangement of the stars tonight more accurately. Try to use the knowledge in the book to interpret it. Listening to the people around him becoming unconscious and talking nonsense, Tom felt a little blue in his brain. Tom, you can take this. Alphad handed Tom a small box from under the table. Walbugo asked me to bring this to you. She asked me to tell you that you can't treat yourself badly when you go out. Your sister? Tom frowned and asked in a low voice. He didn't want to deduct points anymore. What's this? A luxurious tent, Alphad said. I don't know what she is thinking. She may think you will sleep and eat in French style. But this tent comes with a set of automatic kitchenware. You open the upper layer, you can take it out separately. There are fully automatic teapots, fully automatic grills, and fully automatic ovens inside. I suggest you make a pot of green plum and green tea. It tastes very good. Okay. Tom nodded, took the small box, and said, thank you sister for me. Welcome. Alphad waved his hand. Will you meet Nelson this time? Can you ask him if he is interested in doing homework? You can send it with an owl. It seems that you really miss your Dark Lord. Tom felt his teeth hurt even more and whispered, if the time of this class doesn't change, you can ask him yourself. He was going to use the mirror to attend class. While whispering, Slytherin will deduct another 10. Mrs. Crimmins walked past Alphad, put his head on the table, and asked, Alphad Black, you can see from the stars. What happened? 10 minutes later, please come to the podium to share your predictions for the students. Okay. Alphad shrugged and began to think about what kind of death he had more to please her. Many people refuse to acknowledge the relationship between astrology and wizards. They believe that the stars in the universe have their own fixed orbits and laws. There are even moles who claim to have studied the laws of the movement of celestial bodies. The subject of astronomy, Mrs. Crimmins paced back and forth in the classroom, pointing one finger to the sky, and asked, did anyone choose mole studies? Can you tell the students who he is? Well, I don't really know it. I only know that there is such a thing. Mrs. Crimmins shook her head and said, but this does not affect our teaching content. Moles think that the stars have their own operations, laws. This is actually based on the discussion of astrology by wizards in the 16th century. Before that, astrology was once used as the most common way for wizards in many countries and regions to interpret fate. Do you think it is reliable to watch the stars for fortune-telling? Alphad did not change, and began to whisper to Tom again. Be quiet. You have already deducted 20 points. Tom warned in a low voice, and then said, but isn't Nara a prophet? He never looks at the stars. Have you told Mrs. Clements? No. Tom nodded. Didn't she say she doesn't have the talent of a prophet? I'm afraid she feels uncomfortable. Europe's research and emphasis on astrology started late. The oldest astrology exists among wizards in 3 countries, namely Oriental wizards, Egyptian wizards, and Native American wizards who have disappeared. They are good at building high platforms of prayer, communicate with the stars and use this to predict the rise and fall of the country. Mrs. Crimmins talked freely, and her knowledge of the history of magic can be regarded as professional in the professional scope. But there is an obvious loophole in this statement. She stretched out a finger, pointed to the top of her head, and said, speak with facts. If this statement is true, in the current tense situation, the celestial phenomenon should have a strong difference. The change is, after all, a wizard of this size. Mrs. Crimmins suddenly got stuck. staring at the top of her head with wide eyes. The students in the classroom followed her gaze towards the open dome of the tower. A scarlet meteor was dragging a long tail flame from the sky, and the whole sky was reflected in red. I really can't predict. Nelson lay unloved in the garden and counted the stars. Lorien had finished teaching today, and at this moment, holding the identity of the prophet he had just heard from White, pestering Nelson for her prophecy. You just say anything, maybe it will be realized. Newt has never used prophecy and divination. He has let Dinkers go, but he has focused on the toads produced by Nelson's failure to transform and the vegetables in the garden. Caterpillar. Well, then I'll give you a prophecy. Nelson closed his eyes and said casually, this year the caterpillars in your vegetable garden may eat up the heart of the vegetable. Really? Lorien looked worriedly at the vegetables in the vegetable garden. Although it was cheap to buy in New Montgade, the vegetables she grew by herself still tasted different. She moved to the vegetable garden and squatted next to Newt. Looking at those with a look completely opposite to Newt, a pale golden doll crawled out of his pocket and looked out of his pocket. Nelson felt the abnormal movement in his pocket. He lowered his head and met the little doll's eyes. It blinked and kept pulling out. With the metal ball in Nelson's pocket, Nelson reluctantly covered his eyes. Is this the result of your study? Seeing the little doll next to him, White smiled and got up and walked over, pinched the little man's head, and lifted it out of Nelson's pocket. Cute, although ugly. This alchemy doll is the result of Nelson's study with Liu Lian this afternoon. With Liu Lian's encouragement, he refined a basic model from the prepared materials, only a swollen spherical head and a small cylindrical torso. Spherical. There is an abstract smiling face painted on his head. Some problems seem to have appeared during the refining process. This little man has developed the habit of walking with his head, so its image is a sphere with a long sphere that is not known for its purpose. Bouncing on the ground one after another. Nelson vividly called it the exclamation mark. Yes. He released his hand covering his eyes, looked to one side, and said, Lorien suggested that I let it learn archery, but I think with its structure, I can only shoot it by itself on the bowstring. This is a good way, White said, shaking the small head of the exclamation mark. You can teach it to punch, and then launch it to the enemy to make an uppercut. Will there really be a wizard who can be knocked down by a top hook? Newt, who was playing with the caterpillar, asked quietly. Yes, Nelson said, turning his head to look at him. Her fiancé, Barry. Now it was White's turn to not speak. That's right, Nelson. Lorien stared at the caterpillars and asked murderously, you said I will kill all these caterpillars. Will my vegetable garden be kept? It's useless. Nelson continued looking at the sky and said, you have to make a prediction. When the prediction is made, it cannot be changed. If you kill caterpillars, there will always be fish that slip through the net. They may kill insects. And crazy breeding, even your flower garden can't keep it. Really? Liu Lian stared at the caterpillar like an enemy, poking it with the wand that White gave her. Nelson yawned and said, don't worry, Imho, the prophets are basically liars, and they are as unreliable as watching the stars for fortune-telling. He stopped talking suddenly and stared at the sky. Everyone present seemed to have received some induction, and raised their heads in unison. A red pop was slowly sliding down to the west, dragging out a long, crimson tail flame that divided the sky into two halves. Dip it. Are you crazy? On the streets of Paris, at the entrance of the hidden place, a grey-haired old wizard is facing the headmaster of Hogwarts, Armando Dupit, on the empty street across the statue of Pythia. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike mobile version website, 122 chapters of the principal's whereabouts. It is Judge Chafik, who was once connected with Nelson, who is facing off against President Armando Dupit. He once presided over the trial of Dumbledore as the representative of Wisingamore. As the principal, Armando Dupit hasn't appeared in Hogwarts for a long time. Many people are speculating about where he went. Some even claim that he has died in the attack of the Saints, but the inconspicuous guess was obviously wrong, because he appeared on the streets of Paris at the moment. For more than a year, with a few portraits, He traced the footprints of several wizards who were suspected of saints all the way, and finally locked the target in a shop in a hidden place. Shafik, I'm not crazy. Tippett raised his wand, pointed it at Judge Shafik, and said in a deep voice, I thought it was only you who understood me the best, but it seemed that you and those people just as cowardly. Isn't the one who understands the most you value Albus Dumbledore? Judge Shafik asked, shaking his beard. I understand your anger and your hatred, and I understand your impulse at this moment better. But listen to me, Tippett, you should leave this to Dumbledore. Albus. Principal Tippett shook his head, and the hand holding the wand did not tremble at all. His body was not as tough as an old man of this age. It was very different from the dying year he saw in the Nelson branch. He was extremely angry, laughing, gritted his teeth and said, I thought he was the ideal successor who could end everything with his superb magic, but he only told me last month that he and Grindelwald signed a blood oath. What are you talking about? Judge Shafik was also a little surprised. Obviously you had called me before and asked me to open up Dumbledore during the trial. Yes, this is one of the decisions I regret most in my life. Albus confessed to me after the trial. Think about it, who can sign the blood oath? You and has your wife signed the blood oath? Peter was emotional and continued. But I don't care about this anymore. I only want those murderers to pay for their blood. You don't have to stand here and wait for me to do it. After finishing what I should do, I will go to Azkaban by myself. That thing has been going on for many years, and no one knows who did it. And don't you think it's weird that there happened to be a clue just last year? Judge Shafik said with great pains. Persuaded, the saints in Paris have a clear identity, even if you have seen them commit atrocities, that cannot be evidence. Moreover, as the principal of Hogwarts, your every move affects too many things. Tippett, stop. Let's go back and investigate again. I've left all my relatives. My family is dead. I died under those scum. Just because I am the principal of a magic school? Peter lowered his eyes and said sharply, I have not been alive for a few years. I don't mind doing things that you cowards dare not do before you die. You can rush into Newmangad and kill Grindelwald now. Can you do it? Even if you can defeat him, what about the saints? You can let them riot and kill more people. The wizards you targeted have completely legal identities in France. You are slaughtering civilians when you rush in now. Have you considered the consequences? Have you considered the impact? Have you considered the evidence? Judge K covered his forehead speechlessly. In his opinion, Peter had been blasted by anger into Alzheimer's. He might be full of carrots in his mind. He continued to persuade with all his heart. Peter, you still have grandsons? Yeah, grandson? Peter was even more angry, and he cursed, just because of the dumb gun. How does he deserve the surname Tippett? How does he deserve to be my grandson, when he knelt at the feet of Grindelwald? I have nothing to do with him. Don't make any conclusions yet. Tippett, you're Armando. Tippett didn't talk about martial arts, and while Judge Shafik was speaking, a red curse was shot out, bypassing the statue of Pitu and came to Shafik's face. Tippett, you. Shafik raised his wand, only had time to swing an iron armor curse. Although it was basically formed, it still couldn't withstand the long-planned disarming spell of Tippett, and the effect of disarming was cancelled. But the huge impact still made him take a step back, a sickly flush on his face. He pressed his mouth tightly, his cheeks bulged and collapsed, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of blood. The ERA office should hire you back as a supervisor. You are still as hardline as before, Tippett exclaimed, and threatened, but it's a pity, Shafik, Wisingham's position has let you slack off. Maybe the understanding of the law is the deepest in the world, but your magic is too old. Let me go in. Look at it. You are the only old man to stop me. Don't you think it's weird? The person who understands the law the most will not scorn the law. Judge Shafik sneered, with a trace of dark red blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He raised his arm and wiped the corners of his mouth with the sleeves of the white judge's robe, mockingly. But I knowing that you have violated the secrecy law and performed magic on the streets of Paris, and I am ready to personally send you to the trial seat of Wisingamore." After that, he stopped speaking, took up his wand in a defensive posture, and pressed his lips tightly, his face solemnly and silently releasing a series of unpretentious curses. The confrontation between the two began in a completely silent night. Tonight's Paris could not even hear the wind. The only background sound on the scene was the melodious singing from the Opera de Paris in the opposite block. Tonight's repertoire is that the plot at this moment is also positive. Stepping into the climax, the elderly King Lear, holding the corpse of his beloved little daughter, has gone into madness. And the mad kings who betrayed and separated are gradually falling into madness in the torment and struggle. The battle between the two old wizards was not as powerful as people imagined. On the contrary, they used all their magic power in the most important place. Judge Shafik pulled off his silver-white judge robe and black sweater. The trousers are more conducive to hiding his figure in the dark. Each of his spells accurately hits every spell shot by Dippet. The light beams of different colors collided in the air and eliminated each other. The magic used is not much, not a lot. And Dippet deserves to be the principal of Hogwarts. There are only a handful of wizards in the world that are stronger than him. He walked up to Shafik like a walk, and apparated to another direction when the curse struck. Fierce attack. This set of tactics full of sense of space is his fame stunt when he was young. It is said that Grindelwald's fighting style also refers to his previous record to a certain extent. The sparks of the spell burst out in the silence. Dippet's figure constantly flickered in the field, but Shafik's copper walls and iron walls were always difficult to penetrate. The scene of the battle between the two is like a silent film. Although silent, it is very intense. Dippet, let's be honest, what did you see back then? Shafik and Dippet were always unable to narrow the distance. Seeing that Dippet's expression was a little anxious, he asked, trying to calm his emotions. "Who told you the so-called truth?" "How many times have I said this? As soon as I got home, I saw my son and daughter-in-law lying in a pool of blood, and my stupid grandson, who was like a dumb gun, rolled his eyes stupidly." Shafik's curse was somewhat inadequate. A petrified curse hit the street lamp on the side of the road, and the crow standing on the top fell stiffly. He continued, "For so many years, I have been looking for the person in the past, and I am concerned about everyone that might appear near my home during that time. The people who used the idea of capturing the spirit and mind, finally let me find a mole who passed by that intersection in the past." The two old men still pointed their magic wands at each other, but they stopped the offensive and started talking. On the one hand, their aging bodies needed time to regain their energy. On the other hand, this matter was indeed suspicious. The performance of the Paris Opera House also reached its climax at this moment, and the cry of King Lear was heart-piercing, enough to penetrate the wall and echoed in the ears of the two people. "The memory of a mole?" Shafik tried to make his voice not sound so tired. He asked suspiciously, "I remember your family lives in a residential area in Diagon Alley. How could there be moles there? Besides, he appeared near your house at that time." "His memory is true and has not been indoctrinated by others." Dippet also took advantage of the time to speak. He stared at Shafik with the eyes of a concentration camp instructor, and slowly said, "He is a man painter. I can just draw the faces of the few people who came out of my house. It's a coincidence." Dippet. Shafik and Dippet looked at each other. The lion-like eyes under his fluffy silver wire made Dippet's gaze recede, and he sneered. "A mole, who happened to see all this in the wizarding community that cast the mole expulsion curse, and he happened to be a painter. This reminds me of a joke. Do you want to hear it?" "Forget it. Let me tell you. Gelot Grindelwald also worked as an artist in Paris recently. You would rather believe in such outrageous evidence than what your grandson said." The wrinkles on Dippet's face trembled, and he whispered, "But he's just one swish." This time it was Judge Shafik's turn to make a sneak attack. The tip of his wand condensed red light. At the moment when Dippet realized that the attack was ready to take action, Shafik's apparition moved behind Dippet, flashing red light. The wand was slammed on Dippet's waist. With a loud noise, Dippet's wand took off and flew into the air. and he himself was hit by a huge impact like a ragsack and flew forward. He looking at the deserted street in front of him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Dippet, don't forget, I helped you with your apparition. There seems to be an old thing between the two old people, but this does not prevent them from fighting each other now. Shafik raised his wand and sighed. With a sound, pointing to Dippet's body that was about to fall, he said, fly up quickly. This is the first curse to be uttered tonight. The corner of Dippet's mouth grinned with a cheerful smile. His right hand holding a wand was balanced in the air, and his left hand was gently waved. A stubby wand slipped from the sleeve to his hand. He grasped the wand tightly. A blue the beam hit Shafik's chest, making him stiff and unable to move. Petrification curse. Shafik. Dippet turned his wand down and pointed it down, fluttering down, stood up vigorously and walked across from Shafik, waved the wand in his hand in front of him, and said, my son, I've kept it until now, and he is blessing me. King Lear in the opera house was already delirious. In despair, he heard the words of his daughter's body. The wrinkles on Dippet's face are not obvious, which is related to his life that he has not laughed for many years, but at this moment he laughed happily. He has long since regarded teaching as his lifelong career. In his world, revenge is as important as Hogwarts. The wand is flying. He took up his wand, carefully inserted his son's wand into the sleeve tube, and put Shafik's wand on the top of the street lamp in the distance with the floating spell, and walked to the petrified judge. Said, the next time I see you may be in Azkaban. Dippet, you wait. Shafik's eyes rolled quickly. His lips couldn't move, he could only make a vague voice. Don't you want to listen to my guess? You can tell me when you visit Azkaban later. Dippet picked up the wizard robe that Shafik had dropped and put it on him, turned around, resolutely passed through the statue of Pitta, and entered the hidden place. The cry of King Lear's farewell was floating lonely in the alley, only drifting into the ears of the stiff old man, and only this audience. The wizards you targeted are engaged in the business of smuggling magical animals all the year round, and the era's report on the scene clearly stated that even Grindelwald would not be able to cause such a powerful destruction in a short period of time. Shafik looked at Pitya's sculpture, murmured, your grandson, Barry Dippet, may have become a silent person under your iron-blooded education. But Dippet could no longer hear this sentence. But with the ingenuity of Headmaster Hogwarts, how could it be impossible to think of this possibility? But he had never thought about it. The educator who was known for his strictness could not bear the truth like that. Shafik felt that his vision was suddenly full of red, and something seemed to fly past in the sky, but he couldn't lift his head up. He could only hear the cry of the soldiers in the opera house and the funeral march that sounded gradually. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, 120th. Her chapter. Your backpack. When Tom returned to the dormitory, he was a little uneasy. He didn't know what had happened, but Mrs. Clemens's look and the shooting stars in the divination class had already explained a lot, and a feeling of heart palpitations was always lingering on his chest. Tom shook his head, putting these strange emotions behind him, and in an hour he was about to board the train to London and cross the border through the fireplace of the Ministry of Magic to France. He walked to the bed. At the moment there was no one in the dormitory. The 3 roommates went to eat supper, and the other bed was vacant from the beginning of the semester. At this time, a funny English short with a question mark painted on his face, snoring, lying on the empty bed. Tom sat down on the bed, lifted the pillow, and took out a small handbag from below. It was given to him by Bella last Thanksgiving. Tom unlocked the clasp of the handbag and checked the contents in the same way. Passports, visas, train tickets, applications and permits to use cross-border fireplaces. What's this? Oh, bank stubs, and newspaper clippings. Well, some more money should be enough. He folded these bills and stuffed them back into his handbag, returned the pillows and quilts, took the handbag and walked to Nelson's bed. Tom knelt down and stroked the back of the question mark, and whispered, when you wake up, go to Chris. Well, or Metal, I'm going out for a few days, and I may not be able to feed you." The kitten opened his sleepy eyes, saw Tom, rubbed his palms with his head and ears, grunted twice, and curled up to sleep again. "Okay, then you stay here. I think Hogwarts should have food everywhere." Tom stood up, put the quilt on Nelson's bed around the question mark, and said, "If you can't find when you get to eat, you can find the other 3 people who live here, and if you don't give you food, you will bite them." Meow. The kitten raised her head lazily and yelled, agreeing to him leaving. Tom bent down and rubbed the kitten's head vigorously, causing it to scream unhappily. He took away his hand, picked up the box he had prepared, stuffed his bag inside, and went to the bedroom. Walked to the door. Bang! Tom seemed to have kicked something, causing pain in the thumb of his right foot. He lowered his head and a dusty school bag was lying by the door. "What is it?" He squeezed the bag strap with 2 fingers and lifted it up, frowning in disgust, throwing his wand out to point at the bag, and whispering, "Clean up. Isn't this Na's bag? Why is it still here? How long has it been left?" Tom's brows frowned even more as he looked at the clean school bag that he knew before him. "Who put it here?" Tom looked up at the wall clock. It was only 40 minutes before the train started. He stuffed the backpack into the box and got up and left the room. "What's the matter with it?" "Send it to Na in one hand." He walked out of the empty lounge. The corridor without a fireplace was a little deserted, which made him wrap his clothes tightly. The picture frames in the corridor were all empty, filled with sundries, fruit and wine. It is said that from above after the accident in the second tower, the figures in the portraits hung in the entrance hallway of the Slytherin lounge were still rescued by the portrait of Saint Mungo, and I don't know when it will be repaired. Now that the residents here have left, some of the paintings are crowded. Portrait moved the clutter here and hid it. Going to the end of the corridor, a little girl's head poked out from the side of the big picture frame that was usually empty, and her big eyes blinked at Tom. Tom nodded at her, said hello, and continued to walk towards the door. Riddle. Tom, who had just walked to the gate of the castle, heard a heavy male voice. He turned his head and saw that it was Og, the key-keeper of the school. He came out of the concierge with a bright oil lamp, wearing a thin blouse. Kongwu's powerful arm was exposed. This arm really didn't look like the little man's length. Og put on a short robe, walked up to Tom and said, "Deng, Professor Blido asked me to wait for you here and then take you to the station." "No, thank you." Tom frowned. "I know a path that can go around the Black Lake." "It has to be sent," Og said hoarsely, and did not agree to Tom's request. He just pushed open the gate of the castle and guided himself with the light in front of him. Seeing Og not speaking, Tom also closed his mouth. Although it was not yet snowing, the cold wind brought by the cold wave seemed to be holding a knife. It blew people's cheeks sorely. Tom said nothing. Following Og, he looked at the sky where there was still a trace of red from time to time, thinking about what the meteor might represent. "Get on the boat." Og pulled a small raft from the dock and jumped on it to greet Tom. "Thank you." Tom followed into the boat, holding a long pole on the raft and standing still. The water surface of the Black Lake looks really deep black at night. No one can see what is hidden under the water surface, especially the Black Lake tonight is too quiet. The thick tentacles that used to come out from time to time are gone. Those who swim in the shallow waters, the trolling school of fish, didn't know where they were hiding, and the black waves kept hitting the ship's side, and the repeating rhythm made people sleepy. "Mr. Og, is this pole the mast of this ship?" Tom clutched the bare pole, and was a little disgusted by the smell of the waves and water, so he could only have a chat. "No, this ship doesn't have sails, but I don't know what it is for." "It was bought," Og said dully, and suddenly pointed to the front. "Get off the boat, it's on the shore." Tom followed Og off the boat. At this moment, he was very lucky that he was here with Og, because tonight was too dark. After the meteor disappeared, the stars in the sky were all overshadowed. Even without clouds, it would be difficult to cast the stars on the ground. The section of the mountain road that went down to the station after leaving the school gate was completely unclear. "Thank you." Mr. Og. On the platform of Hogsmeade station, Tom expressed his heartfelt thanks to Og. Should be done. Og nodded and disappeared into the night with a small lantern. Woo, the train is coming. The departure time of the Hogwarts Express is not fixed except for the school and holidays every year. The timetable of each station is changing at any time. Basically, this train runs around and arrives early, depart early at the end, and one day late if one is late. This car was not enough for Tom to sit alone. Hogsmeade got into the car with a lot of wizards. Tom found an empty compartment, walked in and locked it. He opened the box and studied Nelson's backpack for a while, but the research was an empty bag. He remembered Nelson's forgetful experience, put it back in the backpack, took out 2 mirrors from the mezzanine of the box and prepared to talk to him for a while. Ahem. Nah, oh no. Tom shook his head and shouted again, Nelson Williams. The mirror didn't respond. Nelson Wiltning Williams. Tom waited for a while, putting the mirror aside. Well, it looks like he's not by the mirror. He leaned his forehead against the window, closed his eyes and prepared to squint for a while, but soon he was awakened. He even dreamed that he was listening to Professor Bint's history of magic. The beginning of many historical events is often muddled. For example, asking someone who shot the first shot in a certain war is difficult to answer, but this big event is very clear. Armand Odie, A Disarming Curse by Pate completely opened the prelude to the Wizarding War. Oh, isn't this Justice Shafek? Gian. A figure in a black robe appeared at the entrance of the hideout. He saw the stiff passerby standing next to Pitya's sculpture and walked up with interest. Before he looked closely, took off his hood and said hello. Why are you blowing cold wind here in the middle of the night? Judge Shafek raised his eyelids, and under his hood was an old face covered with crisscross scars. His eyes rolled quickly and he saw that there was no one around, and the man opposite was the cunning Saint Andre. Judge Shafek closed his eyes desperately in response to this artificial situation. Why don't you speak? Are you cramping? Andre squeezed the suitcase in his hand, carefully moved closer, stared at Shafek's face, and smiled when he saw his stiff muscles and beads of sweat. Shaking his head, he said, Petrochemical curse? Who did it? There are not many wizards who can defeat you. It's useless to say more. Judge Shafek, as the chief of Wysingmau, naturally knew Andre's great fame. He was born 30 years ago and served as a middle-aged man to the then young Grindel, who underwent and laid a huge family business for the Saints. No one knew what he was doing before. That hideous scar had already hidden all his past events. Everyone only regarded him as a late blooming wizard, but this notorious saint cunningly did not leave a trace of evidence, blatantly entering and leaving the Ministry of Magic of various countries all day long, and those politicians with the highest interests are often willing to do business with him. In this regard, instead, he has a good reputation. If you want to do it, hurry up. Judge Shafek snorted coldly, and the urge to swear at Dippet was already in his heart. Let alone visit him in Azkaban. I'm afraid I will die first. What hand? Andre smiled brighter. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at Judge Shafek's face. He admired the complicated expression on his face enthusiastically, then waved his wand and said, It's really going to happen. Judge Shafek closed his eyes, but he didn't feel the slightest pain. The curse stops immediately. Andre's voice came from his ears. Judge Shafek suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the innocent-looking Andre in amazement. His little finger twitched slightly, and he was free. The magic wand is coming. Judge Shafek pinched the index and middle fingers together, and shouted. The magic wand on the street lamp next to him flew into his hand. Swish. He took a step back and looked at Andre warily. Why do you look at me like that? I did violate the secrecy law just now, but it was to save you. Andre showed a sad expression, but he looked provocative and terrifying on his face, spreading his hands. Said, Your Honor, I'm doing serious business. You can't discriminate against me because a terrorist has suffered the same face injury as mine, and has a similar scar. This kind of law is unfair. He, Humphrey. Judge Shafek snorted coldly, put his arm into the sleeve of the judge's robe draped over him, took a deep look at Andre, and walked towards the statue of Peter, and disappeared in the next second. On the street. "What are you doing in a hurry? Go to the hidden place to open the court," Andre cursed secretly. He drew a thin silver chain from his robe and fastened it to his wrist. The other end was connected to a suitcase, shrugged his shoulders, and passed through the hidden place. The door. A strong auxiliary word passed. Andre saw various spells flashing over the hidden street in the distance, and a sharp shout came to his ears across the street. It seemed that he came by himself. At the right time, the shops whose lights were turned off on the interface were lighting up one by one, and they were also awakened by the movement. The aftermath of the fierce battle over the collided in the air like gorgeous fireworks. Is this a holiday? No one answered this question on the deserted street, and the only response to him was a more intense explosion in the distance. What happened? Andre stood on tiptoe to the ugly side, and suddenly ran away in the direction where the battle took place. There really seems to be a stronghold for saints. Although Dippet is old, he is still powerful. There are more than 20 wizards living on the second floor of the shop that specializes in animal products. But at this moment, these scrappy little girls have been lying on the ground. At this moment, he was standing in front of the remaining 2 wizards, casting his mind in front of a wizard beside them. Don't worry, Dippet's eyes are like an old wolf, staring at the 2 wizards who have almost lost the ability to resist. These 2 men seem to be the person in charge of this store and the only one who can treat him. The attackers made some resistance, but at the moment their wands were all in Dippet's pocket. The old principal took his hand away from the head of the wizard who was taken by the gods, stared at the 2 people opposite in disgust, and tweeted, "I thought it was just a group of poachers and smugglers, but I didn't expect it to be Grindelwald's doglegs. Looks like I didn't find the wrong person. Your good days are over." The leading wizard's teeth trembled, unable to speak a complete sentence. Dippet glared at him in disgust, and waved his hand to block the spell that Shafik had just arrived at the scene. "Oh, Merlin's pants," Shafik said in surprise. "What did you do? You killed so many people." "They are not dead." Dippet blocked another curse and said, "These people are running dogs of Grindelwald. You can take them back and interrogate them slowly." "Your behavior is illegal." "No, it doesn't matter, it just turned out to be right." Dippet interrupted Judge Shafik's breathless accusation. Watching the wizard who was chasing after Shafik narrowed his eyes and raised it. The wand said, "I'm sorry, maybe you are not ready, but the war has begun. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, 124 chapters Run Road." What does this B mean? Is it black? But why is this thing in Dumbledore's hands? At night, Nelson leaned against the bedside, recalling the sight of the meteor passing by, holding the double-sided mirror in his hand and moving the relief on the back. Suddenly the mirror was shaking a bit, and he turned over and saw the ripples in the center of the mirror dissipate, showing Tom's chin. "What's wrong, Tom?" He yelled into the mirror twice, only to hear a slight breathing. "You have acne?" "I thought Tom Riddle wouldn't have acne." Nelson smiled, and glanced at Tom who was sleeping in his glasses, closed the communication, buckled the mirror by his pillow, and picked up the one on the side. Turning over the Transfiguration notes, it looked like, while turning over, he said to himself, "This guy must be talking in a dream." After a while, Nelson squeezed a piece of paper that was accidentally rubbed off, shook his head, took the magic wand and glued the page back to the book, shook his arms, threw the notes aside, and took a small metal ball to practice deformation. The hard metal in his hand is like lively flowing water, changing its shape wantonly, turning into a yellow aureole flying around the room, turning into a small train and whistling on the floor. A pale golden exclamation mark surreptitiously poked his head out of the coat pocket hung at the door, and curiously looked at the kind rolling around on the floor but deformed, and squeezed it out and jumped to the ground with his head against it. The torso jumped around, Do you want to play it? Nelson asked when he saw the exclamation mark staring at the ball on the floor. Will blink. He gave up the attempt to read the abstract expressions of the exclamation mark. He picked up a small ball and rolled to the exclamation mark. He continued to look back. This time he read the book from the library downstairs. It was McGonagall's original paper, the authoritative publication of. This is a very early issue. Its pages are all yellow with the year, and the cover only has a simple magazine name and the year of 1710, without any advertisements and color pages, and you need to pay 50 to borrow it. Cannon's deposit. What's this written? Nelson turned to the page he wanted to read, frowning and reading. Modern Transfiguration is based on Sir Gamps. It is based on the interpretation of summoning and metamorphosis. They are losing their reference. What the hell? Was Middle English still popular among wizards in 1710? It seems that the principles followed in ancient Transfiguration are somewhat different from the present, and even English is very different. Nelson finished reading the article with great effort, closed the magazine, and picked up an empty book. Take notes. Gamp's basic rules of transformation were put forward by Eric Gamp in 1710. As the first minister of the Ministry of Magic, he was transformed into the Wizarding Council. He has extraordinary attainments in transformation. In order to reduce abuse, Minister Gamp promoted the establishment and popularization of the magical accident caused by the transformation technique. Nelson bit his pen cap and frowned while talking and writing. Its influence is too deep, and its correctness has been repeatedly proven in subsequent practice, so that subsequent wizards generally believe that Gamp's law of transformation is the fundamental iron law of transformation. Nelson heard a metal ball in his ear. I didn't care about the sound bounced on the ground. I put the pen nib into the bottle and dipped it with ink. Turning buttons into scarabs is neither physical nor biological. And Gump also thinks that this change will not happen. It is permanent. After the magic power attached to the deformed object is exhausted, it will return to its original state. But Nelson turned his head to look at an emerald green toad enclosed in the glass cover on the table, and wrote, using the spell recorded in the Slytherin chamber to transform will cost more than usual. A lot of magic, but the product of success will be extremely stable. The strange thing is that the product of deformation and mistakes is an emerald green toad. I don't know if this is Slytherin's own evil taste or the mystic connection between this spell and the toad. After I've repeatedly checked, there is nothing about this animal in this type of spell, which makes me I am confused about the essence of magic. But in line with the principle of pragmatism, the side effect of this toad may have a strange magical effect in a duel. Nelson turned his head and glanced at the exclamation mark he was playing against the metal ball, retracted his gaze, and continued to write. Said, but this is not important. The important thing is that the toad I have is the product of a transformation error 2 days ago, but my magic is not enough to maintain the transformation for 2 days. And I commissioned Newt Scamander to dissect it. A toad is indeed an ordinary toad from beginning to end. It does not have the properties of an object before deformation. I have reason to assume that it has completely become a toad. But here comes the problem. In this way, Ganpu is deformed. The basic law is broken. Nelson put down the pen. He hadn't heard the exclamation mark for a long time. He turned his head and looked a little worried. He saw it put the metal ball on the ground in front of him, curled up with the long strip of body on his head, aim at himself to pose as a baseball batter, and then wave his body severely. Boom. Humor. There was a rapid knock on the door. Nelson covered his eyes, walked to the door, opened the door, and saw White with an anxious face pacing in front of the door with his hands on his back. When the door opened, she raised her head and just saw her right eye. Nelson of Yuking. What's wrong with you? I fell. Nelson waved his hand. It's okay. I applied Baxian, and the swelling disappeared after a while. What's the matter? There's a war. White said, you quickly pack up, and when you're downstairs later, I'll send you to a safe place. Wait, Nelson asked White, who was about to leave. What's the matter? Who knows? Does the principal of your school have a brain problem? White said, just now, your principal at Hogwarts attacked the stronghold of Newmangad in the hidden place, and hit Andre a face, and then there was a fight, and now the era from the French Ministry of Magic, the teachers at Hogwarts, and our reinforcements are all gathering in a hidden place. Are you fighting? I don't know. White rolled his eyes. This is not a report sent from the scene. At least one fierce battle is inevitable. It has been detected that a wizard team is approaching Newmangud. You may also be attacked, so you have to move away. A wizard who has little combat effectiveness. But what's the matter with the principal of your school? We and the Ministry of Magic of various countries have always had a tacit understanding. No one would do anything when he was prepared. And not only did he launch an attack in full view of the public, he attacked an insignificant primary contact point of ours. I don't know what he is thinking. To be honest, we rarely see the principal at Hogwarts. Nelson asked. Wait. There was an encounter between Principal Andre and Dippet. I remember. Andre took the money to ransom Barry this time, so yes. White's face became more gloomy, and her body was filled with a black breath that was visible to the naked eye, and said in a deep voice, I can only wrong him to stay for a few more days, and when I send you away, I will go save him personally, so hurry up. White's last words were murderous, like a lioness. Okay. Seeing that she was doing this, Nelson had to follow her, shrug his shoulders, drag his box from under the bed, and watch her leave. Where are we going? Nelson asked, dragging the box in front of Pythias' sculpture. Your schedule has to be advanced, White said, putting an envelope into Nelson's arms. I will send you to San Francisco. Someone will arrange for you to study in Ifamoni. Since you can't go back to Hogwarts, there it is, the second safest place in the world. After the situation stabilizes, someone will contact you, and you can stay in the United States to help Krakow look after the door. I understand. I know how to go to school. Nelson looked forward to this magic school that only exists in the legend. I don't know the difference between the American magic school and the British magic school. There will always be some differences. White thought for a while, and replied, the teaching content should not be much different, but their pronunciation may be American English. And it is said that the wand was brought to the United States by Ifamoni. So there may still be some Native American magic left there, cast without a rod or something. Some small expectations. Nelson rubbed his hands, glanced at Laurie, who was holding the puppy and jumped off the tram not far away, and asked, where is Laurie? Is she going with me too? Here. White waved at Lorien, and did not answer Nelson's question. He just said to Lorien, who came running, I'm sorry, but the hospitality is not good, but Newmangud may be fighting soon. For your safety, we decided to send you to the United States. Another country? What am I going to do? Liulian asked. Even Dinkers in his arms stuck out his tongue curiously, showing curiosity in his eyes. I helped you apply for a job as a school worker in Ifamoni, said White. There is a flower garden under your management. You can relax and plant flowers there. And Ifamoni is a professional magic school, where you can deepen your understanding of our magic. I will take care of him. Liulian was full of anticipation for the journey, rubbing Nelson's hair with a smile. It's not necessary, White said. He should be able to take care of himself. Well, Nelson picked up the envelope in his arms and asked, what is this? This is an entry permit signed by the Emperor of the United States. White explained, I applied for you last month. The Emperor of the United States. This magical title made Nelson dumbfounded. He felt that his cognition had gone wrong and asked, what is that? Isn't the United States a three-power federal state? How can there be an emperor? What are you talking about? White didn't understand what he was talking about. Are you talking about the Mole system? It doesn't affect. And this emperor is just a title. You will understand when you go. Nelson looked down at the envelope, and under the cover was the signature of the sender, American Emperor, Norton II. It's amazing, he praised. You have a very wide path. You can get the Emperor's signature and the work of Ifamoni at will. After all, I am still a White no matter what, right? Nelson looked around. Where is Senior Newt? Isn't he coming? Oh, White sneered. His information channels are much better than mine. As soon as I heard of an accident, he immediately ran away. It is probably because we were afraid that we would take him directly at Newmangud. It's like we are some wizards who don't speak martial arts. But he left a note, asking you to meet in New York, and saying what to ask you to eat cake. Maybe you can still meet him in the United States. Nelson nodded knowingly when he heard Newt's message. Is he a secret sign? No, it's just that I like to eat. Nelson raised his head, looked into the distance, and asked, shall we go now? He noticed the striking lights on the tall buildings in the city. A wizard in black robes rose from all corners of the city on a flying broomstick, hiding in the darkness of the corner of the building. In the distant horizon, hordes of wizards also approached Nymungud in an orderly manner, faintly encircling them. They will definitely release the curse that prohibits apparitions. If you don't leave, it will be too late. White took out 3 glass bottles from his pocket and placed them in front of the 3, confirming again, have you all packed your things? It may be a bit strenuous to come back. Nelson lifted the coat and the hem trembles. There was a loud crash of debris in his pocket, and Llewellyn nodded quietly. Go and touch that bottle. Confirmed everyone. Dorky? Why nodded, and Nelson put his hand on the bottleneck. He only felt as if there was a hook hooking his belly button and pulling forward. It was not as discomforting as the apparition, but it was definitely not a good travel experience, as if passing through a long, narrow, dark tunnel with weird glare. After a period of time that was not known to be long or short, Nelson finally felt down to earth. At the moment when the 3 of them disappeared, a group of wizards phantom moved to the street where they had met in the previous 3 days, and all the wizards who invaded Newmangud also entered the city. Welcome to Newmangud. A wizard in a black robe suddenly appeared on top of the team of wizards on a broomstick and greeted them in a friendly manner. Behind him, well-trained wizards in black robe lined up and hovered in the sky, each wizard's wand pointed at own goals. At the edge of the city, a hemispherical blue light mask was rising rapidly, and it was closed in the blink of an eye. The black robe wizard in the lead said regretfully, although I want to make the best of the friendship of the landlord, you should not come in. No one in the wizard squad on the street spoke. Under the command of the leaders of both sides, various spells exploded on the street. Such scenes took place in every corner of Newmangud. The war started hastily. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, by Mobile version website, 125th chapter of The Emperor of the Lighthouse Country. Where are we? Nelson stood steady, grabbed a column beside him, squinted his eyes when he was stimulated by the strong light. He looked around and found that he was standing in the middle of a magnificent suspension bridge with Lorien holding Dinkers. Standing beside White, the 2 leaned on the handrails of the bridge and looked at the quiet water sparkling in the sun. This bridge is extremely long, nearly 3 kilometers of steel beasts traverse in both sides of the strait. It is an extremely shocking building in this era. At noon, there were not many pedestrians and vehicles on the bridge, and the place where the 3 appeared was a blind spot. Few pedestrians passed by, let alone saw them. San Francisco. White turned his head, glanced at Nelson, and said, you are so slow. Are you too fat? The doorkey can't pull you. It may be because there are too many things on his body. Nelson shrugged and walked to the 2 of them. The 3 stood side by side. He looked at the busy cities on both sides of the strait and said, it's so far, it's still daytime. Isn't it? White thought for a while, took out a watch from his pocket, threw it into Nelson's arms, and said, that's right, our day is almost over, their sun is still in prime of life. We are in wait a moment here. Nelson lowered his head and saw that the watch that White threw to him had 4 hands, the thinnest and longest of which was firmly pointing to the scale on the side of the dial with America written on the side of the dial. The time was displayed as 1:30 noon. He nodded. Returning the watch to White, he asked, so this bridge is the Golden Gate Bridge, isn't it? I didn't die studying, White said clearly, still lying on the railing. Yes, We have the Golden Gate straight under our feet. Look here. She turned around and pointed to the post Nelson had just supported. Nelson followed her fingers and looked at it. It turned out that the so-called column was a high bridge pier that passed through the bridge deck. There was a polished copper plate on it, which was nailed tightly with golden threads. The copper plate above is engraved in solemn font. Travelers, please stop and thank the American Emperor and Mexican Protector Norton I. He had the foresight and conceived and ordered the construction of a bridge in the San Francisco Bay. Is this the Emperor of the United States? Nelson asked. Why haven't I heard of it before? It's normal if you haven't heard of it. White turned around, walked into the copper plate, and said, His Emperor is self-proclaimed, and the American moles don't recognize it. Is he a wizard? Yes. Nor is it. White shook his head and said in a weird tone, He is a dumb gun and my grandfather far away. Why is he proclaiming himself Emperor of Moles? Nelson asked curiously. It is also interesting. I thought that the discrimination among wizards was already very serious. Wizards discriminated against moles and magical animals. Pure-blooded wizards discriminated against mole-born wizards. Powerful wizards discriminated against crappy wizards. But I did not expect the discrimination in Guazhong is even more exaggerated, especially in this country. It is clear that almost all of its citizens come from all over the world, and everyone is not a local, but they still engage in discrimination. They don't see themselves, their knowledge, or their talents. But just relying on the order of skin color and ethnicity can form a complete chain of discrimination. The top level seems to be whites in Western Europe, and the bottom level is all kinds of people of color, blacks and yellows. This is neither magic nor no. What's the matter? Oh, science, not science. So that's it. Nelson nodded thoughtfully, looking into the distance. Moreover, their division is not rigorous. We all know that European whites are divided into many races. Our mole allies are more familiar with this matter. But the division of this country is only based on color. White saw that he was tiptoeing towards the sea. Nelson, who looked far away, frowned and asked, By the way, what are you looking for? I'm listening. I'm looking for lighthouses. I think there should be lighthouses everywhere in the lighthouse country. Nelson signaled that he was not half-hearted, retracted his toes and replied, When I met Barry on the cruise ship before, he had won. The patient was an Italian who came to the United States to travel, but was caught as a nigger by the farmer because he was too dark, and he was tortured and turned into a lunatic. Lighthouse country? Ha ha, why do you call it the lighthouse country? White covered his mouth and smiled. He was amused by Nelson's unique address, and replied while laughing, America. Oh no, the lighthouse country is on both sides facing the ocean. Shipping is very developed. There are indeed many lighthouses, but they are not bright during the day. So that's it. Nelson then put on an appearance of listening attentively and motioned for White to continue. My uncle's name is Joshua Norton. After being interrupted by Nelson, White's tone became less serious, and she spoke slowly. By the way, I also know a person named Norton. Lian interrupted. I don't know when. She walked up to the two of them, listening to this story that happened in the last century. He is a pharmacist. Many dumb guns will choose to learn potions because they don't have the talent to cast spells, and eventually become a basic potionist. Maybe my uncle will also have some skills in this area. White replied casually and continued. The uncle's family has long settled in England, living near Diagon Alley. At that time, it was considered a small well-known pure-blood family, but my uncle is a rare dumb gun in a pure-blood family. He was discriminated against since he was born, so that at the age of 2, his parents moved to South Africa with his family for the sake of his mental health. An owl flew from the sea, getting closer and closer, until she got close to White. She grabbed the owl, took the newspaper under its feet, stuffed some money into the cloth sack on its feet, opened it, glanced at it, and continued. Said, in the middle of the last century, my uncle returned to the United States from South Africa. Here, he saw all kinds of distortions in this new country. Even in the wizarding circle of South Africa, He was so ridiculed and blinded. He is the person who feels the most empathetic to discrimination. Seeing that the black slaves, Chinese laborers and the original natives here are worse than the house elves in the hands of Europeans, he is determined to change all of this. Restoration? Nelson asked in confusion. Should he not go back? How can he reverse history? It's not a restoration. White gave him a blank look and said. He protested in a mull way and declared himself as the Emperor of the United States in the newspaper. Don't laugh. I laughed when I saw it here. But it's more interesting. Yes, the local mulls seem to be happy to see such a novel emperor appear on their ground. This country was a federal state from the beginning, Nelson thought, and the content finally returned to what he was familiar with, commenting, they have not experienced feudal society, so the emperor is just a novelty for them. Interesting gadgets worth spending. I think so too. Wife nodded. My uncle has found the most meaningful career in his life, to fight for greater rights and more equal status for the mulls under his control, and he does have some achievements, such as the bridge under your feet, were first proposed by him, but according to what he said, his proudest achievement is to run between mulls and wizards as a dumb gun, and let the American mulls. The status is much higher than most countries and regions in the world, but I think what he did is very boring. Mulls don't have a magic wand anyway, and I don't know what he did, let alone remember him. Good. He is really an interesting and noble person. Nelson took off the trilby on his head and held it to his chest, and said seriously, there are really very few such people. And I think his last job was the most. It's great to give silently where others can't notice. This is more worthy of our study. You always have a strange sympathy for mulls, but it's no wonder that you are still young and you have seen too few things. White took out his watch from his pocket to check the time, and said softly, old-fashioned. Everyone has idealistic things in their minds when they are young. You are not old either. Lorien raised dinkers to White, and the puppy licked her drool. Ha ha, I am very old compared to Nelson. A red cloud floated on White's cheeks. She looked at him from left to right, picked up her watch and said, if you count the time, he should be here too. Who? Nelson took out the envelope on his body and asked, is this the person who signed it? This American emperor? Yes. Wife nodded and said, Norton too. He is the son of my uncle. The difference is that he is a very powerful wizard. After all, she raised her watch and stared at the pointer on it. At the moment when the pointer was pointing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a thin and tall man wearing a top hat appeared in front of the three of them. Norton too was an unsmiling, serious man. He glanced around quickly, nodded slightly to White, and then looked carefully at Lorien and Nelson. He wears a royal blue uniform, which looks bright and beautiful in the sun, which forms an interesting contrast with his serious face. The shoulders of the uniform are studded with glittering gold-plated epaulets, and several delicate pieces of different materials are hung on the chest. The badge seems to have been awarded to him by the U.S. Ministry of Magic. In his left hand he holds a scepter that seems to be made of metal. The scepter is engraved and entwined. There is a small 5-pointed star on the head of the scepter. The scepter is completely dark. The original color can be seen too much. There is a long black umbrella under the armpit. This umbrella is very worn out, but it is still clean. It can be seen that its owner usually does not use it to cover the rain. Instead, cherish it very much. Norton 2's figure was thin, his blue trousers hung on his legs, appearing empty. His left foot was wearing a brightly polished black leather boot. The trousers were tucked into the boots at the ankle, and the trousers of his right leg were empty. Compared with an emperor who inherited his father's inheritance, he was more like a firm tin soldier. Seeing that it was rude to stare at someone else's incomplete place like this, Nelson quickly raised his head, looked at the face of Norton too, smiled and nodded, and said hello, so that he was able to take a closer look at his face. But Nelson did not see clearly, or did not remember his face clearly. The extremely meticulously caressed moustache on his upper lip almost occupied all Nelson's impression of him, which left only a word in his heart. A serious tin soldier with a moustache. White. Norton's eyes stayed on Nelson's face for a while, then suddenly turned his head and said to White, your business. His voice didn't make a rattling clockwork like Nelson had imagined. On the contrary, it was gentle and young. Uncle Norton, White said, stopping his next words, it's almost solved. It's very soon. That's good. Norton too nodded, took out a piece of paper and looked down, no longer speaking. Nelson was curious about what he was looking at when he suddenly saw Norton too closing the page, handing it to himself, and taking a look, only to find that the paper turned out to be the letter of introduction that he had just held. It's me. Norton too nodded, and a flash appeared in front of the copper plate beside Nelson. Only then did Nelson realize that the wizard with only one leg does not seem to usually walk. He uses every movement the way of apparition. I'm a master, Nelson thought. Please come in. Norton too picked up the scepter and gently touched his father's name on the copper plate with the 5-pointed star on the head of the scepter. Nelson saw the tall bridge pier suddenly move in his direction. Just when he was about to hit the bridge pier, he found himself in a simple office. The simplicity reminded Nelson of Mrs. Cool. Office. Welcome to America. The first half of Norton's words sounded beside Nelson. The next second, he was already sitting behind his desk. He picked up the scepter and tapped the ground, one full of patches. His couch appeared behind the three. Please sit down. I'm Norton too, and the title is the Emperor of the United States. He seemed to resist this title, perhaps because it was a bit difficult to tell. After all, Emperor as a title is a very strange thing in itself, but every time he introduced himself but had to say. He finished the sentence at a fast-forward speed, cleared his throat, and said, I am currently serving as the Director of the Department of International Affairs at the U.S. Ministry of Magic. The two are visiting the United States. I am personally responsible. He nodded friendly to Nelson and Lorien, and shook his head in a perfect arc, and Nelson and Lorien also nodded in return. Norton too took off the top hat on his head, put it on the table, and began to explain some travel to the United States for Nelson and Lorien, such as the entrance to the Ministry of Magic, the way to contact the Ministry, and some matters needing attention. Since your formalities have been handled by Miss White, he stretched out his hand, pointed to White, and said, so the two of you don't have to waste too much time on the Ministry of Magic procedures. Since your destination is Ifane, so are you going to play around first? Or am I going to send you to Ifamuni first? Let's go first. Nelson and Lorien looked at each other and said, let's put down the salute first. Okay, please come with me. Nelson raised his head and found that Norton too was already standing by the fireplace in the office, using it to sprinkle flu powder into it. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website. 126th chapter. Yifamona, come with me. Please, remember to call Ifamoni. Now in the past, after sorting out Mr. Wiltoning, the two can still make it to lunchtime. Norton too stood by the fireplace with green flames, and there was a faint noisy clinking sound from the other side. It sounds like the sound of a knife and fork hitting a dinner plate. He stretched out his right hand holding a scepter and made a please come in motion, cast his eyes on White, and said, White, but you ... you are still after all I understand, Uncle Norton. Am relieved to send them to you. White nodded, picked up the wand, and disappeared into the office. Nelson pulled the suitcase and took a deep breath, walking toward the fireplace as nervously as when he boarded the Hogwarts Express via Platform 9 and 34 of King's Cross Station for the first time. Wait, Nelson. Lorien grabbed his arm and asked in a low voice, are you going to walk into this fire? Yes, the other side should be the Ifamoni School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Nelson explained patiently, flood fans can activate the fireplace connected to the Flu network. You must call the name right before entering. Unlike Hogwarts, although Ifamoni has also set up a large number of spells to hide places and protect the school, it still leaves a place in the school's auditorium to set up a fireplace specially used for receiving visitors, making Ifamo, compared with other magic schools in the world, His communication with the outside world is more frequent and effective. This young school was founded in the first half of the 17th century and has no desks, chairs and benches in some schools for a long time. Through frequent exchanges and unique teaching content, it has become one of the most prestigious magic schools in the world. Of course, it is also the best magic school in the world for the students of Ifamoni. Ifamoni. Nelson walked to the fireplace and whispered the name of the school. When the flames in the fireplace turned green, he took the box and stepped in. "Welcome to Ifamoni, Mr. Wiltoning." Nelson raised his head, and Norton too was standing in front of him, holding on to his a little discomfort. He gently waved his scepter and stained Nelson's clothes. The coal ash was cleaned up, and then he turned sideways and motioned to Nelson to greet Lorien, who came out afterwards. While facing the teachers who came by, he greeted easily. Soon, a figure in a dress appeared in the fireplace, and Nelson took a step forward, took Lorien's hand, and covered the girl's head with the other hand, helping her out from the fireplace. "Clean up." Nelson took out his magic wand and helped Lorien puff off the dust on his body. "Thank you." Lorien smiled and thanked, and then began to look around at the magnificent hall they were in. This building was not much more elegant than the Hogwarts auditorium, and the tall stone walls used rough and stream-of-conscious brushwork. Depicting the story of this magic school when it was founded, it looks like a child's graffiti, giving people a natural and clumsy look. The dome of the hall is also unique. 4 distinct weathers are intertwined, and each piece of weather is painted with a magical animal, which is a long-horned water snake crawling in thick fog, a thunderbird calling for rain in a thunderstorm, and a station under the blazing sun. The ocelot roaring on the hills of the wasteland, and the goblin who diagnoses and treats the trees in the moist jungle. These 4 magical animals also correspond to the 4 academies of Ifamon, and 4 long tables are placed directly under the 4 types of weather. The 4 long tables were full of students. The blue school robe was dotted with rosewood lace, and the neckline was tied with a golden knot. "Your Majesty Norton." The teachers approached. The old man in the lead blinked playfully, and took the lead to kneel down to Norton too. Norton too hurried to help him, but when he stretched out his hands, the teachers had already bowed and got up. Nelson noticed that since standing there, Norton too never moved his position again. It seems that the magic that prohibits apparition is also covered in Ifamoni, so that Norton too cannot move freely. "Why bother about these red tapes?" Norton too stood there, dumbfounded. "You are our emperor." The old man walked forward with a smile, hugged Norton too, and quickly turned his eyes to the 2 standing behind Norton. "These 2 are the students and school workers I mentioned when I wrote to you before." Norton too turned sideways and introduced the elderly, Nelson Wiltoning and Lorien Conlow. "After all," he whispered something to the old man, and the old man waved his hand to let the teachers behind him leave first, and then looked thoughtfully in the direction of Nelson and Lorien, not knowing who he was looking at. Norton too waved his hand to bring Nelson and Lorien closer, and pulled the old man to introduce them. "This is the current principal of Ifamoni, Professor Scrooge 12 Trees." Professor. Nelson and Lorien greeted each other. Nelson was a little curious. Few people used the words City House and Secret as their names. "Hello." Professor 12 Trees smiled and greeted the 2 of them, just like an elderly neighbor. His grey half-length hair and beard were not carefully taken care of. He had a red and round beard. His garlic nose, small black eyes gleaming with childlike cunning and innocent light. He is dressed in a blue and red wizard robe with gold trim, which looks like a cassock, and his tanned palms seem to hide huge power. But through the cuffs on his wrists, it can be found that his skin is actually very fair. This old man must have done some outdoor work frequently when he was young. He grabbed Nelson and took Lorien to Nelson's hands. He spoke easily, without the constraints of the first meeting. "Don't be grateful to the Emperor. He sent me the application form but I signed it." "Agree." "Scrife." Norton too smiled dryly and spread his hands. "You go back." Professor 12 Tree snapped his fingers, and said proudly, "Just give them to me. Don't worry, our school is no worse than their Hogwarts. I have solved the prohibition of apparition. You go to work. Norton too nodded, held on to the brim of the top hat, and disappeared instantly. Since the visitor fireplace is located in the corner of the hall, only a few students noticed the arrival of Nelson and his party. Most of them would retract their eyes after looking at it twice. Only a few people turned their heads and looked at from time to time the direction of the visitor's fireplace. Come with me. Professor 12trees clapped their hands, and Nelson and Lorien followed him through the gate of the auditorium and walked along a corridor paved with stone bricks. The two can eat in the staff cafeteria later, Professor 12trees said, snapping his fingers when he said, a wizard with short hair in a dark blue robe suddenly appeared next to him. He looked at Llewellyn and asked, Miss Conlow, would you mind staying in the cottage next to the flower house? There are everything there, and the conditions are not worse than other rooms, and it is closer to various places. 888. Follow the X. Public account. Watch popular masterpieces. Draw 888 cash red envelopes. Yes. Llewellyn nodded. Okay, Mr. Wiltoning, do you two want to live together? The cottage has been empty. There are 4 rooms in it, which are completely enough for 2 people. Our dormitory just happens to be full. Nelson showed Llewellyn an inquiring expression, and she said to Professor 12trees, yes, it's also convenient for me to take care of him. Okay. Professor 12trees said to the wizard on the side, Nidandara, can you help me take Miss Conlow to her future residence? Nyadan turned around, and Nelson realized that she was a witch with a small head. Her voice was a bit hoarse, matched with her deep-lined face, and she had a peculiar charm. She asked Nelson, well, Ertning, do you need me to help you carry your luggage? Oh, okay. Nelson thanked him flatteredly, handing it to the suitcase. Thank you, Miss Nyadanda. I'm the school administrator of Ifamoni. This is what I should do, Nadan said with her thin lips. If you must bring a name, please call me Mr. Nadand. Okay, thank you, Mr. Nyadanda. Nadand took Nelson's suitcase and disappeared at the corner of the corridor with Lorien. Watching the 2 people leave, Professor 12trees led Nelson to continue walking deep into the corridor, turning his head and asking, are you from Hogwarts? Mr. Wiltoning. I studied at Hogwarts for a while, Nelson said. You call me. What college do you belong to? I remember that Hogwarts had a sorting ceremony. He thought back and asked curiously, is it convenient to reveal the content of your sorting ceremony? Sorry, Professor 12trees. The Hogwarts sorting ceremony can only be experienced by the freshmen, Nelson continued, remembering the Hogwarts tradition, but Hogwarts does have a sorting ceremony. It will according to a certain endowment. Students are divided into 4 colleges, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor. I studied in Slytherin before. Oh, Professor 12trees knew. So you are a Slytherin? Yes, Nelson nodded. But before being assigned to Slytherin, I thought I was a Mulborn wizard. It makes no difference. Your origin does not determine your future. Professor 12trees turned around and said seriously, this is the consensus of some of our educators. I think so, Professor. Ifamoni also has 4 colleges. We don't have the famous founders of Hogwarts. Our colleges correspond to 4 unique magical animals in America. Each represents something we hope students can show in education. The character. Professor 12trees asked, Mr. Wiltoning, do you know which 4 kinds of magical animals are? Longhorn water snake, thunderbird, leopard cat, and goblin. Nelson replied, I have read some books on the history of magic. Among them are the stories of the 4 founders of Ifamoni choosing 4 magical animals as symbols of their academy. Good guy, you are actually interested in the history of magic? Professor 12trees was a little surprised. As if not paying attention to the history of magic is the norm for wizards, he said, since you know, then I won't talk too much. How long do you want to study here? We still need to sort for you. Our Ifamoni branch is not as explicit as Hogwarts. In short, there is no good or bad distinction. I understand, Professor. That's good. Professor 12trees nodded. Nelson, your cleansing spell is good. How do you master your magic? I suggest you elaborate a little bit so that I can customize yours in iFamoni for you. Study plan. Okay, Professor. Nelson recalled, I studied potions, herbalism, spells, polymorphism, defense against the dark arts, divination, and history of magic in 7 courses at Hogwarts. The best subject I have mastered is the history of magic, followed by polymorphism and conjuration, defense against the dark arts and divination. I learned generally, potions and herbalism are very poor. I am a little weak and can't distinguish those herbs. Where is the base camp of the Fairy Rebellion? Professor Twelvetree asked casually. A tavern in Hogsmeade, Nelson replied. Seeing Professor Twelvetree's not responding for a long time, he turned his head and asked, Is that right, Professor? Turning his head, he saw Professor Twelvetree's holding a large book that I didn't know where it came from. Seeing Nelson looking at him, Professor Twelvetrees said, I'm actually not sure. Let me check. Oh, really? That's good. Nelson, you said that you are good at transfiguration and spell learning. Is it convenient to show it? Professor Twelvetrees pointed to the front of the corridor. We have to walk, there is still a while. Okay. Nelson reached into his pocket and stirred in it, making a loud squeaking noise. Professor Twelvetrees could not help but raise his brows when he heard the abnormal noise. The thick round eyebrows almost flew. Go to the sky. Good idea. Professor Twelvetrees faintly guessed what was in Nelson's pocket, and couldn't help but admire his peculiar thinking. Nelson took out a small metal ball, drew the magic wand from the inside of his coat, and controlled the ball to fly forward with a floating spell. While walking forward, he waved the magic wand, muttering words in his mouth. The small metal ball in the sky quickly grew bigger and twisted, turning into a cool silver minecart. Professor, get in the car. Nelson stepped onto the small minecart without tracks, and Professor Twelvetrees followed him and looked at his back. Seeing the principal getting into the car, Nelson pointed his wand behind him, and the car ran to the front of the corridor. Professor Twelvetrees knocked on the armrest of the trolley with his magic wand, buckled a piece, pinched it in his hand and looked at it carefully, nodding from time to time. Is your polymorphism taught by Albus Dumbledore? Professor Twelvetrees patted Nelson's shoulder admiringly, and said, It's very good. If you only look at polymorphism, I can give it directly. You have issued a diploma. Thank you. You are great, Nelson. Professor Twelvetrees shot harder. You will be the pride of iFamoni. By the way, we can slow down, we are almost there. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, 127th chapter Longhorn Water Snake. Here we are. A bright light appeared at the end of the corridor. A few seconds later, Nelson controlled the small minecart to slowly stop at the end. It was a small arched glass door, which was a little ordinary compared to the deep and long corridor. Nelson followed Professor Twelvetrees and got out of the car. With a wave of his hand, the trackless minecart turned into a silver ball and flew back to his hand. Professor Twelvetrees turned his head and looked at him, holding onto the glass door, and said, This is the lobby of our branch. Nelson approached and saw that the arch was about 3 meters high. It was divided into 2 upper and lower pieces from the center. The upper half was made of transparent glass. The upper half was made of green gemstones into the shape of the world tree. The lower half was made of black glass. The silver wire plate is inlaid with the complex roots of the world tree. In his eyes, the 10 crowns of the world tree, surrounded by the trunks and roots, seem to be extending the branches and leaves to connect with each other, and the roots are pierced deeper. The silver patterns even leave the door frame and face Nelson's instep along the ground. Crawling, the worlds represented by the canopy have even begun to evolve and communicate with each other. Nelson was stunned. He shook his head and blinked his eyes. The glass door in front of him changed back to its ordinary appearance. All the abnormal movements disappeared. It seemed that everything he saw just now was an illusion. Ha ha, Professor Twelvetrees stroked the arch and said proudly, Although the material is only ordinary glazed glass and mithril, its history and artistic accomplishments are very high. This door and the opposite window are a bear. It is almost the oldest artwork in our school. Artwork? Nelson asked softly. Yes, although it has a long history. We once thought it had some kind of ancient magic, Professor 12trees introduced. But no. This door and its matching windows are the founder of our school. Professor Sol brought it from his Irish home. She is said to be a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Slytherin's descendants? Nelson thought that Slytherin's descendants were only one of the Hungut and Gunter family, but he did not expect to find Tom's relatives in this place far away. Yes, Professor 12trees nodded. Her aunt is the famous witch Gemily Gunter. So I think it is actually a good choice for you to come to Ifamoni. After all, everyone is with Salazar. Slytherin got in touch. Slytherin's relics turned out to be ordinary doors and windows. Nelson wrote down Gemily Gunter's name. We also think it shouldn't. The last professor of the history of magic of Ifamoni put forward a statement, but unfortunately it has been unable to verify it. Professor 12trees pressed his hand on the trunk of the world tree. It is said that the wizard who masters Slytherin magic and some magical mysteries can be seen in the pattern on this door, but it is a pity that Salazar Slytherin's magic has long been lost. That's a pity. It's a pity. I am also very curious about what his magic looks like. Excuse me, Nelson. Professor 12trees motioned to Nelson to take a step back and said, I'm going to open the door. Nelson stepped back and stood behind Professor 12trees to the right, watching him mutter. Ifamoni, the young and great Ifamoni, I brought a teenager who was as young as you, who came to seek knowledge in the stone house. The omniscient long-horned water snake. Please have mercy on the wisdom of the ignorant, daring and free Thunderbird. Please protect the souls of the cowardly, the brave and glorious cat and leopard. Please strengthen the body of the weak, merciful and kind goblin. Please examine the heart of the indifferent. Share your character and talents with these children who look like the sun. Please find a place for them on the summit of Greylock Mountain. We are grateful for your generosity. You will also be pleased for them. Professor 12trees looked back at Nelson and said to the arch, excuse me, this time there is only one teenager who came halfway. His name is Nelson Williams Wiltning. Please arrange the college for him. As soon as the voice fell, Professor 12trees pressed the cane of the trunk slightly, and the whole world tree emitted a dazzling but warm white light, and the arches slowly separated along the middle of the trunk to the left and right. This magic was added by us. Come in. They recognize you. You don't need to be sorted out with freshmen next year. Professor 12trees walked in front, took Nelson's shoulders, and whispered to him, I have to explain to you that you must maintain respect for the four of them. But don't be too afraid, just be yourself. Four of them. Nelson wondered, but before he could finish speaking, Professor 12trees pushed hard behind him, and Nelson passed through the glass door and rushed forward uncontrollably. He saw that he was in a hall that looked like a coliseum. Four huge statues were located on all sides of the stands. He stepped on the ground under the stands of dozens of stairs. The top of the dome was invisible at the top of his head. The thick white fog was permeated, making the surrounding statues a little unreal. Nelson waved his arms and fell from the top of the stands. This old principal, he has a lot of energy. This was the only word Nelson thought when he stepped down from the stands. He blinked and found himself standing in the center of the bottom platform with a golden complex pattern under his feet. Nelson carefully identified it, and recognized its true face, a golden gaudy knot. According to legend, the one who was untied could become the king of Asia but was eventually cut off by Alexander the Great. Human character and traits are the same as complicated knots. A cold female voice rang in Nelson's ears. Many wizards may not know what kind of person they are until they die. We are not curious about who you are, boy. This is a somewhat vague male voice, which seems to be separated from a long distance, and it can feel sharp just by listening. But we will decide based on your deepest characteristics. Where will you study? You seem to have taken a similar test. That's nothing. People are changing all the time. The four of us represent four different qualities. and your thoughts will activate the corresponding stone statues. Nelson hadn't had time to answer. Another male voice came in his ear. This dour male voice sounded full of vitality. Nelson even thought he was young. Even if you are a complex enough person, then there will be more than one statue to activate for you. At that time it will be your turn to make a choice, but you don't have to worry. I think you must have your own answer when you walk in here. The last sentence sounds like a gentle, generous man. He encouraged. Go ahead, I wish you what you want in Ifamoni. Nelson took a step forward. Although he had already been branched at Hogwarts, he even had some longing in his heart because the Sorting Hat may have been worn on his head for less than 3 seconds. As a pretentious person, there is still some expectation for the drama of genius monks being scrambled by various colleges. Soon, the white mist in front of him dissipated, revealing a straight passage. Nelson stood there and waited for a while, but found that there was still no other passage open for him, and shook his head disappointedly. You seem disappointed? The cold female voice who spoke first asked. No. Nelson hurried forward. I'm just at a loss for the future. You don't even know what the statue in front of you is? So why are you disappointed? The female voice ignored Nelson's sophistry and continued. Then you must be disappointed because you didn't choose enough statues. You are really an insatiable greedy people. Madam, I didn't. Nelson continued to quibble. Not only insatiable, but pretentious. Nelson didn't speak, but speeded up his pace and walked forward. He was afraid that people would not want him, and he would drop out of school when he first came, but he would have lost his adult. But insatiable and pretentious people are right for us. The cold female voice turned and said, we admire knowledge and wisdom. And insatiable people most eagerly desire wisdom beyond ordinary people. As for pretentiousness ... what else do smart people think they are as mediocre as ordinary people? Nelson walked to the edge of the field and saw a 3-person pedestal carved from bluestone. He raised his head and looked up. The white mist around him dissipated. A long-horned water snake clinging to the branches of the world was looking up. In the distance, the crystal embedded in the forehead emits a faint white light, as cold as the voice of the woman. Looking along the long-horned water snake's eyes, there is an arched window depicting the world tree pattern, and the sun on the top of the mountain comes from the window. Spilled in, through the colorful painting on the glass, painted a huge tree with light and shadow on the ground. The long-horned water snake represents the wisdom of wizards and wizards. I can't be considered a smart person. Nelson smiled bitterly, and saw an arch opened in the center of the stone pedestal. He gave a wizard's salute to the statue and walked inside the door. The tunnel in the arch was exactly the same as when he came. Nelson took out the ball and changed into a trackless minecart. He stood on it board and drove forward. Soon, Nelson came to a 5-way intersection, and he followed the intersection. Guided by the street signs, walked towards the widest corridor in the center. Where did it go? After a while, Nelson saw Professor 12trees standing in front waiting for him. He put away the small minecart and walked to the principal. Long-horned water snake. Good college. Professor 12trees patted Nelson on the shoulder, and said, when you say you have learned the history of magic well, I think you are going there. After all, those who can calm down and study history must like to read. The long-horned water snake prefers people who like to read. Ravenclaw. Nelson felt better, and he felt more and more that something was wrong with Hogwarts. Sorting Hat. Are you talking about Ravenclaw of Hogwarts? Professor 12trees thought for a moment, and said, something resembles, but not exactly the same. The traits we value are different from Hogwarts. Longhorns. The water snake should be an academy between Ravenclaw and Slytherin. That's it. Actually, you don't need to care about the college or anything. After all, the content of study is the same. I heard that there are quite deep stereotypes between Hogwarts College. Fortunately, even Slytherin and Gryffindor are intimate. Nelson shook his head and said, I don't know much about other schools. Headmaster 12trees. Can you introduce us to our school and college? Ha ha ha, good boy. Professor 12tree smiled and blew up his beard. and patted Nelson hard on the shoulder. He liked Nelson's somewhat cunning reaction, but he admired Nelson's attitude of treating the principal equally. Different from the country where Ivamoni is located, as a magic school in an immigrant country with Mulls participating in the construction, equality has always been the theme of Ivamoni. But what he didn't know was that even though he looked young, Nelson was a person who had seen big winds and waves. From the Dark Lord to the little beggar, and Nelson had contact with all kinds of people in the world. Do you know Serafina Pickor? I know that the Secretary of the United States Department of Magic played a major role in the out-of-control events of magical animals, Nelson said as if he was reciting a text. Yes, although I think her most outstanding achievement is actually to allow wizards to drink. Professor Twelvetrees shrugged and took Nelson out of the corridor, and said, when she was in the branch, I was a teacher of alchemy. At that time, all 4 statues chose her, and in the end, she chose the long-horned water snake. So she also graduated here. Nelson nodded. Yes, such a gifted witch chose your academy, Professor Twelvetrees missed. Of course, I am not making you arrogant. I understand. I won't. Nelson followed him, walked to another arched stone door, and watched Professor Twelvetrees take out the key from his pocket. Very good. Professor Twelvetrees opened the door, and said, the Longhorn Water Snake Academy was established by the founder of Ivamoni, President Aesop Thrall. She is a smart witch. At the beginning of her establishment, she appreciates those who value knowledge. Compared with the other 3 academies, Longhorned Water Snake will give you the opportunity to be exposed to more advanced spellcasting skills such as silent spellcasting, wandless spellcasting, delayed spellcasting, etc. But correspondingly, it may be more difficult for you to access the special content of the other 3 colleges. That's awesome. Headmaster Nelson was a little excited when he heard the 3 small stoves of Longhorn Water Snake. Of course it's great. Professor Twelvetrees opened the door and pointed to the room that looked like a library. This is where the students of Ivamoni got their magic wands. The wizards in this land of America didn't use magic wands. Yes, until the Aesop family came here. So almost all of the wands of American wizards were obtained in Ivamoni. You should have your own wand? Do you still need one? No need. Professor Nelson took out the coldwood wand and shook it lightly. Thank you, I have my own wand. Wait, this wand doesn't seem to belong to you. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, Chapter 128 Attacks on the Ministry of Magic. This is really not my own wand. Nelson raised an eyebrow. You can even see this. Can you show me? Professor Twelvetrees reached out to Nelson. Here you are. Nelson put his left hand in his pocket and handed the wand in his right hand to Professor Twelvetrees. This is an ancestral wand from a former classmate of mine. Let me see. Hiss, Nelson. Pay attention to the maintenance of the wand. Professor Twelvetrees carefully brought the wand close to his eyes, took it away disgustedly, wiped it with the charm, and continued, further wood, 10 1/3 inches, is very hard and difficult to bend, suitable for transfiguration. The core is, the heartstring of the dragon. The 3rd oldest in the Ollivander family, it should be their product. Yes, Nelson nodded, this is indeed Ollivander's work. This hemming is a bit wild, not like Garrick's technique, more like his father, but it's different. Professor Twelvetrees held the wand in his hand and made it float slowly while spinning. Observing carefully, while commenting, this should be the work of his grandfather or grandfather. This rough and efficient stick-making technique is most suitable for the large demand for magic wands in the wizarding world during the Goblin Rebellion in the 18th century. Is it a mass-produced wand? Nelson asked. But I don't think it's inferior to the new wand I bought in Diagon Alley, and it's not as rough as the general mass-produced product. No, Professor Twelvetrees shook his head and corrected. Although mass-produced things are not necessarily shoddy. But mass-produced ones must be shoddy. To use Mull's new words in recent years, it means poor quality control. But when the number of products with poor quality control is large enough, there will be fine products. This wand looks very well maintained, and it should have been handed down for a long time as a boutique. Professor 12trees passed the wand back to Nelson's hand and talked freely. Aren't you curious why there are so few ancient wands? Except for those a legendary wand, this one may be the only one you have seen. Yes, it is like this. Nelson nodded. I really rarely see this kind of wand that has been passed down for 100 years or more. That's because everything else has been damaged. Professor 12trees said, and the reason why you think it works is that the dragon heartstring is a characteristic. It is easy to succumb to powerful users, especially at the beginning. The owner of fur has already passed away. On the other hand, the wand made of fir wood is one of the most suitable wands for transforming. It just fits your strengths. Did you buy a wand in the first place? What material is it made of? It's this one, Professor. Nelson took out his left hand from his pocket and drew out a clean, long black wand. Oh, let me see. Professor 12trees narrowed his eyes and grabbed Nelson's wand in the air. The wand that Nelson hadn't used for a long time struggled hard under his grasp. Black walnut. Seeing the wand resisting him, Professor 12trees loosened his energy and let the wand fall back into Nelson's hands. He shook his head, showing nostalgia, and said, the black walnut wand is very special. I suggest you use your own magic wand more. Why? Didn't Garrick tell you? Professor 12trees said, in his theory, black walnut is one of the most important woods for tacit understanding with the owner. Why don't you use your magic wand? You know that it must be the best for you. Professor, I rarely use this magic wand. Nelson explained, because I am away all the time. It is inevitable that I will perform magic and I am afraid of pulling the trace. Zongzai. Professor 12trees was stunned, and then he took out his magic wand and waved it casually, and said, I didn't expect this. After all, when I was studying, there was no such thing as Zongzai. You don't have to worry about it now. Really? Thank you. Nelson thanked with his wand, and asked curiously, Professor, you know so much about wands. Would you make wands? Yes. Professor 12trees led Nelson through the rows of shelves, taking him to admire every wand placed here. Before Iphania came to this continent, here the wizards don't use magic wands. For a long time, even now, the magic wands in the United States came from Ifame, and every freshman will get a magic wand that belongs to him after the sorting ceremony. But after they graduate in the past, magic wands were not allowed to be taken out of the Ifame Uni. These wands were made by the principal of the Ifame Uni. Before becoming the principal, one must become an excellent wand maker. Is there any difference between these wands? Nelson followed Professor 12trees. The old man's movements were a little vigorous, and Nelson was struggling to follow. Of course, Professor 12trees said, shaking his head. Every magic wand maker has his own habits. The countries they live in have different products. This also makes them different in the choice of materials. The impact is in all aspects. There will be big differences after being passed down from generation to generation. For example, as you know, Ollivander, their family only uses 3 cores: phoenix tail feathers, unicorn hair and dragon heartstrings. Nelson said, yes. According to Garrick, these 3 cores are the most suitable and typical 3 cores that their family has tried to find for generations. Professor 12trees shrugged, but I don't think he is enough. Boldly, the wand of Ifame is willing to try any magical animal material and any wood. We believe that no matter how rare the wand is, it can also wait for its destined owner. Just like this one, Professor 12trees casually picked up a dusty wand on the shelf near the exit, and gently brushed the dust on it, and said, Maulis's beard and watermelon vine, do you think this is a magic wand? Okay? This sounds cute. Nelson tried to remember the appearance of the cat raccoon. It's quite weak, right? Professor 12trees raised the wand that was crooked, as if casually broken down from the bushes on the side of the road, and whispered to the gate. Fluorescence flickers. A bright, even dazzling light was released from the tip of the stick, instantly turning the world in Nelson's eyes into a white one. He covered his eyes and heard Professor 12trees on the side saying, This is the greatest increase in the lighting spell I have ever seen. The biggest wand, isn't it? Yes, Professor. Nelson saw nothing, and was dragged forward by Professor 12trees, staggering to cater to him. It's really bright. Right, magic wands, like people, have their own strengths. Professor 12trees covered Nelson's eyes with his hands. Soon, a cool feeling filled his eyes. Nelson blinked. Everything in front of him it's clearer. He looked around and found that he was in a confined space 2 meters square, and the trembling walls told him that the space was moving at high speed. Professor, what is this? Nelson thought of the healing magic that Zweig had used, and felt a little familiar, and asked, healing magic? Yes, Professor 12trees nodded. I graduated from the Goblin Academy. The teaching there is more inclined to some of our unique healing magic. These magics were born out of the witchcraft that was once spread among the Native American wizards. Communication. This special witch doctor magic was introduced to Ifamoni under the organization of James Stewart, the founder of the Goblin Academy. A group of outstanding young wizards and wizards spent more than 10 years turning them into wizards. The magic used. Awesome. There is something more powerful. Professor Stewart is a hemp chicken. Magi. Mull is what the United States calls mulls. No, Professor. I'm just curious about why Magi became the founder of an academy in Ifamoni. He is President Aesop's lover, and the person in this school who advocates teaching European magic to local wizards. Professor 12trees showed admiration. He is the person I respect most. It is indeed worthy of respect, but Professor, confidentiality law. What was the secret law at that time? Professor 12trees' mouth twitched when he heard the 3 words, secret law, as if he recalled some bad memories. Hello. This is Tom Marvolo Riddle, who applied to use a transnational fireplace before. In the reception hall of the Department of International Affairs, Ministry of Magic, UK, Tom, who had just got off the train, stood at the counter with Nelson's school bag on his back to register. Mr. Riddle, please confirm that you are going to use the flu net to go from the fireplace of the Department of International Affairs of the Ministry of Magic in London to the fireplace of the Department of International Affairs of the French Ministry of Magic in Paris at 5 o'clock this morning? Yes, it is. Okay. The clerk used a quill pen to write forcefully on a thick book, and asked, do you want to make some adjustments to the itinerary? You can adjust the time to ... Tom asked, taking a look at his hand. 4:15? No, sir. Due to the tension, our flu network can only be opened on the hour. Tom frowned and asked, can the end of the journey be set in a hidden place? No, sir. Due to the tension, we are only connected to the Ministry of Magic branch in France. Can I not use the fireplace? Tom was smirked, and he asked jokingly, can I use a flying carpet to send me to France? No, sir. Our only means of transportation is FluNet. Then why are you asking me? Tom leaned on his forehead and walked to the sofa at the entrance of the reception hall. He was about to sit on it for a while. He found that the number of people in the Ministry of Magic outside the door suddenly increased. It was completely different from 5 in the morning. It's not like the Ministry of Magic at 5 o'clock in the morning. Since this cannot be changed, it cannot be changed. Why do you ask me if I want to adjust the schedule? This is our service rule, sir. The clerk showed 8 teeth and showed a stiff smile, in order to let you experience our homely service attitude. Yes, I used to live in an orphanage. Tom sat in a chair, hugged his school bag in front of him, picked up the newspaper on the side, and said, if you are at home, I do feel it. Thank you, sir. I hope you can give my service 10 points. The clerk continued to show off his 8 white teeth. Tom laughed hee and ignored him. The clerk seemed to have misunderstood what an 8-tooth smile looked like. He showed 4 teeth in the upper and lower rows, which looked weird. What? After a while, Tom screamed, waking up the others waiting in the reception hall. Boy, what are you calling? The old lady got up a little angry and spit out her dentures. There is war on the French side. Tom did not care about her rudeness, but patiently explained to her. What about the war? The old lady put on her dentures and said disdainfully with her crutches on the floor. I have lived for more than 100 years, and France went to war with others in 3 days, and it often ended very quickly. It's not that France is going to war with others. Another middle-aged wizard who picked up the newspaper frowned and solemnly said, it was us and Newmangud who went to war in France. The man who started the war was the principal of Hogwarts, Professor Armando Dupit. Where? The old lady said nothing, and another witch who had just woke up asked, where did they go to war? In the beginning, it was in a hidden place. Now Principal Dupit's people have penetrated into Newmangud. The middle-aged wizard's hair was visibly lost, and the tone was a little restless. He said with a vibrato. The era in Paris has already closed the city under martial law. The newspaper said that Newmangud claimed this kind of undeclared warfare is a shameful sneak attack, and they will retaliate in the cruelest way. 3 hours ago the Ministry of Magic issued a statement. The most elite team has been sent to assist Professor Dupita. It looks like a war is really going to happen. It's good. The witch who asked the question was even a little excited. I can't stand the secrecy law a long time ago. I hope the Dark Lord can kick these officials in the ass. What a shit. What do you know? The wizard who read the newspaper laughed. Besides, the Dark Lord hasn't come forward yet. No one spoke, everyone was thinking about their own affairs, and the rows of benches in the reception hall centered on 2 wizards, and the wizards waiting to use the flu net formed 2 distinct camps. Tom quietly left the reception hall, found the owl shared by the Ministry of Magic, and quickly sent a note. Half an hour later, Tom shouted the name of the International Affairs Department of the French Ministry of Magic and got into the big fireplace. At the moment he left, the street outside the Ministry of Magic building was instantly crowded with black-robed wizards. They surrounded the building from sky to earth. A tall bald wizard led a special team to squeeze through the crowd and stand. At the foot of the Ministry of Magic building, he took out his wand and lightly tapped his throat, followed by a deafening noise. Master Grindelwald never breaks his promise. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, Chapter 129. Continue to attack the Ministry of Magic. Hello, how can I help you? Sitting behind the front desk of the French Ministry of Magic and the Department of International Affairs was still the black-haired witch with high cheekbones. Seeing Tom emerged from the fireplace, she helped her glasses and took out the registration form to fill out. Unlike the scene where visitors were constantly in the past, there was no one but Tom and her in this hall at this moment, and it seemed extremely deserted. Outside the closed door, there were dull bursts of noise one after another. Madam, I'm from England. This is my visa. Tom took out the identity certificate issued by the British Ministry of Magic and put it on the table. It's a coincidence that you are here. In a quarter of an hour, we will be under martial law. Let me see. Tom Riddle. The witch put down the pen, held her eyes and pulled it to the wings of her nose. Looking down, Tom's face said, I remember you, sir. The last time you used the International Flu Network here to return to London, it was because of the riots at the scene of Dumbledore's trial. Didn't you? Yes, Tom nodded. You have a good memory. I have to say, said the witch holding the glasses to where it should be, picked up the quill and wrote quickly on the registration form, we don't recommend that little wizards like you come to France at this time. And the sentence you wrote on the itinerary. Take the fireplace from the Ministry of Magic and go directly to the hidden place. You cannot approve this application. All traffic in the hidden place has been blocked, including mall transportation. Huh? Tom frowned. But I really have an urgent matter in Paris. So I suggest that you take the Flu Network back to London first, and wait until things settle down. The witch looked at the fireplace on the side and rolled her eyes. Well, you British are very fast. The Flu Gateway is over. You can't go back. I didn't plan to go back either. Tom bit his lip and said, does it really matter? The witch put down her pen, pushed a newspaper in front of Tom, and asked, it's tighter than a war. You can't go. Tom nodded seriously. I have read the report, but I have a reason to go. It's not enough to hide. Are you going there to do business? The witch spread out her hands, expressing her helplessness, and said, Even if you find someone who is in the smuggling business, you can't help you go there. I'm not going to hide. Tom, seeing a glimmer of hope, put his hand on the table, and explained, I'm just going to transit there and find a place to stay for a few days. The place I'm going is in Paris, Marmelon Paris. Boom! The ceiling of the work hall quaked violently, and the crystal lamp above the witch's head shook violently. She covered her head with her hand, and released an iron curse on Tom's head. She held the swaying table and asked nervously, Paris where? Paris Daily News. Let me see ... Where is the map? The witch got under the table. Even though the crystal lamp had begun to drop the crystal at this moment, she still looked for it slowly. After a while, she got out of the table. Pointing to a wooden door next to him, he said happily, I found it. There is an amnestic office next to the Paris Daily News. You can enter from the fireplace in that office. Hurry up. Oh, okay. Tom replied, ran to the office she was pointing at with the suitcase, and asked back, you didn't? I'm fine. Run away. The Dark Lord is about to fight in. The witch held the wand nervously, as if recalling some spell. She looked at Tom and said, the flu powder is in the jar above the fireplace. Remember to call Amnestic's office in Paris office. Don't call it wrong. By the way, do you have mole money? I have. Tom opened the door and trot closer to the fireplace. Thank you, ma'am. The door closed behind him, and Tom lamented the witch's enthusiasm. He wanted to help her through the storm, but at the moment he just wanted to find the Tom Riddle who posted the missing person, so he really didn't have the energy to go think about other things. I hope she doesn't think that I am a bad character. Tom curled his lips, took the pot of green powder from the fireplace, sprinkled it into the fireplace, and shouted, the Amnestic's office is in Paris. Then he straightened his collar and stepped in. Opposite the fireplace is a messy shop. On the shelves of the store, there are scattered daily necessities, towels, soap, basins and so on. At the moment, most of them are dumped on the side. There are 3 cups on the table in front of the fireplace, and the tea inside is still leaking with the heat. There was no one in the shop. The door was open, and it was obvious that the people in the shop were walking in a hurry. Tom looked around and found a Paris tourist map on the shelf at the door. After thinking about it, he turned back to the fireplace, counted a few coins from his wallet, and put them together with the can of flu powder that he brought out in a hurry. On the fireplace, he turned and left the shop. It should be dawn now. Paris is west of London. Tom looked at the dim light on the street, squinting his eyes and looking up to the sky. After a long while, he said, WTF, the black veil that is enough to fill the entire sky floats over London. They entangled in the sky above every street, entangled with each other at the corners, and slowly spread to the top of the building. The flowing black veil can't be seen as one strip or one strip. The whole article, I only think it obscures the sky, like a black cold fire, and like a black dragon in myth. Tom can't even imagine how moles who go out in the morning will feel about this scene above. This is what he don't worry, they have already experienced such a spectacle more than 10 years ago. Holding the map, he was looking for the direction of the Paris Daily newspaper while paying attention to the surrounding situation. Although this street is not in the center of Paris, there is only one pedestrian on the street at the moment. Tom understands that the black veil in the sky is not only it is used to express Grindelwald's aesthetic, and it has the ability to expel moles. The newspaper was still 2 blocks away from where Tom was. He walked carefully through the quiet and dark streets, adhering to the principle of no one offends me, I do not offend others, and regards himself as an ordinary passerby. Ignore the explosion sound coming from near and far, and approached his goal. Tom noticed a black-robed wizard standing on the top of the tallest building on the opposite street, looking in his direction. He quickly dodged and hid in a side alley, using his training in the orphanage. His street skills disappeared from the vision of the black-robed wizard in an instant. The wizard on the top of the building rubbed his eyes, and he realized that something seemed to flash past his eyes just now. Am I dazzled? No. A tall figure appeared behind him, and the wizard immediately slumped silently. The assailant caught the unconscious wizard, gently placed him on the ground, reached out and lifted the hood that covered his face, looked carefully, and hummed slightly. DSK. The assailant stood up straight and stretched her limbs. The wide wizard robe couldn't cover her bumpy figure. She poked out her head from the fence on the top of the tall building, revealing a free dreadlock. This name the attacker was Jocunda, whom Nelson had met in school, the sister of Professor Sykes. She grabbed the bangs that fell from her forehead, and arbitrarily gathered them behind her head. In the black robe that fell to the ground, the wizard kicked hard on the ass, and said disgustedly, "Why is this a kid? I thought I caught the leader." A cold wind blew, and Jocunda retracted his head and tightened his clothes. "What smell? Why is it familiar?" She wrinkled her nose, sniffed the smell in the air, turned her head and kicked the black-robed wizard lying on the ground. "What smell is this? Why don't you talk?" The unconscious wizard can't tell her the answer to the question. "Hello, what are you looking at?" She turned her head to the direction that the black-robed wizard was looking at. There was a dark alley there, and Jocunda smiled narrowly at the white light that flashed past the alley. Laughing, climbing on the railing, and leaping towards the alley on the opposite side, in midair, she flipped her body like a jigsaw dive, shrank suddenly when she fell halfway, and turned into a clever bird, flapping her wings. By falling down flew towards the alley where Tom was hiding at a speed of, "Little guy, I caught you." The moment the bird flew to the alleyway, Jocunda stood on the ground. She opened a trash can piled on the wall and asked with the probe, "Surprise?" The empty trash can can't tell her the answer to this question. "Well, then you must be here." She instantly appeared in front of a damaged wooden box in the distance and kicked the box away. "Well, it looks like you're not here, so where would you be?" Jocunda sniffed the surrounding odors again. "Oh, Merlin's socks. This place smells so bad." "But I know the smell." "What is it?" "After searching for so long, I didn't expect you to be here." At the same time, Tom is wearing a simple invisible cloak standing under the building of the Paris Daily News. This invisible cloak was bought from Knockover Alley, but it is only a semi-finished product cloth of the invisible cloak. It is a complete skin of an invisible beast, but this invisible beast seems to have been slaughtered at a young age. This invisibility cloak is only enough to hold a young student, and its maker obviously did it during the production process. I found the problem and did not continue to make it. This semi-finished product has been circulated in the hands of various wizards for a long time. According to the production date, its stealth effect will expire in 1 year, so it finally arrived at Tom at a cheap price. On hand. "Why didn't you open the door?" Tom patted his head. "Oh, I'm such a fool. Miles can't even get out. How can they come to work? Unless they didn't go home last night, it's not like what people can do." Fortunately, the mailing address left on the missing person notice was that the luxury hotel was not far from the newspaper office. Tom turned his head and looked around, but no one followed him. He hid in the shadow of the newspaper office building and changed into a black jacket with a popular French style. With a weird gesture, he stuffed the suitcase into the school bag behind, and walked towards the hotel with the bag on his back. Downstairs of the British Ministry of Magic building, the black-robed wizard who surrounded the building withdrew some distance. Only Zwayg and his special team were standing at the door. One of his men was holding a weird-shaped iron ruler and didn't know what he was measuring. Hertog Foley, the British Minister of Magic, stood opposite Zwayg, with a smile on his face, trying to come up to shake hands. Zwayg looked at Full Eye's chrysanthemum-like face, and suddenly remembered the special delicacy that had been promoted in the restaurant under the Black Tower where Nelson was located, a large bowl of hot fat. When he saw Full Eye at that moment, a greasy feeling of nausea surged to his throat, and Zwayg bent down, retching with a vomit. "Mr. Zwayg, long time no see. How have you been recently?" The Minister of Welfare, as if he hadn't seen Zwayg making such a rude gesture, still walked towards Zwayg with a bright smiling face. "Minister of Welfare." Zwayg straightened up and greeted coldly. "I knew that you love peace, so I let the people under your hand stand back so far." The Minister of Welfare took a step forward with satisfaction, and wanted to pat Zwayg on the shoulder, but he ducked away. "Minister of Welfare." His hand froze in place, and fell without a trace, and slapped his thigh. I knew it. You misunderstood, Minister of Welfare. Zweig turned his head, not looking at Welfare's face, and said, they backed away, just to make room for our next magic. I suggest you go back and evacuate the crowd now. I just want to demolish your building and don't want to increase unnecessary killings. Shut up. A window on the third floor of the Ministry of Magic building opened, and a brown-haired, round-faced young man poked his head out and stared at Zweig and cursed, a mere criminal. Shut up, Nobby, who do you think you are? The Minister of Welfare turned around, pointed at the wizard and cursed, and then rubbed his hands and smiled at Zweig. This kid is the clerk of the law enforcement department. Like the old foolish principal of their school, he can't recognize the situation. Zweig ignored him and waved back to signal his men to start casting spells. This team is the professional team who helped Liulian move. No wonder they have a unique temperament. This team may be mediocre in combat, but it is indeed the most professional in the wizarding world in terms of architecture. The Minister of Welfare squeezed towards Zweig slickly, and was swiftly avoided by Zweig. Mr. Zweig, you might as well go back and discuss it with Master Grindelwald. After all, that's just the old man of Dippet behavior enough. The door of the Ministry of Magic opened from the inside. Young Nobby Rich help Judge Shafik walked out of it. The remaining staff of the ministry and the Era came out of the gate in 2 rows, and quickly stood up. He confronted the black-robed wizards who surrounded the building. Shafik, you old thing. Shut up, Hector. I met you as soon as I came back. It's disgusting. Judge Shafik waved his hand impatiently and said, more than 2/3 of the Ministry of Magic officials have initiated an attack on you. After the impeachment, you are no longer the minister. Do your thing. Okay, needless to say, the impeachment was initiated by your father-in-law. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, by Mobile version website. 130 Chapter New Minister. How? How is it possible? The Minister of Welfare could no longer maintain the smile on his face. His eyes widened in horror, and he drew his wand and pointed it at Judge Shafik's chest. The eye sockets were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, you lied to me. Old stuff, you lied to me. Right? Zweig covered his mouth and laughed. Seeing that the British wizards on the opposite side turned to look at him, he waved his hand and said with a smile, sorry, you continue. He waved his hand to stop his subordinates from moving the ground around the Ministry of Magic building, raised his hand and took a step back, and said sincerely, you can solve this matter first. Our Saint of Newmangard. The students are all about martial arts and will never attack. I just think it's funny. Hector Foley is no different from a dumb gun in my impression. I have never seen Lord Minister use a magic wand. I didn't expect to see it for the first time. When it comes to your magic wand, it turns out to be pointing at Judge Shafik's head. Shut up. The Minister of Welfare turned his head and gave Zweig a vicious look. Zweig curled his lips, shook his head and took a few steps back. He then turned back to stare at Judge Shafik. The hand holding the wand trembled violently, and the big beads of sweat slipped from the corner of his forehead to his chin. It seemed to him that robbing his official position was more costly than being beaten by a saint at the door of his house. People felt terrified. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, squeezed out a far-fetched smile, and asked with a trembling, Judge Shafik, you are tired. Don't joke at this time, go home and rest. 888. Follow VX. Public account, watch popular masterpieces, draw 888 cash-red envelopes. Judge Shafik shook his head when the Minister of Welfare saw his appearance. His lips trembled, and he instigated Nobby Rich, who was on the side angrily, Rich, Judge Shafik is always confused. You should send him home soon. Go. Don't let him be embarrassed in front of foreign friends. Nobby Ritchie was motionless. When Welfare saw it, he stomped his feet and shouted, are you all dumb? Why are you motionless? Where's the Era? Come and put them in Azkaban. The officials and staff of the Ministry of Magic around Judge Nobby and Shafik didn't seem to hear him, and continued to do their own things. Minister, being dumb means being speechless. He should be deaf here. In the crowd, A husky male choked him. "Weasley, you don't want to get involved in the Ministry of Magic, do you?" Welfare clenched his wand tightly, kept pointing at Judge Shafik's chest, cursed casually, and then stepped forward step by step. "Come on, Welfare." Judge Shafik coughed slightly, pushed Nobby away who was supporting him, and stepped forward. He stretched out his right hand and grasped the Minister of Welfare's wand tightly, pulling down under the horrified gaze of Welfare. His hand stuck his wand in his chest, and everyone around him, including the Saints, became nervous. No one wanted him to die here. Judge Shafik said mockingly, "Welfare, you deserve to be ashamed." Seeing the word, "If I don't come, will you lose the face of the British Ministry of Magic right away?" "Me? You? What are you? Do you know why I haven't retired until now? It's not because there are so many babes like you in the Ministry of Magic. Now the wand is here. Do you chant a spell?" Judge Shafik suddenly he raised his other hand and covered his mouth tightly, with black blood seeping between his fingers. Before returning to the Ministry of Magic, he seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries. He gritted his teeth and took that hand on his face. He wiped it hard, revealing his pale old face, and cursed, "Your father-in-law begs others to give you opportunities again and again. You never know how to grasp it. Now you are chanting curses, killing curses, and coma curses, even if you give me one, either a bat spell or a tap dance spell. Do you dare?" Fully's eyes were fierce, and he was muttering words, and he actually started to recite the spell. The era behind Judge Shafik raised his wand nervously, and only he himself continued without worrying, "Full Eye, go home by yourself. I will treat you decently." Full Eye didn't listen to him. He was already messed up, and the spell that didn't know what magic was said, finally stopped weakly. "With your back to the enemy, this is what the Minister of Magic should do." Judge Shafik felt a little pain in his heart. "In front of them, point my wand at me? Is this something a person with a normal brain can do?" "We are not enemies," Zweig interrupted. "We are wizards with innocent backgrounds, and we haven't done anything since we came here. It's just that there are a little more people." No one paid any attention to him, so he had to retract back into the crowd angrily and watch the wonderful show brought by Judge Shafik and the Minister of Welfare. "Benefits. These materials were handed to me by your father-in-law. They list all the bills you have taken in bribes in detail over the past 5 years. It seems that you don't want to be decent." Judge Shafik turned around and took the one in his arms. The folded paper was handed over to Nobby Ritchie, and he confessed, "You are from the law enforcement department, right? Bring him to Yawa." "Yes." After careful discussion, Wisingamore, you are the next one of the candidates for the minister. "Okay, ill." "Wait," Nobby replied, and suddenly reacted, pointing to his face. The surprise on his face was no less than the frustrated Welfare on the side. He waved his hand quickly and said, "Me? You acknowledge the wrong person. I only work at the Ministry of Magic, we know, but other people are too unsuitable, or not very clean." Judge Shafik clutched his chest, put his hand on Nobby's shoulder, leaned his weight on it, and whispered, "What is your situation? We know better than you. The only candidate for the few candidates is now in the Ministry of Magic, so you are now acting minister." "Is it so sloppy?" Zweig's voice came from the line of the Saints. "No way. We have a new prophet who made a prophecy." The Saints team separated, revealing Zweig in the middle. He didn't know where he took out a pony's R and sat on it with his feet cocked with interest. Looking at the comedic scene in front of him, he shook his head and said, "He said that the minister of the British Ministry of Magic every time it encountered an emergency was a wine bag and a rice bag, and the successor of the temporary top tank was more talented." "Prophet. As you promise." Judge Shafik stepped forward and smiled bitterly. He finally had time to face the enemies who invaded the Ministry of Magic. "Aren't you running? Then I will order the arrest." "You guys." "Why?" Zweig got up from Matza and walked to Judge Shafik. Following his movements, the wizards in the professional team quickly dispersed. He clapped his hands and said, "Did we do anything?" "You are a judge, And you shouldn't arrest some innocent people when there is no evidence of crime? You entered the country illegally. Isn't this a crime? I will pay a fine to the International Affairs Department of my country. 5 kalong per person. I know this well. Judge Shafik shook his head helplessly and asked, is your name Zweig? I have heard of you. That's really an honor for me. Zweig leaned. He felt a lot of momentum in the weak old man, and saw that he was handing over a thing found from welfare to Nobi, and seriously suggested, I suggest you wait for him to succeed. Is there any difference? Shafik stopped. We are going to demolish this building. Zweig nodded. I saw this young man's performance upstairs just now. I admire him very much, so I don't want to leave this for him when he first took office. Stain? Nobby, who was handcuffing the former Minister of Welfare with special handcuffs, turned his head, with a big stunned word written on his face. Yes, Nobby Ritchie. Zweig clapped his hands. The wizards who had been neatly arranged on the street moved their wands into the ground in unison. A breeze blew by, and the Ministry of Magic building disappeared. There are no ruins left. He continued to suggest, infrastructure is an eternal topic of the government. The first thing after taking office, I recommend that you choose to rebuild the building of the Ministry of Magic. As soon as the voice fell, Zweig disappeared in place, and within a few seconds, there was no scent on the street. Judge Shafik reached out and grabbed a handful of air. Nobby had just asked the Era to send the welfare away. Turning his head, he saw Chief Shafik throwing a small box at him. He hurriedly caught it. When he was about to ask for advice, he found that the judge had stepped aside, with encouragement. Look at yourself. It's all gone. Go and send the message to gather all the people from the Ministry of Magic. Nobby thought for a while and ordered, they shouldn't be here in a short time. The Era is divided into 4 teams, and 1 team will support Hogwarts. 1 team goes to Diagon Alley, 1 team is on standby at the Ministry of Magic, and the remaining team is mobile. Other people, do your own thing. Don't let the ministry shut down. Judge Shafik nodded appreciatively. The young wizard was worthy of his optimism. In fact, after the public trial of Dumbledore, it was he who proposed that Nobby Ritchie be a candidate for Minister of Magic. In the list, although the original plan was for him to hone for a few years, the plan could not keep up with the changes. When the Saints attacked, he was the only one who stayed at the Ministry of Magic. Judge Shafik, are you okay? Seeing Shafik looking at him, Nobby hurried over to support him. I'm fine, a little hurt. Judge Shafik whispered, send me to Weesingamo. Don't let anyone see it. Nobby nodded, and disappeared with the judge. After a while, he returned to the place alone. The wizards present were already busy doing their own things. He stood on the street, scratching his head, staring at the mess that welfare had thrown at him in a daze. When everyone looked at him, the young wizard stood straight enough to be the backbone of anyone. When people left, his figure immediately collapsed, appearing to be at a loss. Don't scratch your head. Beware that your hair falls out like me. When everyone was gone, a fat man with thinning hair walked towards Nobby in a suit that didn't fit. He warmly embraced Nobby's shoulders, happy. With a grin, good fellow, are you promoted now? I have to call you Minister Rich later. Dorian, don't laugh at me. Nobby lowered his head and saw the little mats Zweig had left on the ground. He sat down and asked in horror, do you know how to be a minister? How do I know how to be a minister? I'm just the leader of an ordinary reversal accidental magic incident team. I'll get you a promotion when I go back. Nobby patted the man on the shoulder, looked up at the little red hair left on his head, and said worriedly, Dorian, you are so tired. Look at your hair. It's almost gone. Don't worry, even if I only work for a day, even if it's just a joke, I will give you a promotion and let you go to a more slack department. Don't do this kind of thing. Dorian Weasley warned. When you first took office, you swindled the law for personal gain. Do you want to be caught like a welfare? It's too difficult. Nobby started to hurt the spring and the autumn again. How come I, a clerk of the law enforcement department, was selected as a ministerial candidate? How does it feel like a mandate? This is not an appointment. To tell you the truth, I have some inside information. You know, we have a lot of family members The reason why you were noticed by Wisingamo is not only because of your daily work results, but also because of the public trial. When Dumbledore, you stood in the stands and scolded welfare. Dorian said mysteriously. Besides, everyone sees your level. Let's not tell you, there was a time in the ministry before selecting the most dedicated wizard in your heart. Many people and I voted for you for the secret ballot. I'll just say why the welfare didn't bother me after that time. Nobby nodded and said, but there are many directors in the Ministry of Magic, the director of your department, the director of our department. No matter how bad you are, there are you like this. The leader of the group would not choose a clerk like me. You don't want to think about how old they are. The last war, because too many young wizards participated in the Mole War, violated secrecy laws. Many people lost the opportunity to work in the Ministry of Magic, so this is no way. My peers' people have broken down, and apart from the old men, there are only young people like you in the ministry. Dorian explained, and whispered, I heard that your teacher helped you run this. Professor Slughorn. It's been a long time since I went to see him. As a young man of less than 30 years old, Nobby accepts new things quickly. He is no longer afraid, and his eyes are shining with excitement. Since there is such an opportunity, no matter how long it takes, he can always show some fists. He touched the small box in his arms and nodded seriously. Do you want to understand? Dorian patted his shoulder, and said with satisfaction, go hard, Principal DePeter. I guess the wizarding world will not be too peaceful, and you will be busy afterwards. I know. Nobby walked to the original Ministry of Magic building, where it had become a big pit. He nodded and said, I am going to build a new building of the Ministry of Magic underground, also moved here, so that you don't have to worry about moles or other problems, and you can install more protection. But Dorian, I must promote you. I need your help. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, 131 chapter Son and Father. Is it here? Under the hotel building, Tom, who was pacing back and forth in front of an inconspicuous small wooden door, carefully took out a newspaper clipping from his personal pocket. This newspaper clipping was much thinner than a normal newspaper, with two deep cross-shaped folds on it. The mark divided it into 4 pieces, and the corners were also burred. It can be seen that the owner of the newspaper clipping often took it out and read it. This building occupies a prime location close to the Paris Opera House, and is only 2 blocks away from the Paris Daily News. Close to the street is a row of bright floor-to-ceiling windows. On the first floor of the hotel is a fine dining restaurant, dressed in uniforms. The waiter held his plate and walked among the customers. The weird thing was that it was a working day morning, and the restaurant was still full of seats. Tom clutched the newspaper clipping tightly. Even though he had read the above content countless times, Tom opened it again and carefully checked the address on it. Upstairs. His heart beats violently. Tom hasn't felt this tension for a long time. He attached his right hand to his chest, breathing in the fresh air of Paris in the early morning, calming his nervous mood, and looking down at himself, dressed appropriately. He bent down and took out a handkerchief to wipe his shoes, fiddled with the bow tie, straightened the collar of his coat, and drew his hair against the floor-to-ceiling windows of the restaurant. Then he walked towards the door with his head swaggered. He walked to the door and gently opened the door of the restaurant. Before he tried hard, the waiter standing waiting at the door had already opened the door for him. Good morning, sir. The waiter bowed and saluted. Tom nodded, and a waiter who had been hanging up in the store for a long time came to him. The French translation package that Tom bought in secret last time had not expired, so he picked up the newspaper clippings and asked, I want to find this, sir. Can you take me there? Okay, sir. The waiter glanced at the address, nodded, took Tom to the glass door on the side of the hotel, and explained, you are going to the hotel upstairs. Sorry, because of this the building is too old. The front entrance of the hotel is a bit unremarkable, and it is difficult for the first-time guests to find the entrance. I will take you to the hotel lobby, and then there will be a waiter on that side to meet you. Okay, thank you. Tom took off his hat, followed the waiter through the glass door, and walked into the hotel lobby. When he saw the location, he recalled for a moment, and then remembered where the hotel door is. He passed by several times. At the small wooden door, he took out a franc with a small face value and thanked him. "Excuse me." The waiter smiled and took the tip, led him to the sofa in the lobby, told him to sit down first, and trot to the front desk to call for someone. Tom boringly played with the ashtray on the table, and looked at the glorious lobby outside. But inside, he saw a huge oil painting on the wall behind the front desk. Even if it was a fake, it was worth a lot of money. A pot-bellied mole businessman hurriedly walked out of the hotel lobby. While looking at his watch, he held a stack of papers and kept talking. It seemed that there was an urgent business deal, but when he walked to the door, he was just getting ready. When he pushed the door out, he showed a dazed look, scratching his head, and said, I forgot that my slippers in the hotel room were not neatly arranged. I should go back and get them right." Having said that, he rolled up the document into a roll, stuffed it into his pocket casually, and walked back to the stairs blankly. Mole expulsion curse. Tom put the ashtray back on the table. He also knew something about the magic. At this moment, he thought solemnly, if a mole expulsion curse is cast on Paris, then this place should have become an empty city. Now, it seems that they only cast this spell on the street. What kind of detailed controllability does this have? While no one was around, Tom surreptitiously opened the zipper of the backpack, pulled a box out and put it next to him, and then stuffed the backpack into the box. Even if the box was not cast without the traceless stretching curse, but still stuffed an empty bag into it easily, he sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, watching the surroundings while waiting for someone called by the waiter. Through the glass door on the side, he observed the view of the streets of Paris through the glass curtain wall. Outside the hotel, above the city's tallest landmark, the Eiffel Tower, a cloud of black gauze wrapped the entire spire like a heavy black mist. The moles seemed to have seen nothing. They should eat, drink, and never thought of going out. "Sir?" Just as Tom was wandering around the world, a crisp voice rang in his ears. Tom blinked, turned his head, and saw a round-faced girl in professional attire standing beside him. "Hello, sir, I heard that you were going to find Mr. Tom Riddle." "Yes." Tom raised his head, revealing the face that is almost a household name in Paris, and said softly, "I am Tom Riddle who wants to find that." He struggled for a while, then said in a smaller voice, "Gillette Grindelwald." "Ah!" The girl opened her mouth in an O shape in shock, and hurriedly raised her hand to cover her mouth, start to digest the news in a daze. "What is it?" Tom looked at her performance, shocked. "Am I so famous, Mr. Grindelwald?" The girl calmed down and said loudly, "I'll take you up here. Can you sign me?" "Okay." As soon as Tom stood up, his speech was interrupted by the manager behind the counter. A tall, thin man in a purple suit yelled, "Do your own thing, doorman." "Okay, Mr. Gustav." The girl hurriedly turned to the manager, bowed 90 degrees, and replied nervously, "I'll take this gentleman up here." The manager did not speak anymore, and went back to the counter to do his business. "I mean, let me open a room first. I might have to live in Paris for a few days." Tom asked the girl to call a waiter, hand him a stack of money, and hand the suitcase to the waiter, said, "Help me put the box in the room and leave the key in the lobby. I'll come down to pick it up later." The standard room will do. After ordering the waiter, the girl led Tom and walked upstairs along the gorgeous spiral staircase at the back of the lobby. She curiously asked, "Mr. Grindelwald, do you have any new works when you come to Paris this time?" As Tom walked up, the nervousness that calmed down at the door of the restaurant surfaced again. Seeing the girl in front of him, she was thinking of saying something to ease her mood, but she didn't expect to speak first, so she answered casually, "Maybe." Still considering. Tom was already dead about the stage name-related matters. He was not afraid of boiling water. He shrugged, changed the topic to a lighter, and asked, "Is your manager always so irritable?" The girl ignored him, which made Tom feel even more embarrassed. She walked in front of her head for a while, only to find that Tom was talking to herself. turned her head and replied, "No, sir, Mr. Gustav is a very gentle person, but he has encountered some annoying things recently." "What's upsetting?" Tom didn't even know what he was talking about. He just asked unconsciously. The closer he got to the top floor, the more panic in his heart. Mr. Gustav's brother became a manager in a prestigious hotel, which made him a little discouraged, said the girl, holding her fist and waving, "but Mr. Gustav is not bad. Although his brother's hotel is good, the place is not as prosperous as Paris." "That's great." Tom didn't hear what the girl was talking about. The two of them were not on the same channel at all, and his thoughts were already diverging to what to say when they met. "Hello, Mr. Riddle?" "No, it's too stiff." "Coincidentally, my name is Tom Riddle." Tom shook his head. "No, it sounds like what Alfred or Jonas would say." "I'm the Gellert Grindelwald you're looking for." Tom covered his face. "I will be killed by the saints when I walk out of the hotel." "Sure, you may be my father." He stretched out his hands and patted his cheek, which was also rejected. "Mr. Grindelwald." The girl noticed that Tom was talking to herself all the time, just as an artist's quirk, but when Tom's condition seemed more serious, she couldn't help but pointed to the apartment in front of her. The dark wooden door asked, "What's the matter with you?" "Here we are." "Nothing." Tom regained his senses, pulled his mind back from the universe, and said seriously, "Thank you for bringing me up." "Welcome. This is what I should do." The girl waved her hand and refused. "Sir, I'm a doorman for internship and can't charge tips." "Not letting the doorman tip is why your manager is inferior to his brother." Tom gave him the money, stood at the door, ready to chat with the girl for a while, and asked, "I have always been curious about why you can do it." "Doorman, if I remember correctly, they should all be men." "That's because of me," the girl was about to explain. The dark wooden door opened from the inside. A tall old man with a white beard came out carrying a water bottle. He lowered his head, glanced at the two people standing at the door, and walked towards the corridor. "Go to the deep water room." "That's because I walked through the back door." The girl blushed and whispered, "But I will prove that women can also do these publicity jobs instead of being a so-and-so wife at home." "Ah, I believe you." "Come on." To tell the truth, Tom thinks this girl is already unqualified as a doorman. She has said too much to customers that she should not say, but out of courtesy, he still encourages said, "I fully support your business." "Does your hotel have any service scoring table? I will give you 5 points in a while." "Yes, sir," the girl replied, "but the perfect score is 10. Tom felt something stuck in his throat, opened his mouth, and was about to say something. The old man who came out with the pot before stepped back and stood in front of Tom with a hairy look, staring at Tom's face. He even stretched out his hand to poke Tom in the face. "Stop it." Tom blocked his restless pause, frowned and asked, "What do you want to do?" The old man looked around and saw the girl behind Tom. He winked and asked her to leave quickly. At this time, the girl had some doorman qualities and disappeared in the corridor without making a sound. The old man's empty hands trembled a little, and he asked tentatively, "Are you here to see the master?" "Who?" Tom hates these riddlers who don't understand their speech the most in his life, especially when the riddler stares at him uncomfortably. "Master Riddle. Tom Riddle." The old man said the name in front of Tom as if exhausting all his strength. He opened his eyes wider and scanned Tom's face carefully, as if he wanted to find something. "Yes, can you just stare at me?" Tom suppressed his unhappiness, looked directly at the old man's eyes, opened his hands and asked, "Is there any problem?" "I heard he was looking for that report." "Gellert Grindelwald, so here I am. What's the matter?" "Nothing. Nothing." A sickly flush came on the old man's pale face covered with age spots, and the valuable water bottle in his hand was thrown on the ground with a clang, and he rubbed his hand awkwardly. Grasping Tom's hand that hadn't had time to retract, he shook it very hard, as if he was afraid that Tom would run away, repeating in his mouth over and over again, "Two alike. Two alike. Really two alike." "Like what?" Tom took some effort before he pulled his hand from the old man's hand. He held the hat in one hand and backed his back, and took a step back. "Sorry, "Sir." Master Riddle's butler. The old man realized his gaffe, bowed to apologize, bent over to open the door for Tom, and said, "You will understand when you go in. The master is in the meeting." "Fire in the guest room." Tom nodded. "This is also the purpose of his coming here." He took a deep breath and walked towards the suite, passing by the housekeeper, making a slight circle from the side. Passing through a long corridor covered with expensive carpets, Tom saw the whole picture of the reception room, and the butler walked in behind Tom. "What you see is a huge floor-to-ceiling window, the thick flannel curtains are opened, and the gauze curtains are still closed. The morning sun fills the room with warm orange light, and the looming black gauze floats outside the window." Tom looks to both sides. Go. A fireplace embedded in the wall was burning. The wood crackled and exploded, and the whole reception room was filled with a scent of pine. A leather sofa was placed not far from the fireplace, and there was a person sitting on it, only the grey hair above his head was exposed, and a young man-servant stood quietly on the side. Opposite this sofa was an identical sofa. Tom walked to the sofa without saying a word, and the valet stayed in place like a sculpture. Tom sat on the sofa, put his right leg on his left knee, tilted his head and saw that the man on the opposite sofa looked even older than the housekeeper, and the burning fire couldn't make his pale face stained with red. He was lying on the sofa and napping in the same posture as Tom. When Tom was observing the man, he suddenly opened his eyes, and their eyes met by the fire. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, 132 chapter. Father and son. Tom carefully looked at the man in front of him, and at the first glance he looked at him, there was a familiar feeling in Tom's heart, as if he was looking at a mirror that could see the future. The man's pale skin was even a little translucent, looking sickly, but under his withered and old face, he had the bridge of his nose as straight as Tom, with the same thin lips and the same sharp eyebrows, all kinds of on his face. The characteristics are exactly the same as Tom's, but there are some differences. His brow bones are high, but his eye sockets are deep. If the light source is above his head, Tom should not be able to see his eyes at this moment. The bloodshot eyes flashed with the same shock as Tom. "Have you seen enough?" A hoarse voice sounded in the room. Old Tom also looked at Tom in the same way, staring at this boy who was almost a copy of his youth. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked away quietly. He didn't want to show his timidity in front of the boy who was suspected of his son, so he had to sideways face, hiding his expression in the shadow on the back of the flame, like a hunter in a snowy field waiting for prey to enter the net. Asked. Tom said nothing. He found that his most comfortable posture on the sofa was exactly the same as the man of the same name. He simply changed his movements, spread his legs, put his arms on his knees, and crossed his hands. The chin, the body arched up, like a leopard ready to go, and a viper with his body curled up. Only a word was spoken between the two, but the atmosphere at the moment suddenly rose. The servant who was waiting on the side felt that the temperature in the room was a bit cold, shaking, and trying to bypass old Tom to fill the fireplace with some firewood. The old butler at the door called away. Tom and old Tom looked at each other by the fire. Only the heavy breathing of old Tom and the crackling of the pine wood in the fireplace were left in the room. After a while, the old housekeeper returned to the room, brought a booklet and handed it to old Tom. Old Tom took the booklet and spread it out on his knees, with one hand on the armrest of the sofa and his head flipping through the booklet. The sound of the paper turning is obviously loud, but it can't squeeze into the air of the room at all. Enough watching. Just when old Tom finished reading halfway and was about to turn back, Tom suddenly spoke and interrupted his movements. Old Tom's movements became stiff, and he raised his head to look at the opposite Tom. He opened his mouth, but only squeezed out syllables similar to a from his throat. After maintaining this movement for a long time, he shook his head, revealing a trace of his mouth. With a complicated smile, he said, "It looks like you are a lot better than I thought." Tom continued to support his chin, nodded, and motioned for old Tom to continue. "So, she called you Tom Riddle?" didn't she?" Old Tom closed the booklet and asked, "My name is my name?" Tom said indifferently. He was already twisted in his heart, and inexplicably thought, if Na meets his father, it shouldn't be such a scene. "Yes, it's your name." Old Tom nodded and said, "You can call any name, including that Gellet Grindelwald. But now it is also my name. When I am 100 years later, it will be it belongs to you only." With a strange expression on his face, Old Tom sighed, turned his side and stretched out his trembling right hand to Tom, and said seriously, "My name is Tom Riddle." "I know." Tom seemed to be delayed, and he paused for a while before sitting up straight, reaching out his hand and gently squeezing Old Tom's fingertips. "You may not be able to tell, you are almost exactly the same as when I was young. So I will first explain my intention to find you." With his ancestors' shadow and years of experience, Old Tom is used to talking about the situation in the mall, but he doesn't know how to speak under such circumstances. After holding back for a long time, he said something that makes him laugh. Fortunately, he is in the room. All three of them had seen the market and did not laugh, but it made the atmosphere even more embarrassing. "I know very well. Let me tell you." "Wait, you know?" "I know." Old Tom clenched his fist and tapped his forehead. He said with a headache, "Do you know what I will do after I find you?" "I don't know." Tom finally said something other than "I know." He shook his head and asked seriously, "What is it?" "It's for." The Old Tom seemed to have completely lost his ability to express himself in front of Tom. The words he carefully prepared had completely lost their usefulness under the three "I know," so he had to say weakly, "The story is a bit long. Can I start from the beginning? Please. Please." "Okay, I and the woman who gave birth to you. I don't know if you have any impressions. Your mother, there is some discord, but obviously, you should be my biological son." Old Tom whispered, suddenly scratched his hair and asked, "Do you mind if I smoke a cigarette?" "Please." The butler stepped forward with a wink and handed the opened cigar box. Old Tom shook his head and said, "Smoke." The butler quickly brought him what he wanted. Old Tom lit one, took a deep breath, and coughed violently, but the feeling that his vision was covered by smoke made him feel like a fish in water, and he was able to continue speaking comfortably. "Go down." "Seriously, I only learned that I still have a son alive not long ago. In fact, our family has been paying attention to you for so many years." Through the smoke, Old Tom saw Tom's expressionless face saying you continue to make up a few words, so he coughed, changed his words on his own, and told the story of him and Merope. After a few cigarettes passed, Old Tom said sincerely, "Seriously, I don't expect you to believe I believe it." Tom believed it too much. As a wizard who had just heard about the dangers of ecstasy in class last week, he had heard a lot of things from various pureblood genealogies and Nelson. He simply believed in using ecstasy to control the elderly. Tom is something his wizard mother can do. He nodded and said, "I understand. So you think you are just an innocent victim in this matter, don't you?" There was a struggling look on Old Tom's face. He was silent for a moment, lit a cigarette to exhaust it, then lit another, and finally said, "Yes, boy, I really want to lie to you that we are in a good relationship. Use this to win your favor, but I can't do it. I have escaped from that magic cave for more than 10 years. It has always been my nightmare. I understand that if I encounter that kind of thing, I will run if I do it. Except for a few people, Tom has always been a person with weak emotions, and the same is true for his biological mother who has never met." He thanked him. The witch brought him into this world, but she didn't feel that she owed her anything. Especially after listening to this story, I think I should be just a byproduct of her crazy love. Besides, I am the same as her. People. Tom's last sentence was vague, and Old Tom didn't catch it. But when he heard the previous sentence, he suddenly felt a little intolerable after he hadn't felt so soft in his entire life. He felt that he should at least do some of his father's duties, and at least let this child have the right to know the truth. This thought made him feel heartbroken, surprised, What is this? Am I confessing? What did you say? Nothing. Old Tom opened the pamphlet on his lap, opened one of the pages, called the old housekeeper, and motioned him to tell Tom. Master, said the old butler, according to what I learned from Mrs. Cole, the manager of the West Side orphanage, Miss Gunter persisted for 5 months after the master left before giving birth to you. When the due date is approaching at the time, she had run out of oil and the lamp had withered, so she found the seeking orphanage on that snowy night, and fell on the doorstep. According to Mrs. Cole, she was facing the door, but let her back and the back of her head was knocked on the steps, which may be one of the reasons why she died soon. Tom grinned, not knowing whether it was because he heard Mrs. Cole's name or the story of his mother protecting himself. Old Tom was uncomfortable when he heard it, and quickly licked his cigarette butts, making the sparks brighter than the fire. So why are you looking for me? Tom asked after digesting the news. On the one hand, I want you to inherit my family business. Returning to the topic, old Tom was obviously more comfortable. He sighed again and said, after all, I have died soon, I don't need it. Tom raised his eyebrows. More wealth couldn't make him excited, but the following news still surprised him. I know you have a career despite your young age. Old Tom was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect his son to be uninterested in his family's wealth. He had already done a good job of Tom Naz and he worshipped himself for filial piety. The son was prepared. This refusal made him a little unprepared. So he had to persuade him bitterly, there is no way out to engage in art. I don't object to the younger generations in the family having their own hobbies, but it can only be a hobby after all. I don't understand how rich I am. How rich? Tom raised his eyebrows. Our family has operated in Europe, especially England, for hundreds of years, and every country in the world has its own estates, said old Tom. Like the street where this hotel is located, the Riddle's house can be bought within a month. Oh, that's amazing, Tom said flatly with his eyes hanging down. The old colony is full of our family's properties. Although they are independent, gold is not independent. Old Tom has completely deviated from his original intention. From the moment Tom entered the door, he was very satisfied with the son who fell from the sky. He no longer wanted to deceive a toolman to find a daughter. Instead, he had a strange it feels that this son who has the same name as himself may be able to continue his career and make the family more brilliant. So he continues to confuse Tom with what he is best at. Go home and study for a few years, and you can directly climb to the top, or even go higher. Old Tom was bewitched by himself. He even thought he was a few years younger, but Tom was already bored. I was the one who wanted to use magic to change the world with Nah. Who would play that with a bunch of moles? He repeated impatiently. I don't need it. You don't need it. Old Tom only felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat. His family was the old money among the old money, the nobles among the nobles, and the politicians and wealthy businessmen could not wait to become their sons. How could anyone look down on them? He raised his tone and asked, did you not understand? Do you know what you refused? You can just tell me what you want me to do. Tom is a little tired. He doesn't want to play with these twisty things anymore. He can see when he meets old Tom. Old Tom is pregnant with himself. There is a grudge and don't have a plan, and he doesn't have much trust. This is completely different from the scene where he imagined the father and son meet, so Tom relaxed, leaned comfortably on the sofa, and asked, looking at the fire, there are no unreasonable gifts in the world. Everything comes at a price. This is what a friend of mine told me. What's the price? The room was quiet again, and this time old Tom's gasping voice was louder, completely overwhelming the sound of wood cracking. The black veil outside the window became heavier, which made Tom completely unable to rely on natural light sources to judge the time. He just lay on the sofa and looked at the flame that changed shape every moment. I don't know how long it had passed. Old Tom gave a wry smile and held it. The armrest of the sofa wanted to stand up, but because it was too weak, he fell back to the sofa. The housekeeper hurriedly stepped forward to help. Old Tom waved his hand and held the armrest for the second time. He stood up hard in battle with his legs, and he trembled. Walking upright in front of Tom, his flushed eyes were a little moist. "You won, Tom." Old Tom called Tom's name for the first time. He reached into the inside pocket of his suit, took out an old yellowed photo, handed it to Tom, and said, "Whether you like it or not." "Yes, now that I have found you, you are my heir. Those things will be yours in the future." "I do not." "Wait for me to finish." Old Tom interrupted Tom's refusal. This was the first time he had taken the initiative in today's conversation. He stood upright, like an old lion who was old and frail, although he was brave. Fighting fiercely is far less than those young lions, and even made them ready to move, but before he really abdicates, his roar can still deter all the invading enemies. Tom was even a little frightened. He took the photo and glanced down. He was stunned when he saw the girl above. Then his eyebrows were slowly raised. "I said that I am running out of time, and it doesn't matter to me what you want to leave you." Old Tom said, "But there is something you have to do anyway." "Okay, okay." Tom curled his neck. He was so surprised that he was a little afraid of the old Tom at this moment. "This is your sister. Her name is Lola, Lola Riddle." Lao Tang raised his head and blinked his eyes vigorously, with a distorted tone. "Birthday is December 30th, 1927. How about your mother and I?" "It doesn't matter anymore. It's a matter of the older generation. But your sister is your closest relative in this world. She was lost in London in 1932. You must find her, not for me, but for yourself. Do you understand?" Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, 133 Chapter Blood Relationship Lola Riddle. Tom put the photo on the arm of the sofa, tapped it lightly with his index finger, and watched old Tom move back to his sofa and sit down. "Yes, it's called this name." Seeing that old Tom had no strength to speak, the housekeeper stood aside and replied, "Look, the lady in the photo looks so much like you." "It looks alike." Tom pursed his lips and asked, "Did she get lost in London?" "Yes, it is." "Abducted by a trafficker?" "This. We are not sure." The old butler thought for a moment and replied, "But she was with more than one maid at the time. It shouldn't be a mere loss." "Young master?" Seeing Tom was silent, the old butler called out cautiously, "I see." Tom stood up on the armrest, took his hat to his head, and said, "I will pay attention." After that, he turned and walked towards the door. The old butler stepped forward, stopped in front of him, and stared at Tom firmly, as if afraid he would run away, and asked, "Master, won't you go back with us?" "Isn't it in Hangleton?" Tom swiftly walked around the housekeeper and held the door handle. "When I find that Laura Riddle, I will naturally take her to your house." "It's our home, Tom." Old Tom, who was lying on the sofa silent for a while, said suddenly, "Your home is also in Hangleton." "I have a home." Tom opened the door and said back, "Don't worry, as long as I find her, I will take her there." Old Tom gasped hard, looking at Tom's back, and said, "You live here?" "I'm going back. The room is 2 weeks away." "No." Tom walked out of the room and closed the door. "I booked a room downstairs." He really looks down on my money. After Tom left, old Tom lay on the sofa and lit another cigarette. "This was the last one in the bag the butler brought," he said rudely while vomiting clouds. "Young master may have other pursuits." The butler comforted, bringing a new pack of new ones. "You don't have to worry about him. Didn't the report say it? He also has his own business." "Do you think I'm worried about him?" Old Tom snorted his cigarette, choking hard. "How could he be starved to death like him? He is exactly the same as me." "You mean, sir?" Old Tom pressed the cigarette butt out on the armrest of the sofa and burned a hole in the leather. He fiercely threw the cigarette butt with faint sparks on the carpet. The room fell silent. The fire in the fireplace was completely extinguished, and the firewood explosion disappeared without a trace. After a long time, until the sound of Tom's footsteps completely disappeared in the corridor, old Tom suddenly raised his head, looked at the housekeeper standing behind him, and asked softly, "He said he was the same person as her. Did you hear that?" "I heard, master." The butler nodded and shook his head. "Master, the world is ... Well, Master said this. He's the same as her. Old Tom's cloudy eyes flashed. No wonder he doesn't like this house. All this makes sense, but why? Why? The old butler didn't know what to say, just repeating the old Tom's question as if he was a fan. Why? He looks so much like me, completely different from his ugly devil mother. His body is filled with the blood of the noble Riddle family. He even has the same name as me. Old Tom was emotionally excited. As he spoke faster and faster, his voice became louder and louder. He clenched his fist tightly. The bulging blood vessels were very eye-catching on the back of his pale hand. The cigarette in his hand was pinched in two. Old Tom raised his fist and slammed it against the armrest. Why is he like that devil? Why is he like her? Master, he is not your child after all. I know, old Tom gasped. Unlike ordinary males, he had a special experience and believed in such supernatural things. He covered his chest and said, "But what should I do?" "Me? I've thought of countless plots. There are thousands of ways, but go. Get me medicine, Master. Master." Seeing that old Tom was a little out of breath, the butler immediately brought the medicine bottle to the master to feed the medicine. After a hurried movement, the old Tom fell asleep on the big bed in the room. The old butler, standing by the big window in the reception room, looking at the cloudless sunny day outside the window, he sighed heavily. "I'll get the key." Tom, who walked to the lobby, stood in front of the counter, tapped on the table with his knuckles, and woke up the girl who was napping inside. "It's not a good habit to sleep during working hours. Hug. I'm sorry." The girl bounced off the chair and said loudly, "Mr. Gustav, I was wrong. I'm not your manager." Tom put his arm on the counter and said helplessly, "Give me the key. Didn't I just book the room?" Okay. The girl stooped awkwardly and looked for the key from the drawer behind the counter. The doorman's hat knocked over the vase on the table. Tom's eyes were quick and he caught it, and the mouth of the bottle was overturned. "Call out a round badge." Tom put the vase back on the table, picked up the badge, and examined it carefully. Two golden cross keys crossed each other were carved on the badge on the black background. "Sorry, sir." The girl held Tom's room key in both hands and bowed her head deeply to apologize. "What's this?" Tom took the key, put it in his pocket, and asked, holding up the badge. "This is the golden key badge, sir," came a weak male voice, and the hotel manager opened the small door behind the lobby and walked out, took the badge from Tom, bowed and thanked. "Thank you for helping this doorman avoid it." "Some trouble, Mr. Gustav." The girl's head was buried lower. Gustav knocked the girl's head lightly, frowned and asked, "I heard you apologizing to me in the hallway. What's the matter? When did you stutter?" I don't stutter again." Gustav's hand heaved a little bit. "Why are you stammering again?" "As the saying goes, the easiest way to become stuttering is to learn to stutter." Tom squatted when he saw Gustav. The depression that had just risen in old Tom's room quickly dissipated. He couldn't help laughing. He was going to hit the girl who was the doorman again, and Tom hurriedly said, "Mr. Gustav, you haven't said what this badge is." "Oh, sir." Gustav straightened his collar when he heard the customer's question, standing straight in front of Tom, and said, "This is a hotel management alliance. Only hotels with a certain level of service can join. A symbol of the status of a hotel. In addition to this, people who hold the badge can also get help from other alliance members. That's really a good idea." Tom nodded in agreement. "What are you talking about? I also think this is a good idea." Although it was not the same thing at all, Gustav took the conversation freely, bowed deeply again, and said, "Thank you so much. It's been lost for a long time, and we even planned to replace one, but you didn't expect it to be found. I don't know which hapless guy threw it into the vase." The girl's head was buried lower, and Tom saw the situation clearly, smiled and asked, "Well, Mr. Gustav, can you ask someone to take me to the room?" Gustav's hand on the girl's head stopped. He glared at the girl and said, "Portrait. Take the guests to the room." "Okay, Mr. Gustav." The girl who had escaped from the devil's claws immediately stopped stuttering. She took Tom and ran upstairs as if she had also escaped. "It's okay. The environment here is much better than that of Newmangood. Professor 12trees handed Nelson to the school staff and left first. The school staff took Nelson to Lorian's cottage. Although it was not a beautiful house made of rose-colored bricks as Nelson had imagined. But the pure wooden toss-tree cottage also looks very cozy, with a half-tree loft attached to the top floor, and a blackened chimney is emitting smoke. The hut is surrounded by a coniferous forest, and Nelson can't see the types of trees. Opposite the wooden house is a flower bed, covered by a huge transparent hemispherical cover. Under the direct sunlight, there are strange flowers in the flower bed. They look colorful, and some colorful little creatures that are rare in the UK are flying around in the hood. It's pretty good. Nelson admired the scenery in the flower garden with satisfaction. The English garden is full of potato-like goblins. You should learn from it and bring in some flower fairies or something. After appreciating, Nelson opened the door and walked into the wooden house. Lorian was busy cleaning up the room. Alchemy villains running around the room didn't look like they were helping, but they were adding to the chaos. Do you need help? Help me carry the pot on the stove to the coffee table. Lian wiped the sweat from his forehead, and continued to direct the dolls to clean the horns. She directed Nelson, you are hungry. Go to the restaurant now. I guess it's too late. I have something to eat. Let's make do. Oh, by the way, your room is upstairs, and the middle room needed and helped you send your luggage up. Okay. Nelson walked to the stove, picked up the creaking kettle, and asked, who is Nadand? It's the school worker who brought me here. Oh, it turned out to be her. Nelson took the kettle and walked to the coffee table, felt the temperature of the kettle, picked a flower from the flower basket on the table, turned it into a knitted teapot mat, and turned the kettle sitting on it. He took 2 teacups from the kitchen, found an empty space on the sofa and sat down, and exclaimed, I may be old, my memory is getting worse and worse, and I always forget something. That's not getting old. Lorian directed the little dolls to find a place to rest, went to sit down next to Nelson, took off his apron, gave him a blank look, and said, you should be stupid. That's what I said. Nelson poured out 2 cups of tea, blew his mouth to cool down, and said, it is said that there has been a war, and I don't know what the situation is. Here, Laurie said to Nelson's side, you have newspapers by your side. Nelson lowered his head and saw a basket next to his ass. He put down his teacup, took out a newspaper and spread it out on his lap, and began to read it carefully. After a while, he raised his head, took a sip of the cold tea, and said, sure enough, we won't be able to go back for a while. I can't go back long ago. Lorian laughed, taking advantage of Nelson's time to read the newspaper. The table was already full of pastries. That's right, Nelson asked cautiously, with jelly stuffed in his mouth. Have you got any eyebrows about you going home? Lian shook her head lonely and said, there is no hope yet, but what? Nelson asked. Do you really believe that I am not from this world? Lian turned around and asked curiously, the Andre guide with you still thinks that I am slipping from an isolated magic island kingdom. The fugitive princess who came out can't wait to establish diplomatic relations with my country, I believe. Nelson looked into Lorian's eyes, nodded seriously, and said, I can tell at a glance that you are not a local. Such a huge difference in magic cannot be developed by a country, especially Dinkers. Whereas Dinkers, it was a little scared, and went to sleep upstairs. Okay, Nelson continued, I think your magic and wizarding systems are almost completely different except for the names, and I believe you translated those names yourself based on the language here. Yes. Lian raised an eyebrow. I'm looking for you to talk about this topic alone, Nelson said, raising his hand and pointing to his temple. It's just that there are always people around you, so it's not very convenient. I'm actually the same as you. You are the same as me? Lian's eyebrows were raised higher and higher, and the girl's young and full forehead was picked up with forehead lines, and she raised her voice, aren't you two? I and you. Nelson thought for a while, and even a frank thought rose in his heart, but he dispelled it, and said, I and you have the same yearning for the unknown world. If it is true as White said, The war will be, at least it will not spread here during the year. I think we have at least a calm and sufficient time to study this matter." As he said, Nelson sat down, raised his arms and said, "I saw in the journal an idea of 100 years ago, a magic item that uses magic to reverse time, but it has not been realized even today. It is called a time converter. If we can make a breakthrough in this area, we must be able to achieve our respective goals. I have set a time, 3 years. I'm going to write a letter." Before Luo Lian answered, Nelson got upstairs and left and said to Luo Lian, "I will trouble you to wash the dishes today. I will definitely next time. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, Chapter 134. What's in the back? You came." When Tom opened the door of the room and walked in, an uninvited guest was already waiting for him. She turned her back to the door, sitting on the edge of the bed, rubbing her calf with one hand, and looking melancholy with her chin on the other. Outside the window, Tom stared at the woman sitting on his bed warily, turned his head and closed the door heavily, blocked the doorman who was following him, flicked his right hand, the wand fell into his hand, and then stepped on the carpet slowly and silently, hidden behind the corner connecting the corridor and the bedroom. He clung to the wall, breathing calmly, showing one eye, and found that his suitcase had been opened, and Nelson's backpack was being thrown open by the pillow. Tom noticed that what he was under his clothes had not moved. This woman seemed to itch for that bag. He stretched out his wand, showing a small tip from behind the corner, pointing to the woman's back. "Nelson, long time no see." The woman on the bed was Jocunda Sykes, who had a close relationship with Nelson. After seeing Tom on the top of the building, she chased him all the way with some special tracking methods. Sitting at the moment, he said to himself on the bed, "Nelson, do you miss me?" Tom put down his wand. He was a little undecided. This man seemed to know Nah. So who is she? What is she going to do? Tom's eyes narrowed, thinking quickly in his mind. He still didn't say a word, still observing secretly against the wall, reaching into the collar with his left hand and grabbing something, while the right hand holding the wand became more secure. "I heard that you left school a long time ago, but I didn't expect to get entangled with Grindelwald." Jocunda grabbed the backpack from the pillow, stood up, and walked in Tom's direction, and said, "Seriously, I've been looking for it for a long time, but I didn't expect it to be on you. If it weren't for your name on the bag, you would have lain down when the door was just opened." Who are you? Who are you?" Tom raised his wand, pointed it at Jocunda's face, and asked coldly, "Me? Why are you holding Nelson Williams' bag? What is your relationship with him?" Jocunda was surprised for a moment when he saw a stranger appeared in front of him, then stretched his hand to his waist and asked back, "Tao, don't move." Tom threatened Jocunda with a stick in his right hand, and his left hand was placed in the collar. It looked a little weird. If it weren't for this critical moment, Jocunda wouldn't say a few words, but she didn't dare to act rashly. The creature's instinct told her that the young wizard in front of her was not trying to seduce her, but because there was something in the collar that could cause serious harm to her. Hey, calm down." Jocunda raised his hands heartily and stepped back, pressing his back against the window. "I'm calm." Tom approached with his wand and said, "Now, I ask, you answer, can you? Are you a Hogwarts student?" Jocunda blinked and asked suddenly, You only need to answer my questions." Tom was a little angry. Calm down, Jocunda said quickly with a speed worthy of the dirty braids on his head. "I see the newsboy hat on top of your head. There is a Slytherin logo on the edge of the hat. Muggles don't recognize it. But I know, it looks like you are young, and there is Nelson Williams' bag in the box. So you should be his friend. His friend is my friend, and I know Nelson well." Jocunda patted his chest, as if he wanted to express his sincerity. He saw Tom's eyes twitched, and said, "How can you prove it?" "What I said is right. You really are a student of Slytherin," Jocunda said happily, his tone not slowing down at all. "You must be Alphard Black, are you?" "I often learn from Ravenclaw." "I heard your name from the Dean of—" "My name is Jocunda Sykes." and I just graduated from Hogwarts. In terms of mischief, we must have a lot of common languages. Jocunda Sykes. Tom tasted the name and asked, "What is your relationship with Professor Sykes in Ravenclaw?" "She is my sister, Alphad." "It doesn't look like it, cousin." Tom put down his wand, frowned and looked at Jocunda, and said, "Find a place to sit." "Okay." Jocunda saw Tom put down his wand and lowered his head. He felt that his opportunity had come. He immediately took out his wand, pointed it at Tom, and watched him frown again, so he smiled triumphantly. "Senior sister teaches you one. Don't trust anyone when you're away." In addition, young people frown less and tend to get wrinkles. "Right." Tom nodded pretentiously. "So do you think it's easy to win people like this?" "What did you say?" "I mean, you'd better find a place to sit down, otherwise the exercise is too vigorous, and the venom may soon flow all over your body." "Venom? What kind of venom?" Jocunda had vaguely realized that she was planted, but did not think where she fell until she lowered her head and saw two small spots on her ankles that were bleeding outwards. A green snake tail quickly disappeared under the bed. Jocunda suddenly felt black in front of him, staggered a few steps back, and sat down on the chair that Tom had summoned with a flying curse. "I think we can have a good chat now, Miss Sykes." Tom walked over to Jocunda, took the bag and wand she was holding, took the bag in his arms, and placed the wand on the bedside table. Moved another chair, sat across the bed across from Jocunda, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Don't worry, this snake is not very poisonous and will not cause you any harm." Jocunda felt a bit of a toothache. Even if the guy on the opposite side took her wand away, his hand did not get out of the neckline. She was unable to start like a porcupine. She wanted to describe Tom as a hedgehog, but she felt her ankle. With the tingling sensation coming from everywhere, she still replaced the cute hedgehog with an obnoxious porcupine. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Tom unfastened all the zippers and buttons on the bag, carefully inspecting the inside and out with one hand, and said, "I know you, Jocunda Sykes, the first witch in the world to ride across the Atlantic on a flying broomstick." "My honor, I didn't expect me to be so famous, ha ha." Jocunda accompanied a smiling face, and a hand slowly stretched from the back of the chair to the back pocket of his jeans. "This is what Nelson you asked for told me. He also told me that the place where you landed after crossing the Atlantic happened to be the meeting place in Grindelwald." Tom stopped checking his backpack, raised his head, and seriously suggested, "I suggest you stop your movements, otherwise you will be turned over by the snake venom in a while. I can't save you. And if you have to take a magic wand from your buttocks in this state, I think you might because of slurred speech. It hurts myself first. It's best to have some trust between people. If you knock in, I should be in the restaurant downstairs to invite you to dinner." "Didn't you put my wand on the bedside table?" Jocunda muttered. "It's not too late to eat now. I'm not hungry right now. And I also have two magic wands." Tom lowered his head and continued to search all corners of the backpack. "So what do you look for, him or his bag?" "I checked it carefully, and this is an empty space. Package." "Nothing," Jocunda said perfunctorily. She was still trying to reach her wand, but her movements were much smaller. "Nothing? Since you can chase to France, that should be a very important thing." Tom raised his head, staring at Jocunda's movements with interest, raised his wand, and said enthusiastically, "Let me help." "Come on you." The magic wand is flying. Swish. Sure enough, there are two magic wands. Tom took the flying wand and tossed it aside, and continued, "I remember this bag, thinking about it now. It is really strange, Nelson. Why does he always forget the existence of this bag? When he first entered school, he liked to carry this bag, but then he would not go to backpack even if he was holding a lot of books in his hand. Why? As far as I know, the only thing that can do this is the forgotten curse." "What did you do to this bag and then sneaked at him with the forgotten curse?" I don't, Jocunda denies. "It's strange that although it's totally unconvincing, I believe you." Tom touched the non-existent beard and continued to speculate. "So when did this happen?" "Let me think. Oh, For the first time, I never saw Professor Slughorn carry the bag after he got angry in the morning, but he has been with us all the time, except for him before, to give him, to send the letter. The owl house is on the roof of the Ravenclaw Tower, and he meets Mrs. Sykes. Whoop, it's exciting. Tom raised his eyebrows and asked, what on earth do you and your sister, the Dean of Dignified Ravenclaw, have any conspiracy to make you even attack a junior student? She didn't. Speaking of her sister, Kiaukunda suddenly became excited and denied it loudly, but did not notice that he had fallen into Tom's rhythm. It has nothing to do with her. So you have, don't you? Tom had just finished chatting with his father, and the chat was in good condition at the moment, so he asked, so why did he forget this bag? If it wasn't you who attacked him, then there is a problem with the bag itself. So much so that the rest of us often forget its existence and let it eat ashes in the corner for a long time. Jocunda closed her mouth and stopped talking. I just checked the bag, it's empty inside. Except for it's dirty. There is nothing special about it. So it's because you put something in his bag. Tom stood up and talked freely. And this thing will make people who come into contact with it have a bad memory. Is it an anti-memory ball in a joke shop? Gyaokunda felt a little speechless. No sense of humor at all. Realizes that his jokes are not as effective as they should be. Tom shrugs his shoulders angrily, and said, apart from vocabulary and memos, there should be only magic items that can achieve this effect. But who would attach an oblivion curse to a magic item? Unless it is something he wants to forget. But what he wants to forget? Just destroy it. Why should it be left out? So what is it? What? It has nothing to do with you. It was just a magical animal. It accidentally ran into Nelson's bag. I asked him to solve this problem, but it seems that it has left now. Seeing Tom getting closer and closer to the truth, Kiaukunda panicked a bit, and said quickly, I really have no ill intentions. I will take it away and help Nelson solve the amnesia. Besides, it doesn't affect life. Doesn't it affect? Tom patted the mattress angrily. Do you think holding a stack of books in class is called not affecting life? You go. We will solve it by ourselves. You really can't. I'm not questioning your talents, but you haven't even taken a magical animal protection class. Gyaokunda was anxious, and said, I admit it, it's not ashamed to be caught by a wizard like you. But it's really dangerous to touch magical animals easily. Don't bother you. Tom took out a small crystal bottle and threw it to Jocunda. This is the antidote to snake venom. In fact, it will be metabolized by itself after 12 hours. When I see you appear downstairs, I will throw your wand down. Please connect it by then and don't break it. That kind of magical animal is really dangerous. Very okay. I don't even want you to tell me what it is. Tom hurried out politely, and simply picked up the antidote himself and fed it to Jocunda. It won't bother you to bother. Nelson knows the best in the world. Newt Scamander, the magical animal expert of China. I believe that if he can't solve it, you may have nothing to do. Immediately afterwards, he watched in shock as the regained Jocunda took out the third wand from his other pocket, glared at himself fiercely, and said, remember to drop my wand. After that, Gyaokunda opened the window, raised his leg and stepped on it, then jumped and disappeared into the room. Tom ran to the window and saw a bird waving its wings slowly descending. He summoned the two, throwing a magic wand, then shut the doors and windows, took out the two mirrors and called Nelson's name. Coincidentally, Nelson had just arrived in his new room and opened a new piece of parchment. When he heard the sound, he picked up the double-sided mirror on his hand and glanced at the Paris sky behind Tom. Good fellow, Tom, what's the situation? Nelson asked nervously, looking at the black gauze that filled the street. Did Grindelwald hit Hogwarts? No. Tom turned his head and glanced, skipping the question of hello, and explained the situation directly. I am in Paris, France, and a witch named Jocunda Sykes is looking for you for the money in your backpack. A magical animal with amnesia. What are you talking about? Can you speak more slowly? Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, by Snowball version website, 135th chapter. Curly Winged Demon. I mean, you are following an extremely dangerous magical animal. Me? I have a magical animal by my side. Nelson was a little puzzled, and asked, what is it? How do you know? Do you remember your backpack? The backpack you always forget. Tom eagerly poked his head and looked at Nelson's head, as if trying to control an old-fashioned racing game with his somatosensory sense. But unfortunately, the mirror did not unable to change his perspective. He said anxiously, didn't you say that you are with Newt's commander? Let him find a way for you. My backpack. Let me think about it. Don't worry, Newt is not with me. You can explain what is going on first. It was about his life safety, and Nelson didn't dare to be careless, but he was honest. I didn't understand what Tom was talking about, so I had to persuade him to calm down, and finally asked, do I still have the habit of backpacking? I remember I always put things in my pockets. How can I not be in a hurry? Tom was really anxious. His fingers were almost poking through the mirror to Nelson's nose. Look at you, forgot everything. Your symptoms are obviously late. A good show. Nelson opened his hands and shook his head helplessly. Don't you think I'm okay now? If it's really urgent, I might have died long ago. Why don't you clarify the matter first? And I will go to Newt and think of a solution to the problem. Okay, Tom calmed down, and said, you had a backpack before, and you carried it every day, but after our first party, I never saw you carry it again. Think about it carefully, is there such a thing? At that time, in order to figure out what was going on, you still wrote the word backpack on your hand to remind yourself. It seems like this. Nelson scratched his head. Seeing that Nelson has not been seen for a few days, he has become more and more like a big fool, but Tom is not in a hurry. He deeply understands that if Nelson really becomes a fool in the next second, there is nothing he can do, so he has to calm down. Continued, that night you went to the owl room on the roof of the Ravenclaw Tower to send a letter, and something happened to the portrait. You told me, do you remember? I remember all of this, Nelson asked with a serious smile on his face. Are you saying that my memory was erased because I saw something that I shouldn't have seen? But I still remember, that night I saw a little shameless people or things, only Professor Dumbledore's sister Ariana, and Professor Sykes' sister, Jocunda Sykes. Having said this, Nelson narrowed his eyes and realized where the problem was. Yes, Tom nodded comfortedly when he saw Nelson as if he was back to normal. I finally don't have to communicate with a fool. I mean, I just met a self-proclaimed Jocunda Sek in Paris. The Witch of Sea, she was controlled by me and confessed that she once hid a magical animal in your bag. I suspect it was an egg or something, but now the bag is empty, so I suspect it might stay by your side. So you mean, I forgot my bag because of its influence? Nelson didn't doubt whether Tom could control a graduated witch. He just frowned, his fingertips scratching on the parchment. But I don't think that a small animal that just got out of the egg will steal my wand, and send a forget it to my face. It's not the forgetting curse. Tom was anxious again. Is it the curly-winged demon? Nelson rubbed his chin, and suddenly a word that Tom hadn't heard popped out of his mouth. What did you say? Curly-winged demon, Nelson said gravely. A very dangerous magical animal. Its venom can make people amnesia. At the same time, it also feeds on human memory. The danger is that this magical animal likes to eat human brains. What? Tom's eyes widened and shouted, hurry up and lower your head, let me see. It's okay. Nelson smiled. If my brain is gnawed even for a small bite, what you see now I should be crooked and slanted. Look, my hair is not even missing, but even more, it's thicker. Nelson stroked his hair, and even a gleam of golden light appeared under his pale blonde scalp. There is only one kind of magical animal that can affect people's memory, and that is the curly-winged demon. Anything else? No. This is the most interesting part. What? Tom felt that Nelson's IQ was back, but he couldn't understand what he said. It's almost an instinct to eat human brains for such a magical animal as the curly-winged devil, but you can also tell that my brain is unscathed. Tom, I have reservations. Don't make trouble. You must be jealous of my hairline. Nelson glanced at Tom in his glasses, and said, but I have been in New Montgad for so many days, I can't think of it. If it dares to take a shot at New Montgad, the Volterabats in Grindelwald will teach it what it means to be a magical animal with its tail sandwiched. Voldbat, what's that? How should I tell you? Nelson really didn't know how to describe this special magical animal, until he caught a glimpse of the scene behind Tom, raised his eyebrows, and said, here, the thing flying behind you, it's the Volterabat. Did Grindelwald go to Paris? What? Tom turned his head. While Tom turned to look at the Volterabat, Nelson held his chin to continue thinking, this kind of cub should be the most in need of food, and I take a bath almost every day, but I never found a big one on my body. The moth? If it is indeed a curly-winged demon, it must need a lot of food. Where is so much food? A lot of human brains, or a lot of memories. Nelson looked up and found that Tom's attention was still immersed in the huge bats that were large enough to fill the sky above Paris, and lowered head, muttering to himself, Grindelwald told me that the lost fog in the illusion will erode the soul staying there all the time, and the gaps in the walls formed by the lost fog are filled with the memories of the lost. I think I found you, Tom. Nelson called out suddenly. I have to say, it's so cool. What's the matter? Tom turned his head and saw Nelson's brilliant eyes, and asked happily, did you find it? Make a magic trick for you, Tom. Nelson pulled out the Gunter family ring from his pocket and shook it on his index finger. If you regret it, I can return it to you at any time. It's yours. Tom curled his lips and hid his curiosity. It's not as good as the pair of chandeliers that I just sold last week. Look up. Nelson closed his eyes, and suddenly there were wisps of white mist around him. They agitated, and pale and withered hands stretched out from the mist and grabbed Nelson. Tom looked at all this in horror. Hey, isn't your magic killing yourself? Soon, the mirror in Tom's hand was only a piece of white, until Nelson's voice came. Of course not, Tom. Welcome to the illusion. This is my world. Your world? Tom rubbed his eyes and looked at the environment around Nelson. White. White or white? He looked at the empty white background behind Nelson, and asked, this is what you said? The illusion of mystery? Yes, Tom. Nelson nodded, squinted, and raised his right hand holding a small metal ball. When we die, we will come here for a while. Can't you not die? Tom muttered, you think about Nicola May. Nelson didn't speak. A glove of silver light slowly formed in his hand, and then he quickly extended his right hand and inserted it into the thin wall of fog in front of him. I caught you. He retracted his hand, carrying a delicate bird cage, a blue-green butterfly covered with spikes struggling violently in the cage. He grinned and smiled at Tom. Helped me a lot, Tom. The funny thing is, I thought I was having a nervous breakdown before that it was Grindelwald or Helbo who was doing a ghost. Is that it? Tom looked at the butterfly in the cage with less than a palm length in disbelief. After trying to break through the cage to no avail, it wrapped itself in its wings and curled up like a green, pointed thorn cocoon. He confirmed, is this the thing? Yes. Nelson carefully cast multiple protection spells and reinforcement spells on the birdcage, changed a password box to lock it in, took back his bloody right hand and showed it to Tom in front of the mirror, and said with lingering fear, don't underestimate the little guy. Generally this kind of thing that is not big but can dominate in nature is somewhat unique. Indeed, Tom agreed. I just controlled Jock under Sykes with a little snake. I feel better. I don't know if it was my illusion. I think Smart IQ has occupied the high ground again. After closing the password box firmly, Nelson sighed with relief and took out a piece of fresh water. The bandage was wrapped around my hand. You take a look. How does it tie my hand? Hiss. It's amazing. Tom took a breath when he saw Nelson's miserable right hand, and said, this has to make me suspect that your head is very hard, or you might have died the first day. Not necessarily. Nelson shook his head. This dangerous magical animal has extraordinary instincts. It may smell the smell of mist on my body, and the mist will devour memory. This is its food. Look at this wall. The gaps in the mist are full of memories of dead souls, almost eaten up by it. Nelson turned the double-sided mirror to show Tom the fog wall at close range. Oh ... What is this? The apple pie made by Aunt Susan next door to Merlin's house. Tom let out a retching voice. Hurry up and take it away, it's disgusting. Oh, all right. Nelson turned back to the mirror and heard Tom ask curiously, so how are you going back? Don't worry, I will take you to see someone. People? Tom felt that the three views had been refreshed again, and asked, there are still people in this ghost place? I didn't make it clear to you before. The famous black wizard in ancient Greece, the despicable Hellbow, because of his crappy and funny Horcrux, is now trapped in the illusion, unable to survive or die. Nelson tossed take out the wand and say softly, guide the direction. When the wand stopped turning, he waved his hand to disperse the fog wall and walked in one direction, while introducing, this place is very strange. From different places, you will reach different corners of the environment, but the distance between them seems to be the same. As long as you know the direction, you can get there quickly. I remember, I thought you said you dug him in which cave, and you showed me a magic book. It's green like radiation, Tom asked cautiously. You can't learn from it. Magic? I don't dare to look at that stuff. The guy in Hellbow has a bad stomach, otherwise how could he be called the despicable Hellbow? If I was sucked by a straw by the curly-winged demon, I might be able to see Saint Mungo's life in time. Brain spirit what? Nelson said with a shrug as he walked, but if I read Hellbow's book, I might really become a fool. Great and merciful master, perhaps I was once despicable and shameless, but my heartfelt love for you, heaven and earth testify, the sun and the moon can be seen. The fog wall in front of Nelson suddenly dispersed, and a green-robed wizard wore a hood. Waist in front of the welcome, my master, you are finally here. Can you stop saying that? It sounds disgusting. Nelson felt physical discomfort and trembles, and said to Tom in the mirror, right? It's pretty good. Tom nodded seriously, then carefully glanced at Hellbow next to Nelson. From the classics left by Slytherin, Tom also had a certain understanding of this notorious dark wizard. Can't help but worry about Nelson. Master, are you a black double-sided mirror? Halper asked, squinting his eyes, looking at the mirror in Nelson's hand. Is this thing left for now? Do you know it? Nelson raised his eyebrows, walked around Hellbow, and walked to the chair he had left in the clearing before, and asked, did there be double-sided mirrors in ancient Greece? No, there were mirrors back then. Yes, master. Hellbow glanced at the throne 1 meter from the ground, consciously ran to Nelson, lay down on the ground, let him step on his back, and said, the Black Wizards control communications. This is a monopoly technology. The Dark Wizard? No, it's the Black Wizard, master. Black Wizard? Black? Okay, Miles will be able to make video calls in a few years. Nelson sat on the chair disapprovingly, and asked with his legs folded. Think of something worth reporting? Hellbow was lying on the ground, his face buried deep in the fog. His eyes kept turning. Sitting on the throne, Nelson cocked his feet, holding the handrails until the joints turned white. Since discovering that they can locate each other in the illusion, he has more than once suspected that Hellbow has found other soul fragments and interacted with it or them. There is communication. And Tom, observing secretly through the mirror, he felt that Nelson really looked like a big boss among the Dark Wizards, but he didn't think it should be. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, Chapter 106. Chapter Smart IQ occupies the heights again. My master, what are you doing this time? Hellbow knelt on the ground, raised his upper body, rubbing his hands flatteringly, and asked, is there any problem that can't be solved that needs your servant's help? Not really. Nelson made a perfunctory sentence and didn't speak anymore. What can stump my great master? Hellbow looked around, glanced at the box in Nelson's hand, and asked twinkingly, what are you holding in your hand? Oh, Nelson said casually, this is a little animal I just caught. Do you know it? He opened the box in his hand, revealing the green cocoon hidden in the bird cage. This is. Haibo squinted his eyes and looked at green cocoon. He walked back a few steps, and asked suspiciously, "Master, this is the curly-winged demon?" "Yes." Nelson picked up the bird cage and shook. The cocoon of the winged demon opened. The pattern on the green butterfly wings was like a hideous human face. It saw the remnant soul of Haibo, and his body trembled violently. He got up, spread his wings as hard as he could, and slammed in the direction of Haibo desperately. When Haibo saw the manic curly-winged demon, his eyes flinched, and he took 2 steps back without showing a trace. "Come closer. I'll do an experiment." Nelson bent down and looked at Haibo, who was tremblingly approaching. He leaned the birdcage containing the curly-winged demon close to the cage wall, greedily looking at Haibo. His mouth grew wide, and drops of purplewood and greenish liquid dripped down from the sharp teeth. The liquid slid down along the fence of the birdcage and onto the ground paved with white fog. Soon, the white ground was eroded into a few black pits, and there was a rustle on the pit wall, which could be faintly heard. With a wailing voice, Nelson jumped off the throne and crouched beside the small pit to observe carefully. Under his gaze, the invisible white people entangled with each other, scrambling to climb up the wall of the pit, but they were touching again. The venom melted in an instant and turned into a plume of blue smoke floating. These little people are the memories and reason left in the illusion of the wandering spirits who are heading for death. So, Nelson touched his chin and said to himself, "It seems that magical animal experts may not know all magical animals. Maybe because they don't have the opportunity to come here. It looks like a curly-winged demon. Venom is not just for memory." "Master, where did you get this guy from?" Haibo stood tremblingly, his eyes showing fear from the heart. "It's right next to you." Nelson stared at Haibo's face and asked word by word, "Haibo, at this point, I have a question for you. You say, when you were a wizard, did this creature bother you?" "No, master." Haibo shook his head. "Although it is a very rare pet in my time, it is only a pet of a powerful wizard." "But you." Nelson threw the curly-winged demon with the birdcage on Haibo's body, watching the excited curly-winged demon try to bite Haibo's remnant soul through the birdcage with red eyes, and was poisoned by the poison. The drenched Haibo was crying and rolling in place. Nelson carefully observed the sharp teeth of the curly-winged demon and the slender mouth parts protruding from his mouth, and observed the whole process of its venom swaying. Haibo wailed on the ground. After a while, he got up and took the birdcage back, and continued, "But why are you afraid of such a small pet now?" "Because you are just a humble remnant soul, Master. Master," Haibo gasped, but still tried to respond. "The curly-winged demon is a very mysterious and rare magical animal. Its secretions can be used to eliminate bad memories. Potions, presumably. You know, but more than half of the wizard's soul is memory, so its damage to the soul is huge. The curly-winged demon I have seen can only live in this world. I never thought that it has such a powerful lethality in such a place. It seems that it likes the soul more than the brain." "Is it because the soul is mostly hidden in the brain?" Nelson knelt down and poked Haibo's wound eroded by the venom, and asked, "So this kind of damage, how do I need to recover?" "You know, I am also very sad to see you like this." "My benevolent master, don't need tell me." Nelson placed the birdcage at his feet, and the curly-winged demon who saw the food became excited again. "You have suffered a lot, but you want to experiment with Lao Tzu." Haibo rolled his eyes and understood the reason for his sin. He cursed this unreliable master in his heart, but said flatly, "The universal spell for healing soul and memory trauma is mental recovery or spiritual dormancy. The latter requires other wizards to cast on the wounded, but they are too slow to work. There is an ancient spell specifically to deal with this kind of soul and memory. The severely traumatized situation is called Spirit Snake Soul. You can read the book I gave you, which is on page 345. Nelson flipped through his pockets, took out a lead box, and took out the book of spells that was so green that he panicked. Because it is an ancient curse, It takes advantage of the characteristics of snakes and brings some snake-like accents, so it is a bit difficult to pronounce. Haibo cleared his throat, gritted his teeth, hissing in his mouth, mixed with a bunch of obscure, with a slurred spell. After speaking, his eyes floated to Nelson's pocket and said, "Master, since you can bring your wand in, it's better to let your humble servant cast it on your behalf." "No need." Nelson took out his wand. Haibo's eyes floated with the wand. His eyes gleaming eagerly, he confirmed, "Are you sure this is true?" "Seriously, I'm tired of your careful thoughts." "I'm sure." Haibo swallowed the non-existent saliva and said, "You can experiment with me." "Really?" "What does he mean by the snake-like voice?" Nelson picked up the double-sided mirror set aside, turned his back and asked softly, and held it to his ear again. "That's what the words mean." Tom's voice came from the mirror, "But I don't recommend you to try this magic, because the spell does not necessarily represent the effect of the spell, and the deepest malice is often hidden between the lines in the most inconspicuous words. I hope you can be worthy of my trust." Nelson bent down and swung his wand to cast a spell on the ground that had just been eroded by the venom. I only saw a white silk thread that looked like mycelium protruding from the wall of the cave. They climbed into the cave as if they were spiritual, layer by layer, and finally completely covered the small bit on the ground, and the flat ground at the beginning is the same. He took a picture of a cat and a tiger to face Hellbo again, and Hellbo's wound was successfully healed. "You earn some respect for yourself." Nelson nodded in satisfaction, closed the box with the book in between, holding the double-sided mirror, and disappeared in place. "You can't try this black wizard spell." As soon as he returned to the room, Tom said fiercely, "Of course I won't try. I even want to use the venom of the curly-winged devil to make me forget this spell." Nelson set up the mirror and put Hellbo's green book in a lead box for careful storage. After doing this, he was happy. He whistled, "Woo, I thought I had become stupid. It feels good to be a smart guy." Tom held his forehead and watched Nelson's busy schedule. He didn't ask until he took out the birdcage holding the curly-winged devil and placed it on the table. "Then why are you asking him about spells?" "I want him to think that I used this spell." Nelson took out a candy in his mouth, lay on the bed, opened the collar, and looked left and right around his neck. "Although there is no evidence, it feels like this old guy's fucking me." "How do you say?" Tom asked curiously. "He has shaded me many times. If it weren't for my luck, he might have used my body to resurrect his soul." Hi. Is this the world outside the school? It's terrible." Tom took a deep breath and asked worriedly, "What about your injuries?" "Actually, I have just observed it carefully." Nelson raised his eyebrows and said triumphantly, "There were only two main points of those things just now. First, when the curly-winged demon attacked Haibo, he saw clearly its attack method. This thing was done very successfully. I found its mouth parts and sharp teeth. I think it should have never attacked me with these weapons on weekdays, otherwise there should be obvious scars on my body. So this shows that it can only use venom to affect me secretly. But it's harmless. I guess it was mixed into the illusion with my fog a long time ago, and it poisoned me every time I entered the environment. This is a kind of chronic poison." Nelson finished his observation and straightened his collar, said, "The diluted venom can even be used as a potion, so the damage should not be great. I will write to Senior Newt later. With some drugs, the effect should be eliminated soon." Moreover, Nelson added, looking at Tom who was hesitant to talk, "Do you think him normal? This time I caught the curly-winged demon before he poisoned it, and I feel like my IQ is back. I still have reservations." Tom curled his lips and asked suddenly, "What is the name of the owl before me?" "Spot-headed partridge. What's the matter?" Nelson laughed. "You don't think he'll even forget this, or do you think I've been seized by Hellbo?" "It's the streaked owl." "Nah, you still haven't remembered the word. But I can be sure that it is you just by this word." Tom opened his hand and said, "Go on with your second thing." "The second thing is to make Helba think that I am desperate to treat my brain damage." Nelson smiled sullenly. "When he wants to use this thing next time, I will give him one." Relentless. What are you doing? You might as well just kill him. Tom frowned and said, I think you can be called a dark wizard by bullying him. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. No, you don't sympathize with him, do you? Nelson raised his eyebrows and said, he is a wicked bastard, and his work is so wicked, you know. He wants to use the purgatory resurrection of war to face this people. I dare not show any weakness or kindness. This may become a breakthrough for him to use. That's true, Tom thought for a while, and convinced himself. And he still has a Horcrux. You can't give him a lot of fun. Yes, Nelson agreed. He sat in a chair and stared at the sleeping curly-winged demon, poking at the spikes protruding from the cocoon, and exclaimed, think about it now. The influence of curly-winged demon on me is still it's pretty big. How do you say? Tom asked worriedly. Maybe I am a Gryffindor in my bones. My caution and restraint seem to come more from my own insights. When it is difficult for me to remember the lessons in my mind for the first time, I always tend to do some reckless things. You are not like a rash guy. Do you dare to imagine? On a mole cruise ship, a jailed wizard asked to report his safety, and the saints were summoned. Single-handedly rushed into the illusion and battled Hellbow's intact Horcrux, and was almost caught. Kill it. Can you think of these things I can do? Nelson sat on the side of the bed, counting his absurd behavior this year. Really, if it wasn't for my luck, I might have been lucky. Died. Luck is also part of strength, Tom said, relieved. Besides, you are not dead, are you? You didn't say that before. Nelson smiled. I still remember that when I was in the orphanage, I had a fight with the bad guys in the next block, but you collected a lot of their black material. Okay, don't talk about it. Tom waved his hand. Okay, Nelson smiled, turning the conversation, and asked, did you see your father when you went to France this time? That man named Tom Riddle? Tom asked rhetorically. As soon as Nelson heard this name, he knew that Tom's family quest was half broken. He slapped his lips and asked, isn't it easy to talk? In the conversation just now, the central idea from start to finish of the marketer was, I am rich. Tom said dismissively, what do I want those pounds for? What's the use? Gringotts even exchanges quotas every year. I just took out a light from the secret room and sold it. It is more valuable than the pile of moles. Not to mention waiting for me to get the door knocker. Tom closed his mouth suddenly, and Nelson caught the blind spot and asked, what knocker? Nothing. Tom grunted twice, took a picture from his pocket and held it to the mirror, and said, but he also has a daughter, who should be regarded as my sister. Look at this picture. Do you think she? Nelson squinted at the girl in the mirror, compared with the missing person notice he saw in Hungerton. The girl in this photo is bigger. The photo is clearer, and more familiar. After a while, the bunch of hair on top of his head bends slowly. Christian, wouldn't it be such a coincidence? Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, 137 chapter Gold Bones. A little girl, who lived a long distance from Hungerton to London, happened to go to our place, and happened to be a little wizard. What kind of spirit is this? What, is Hungerton this far from London? Tom's focus was strange. What spirit? It's nothing. I'm just sighing. If Christian is really you, sister, then the fate is amazing. Nelson spread his hand and didn't say much. Maybe it's because I have had too many coincidences recently. I'm a little nervous. Hurt, Tom said with a sigh, looking at the black veil floating outside the window. Although the world is small for us wizards, I also think that some things are too coincidental. But think about it. Nelson nodded, playing with the Gunter family ring, and recalled, don't tell me, I also saw a missing person notice like this. Do you remember? I told you about your mother's. The family is in Hangleton. There is such a thing. What's the matter? Tom still stared at the black gauze outside the window, exclaiming in admiration, I have to say that although Grindelwald is a dark wizard, his pomp is unprecedented. Then you have to study hard. Let's tell you, I have been in contact with him for a long time, and I have become a spectator. Nelson shrugged and continued, go on to talk about Hungerton, the Gunter family, living in Great Hangleton, not far from Little Hangleton. where your father's family is located. When I went to find Mr. Morphin, that is, your uncle, I saw a missing person notice with one named Lola on it. Little girl. Have you seen? Tom turned his head and frowned. Yes, but that photo is smaller and blurry. I don't know how it was printed. Nelson shook his head, clapped his hands and said, follow him. You can go back and verify it. If she really is your sister, that's also a good thing. Tom's eyebrows stretched out, and he nodded and said, yes, that's the best. Hope everything goes well. Nelson shook his head, maybe because I am too sensitive. It's a good thing to be cautious. Think about what outrageous things you did when you were not cautious. Right. Nelson shook his head, leaving the strange thoughts in his mind behind him, and asked, how are you going to go back? Then go to the fireplace of the Ministry of Magic? No way. Tom sighed. The flu network on the British side is broken, and I can't go back from the Ministry of Magic. What should I do? Nelson was a little worried. Do you need me to find someone to take you back? France hasn't been peaceful lately. Don't worry about this, I have some channels. Tom said mysteriously. You know, I have some ... How do I say? Guardian. Nelson rolled his eyes and said for him. Nor can you say that. Tom rubbed his hands pretentiously. After all, we are all classmates, just like-minded, so we often play together. Okay, Nelson asked, are you going to send you back through those family channels? I think you might as well go find Alfred. He can't. He will definitely follow him sneakily. I will not be the only one I have to take care of by then. Tom shook his head. Besides, I don't have to go back in a hurry. I took a 3-day vacation and am going to see it later. Look at Aunt Bella, by the way. After that, have you seen her? I didn't. Nelson pursed his lips and shook his head. Nah, you know. Nelson shook his head again, licked his chapped lips, and said, I just think our life is too dangerous. Do you understand? Especially when I was caught by Newmont Gate before I got off the boat. The wizard caught him and went back. I had been to France before, but I never thought of disturbing her. I couldn't let her bear the dangers that didn't belong to her. I couldn't lose another person anymore. Nor. Tom stared at Nelson, who turned his back in the mirror, then turned and blinked vigorously, and said, I'll take a sneak peek to see if she's doing well. I'm actually thinking, if I wait for me to master the forgetting curse in the future, wouldn't it be better for her to forget us and start life again? Nelson turned around and adjusted the angle of the mirror. Tom could only see below his nose. How can you think of this kind of thing? Tom flicked the mirror angrily and said, you have just been hurt by the memory disorder. How can you think of using this kind of magic on the person who loves you the most? Big deal. I let Nagini come to France. High-level forgetting spells won't cause harm to the caster. Nelson argued weakly, and I think it might make her safer. Staying away from magic is the safest thing for muggles. This is I can think of the best for her. Why do you talk like Dumbledore? Tom threw the mirror on the bed, interrupted the chattering Nelson, stood up and yelled, open your mouth. You think it's best for her, and shut your mouth is best for her. Have you considered how does Andra feel? I think she definitely doesn't want to forget you, so you are so cruel. Besides, I don't think there will be a wizard who can retrieve everyone's memory and find this hemp who knows you from all the people in France. Melon. Nelson adjusted the mirror again, and Tom could only see his chin now. He sniffed and said in a loud voice, what you said is seriously, I don't think you have recovered yet. Tom said angrily, your intelligence is not even worthy of your first grade test scores. Okay. Nelson heard the sound of Xisuoso looking for something. After a while, his entire face appeared in the mirror, which was much more haggard than before. Nelson was holding a small piece of paper. The piece of paper said, I guess the hiding place is closed now. I heard that Principal Armando had a fight there with Andre. Yes. Tom responded coldly. If you meet a wizard in a black robe, you say it's a friend of Andre, and he will make it easy for you. Can it be done? Tom raised his eyebrows. It can be done. Nelson nodded. I have a lot of faith there. You can give me my name, Nelson Wiltning Rowe. If you have time to hide, you can buy some sight glasses, or some other protective equipment. and put them near Aunt Bea's residence, Nelson whispered. But I still don't recommend that you get too close. Now in France, it's not safe. Don't worry, Tom finally smiled when he heard Nelson's words. I'm going in mall traffic. The Newman good guys won't search the train. They might take the train. Nelson put the mirror back to the angle at the beginning and said, when the war is over and we graduate, I will move to live with Aunt Bella. You might as well let your colleagues in the Dark Wizards of Newmangeld take care of her. Tom curled his lips. Besides, does mole fighting have anything to do with where you live? I'm not talking about mole wars. Aren't you trying to do something? Tom asked, putting his face close to the mirror. No, Nelson shook his head. I can't do it now. Of course you can't. You don't even have to read a book. Tom said groaningly. No, I think so. Nelson picked up the mirror and leaned out the window, shining towards the continuous castles on the top of the mountain in the distance of the cottage. I forgot to tell you, I am now the Ifamoni Longhorn Water Snake Academy's student. Tom looked at the view in the mirror suspiciously and asked, are you sure this is not Newmangeld? No, Newmangeld is now at war. This is the United States, the lighthouse country. Do you know? Then are you coming back? Where? Hogwarts. Yes. Nelson nodded and said categorically, I'll go back in 3 years, just in time for the OWL exam. Why is it 3 years? Tom, who had a peculiar way of thinking, found Huijin at once. Not really secretly doing something big, are you? I will tell you then. HMPH. I'll talk at that time. Tom glanced out the window, ready to say goodbye. I guess that Jokunda will come back to retaliate against me now. I'll slip away. See you. See you. Nelson buckled the mirror on the table, knocked his head, licked his lips, sighed, closed his eyes and leaned on the back of the chair to look back on his past experience, until a cup of hot water splashed on himself, making him hot from the chair. It bounced directly. There is an assassin, Nelson cried out, turning his head to see his alchemy doll standing on the table, with his head on top, a teacup on his body, and half a cup of steaming water in it! Nelson carefully picked up the teacup and used his wand to cool his arm, and asked, do you have any opinions on this name? Why do you attack me again and again? The exclamation point flicked on the table, shaking his head from side to side. It looks like you like this name. Nelson poked his finger at it, and the villain rubbed his hand. You can't just see me thirsty. You want to pour me a glass of water? The exclamation point nodded. Okay. Thank you. Nelson picked up the teacup and took a sip. He didn't know what the tea was. The taste was unexpectedly good. He poked the little man gently and said, just do what you like. Okay, I will pour water by myself when I am thirsty. Seeing the exclamation mark nodded again, leaping off the table and disappearing into the room. Nelson closed his eyes again. After a while, he drank the cold tea, walked to the window, and glanced at the vibrant flower garden opposite. The forearm that was scalded by the hot water was no longer red because of the cooling time, replied after the fairness before, even glowing golden light. Nelson was shocked. He lowered his head to find Llewellyn, who was instructing the dolls to weed the grass in the small garden. He opened the window and jumped down just as he was about to land. Point your magic wand under your feet and step on the soil lightly. DSK, what a wild boy. Lorien slapped her lips, looked up and down Nelson, then turned around and directed the doll to go. Your letter is finished? That's it. Nelson nodded, and walked to Lorien to stand beside her. I brought some seeds, Llewellyn said. I always feel that the things outside are not as delicious as I can grow them. It might be more to your taste. Nelson nodded and said, I want you to do me a favor. What's busy? Llewellyn asked. Will you have surgery? I won't. What's the matter with you? Upon hearing this, Llewellyn immediately turned his head, staring at Nelson's ankle and asked, did the bone break when I just jumped down? No, if you don't know how to do surgery, then I'll do it myself. Nelson shook his head. I'm going to try the human body deformation. If I have an accident, please send me to the school hospital. What? Liulian quickly took Nelson's hand holding the wand and shook his head. I don't know where the school hospital is. It's okay, just send me to the castle and call someone. Nelson broke free, raised his wand, and pointed at his forearm that had just been burned. I am going to turn a small piece of meat on my forearm into the structure of a glass-winged butterfly. This is a very rare magical animal. He served as an interpreter very well. If I fail to deform, it will only be repeated. The thing with an arm. Glass-winged butterfly. It sounds like a butterfly. Where is it magical? The magic is that it is transparent. Nelson gritted his teeth and pointed his arm with his wand. This was also giving him the experience of animagus practice. He tried hard to recall every point in McGonagall's notes until his arm, a small piece of skin on the upper part, slowly became transparent. Liulian took a look, then retracted her head. Hey, it's disgusting. Nelson ignored her, but continued to maintain the spell until all the small muscles and blood vessels became transparent. Fortunately, the spell went well. Nelson saw his golden arm bones at a glance and saw this scene. He frowned and recovered. I knew it, Liulian said as if she had discovered some amazing secret. I can tell at a glance that you are not a human being. You are actually the kind of magical animal, Newt said, just like Zweig. Nelson did not answer her, but gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word. Miss Joey, you really belong to you. What's the situation? How come your bones are golden? Liulian asked curiously. My ribs were still glowing before. Nelson knocked on his chest and made a normal boom sound. Later, it stopped glowing. I thought the paint faded, but I didn't expect it to just spray out. No wonder the curly-winged demon didn't hit my mind. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? It's nothing. It's just a medical accident. Nelson shrugged and said, although it is obvious that something is going on, I still hope people are okay. Don't know if I can still be a wizard. It's so hard that even the curly-winged devil can't move. Liulian still didn't understand what he was talking about, so she could only repeat, I hope people are okay. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, 138 chapters reunion. You came. At the top of the Eiffel Tower, a silver-haired man in a black trench coat stood quietly, overlooking the splendid scenery of black gauze over Paris. He stretched out his hand. The corners of the trench coat had no wind, and that lingering over the city seemed like a fairy tale. The nightmare-like black gauze came alive and stretched out a dark and deep streamer wrapped around his hand. Why can't I come? I'm here to stop you from arson. The man opposite him was tall, but his face was haggard and his posture was a little rickety, as if he was standing in the air on something, but his feet were empty. His messy brown hair was draped over his shoulders and had not been taken care of for a long time. The man also raised an arm, and under the silver wizard robe, the hand holding the wand firmly pointed at his former best friend. He sighed and said hoarsely, Gellert, how long have we not seen each other? From the time in Godric Valley. The man standing at the top of the tower was Gellert Grindelwald, who hadn't appeared in Numungard for a long time. He stroked the black veil wrapped around his arm in a relaxed tone. He said, look, Albus, how big was it when we first picked it up? Look, now it's overwhelming and unstoppable. Gellert, Dumbledore said with trembling lips, I really can't imagine how many people you have to kill to feed it so big. Do you think it's magnificent? It's all sin. No. Grindelwald shook his head, looked at Dumbledore pityingly, and persuaded, Albus, with all due respect, you are still as weak as before, so preaching, and so empty you are from sin was seen on Voldemort's body, but to me, it was hope. Hope. Dumbledore pursed his lips and stopped speaking. Yes, Albus. Grindelwald shook his arm, and the tentacles of the Voldemort fell off his arm. He looked into the distance and said seriously, did you know? In the Far East, moles performed during the war, the enemy's heads will be chopped off and piled into the shape of Egyptian pyramids, and they will be placed at the borders of the borders. This kind of spectacle is called Jingwen. What do you think of it? Not very good. You are really getting crazy. Dumbledore's body floated forward and landed on the top of the tower. The two of them fought on both ends of the platform. His body trembled, and his tone was strong. Anger, this is just a barbaric, cruel custom. And you, Grindelwald, what is the difference between your behavior and those savages? You don't even want to call me Gelot. But you are wrong, Albus, Grindelwald said, still staring at Dumbledore with pity. You know what? During the Jingwen dynasty, the eastern countries hardly encountered enemies, because they used a killing to protect their people from being harassed in the following years, decades, or even hundreds of years. Those governments that are blindly peaceful, their so-called compassion can only bring endless tragedies to their own people. The war not only has not been stopped, but has allowed the enemy to make progress. Don't look at me like that, Grindelwald, Dumbledore shouted sharply, and the tip of his rod began to condense red light. You only have cold numbers and results in your heart. You don't understand love at all. Put down your wand, Albus. Grindelwald shook his head. You can't hurt me at all, just as I can't hurt you. We signed the blood oath. Dumbledore lowered his hand weakly and said with a wry smile, Well, but Gelot, what you do is also planting trees, and you will one day be swallowed by the bitter fruit you planted. The fire you set in Paris 12 years ago will burn on your head one day. Bitter fruit? Do you mean your little actions? Let a miraculous zoologist come to ruin me. When the student you admire was expelled, he hypocritically sympathized with him, and then one day sent him to the most evil in the world. Where is the mighty and cruelest black wizard to die? Grindelwald sneered, turned his head and said, You don't really think I'm going to fall into his hands? I even wondered if I would kill him. You assad. If you don't cherish talents, how could I give him so many opportunities? Come on, Gelot. Dumbledore avoided talking about Grindelwald. You put yourself too high. It's not good. You have no right to decide the fate of others. Ha ha ha, Albus, you should go to your country to be a politician. Grindelwald opened his arms and laughed wildly. The Volterbat above Paris was also agitated by his actions. It stirred like a thick smoke, and it was about to swallow the buildings and even the entire city under him as far as the sky in the distance. Suddenly there was a clear bird's song. A small but hot figure rushed into the black fog, and the restless land bat instantly calmed down. Is it Fox? Grindelwald took a look there and then turned his head, waved to show Dumbledore the city under his feet, and said intoxicated, Albus, look, although people have memories, they also have memories. Time, let alone a city 12 years ago, the city under our feet was burned by a fierce fire, but you see, it has recovered and is even more prosperous than before. Moles, they don't know this at all. They lack perception. How can they remember the pain? Besides, the so-called pain is just sacrificing some insignificant characters to make them the nourishment for a more glorious future. Albus, everything for the greater good. History exists in memory, and one day it will be concluded. Talking empty words again. Albus, is this another famous epigram from where you copied it? Grindelwald stepped forward, staring into Dumbledore's eyes and asked, could it be that are you not doing the same thing? Seeing the previous proud disciple seems to be unable to do anything with me, so he tried to force another student away from him. History exists in memory. He has more than just traces of seductive thoughts on his body. You even lost a curliwind demon on him. And now you come over and tell me about memory? You told me that history exists in memory. You are a master at playing with memory. If it weren't for a ghost in your school, you would even have you are going to play with history. Do you think you are qualified to say this to me? I am just solving the inequality. A city of moles is smaller than all wizards, so I chose to sacrifice them. I repeat, for the greater good. These sacrifices are insignificant. Don't you think Ariana's death is irrelevant? Dumbledore could no longer control his expression, roared, and with a wave of his hand, the magical power from the tip of the wand cut off a corner of the tower platform. Hearing these words, Grindelwald's expression froze. He stood silently opposite Dumbledore, and the two people looked in opposite directions. Except for the corners of the clothes and hair that were blown by the wind, The scene at this time seemed to be a frame of stop-motion animation. "Are you here this time to discuss these old things with me?" After a long time, Grindelwald spoke slowly, and his tone was no longer as confident as he was before. He sighed, not knowing where to take out a cigarette hung in his mouth, and constantly rummaged through his body. After a while, he turned around empty-handed and said, "Oh, I lost my lighter that time and I never smoked again. I thought I was early, I quit. But ha ha." Grindelwald laughed dryly, took the cigarette in his mouth and threw it aside, crushed it with his toes, and said earnestly, "I think what happened back then was definitely not what any of us wanted to see. I thought today will be a touching reunion, but if you have to mention the old things today, then I will not escape. I admit that in my life, I have done some wrong things, but believe it or not, everything is done so that these tragedies will never happen again." "So you set fire to Paris, disperse countless family wives and destroy their families?" Dumbledore gradually grasped the initiative of the conversation, and pursued them with victory. "Their tragedy is not a tragedy, is it? Just you, Gellert Green, is the tragedy that Duo admits is a tragedy?" "I never said that. But for the benefit of the majority, it is necessary for the minority to bear some bad things. This is a necessary sacrifice. You're already poor in words, Gellert." Dumbledore's lips curled up and said mockingly, "But I don't want to argue with you today. I just want to tell you that I don't blame you for what happened back then. Ariana is I killed it." "Back then ... what?" Grindelwald widened his eyes and seemed to have completely lost his ability to manage expressions. He retorted in surprise, No, we all know what happened at that time." "She know?" Dumbledore stepped forward, approached the surprised Grindelwald, staring into his eyes, and said, "One of my students taught me this. When a riot broke out, everyone wearing shoes was the murderer who tramples on others, let alone a relative like me." Although she and him may disagree, Dumbledore showed a bitter expression, shook his head helplessly, and repeated, "Although they may not agree." Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore, who was completely different from the past. As this conversation turned into a dispute, you two of them took a step forward, and I took a step forward. At the beginning, the two separated sides were about to face each other. "Is this your student Nelson Wiltning?" Grindelwald asked suddenly nonchalantly. "Yes, it was him." Dumbledore didn't deny it, but the moment he heard the name, a sense of powerlessness surged into his heart. "I think he is better than you." Grindelwald shrugged. "After I personally told him about his life, he could even chat with me without changing his face. It's that moment I felt his murderous intent. But it disappeared immediately. Do you know, Albus, I think if one day in the future, if he can die in his hands, that will be a really interesting and meaningful way to die." "What did you do with him?" Dumbledore asked nervously. "What did you do to him?" "I didn't do anything. I just helped him recognize his talent. I didn't even help him expel the curly-winged demon who was hidden by your side." "That's not me who knows." Grindelwald interrupted Dumbledore's argument again, and said triumphantly, "Compared to the principal who forced him to leave, I feel that everything I do is more like a qualified educator. I gave him a place to stay in troubled times. I opened the new Mungard library for him. I told him everything that happened that year without reservation. I immediately started the dispute with your Alzheimer's principal. He arranged for him to go to the safest place, and arranged for the best educators among the saints to teach him the lessons for the next few years. I even paid for him to eat casually in the restaurant downstairs. Don't worry, Albus, you may look down on him, but he is a treasure to me, a person who has never appeared in the future. I predict he will surprise you." Dumbledore looked terrified, his eyes full of worry. "No, not thinking about cutting weeds and roots," Grindelwald said with an exaggerated expression. "You tell me, I believe he will surprise me too. Sometimes I even think that he won't be you. Dedicated to my heir. I have the same prophetic talent as me, good magical talent, and that insight in mind. I am already surprised that a man with the upper body of a winged demon can walk to Europe alive. I didn't expect him to do better." Gellert, Our business shouldn't be carried over to the next generation. Dumbledore took a step forward, almost touching Grindelwald. He said seriously, "You shouldn't be like this." I just gave him hatred, gave him a chance, and finally gave him strength. Grindelwald spread his hands as if to embrace Dumbledore, just like you did back then. "You are too narrow. You think of others as narrow as you." Dumbledore suddenly stretched out his hands, hugged Grindelwald tightly, and jumped aside in his surprised eyes. "I can't hurt you. But I can hurt myself by pulling you. I have to say, you are a lot smarter." Grindelwald fell sharply down in Dumbledore's arms. He spread his arms and felt the wind around his body. A tall building burned, and then he hugged Dumbledore with his backhand and smiled. "If you keep holding like this, I am willing to accompany you to die. But there is another proud disciple of yours in that building, the first in grade, Tom Marvolo Riddle. He was also fortunate to participate in our ceremony." After all, Grindelwald closed his eyes and enjoyed the weightlessness and heart rate surge brought by the fall. The wind around him became so subtle that he could even hear Dumbledore's heartbeat. Halfway through, he suddenly felt his arms empty, opened his eyes, and the fire in that building went out. Grindelwald smiled, closed his eyes, and fell freely. The conversation was meaningless, but he was very happy. When he was about to bottom out, he suddenly disappeared with the Voltura bats entrenched in the sky above Paris. The noon sun shone on the earth abruptly, wrapping the whole city in the light. With the arrival of the sun, the temperature of Paris also changed, slowly rising. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website, 139 chapters. Hasty rest, calm water. You always look forward and backward. This is the biggest reason why everything goes wrong with you. When Grindelwald was about to fall to the ground, a black, slender and scarred wand suddenly appeared in the hands of Grindelwald. This wand looked like a failed product of a wand-shop apprentice, but only those who really understood its name people know what bloody history is behind this inconspicuous or even ugly wooden stick. The old wand, the elderberry wand, the fate stick. These are the names of this wand. After obtaining it from Grigovich, Grindelwald never let this powerful wand leave his hand again. Trust the old magic wand more than trusting his own subordinates. Many times, Grindelwald, who seems to have empty hands, has already let it hide in the shadow of his palm. Goodbye, Albus. Grindelwald took the Voldbat and left. The saints who were fighting on the front line of the hidden place saw the blue sky restored, and their apparitions left in an orderly manner. After the powerful wizard broke off the periphery, the pride of the French Ministry of Magic, Leo men can only look at the dwindling enemies, and helplessly watch them leave. This is the first time the wizarding world has faced the saints since Grindelwald escaped from prison 12 years ago and convened his subordinates. It also made them more and more surprised by the amazing combat power and execution power of this well-trained team. A team can fight back and forth with the most elite in a country. People are surprised at their strength, surprised at their concealment, and even more surprised at Grindelwald's purpose, who secretly cultivated an army of wizards. What do you want to do? But when the saints left, the focus of the wizards was no longer on this team. When cleaning up the chicken feathers in the hidden place, fear and luck came to their hearts at the same time. Soon, they began to think about peace, Grindelwald's reconciliation-related matters, and what's more, looking at the increasingly powerful Newmangad, the mind of cooperating and working for results came into being. The history of mankind always tells people a truth, that is, mankind can seldom learn from history. With Grindelwald's departure, the sky in Paris really cleared up, bringing long-lost warmth to this winter city. The residents of the city suddenly remembered the most important thing of the day and pushed their houses away. The door walked up the street, and the crisscross streets and alleys were suddenly filled with bustling people. No one cares why there are so many people late today, just as no one cares what day or day it is today. Everything is no different from the past. except that there are suddenly many strangely dressed guys in the small alley next to the Paris Opera. Their expressions are solemn and the queue is organized. From the alley, they carried out large black wooden boxes. Those who carried the wooden boxes, when people leave the lane, they merge into the crowd and disappear. The citizens passing by are thinking, they won't be the kind of association that conducts illegal transactions. I have to leave here as soon as possible. Only around the cemetery of Father Lachaise, there are many more unnamed tombs. The situation has become a little different. The heroes have suffered heavy losses, but the saints who launched the attack did not take anything from the hidden. They seem to have done nothing, even as they said, this is just one thing. A passive counterattack due to Armando Dupete's use of force. The counterattack was over. Armando left the hiding place early, not knowing where he went, and the saints who had made enough trouble also left quietly. Only sporadic conflicts continued to occur at the gate of Hogwarts' local area. Such hasty results always make people wonder whether this so-called wizarding war really happened. Spring is coming. March 9, 1941. On Sunday, Nelson, who had finished his new week course, went to Boston to hang out. He found a beach with few people and sat on the beach to watch the clouds. Sharp-eyed Nelson saw a wooden box floating on the sea, and beckoned the puppy to swim over and grab it. When Dinkers jumped into the sea, an old man sat down beside him. André, who hadn't been in contact for a long time, finally found Nelson while he was wandering in Boston. He patted the sand on the ground and built a castle casually. "Oh, André, you have a new scar on your face." Seeing the visitor, Nelson raised his eyebrows and greeted him. "What are you talking about? I already have so many scars on my face." André shook his head, rubbed his face, and asked in a low voice, "Is it really obvious?" "Of course, even on your scarred face, they are conspicuous." Nelson took a silver mirror out of his pocket and stood in front of André. André stared at the mirror carefully, sighed, and said, "How come your headmaster did not act lightly or severely?" "What a weird thing." Nelson waved his hand, and there was a short-legged dragon spitting fire to the sky at the top of André's castle. A dark wizard blamed other people for making heavy moves. "Although I am a dark wizard, I do it lightly." André moved his eyes, and the mirror turned into a small silver ball immediately after completing the mission, and bounced back into Nelson's pocket. "You have made a lot of progress, Nelson," André exclaimed. "I think you can try to learn Animagus." "Do you know Animagus?" "I do not know." "Then I won't follow your advice." Nelson shook his head and asked, "By the way, did you take Barry back?" Nelson was still thinking about Barry, who was being asked for a ransom in front of the meat ticket, until he saw André's slowly falling face. André raised his arm and shrugged in a very slow motion. "Hey, are you serious?" Nelson's exclamation even affected the tourists on the nearby beach, causing them to look over. He lowered his voice and asked, "It's March now." "March?" "He is here. It's been almost half a year." "Don't worry, they are very trustworthy," André quibbled. "They also know that I'm busy these days, and they will definitely entertain Barry with delicious food." "I'm afraid that waiting for you. Barry's fighting ability has been trained to the same level as Zweig." Nelson curled his lips and looked at Dinker, who was dragging the wooden box towards him with a brown hinge on the sea. "See," stood up and pulled the box. "Not so," André continued to quibble. "Barry is impatient. He won't become like Zweig." "Is this important?" "The important thing is that he is still in the hands of those people." Nelson vomited, and then opened Dinka's mouth to check carefully. "Don't cut your mouth. If you get tetanus, Liuolian will definitely make me feel painful." "Don't worry, I was joking." André raised his eyebrows. "He has been picked up by me. Now he is studying history with Master Grindelwald's aunt, and he still misses those fairy tales." Nelson ignored him, just carried the box and set it expectantly. "What?" Seeing the stamp of 1773 on the rotten wooden box, Nelson was shocked. After learning that the antique that Tom was thinking of was Ravenclaw's door knocker, Nelson was not very good. The stuff of the past few years is extremely sensitive. After looking around and discovering that there is no one around, He took out his wand and tapped the hinge of the barnacle that was already covered with it. As the chains scattered, he saw a black box, wet and an unknown object with a lethal smell. He threw the box out with a wave of his hand, and stretched out his hand in the seawater to wash it with lingering fear. Others pick up treasure chests to find old antiques. Only I found biochemical weapons. This thing is much worse than tetanus. It's disgusting. That's tea. The knowledgeable Andre said. Thank God. If it weren't for you to tell me this, I should be able to eat today's lunch. Nelson rolled his eyes. I was still going to drink tea at noon, but you told me that this box of tatters is hundreds of years old. Tea? This box of tea should be unusual, Andre said, raising his eyebrows. Boston, tea, 1773. I think anyone who reads a book will know what this is. Nelson surreptitiously took out his wand and pointed at the box. It flew far away as if it was equipped with an engine. Turning his head to ask, said, "Are you ready to become a chipmunk?" "What? You came to me. Aren't you planning to implement a plan to attack Ifamoni?" "When did I make this plan?" "Then why are you looking for me?" "You can't miss me, right? Can't it?" GGGGG. Andre made the kind of Hong Kong comic-style laugh again. He patted the ground and said with a smile, "Remember the wizard highway I told you before?" "Remember." Nelson nodded, and said, "Your soldiers and military asset transmission devices, I have to say, they are very forward-thinking." "It's fixed," Andre said. "Just in Krakow. We are short of manpower now, so I have to ask you to be the administrator of the transfer station." "Isn't it?" Nelson immediately made a bitter face and wanted to refuse. "You tell me, I have only enjoyed my school life for a few months. Can you not let me accept social lashes so early?" "Who dares to flog you?" Andre exhaled and said, "You don't need to do anything, as long as you show up when nothing is wrong. Tell those moles that we have someone there, so that they don't think about the things that are there and nothing every time the wizard's passing by the hub are led by saints. You don't have to do anything. I will add the positioning of your cane so that you can check it out when you are off. Get out of class and go to the toilet." "Thank you. I won't go to the bathroom after class." Nelson's face was still wrinkled like a bitter gourd, "but I'm going to New York next week, so I might have to report next week as soon as possible." "It's okay." Andre showed a helpless expression. "Master Grindelwald said in person, I want to find something for you, so you know. Give me the cane. I have a new version of the positioning magic here." "So you found me on this cane?" Nelson asked suddenly. "Ah. Well," Andre looked left and right, chanting a spell on Nelson's stick. "Who knows? You can just recite Krakow directly at that time, and it will send you there." Hee. "I don't think I will carry it with me anymore. I will apparat anyway." Nelson stopped asking, but instead asked, "By the way, do you know where Principal Deepit is?" "We have been for a long time. I haven't seen him at school, and there is even a rumor that he has gone to participate in the selection of the most popular principal of Hogwarts ever." "Are you competing on the same stage with a group of portraits?" Andre laughed. "Do you want this kind of selection?" "No," Nelson said, spreading his hand. "I asked for this for a friend. He actually want to express that the principal has disappeared for a long time. Since he left the scar on your face, then I think you should know that he is here." "What are you doing?" "I do know what he is doing." Andre shook unconsciously. "Did you see a group of wizards surrounded there when you left New Mungate?" "Yes." Nelson nodded. "That's the team led by Armanda Dupit." Andre looked a little lingering. "I met him in the hidden place, and he chased me for 5 months. Just before last week, he's still chasing me." 5 months. 5 months. "Why?" Nelson asked curiously. "You have hatred with him?" "No." Andre shook his head. "It was the first time I talked to him that time. He was like a lunatic, holding on to me, and I couldn't beat him again. To be honest, I felt Newmont no one can beat Gad except Lord Grindelwald. I really don't know what medicine he took wrong. His energy and magic are not like an old man of this age. I let Zweig be in front of him. He demolished a section of the Hogwarts city wall, without even looking at it. He chased after me." Nelson was even more curious. Can this make you run? Dumbledore persuaded him to go back. Andre imitated vividly. We demolished the city wall that day, and Dumbledore was standing on the opposite side. Seriously, I thought I was dead at that time, but he glanced at me, and then talked to Dippet, saying, Hogwarts can't live without the principal. You are not only a father, you are also a principal. I didn't understand it. As if I killed his son. Did you kill his son? Of course not. Andre denied. I don't even know who his son is. I really don't know. I never killed anyone. Looking at Nelson's suspicious expression, Andre looked a little anxious, and he said, really? On Dumbledore's side, I and Newt C. Command is more familiar. I used to resell magical animals. If you don't believe me, ask him. I believe it. I believe it. Nelson waved his hand. But speaking of fantastic beasts, I want to consult you with a question. What is the problem? Do you know the curly-winged demon? Nelson asked. Do you know where the curly-winged demon usually fights such magical animals? What? Where is the curly-winged demon? The curly-winged demon in nature has been extinct. Andre was very excited when he heard the name of the curly-winged demon. The curly-winged demon needs to be raised by the human brain. There is only the oldest black magic. The family masters the method of feeding. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website. 114 Chapter New York Senior. I am here. At the junction of Broadway and 7th Avenue, Nelson, holding a black umbrella, saw Newt standing under a telephone pole. Against the backdrop of the simple long lines of the windbreaker, Newt's somewhat humpbacked body looked extremely slender. Standing up the collar of the trench coat, wearing a big black hat, carrying the iconic suitcase, it looked sneaky. Like a spy waiting for the informant to connect on the street. Although it was technologically backward in 1940, Times Square can already faintly see its future prosperity. The muddy ground cannot see the material. Pedestrians and vehicles pass through the muddy streets. The traffic situation is extremely chaotic. Nelson looked at the timing and confused. The traffic was stopped in the flow of people crossing the road, crossed to the opposite side of the street, and ran towards Newt. Several workers wearing wooden hard hats were carrying a bronze pillar into the pit on the street. Nelson glanced at it as he passed by, and it seemed to be a traffic light. It seemed that the City Hall was also suffering from the traffic of Times Square for a long time. Hush! Newt raised his index finger, placed it to his mouth, and motioned to Nelson to whisper. He looked left and right, beckoned, and walked in Nelson's direction. What's the matter? Nelson trotted to the side of Newt, raised his head and asked, what's the matter with you? Be so careful. How do you say it? Newt unbuttoned the top button of the trench coat and whispered, I'm a little inconvenienced to move here. This is, a problem left over from history, and you know, Principal Dippet did it. At the time of the incident, I happened to be a guest in Newmangate, so I can't tell if I have a mouthful. Ha ha, Nelson teased. I think they should think that you fit inside and out. Yes. Newt took Nelson's arm and led him to the alley on the side of the street, and said, you can call me Newt, don't say your full name, but to be honest, I really didn't get along with them inside and outside. I don't even know about it. I know, it's better to say that I did it. Nelson shrugged, turned into the alley with Newt, and watched him finish his disguise. After a while, two blonde men in trench coats, one tall and one short, came out. It's like a young uncle taking his nephew into the city to meet the world. Let's go to eat cake today. Newt raised his arm, looked at his watch, and said, after that, I will show you some magical institutions in the United States, but we can only take a look at the periphery. Well, it's some history. Remaining problem. I understand. Nelson raised his eyebrows, showing an expression of understanding. You didn't have breakfast, did you? Newt asked. There are so many things in the store. If you want to taste them all, you might be full. I know, I keep my belly. Nelson patted his belly. The waffle last time left a very deep impression on me. So I look forward to it very much. I will taste it today. Yeah? Newton nodded and led Nelson down 7th Avenue. Newt, Is that cake shop opened by your friend? Nelson asked curiously as he walked on the road. How could a wizard open a cake shop in New York? Yes, but he is not a wizard, and he is not a cake shop, he is a bakery. Newt shook his head and explained. He is a mole. The mole is called mole in the United States. He and I are 10. I met you a few years ago when you were born. Oh, is your friendship as long as mine? Then you have to wish me a long life. Nelson smiled. He was very interested in the friendship between a famous wizard and an ordinary person, and asked, will it be convenient to tell me your story? Ha ha, I wish you a long life. Newt was amused, patted the suitcase in his hand, and said, I went to New York to do business. You know, there are many magical animals in my suitcase. I know, it impresses me. Nelson shook his umbrella, saw a speeding car, dodged the splashing mud pips. He used to work in a factory in New York, as if he was making canned food. Newt said with a reminiscence in his eyes. He is a funny guy, and his dream is to open a bakery with his grandmother's secret recipe. At that time, he leaving everything behind. I want to make a fortune in New York with a secret recipe and his love of baking. Anyone who can leave everything behind can almost succeed, right? Nelson tried to make a qualified tease. That's not enough. Most people who left everything really lost everything. Newt glanced at Nelson, shrugged, and said, I just came from New York at that time. Coincidentally, this is mine. The suitcase looks exactly like his suitcase. So you took the wrong box? Nelson thought of many famous openings in the story and smiled. I think it's like holding the wrong child in a hospital. These two same boxes will always produce some strange entanglements. Yes, New Feature nodded, I think so. Think about it, if a person who has no magic at all gets a box full of magical animals, a lot of chaos will happen. Of course. He has indeed caused it. A lot of confusion. This is my mistake. I pulled in a person who is not part of the magical world in a rude manner. I can imagine it, Nelson echoed, but I don't think this is a mistake. After all, a mole would never know the truth of the world without this opportunity. Although we can't be sure about ourselves. The world we understand is real, but there is always more. But moles can't resist the danger and invasion of the magical world. I dragged him into the danger. Newt shook his head and said, it's a mistake. Because of this fate, we wizards, there are people from the Ministry of Magic, vagrants, and I, a wanted man who dropped out of Hogwarts, and a mole who specializes in cooking bread. Several of us have embarked on a wonderful adventure, and even let Grindelwald suffered. That's really great, Nelson exclaimed. You have such wonderful memories, and the relationship must be very good. Yes, we used to be very good friends. He even fell in love with a very good witch. Newt smiled happily on his face, blinked again after a while, smiled bitterly, but I think he shouldn't remember me now. Don't remember you? Nelson asked. How could it be? Did someone cast an oblivion spell on him? Yes, Newton said, nodding, leaving 7th Avenue, turning into a relatively remote but spacious street, and pointing to a small street shop with smoke from the chimney in front. His bakery is there. Nelson followed his fingers. The small storefront only had a wooden door and a cupboard. The glass cupboard was filled with all kinds of pastries. There were neither long nor short lines outside the shop. Compared with this one other shops on the remote street, this bakery can be said to be booming business. The United States is arguably the country that abides by secrecy laws the most. Newt continued. It may be related to their history. A historical figure in Ifame only once disclosed the existence of magic and was attacked by moles. Did moles attack wizards? Nelson asked suspiciously. Historical figures? That should be a long time ago. Can moles cause harm to wizards at the time? No, but it can cause trouble to the wizard's life. Newt shrugged. It may be poisoning the water source or something. I don't know much about it. If you like history, you can check it out. I heard someone say it back then. It seems to be called the 12 Trees, and it belongs to the same family as the current principal of Ifame Uni. Headmaster? Nelson thought, no wonder he is called Scritf. Is it confidential? Ha ha ha. Newt smiled a little strangely, and continued after laughing. Jacob, it is my friend, because he learned too much about magic afterwards, and because of the influence of the secrecy law, his memory was erased, and he can't remember the past. We can only secretly help him open a shop here, and dare not tell him. Don't remember anything? Nelson raised his tone. Then he doesn't remember his friendship with you, his experience, and even the witch who fell in love with him? How could the Ministry of Magic do such a thing to moles? What? In fact, they just strictly abide by the law. Newt shook his head somewhat lonely. But my aunt and uncle, they also know the existence of the magical world. There are still many mole-born students in our school. Isn't it true that in the United States, after a mole family has a wizard, you have to become like this child? Nelson questioned. I mean, is their approach a bit harsh? Mole relatives of American wizards are also allowed access to the magical world. Isn't his lover a wizard? Is it because they are not married? Yes. Newt lowered his head. This is also the problem. Genie, his lover, was taken away by Grindelwald 12 years ago. His lover is gone, so he soon was casted the forgotten curse. We couldn't even find Queenie. This is really a pity. Maybe when Queenie comes back, he will be able to restore his memory. Forgetting and recovering. What do you think of people? The US Ministry of Magic is really bad. Nelson sneered. In fact, many wizards don't treat moles as human beings. In their opinion, moles and the magical animals that can be purchased in Diagon Alley are no different from the house elves raised in the family. With frowning Nelson, Newt patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't think about it, we're here." Nelson looked up. The two were already at the end of the line in front of the bakery. He glanced at the sign and asked, "What is your friend's name?" "Jacob. I mean the full name." "Jacob Kalski." "What's the matter?" "JK is it?" "Yes." Newt looked at Nelson and asked strangely, "What are you asking about this for?" "I'm just thinking, according to the general naming rules, it should be JK Bakery on the signboard of this store," Nelson said, pointing his finger at the signboard. "Then what does this JQK Bakery mean? Because he likes playing cards, right?" "Q? What Q?" "His shop name is obviously JK." Newt looked up at the sign with a puzzled face, and a red, brand new letter Q was inserted abruptly in the middle of the black letters that had fallen out of paint. Opened his mouth in astonishment and muttered to herself, "Queenie?" After all, he was like rushing into the store immediately. Nelson grabbed him and said, "Newt, line up, line up." Besides, if he doesn't remember, are you breaking the confidentiality law? Anyway, I violated more than this, Newt said eagerly as he had more debts. You might as well wait until you entered the store before you come in contact with him, otherwise he will be seen and his memory will be erased again. That would be too miserable. Nelson persuaded, if he remembers, he will always show familiarity. Performance. That's what you said. Newt stood in the queue a little anxiously, craned his neck and looked forward. But he is familiar with me now, because I am a frequent visitor to this store. Oh, this team will have at least 20 minutes before our turn. So long? Is this bread freshly baked? Nelson complained. Seeing the anxious Newt, he had to find another topic. That happens to be, I have something about magical animals that I want to ask. Oh yes? I forgot if you don't tell me, said Fantastic Beasts. Newt immediately regained his senses and asked, what do you want to ask? The letter doesn't explain it clearly, it's mysterious. That's it, Nelson whispered. Do you know the curly-winged demon? Curl-winged demon? Hearing this name, Newt immediately changed his face, took Nelson a few steps away from the crowd, and leaned closer to his face and asked in a low voice, why did you ask? Curl-winged demon. Where did you meet it? Where? This kind of magical animals is very dangerous. Yes, I met it. Nelson nodded and said, are you familiar with it? Yes, I'm too familiar. When I changed the wrong suitcase, there was one in the suitcase. Newton nodded, and he was about to reach out to grab Nelson's head. Are you okay? There is nothing wrong with your brain, right? No, Nelson said, dodging. I caught a curly-winged demon by my side at the end of last year. It didn't seem to be able to gouge through my head, but I can clearly feel it for more than a year. My memory has deteriorated, so I suspect that I may have been affected by its venom. I have always wanted to ask you to help solve the problem. But where is it? You didn't kill it, did you? Newt asked hurriedly. Where I live, is still alive and locked in a cage by me. Is there any use? That's good, Newt said with a sigh of relief. If you kill it, it will be difficult. The solution to the Coldwind Devil toxin is actually very simple. Just like the emergency treatment of alcoholism, it's the same as pouring him diluted wine. Seeing that you have caught it before you become a fool, I'm relieved. The method of interpretation is very simple. Just remember. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website. Chapter 145 Lost Lovers. JQK Bakery is an old shop in the past. Although it has only been established for more than 10 years, for this young city, a 10-year shop is enough to become a precious memory in some people's lives. Not to mention that the quality of the bread in the store is also good. After a long distance, Nelson smelled a strong creamy fragrance, which is different from the sweet and dizzying taste at the entrance of ordinary bakery. This fragrance is mixed with malt, with the unique aroma of all kinds of roasted grains. It is sweet and elegant at the same time, which makes people passing by involuntarily enter the store to taste it. After a while, the team finally moved to the place where Nelson and Newt were. The bakery has only one small door. The window next to the door occupies most of the facade. It seems that the door and the signboard are a bit small, but this also shows the owner's confidence. The shop window was filled with all kinds of cute pastries. Nelson pointed to a pink elephant and asked, Newt, this doesn't look like an ordinary animal. Yes, Jacob's Bakery is so popular, not only because his secret recipe is really delicious, but also because of his extraordinary imagination in the shape of bread. Newt nodded approvingly and said, so sometimes he also thinks that he may actually remember those things before. Look at that pony that farts on the rainbow. It looks like a unicorn. Sir, that's a unicorn. An old lady in a pink shirt turned around and stared at Newt with an ugly expression. That's not a rainbow fart. It's a cloud created by a unicorn flying. If you don't want to buy this one, please don't comment on it at will. Your description has hurt my desire to buy. Hug. I'm sorry, Newt said with a smile, touching the back of his head. Sorry, I speak too loudly. I hope you can pay attention to it in the future, but you take your child out to play, don't teach him badly. The old lady said righteously, it's right to be an example of an elder. I'm not. Newt was stared at by the old lady, so he had to say, thank you for your reminder. I will pay attention. The old lady turned contentedly and walked into the bakery, leaving Nelson standing behind Newt, covering her mouth and smiling. Newt pouted, and after a while, the old lady came out carrying a large paper bag and a transparent cake box. There is an identical unicorn inside. It's so cute. Newt leaned over to let the old man pass, and Nelson looked at the cake box in her hand and praised. Oh, boy, your mouth is so sweet. The old lady grinned, as if Jacob's bread was praised more happily than she was praised. She poured the cake box into her other hand. He took his free hand and patted Nelson's head, then took out a puff from the paper bag and stuffed it into Nelson's hand firmly. What a good polite boy. Are you hungry after waiting so long? Eat a puff foo. Then, she left the puff involuntarily, turned and left. Thank you. Nelson glanced blankly at the puff in his hand, took it and took a bite. And took a bite down. The soft and smooth chocolate cream gushing out of the cracked buttery crust, the sweet taste filled him. Nelson tasted his mouth carefully, watching the old man walking away from his back, and said vaguely, Newt, look, you can cheat you by talking like me. You guy. Newt bent down, rubbed Nelson's hair into a mess, raised his leg and walked into the shop. Did you not listen to the old lady telling you? Be polite and don't talk while eating. Okay. Nelson swallowed, stuffed the remaining half into his mouth, and walked into the store. There are two other customers in line at the counter, like a couple, arguing about whether to eat strawberry or apple. Behind the counter stands a smiling fat man who is not tall. It can even be said to be a little short, not much taller than the counter with three shelves. His face is very round, he has a pair of smiling eyebrows, and a horoscope-shaped who hangs tremblingly above his mouth. Norton has straight moustache. Jacob's beard is a bit messy, and upturned. It can be seen that he is an optimistic and cheerful man who enjoys life. He wore a beige apron with a lot of jam under the apron. He wore a shirt and vest suit meticulously. He even wore a tie. His hairline was a bit high and his face was even more covered. He didn't have much. The black hair is a little grey, and I don't know if it is grey hair from old age or flour from working in a bakery. As soon as Nelson walked into the store, he felt that although the space inside was packed full, there was still plenty of surplus. He once thought that Newt secretly helped his mole friend cast the unmarking stretching curse until he saw Jacob. The force-trick container in front of the clean white wall behind him was well kept, and he realized that it was the diligence of the owner that made this small store look so comfortable. On his calloused hands, every tiny palm print was filled with flour. Seeing Newt enter the door, Jacob raised his head. The wrinkles on his face also eased, raising his eyebrows to greet him happily. It made the already curving eyebrows even more cheerfully. "Newt, are you here?" "Well, Jacob." Newt put down the collar that had been standing up, took off his hat and nodded in greeting. "Long time no see." Indeed, Jacob expertly packed the 2 cakes that they finally decided to want, craned his neck and looked out of the store, and said, "It just so happens that there are no guests behind you. I think you are all ready to eat. It's lunch. What would you like to eat? Or waffles?" Newt cast a look at Nelson for advice. Jacob then saw Nelson standing behind the shelf. He raised his eyebrows higher, and looked back and forth over the heads of the 2 of them, thinking about the words for a while. Asked, "Newt, this time you go to Austria. The children are so old. Your hair color is really the same, although I have not seen many hair color changes with children." No, Newt explained, waving his hand. "This is a friend of mine, and I just dyed my hair for convenience." "Convenient?" Jacob turned and walked into the baking room behind him. He put on a pair of thick baking gloves and turned on the oven. From inside, he took out a tray full of small breads, which were kneaded into a flying wings. "The shape of the 4-legged giant bird looks very mighty, and the taste should be good." He nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is quite popular now. I saw the advertisement of the neutralizer a few days ago. Some neighbors suggested that I should dye my hair black, but in fact it is all just dipped in flour." "Yes, young." Newton nodded, looking at a group of fangs and dancing birds on Jacob's tray, and asked curiously, "What kind of animal are you?" "I don't know. I dreamed of it. I just thought it was cool. It should be very popular." "Try it." Jacob shook his head, took 2 pieces of steaming bread, and handed it to New Zealand. "Especially, divide your friends. It has no name. If you would like to give it a name, I would really appreciate it." Newt divided a piece of bread for Nelson, stared at the pastry in his hand and thought for a while, patted his head and said, "How about eagle-headed horse and beasts?" "I think the generalization is very comprehensive." "Yes," Jacob nodded, "but really, it's not as good as the flour fairy you got before." He poured all the bread in the tray into a wooden frame, leaned on the counter and looked at Nelson, who had eaten an eagle-headed horse and beast, and asked, "Mr. Over there, is this bread delicious?" "Very good." Nelson raised his thumb. His teeth flashed with a silver light. "Mr. Jacob, my name is Nelson." "Hello." Jacob greeted him and stared at a cake in the cupboard shaped like a woman sewing in a daze, until Newt asked him to bring him back to reality. "By the way, Jacob, if I remember correctly, your store name should have been JK before." Newt chewed on the eagle head of a eagle with a horse and a winged beast, carefully observing Jacob's expression, and said softly, asked, "What is the Q in the middle?" "Is the Q in the middle?" Jacob covered his forehead, and a small voice squeezed out between his teeth. He shook his head and said in pain, "I don't know, but I always feel that the most important part of my heart should be belonging to one person. A queen of mine is like there can be no J and K in a deck of cards. But haha, it may be because I have been single for too long, and even have hallucinations. Jacob smiled bitterly and shook his head. His forehead was full of sweat. He laboriously took out a folded pink handkerchief from his trouser pocket, wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathed quickly, and waved at Newt. "Sorry, I may have been single for too long, and I actually imagined that I once had a lover. Ha ha ha. Are you all right?" Newt rushed to the counter, grabbed Jacob's arm, and asked softly, "Will you tell me?" "It's no inconvenience, it's just a little shameful." "Can you please? I feel a little pain." Jacob patted Newt's hand and said, looking at the street outside the door, "I might really need to go. I got married with a girlfriend recently. I always dream of a girl who is close to me. She likes to wear beautiful clothes, but good clothes are too expensive, so we go to the cloth market every day to buy some fashionable cloth home. She does some tailoring work. I serve her with tea and water. She likes to eat the little biscuits I bake for her, and I like to bake her little biscuits. She is a very considerate person. She can always see what others are thinking, so she often buries her own thoughts in my heart," Jacob said, with a happy expression on his face. "A beautiful woman loves him, supports each other, and stays with him day and night. But I think it's better to be yourself. After all, I have me. Although I am just a baker, after all, I am the two of us, isn't it?" "It's okay." Newt reached his back, and when he reached out again, already holding a glass of water, he put the glass to Jacob's mouth and said, "Drink some water, it will be fine." Jacob took a sip of water, coughed twice, and his eyes gradually returned to Kingming. He shook his head, like a falling raccoon shaking off the water on his body, and then asked, "By the way, you want to eat?" "What? Was it still a waffle?" "It's still baking in the oven, I'll check it out." Waffle, trouble you." Newfeature nodded, and when Jacob turned and walked into the baking room, he turned and walked towards Nelson. "Did you see?" Newt said worriedly. "What kind of crappy wizards are in the United States Ministry of Magic? Look at that. It is obviously a manifestation of magical failure." He just barely said Queenie's name. "Queenie? Is that the witch who likes to wear beautiful clothes but has no money to buy and can only do it herself, but was taken away by Grindelwald in the end?" Nelson raised an eyebrow and asked, "But I have never heard of Newmont Gadley." "There is such a person. There are more people under Grindelwald than you have seen." Newt shook his head and asked anxiously, "How is your potion? Do you know how to deal with this situation?" "You have been in the hospital for a sudden illness." Nelson said he was helpless. "Seriously, I have less education than you did when you graduated, and I didn't learn very well in the potions class, and I struggled with life and death. Okay." Newt looked out the window and paced the shop. "Seriously, I just talked about that woman, and I felt that Jacob looked like me who was poisoned by the curly wings." "Yes." Newt smashed his right fist to his left palm, and said, "You have a curly wing demon, and the toxin of the curly wing demon can be used. Sorry, Senior, I can't give it to you." Nelson immediately understood what Newt wanted to do. "It won't do anything about it, and it won't affect your detoxification," Newt said with a hint of pleading in his tone. "I can't just watch him being tortured by the lame forgetting curse. Because of this, I can't give the curly wing demon to you." Nelson refused. "How do you know that he didn't really love Queenie and used 10 years to break through oblivion with the willpower of a male? The curse blocks the memory. If this is the case, is it a bit more cruel if you use the toxin of the curly wing demon to make him forget these things?" But Newt bit his lower lip, trying to refute, but saw a pink figure flashing past the window. Queenie. The woman passing by the window looked into the store, and she happened to have eyes facing Newt. Both of them showed shocked expressions. Newt buckled his hat on the wooden post next to the shelf. He didn't even have time to get his box, so he yelled, picked up his wand and chased it out. "Help me take a good look at the box and come back in a while." Newt disappeared like the wind, leaving Nelson standing alone by the box. A small hand covered with scales seemed to notice the owner's departure. He sneaked out of the box and touched the lock. Nelson a slap on it. It shook, and immediately retracted. At the same time, Jacob, who heard Newt's weird call, rushed out of the baking room, wearing a slanted chef hat. His pupils vibrated, repeating the name Newt called out when he left: Guinea, Guinea, Queenie, Guinea. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, Chapter 146. Weird Duel Invitation reunited after a long time. Huh? Jacob maintained his jaw-dropping motion and suddenly stayed on the spot, looking out the window with his mouth open, his eyes unblinking, until Nelson saw Grindelwald coming out from behind the shelf. He realized that Jacob had been caught. The petrification spell locked the movement and was difficult to move. Grindelwald took off a glove, picked up a biscuit from the shelf, bit it down, and made a crisp sound. He nodded in satisfaction, enjoying the craftsmanship that Jacob was proud of, chewing slowly, and then swallowing it. There was a clear and audible sound of food sliding through the pipe in the silent shop. It's touching, isn't it? Grindelwald said to Nelson with his arms supporting the cabinet and looking out the window. This kind of drama, two friends who live in different worlds have reunited after a long time, but forget each other because of force majeure. How? Well, how intoxicating. Mr. Grindelwald? Nelson greeted softly. Oh, Nelson. Grindelwald clapped his hands as if he had just seen Nelson, and said in surprise, You are here. Do you like it? Yes, Mr. Grindelwald, Nelson said with a frown and nodded. If you can solve Mr. Kulski's petrification curse, so much the better. Speaking of it, the two of us have reunited after a long time. Grindelwald didn't seem to hear Nelson's request. He pulled a chair and sat at the table next to the window for guests to rest, watching the street with his chin on his arm. The scenery above. Did White take you to Ifamoni? How was the teaching there? Are you still used to it? Fortunately, the level of the teachers of Ifamoni is also very high, not worse than Hogwarts. By the way, do you know when I came? Nelson passed by Jacob, walked towards Grindelwald, and squeezed Jacob's arm easily. He found that Jacob's body was unusually stiff, not as if he had been hit by a petrification curse. He walked to the table, pulled the chair across from Grindelwald, and asked, Mr. Grindelwald, why don't you solve the curse on Mr. Kulski first, so that we can talk more easily? Do you sympathize with him? Grindelwald suddenly raised his head and asked Nelson's eyes. Mr. Grindelwald, what are you talking about? I just don't think we should have a mole standing by and eavesdropping. Nelson shrugged. He only knew that Grindelwald hated moles. I didn't know his specific attitude, so I thought about the words and said, that's a little shameful. Look, you are still not frank enough. Grindelwald smiled and put down his arms, turned to face Nelson, and waved his hand. Bottles and cans emptied from the shelves, forming a perfect table. After afternoon tea, he pointed his finger, and the clear water in the transparent glass jar began to boil. If you are afraid of eavesdropping, then you don't need to mind at all. He can't hear outside sounds. When the magic is lifted, his thinking will be different for a few minutes. There was no difference before. Well, I just think that you must have something important to come to America. So, Nelson shrugged. My business is not important. Your business is more important. Grindelwald picked up a cookie and joked. So you still sympathize with this Mel? In fact, I like him very much. He does have a set of desserts. My Mel is what I accept. Everyone has their own strengths and each fulfills their duties, which is great. That's awesome, Nelson said insincerely and applauded. You don't think it's great? Grindelwald turned his head and stared at Nelson with his right eye. Nelson looked at his gradually whitening pupils and moved his eyes. He went on and said, it just happens that there is nothing to do this afternoon. Let's play a game. Game? Nelson asked suspiciously. Yes. The game can be regarded as the leader of Newman get to check the learning results of the residency, who can also understand it as an invitation to a duel. But you are still young, so too weak. I am afraid my magic tore you to pieces easily. Grindelwald turned his face to Nelson again. His eyes returned the same wink. He glanced at the sign and pointed to the stiffened Jacob and said, This hemp Mystigwa, ya Jacob Kowalski. Seeing Grindelwald's shell, Nelson said, "Yes, Jacob Kowalski, you know, I don't remember the names of those unknown people." Grindelwald shrugged and continued to ask, "Have you learned the duel spell? I mean, this course should be called Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts." "Learned," Nelson nodded, "but I only studied for a year." "I don't know, it doesn't matter." Grindelwald was very happy. He clapped his hands and raised his eyebrows. For the pitiful person, how much he can comprehend a spell depends on his understanding, not his contact. "How long should you have only been in first grade, right?" "Yes." Nelson squinted. He became increasingly confused about what Grindelwald wanted to do. He leaned on the chair in front of him and asked softly, "Mr. Grindelwald, what do you want to do?" "What I don't want to do, I just want to get back the joy of wizard duels. Since I became the notorious Dark Wizard, no one has dared to fight me again." Grindelwald shrugged and said, "Now, I want to teach you a spell, a very simple but very practical spell. It is called a disarming spell. Do you know?" "I know." Nelson just wanted to say that he would actually do it, and after thinking about it, he closed his mouth. "If, in the next duel, you win me, that is, take my wand away with the disarming curse, then I will, as you wish, untie the curse on Mr. Cover's ear." Grindelwald, he seemed to think he was boring game genius. He became more and more intoxicated, and said excitedly, "But if you lose, that is, if you don't take my wand from my hand, then you can only wait until 12 hours later. The curse is lifted by itself." This curse is the prototype of the petrified curse. It needs to be cast with ancient magic texts, so it is more powerful and more effective. Only a special anti-curse can be unlocked. Nelson nodded, indicating that he understood. "Listen well, the spell is called Weapon from You." For a long time, it was the first spell that Durmstrang students learned. Grindelwald took the scarred one from his arms. The old magic wand said seriously, "I look forward to it. Its spellcasting action is like this." Grindelwald raised his arm and was about to demonstrate to Nelson. When he read the first syllable, a red light suddenly filled the shop. "Except for your weapons." After a loud noise, Nelson held his wand in the smoke and pointed it directly at where Grindelwald had just stood. "Yes, Nelson, your spell is full of anger, and strong emotions are the only magic weapon to amplify any spell." The smoke cleared. Grindelwald stood on the spot and said approvingly, holding his wand, "I don't have to teach you spells and wait for you to practice it. Since you can, then I'll talk about the next rules. You speak." Nelson realized that he couldn't make a sneak attack, lowered his arms, and listened to Grindelwald's rules. "You can use any spell to increase your chances of hitting, but I can only sit here and use the most basic spells to resist a live dodge. These spells will not exceed the first grade." Grindelwald continued to explain. He swung waving the magic wand. The shelves on the side and the bread on the shelves recovered as before. "Okay, you can start. I look forward to your performance." "Okay." Nelson nodded, walked quietly to Newt's box, and drew the black walnut wand bought at Ollivander's wand store from the inner pocket of his clothes. "I'm ready." "This can't work." Grindelwald saw through Nelson's movements, and with a wave of his hand, Newt's box flew into the baking room behind Jacob. With a bang, the door of the baking room closed firmly. Grindelwald pretended to wipe his sweat, and said, "I can't let you release the stuff in there, otherwise it will be messed up here." He looked at the surrounding pastries, as if he hadn't noticed that tiny drops of water began to condense on the shelves, and under his feet, a white mist was slowly rising. "Mr. Grindelwald, is the person who just passed by the door Miss Queenie?" Nelson asked suddenly, standing behind the shelf. He looked in Jacob's direction. The baker's face had already begun because he kept a movement for a long time. Redness, which made Nelson a little anxious. "Do you know her?" Grindelwald nodded and turned to Jacob. "No. She is a precious talent in Newmangard. I heard that she had been in love with this mole before." "I don't know." Nelson's voice came from the other side of the shelf. Grindelwald's eyes looked in that direction, and he could see that he really enjoyed this duel. So even if he only took a second you can catch Nelson, he still looked around looking for it, and Nelson continued. I only saw Senior Newt calling out Queenie and then chasing it out. That's right, you don't know them, but Newt's departure is exactly what I want to achieve. Grindelwald nodded. I think this is still necessary, although he can hardly pose a threat to me, but he's still a difficult opponent. I gave him the chance to reunite with my friend after a long time, but I hope that he will not disturb my long-lost reunion with my friend. Did you let Queenie lead him away? Nelson's voice came from the other direction. It's pretty fast, Grindelwald continued, looking at the direction of Nelson's voice. What are you talking about? It makes us like sneaky people. I just give them an old man opportunity for friends to get together. Indeed, the lost fog deformed by Nelson has gone past Grindelwald's ankle, and at the moment it passed the ankle, it skyrocketed several times faster than before. Mr. Grindelwald, I just need to let the wand from you. Is it a win if you leave with your hand? That's right. Grindelwald saw the white mist rising over his waist and spreading rapidly toward his upper body as soon as the voice fell. He said in surprise, Nelson, did you do this? Yes. Nelson's voice came from all directions. Really good. Grindelwald reached into the fog, seeming to have tasted it, and continued, it seems that Andre is not wrong. Nelson, is this lost in the fog? Yes it is. I think you use it like this is a waste. Grindelwald can see clearly. The whole shop is filled with fog, making his voice a bit dull. Grindelwald's voice came from the fog. This is not only for others. You can't see clearly. You can't see clearly ... But I said before that I won't move when I sit here, so ha ha ha, I think I can just surrender. But I still only have one chance. Nelson's voice not only came from all directions this time, Mr. Grindelwald, I am coming. Nelson, when I have time, I will personally teach you magic. You will become the greatest wizard ever. I promise. Grindelwald felt that he was even talking in his own ear. The voice became more and more joyous. When I was your size, I couldn't do this kind of thing. You are too modest. Grindelwald suddenly felt a tightness in his hand. Something seemed to grab his wrist. Nelson, you are a wizard. Did you make this fog to take the wand directly from my hand? Grindelwald felt the drag force coming from him, turned around and laughed. That can't count. You win. After all, his words were interrupted by another red light, but this red light came from before him. It was so close that Grindelwald squinted his eyes for a while. Except for your weapons, Nelson whispered softly, and took the wand that was flying toward him. The mist from the room rushed to the tip of his wand, which was absorbed by the wand in the blink of an eye. Mr. Grindelwald, your conditions are not good for you. Grindelwald was holding a disc full of small square pastries, turned his head and watched Nelson put the scarred wand back on his table. No, letting you fight with me is the worst condition for you. Grindelwald laughed. It seemed that for him, being defeated was a very happy thing. He put down the plate and picked up the table. He took out a big bill from his pocket and pressed it under the plate, saying, this is my second duel this year. Although I lost, I am very happy. Who was it with for the first time? Nelson asked. Your focus is really strange. The other is a German rod maker, a weak fellow. Grindelwald looked at Nelson with a strange look, and said, you should pay more attention to your victory. You, Nelson Wiltning, are the only wizard who can defeat me in a formal duel in more than a decade. Nelson just found it inexplicable. It was not a duel at all, and the most important thing at the moment was to lift the curse on Jacob. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, 147 Chapter Secrecy Law. Mr. Grindelwald, Nelson stepped aside, looked at Jacob, and signaled that it was time for him to fulfill his promise. You should get rid of Mr. Kulski's petrification curse. Don't worry, in a while, his spell will have no effect. Grindelwald took up his wand, waved it casually, raised his hand to let Nelson sit next to him, stroking his thigh and asked, I want to ask you one problem, you said. Nelson sat down beside Grindelwald with some restraint, staring at the old magic wand in his hand. Do you know what happened to this mull? Grindelwald asked himself as if he hadn't seen Nelson's eyes. What do you think? I don't know. Nelson shook his head. I only know that he was erased by the wizard of the US Ministry of Magic because of his love for the wizard. It's probably not much worse. Grindelwald nodded, shrugged, and said with a contemptuous expression, but they are not really in love with each other, it's just a flow of enthusiasm, you know. The wizard and how can moles really come together? Even with the so-called love, their lives are completely different from their family and the world they live in. So it is impossible to get good results. This kind of estrangement is more secular than the so-called family, race and even gender. The estrangement is much worse. I don't know, sir, I just think that at the very least we should give others the opportunity to fall in love, Nelson retorted. At least if their love ends, it should be due to the breakdown of their relationship, not to let a group of ignorant people play with the memory of the weak. You are so wrong, Nelson. Grindelwald was amused by Nelson's words. Ha ha ha, you are still young and believe in love, but I am not against this. Who can stop a hopeful young man from believing in love? But I'm not talking about this, you know. The weak can only be played with by others, not just playing with memories, but even life, body, and even life. You don't even have the right to make decisions on your own. You have been living in a mole family since you were a kid, and you've seen it factory. Just those grey houses with big chimneys and black smoke in the outskirts, filled with moles like canned sardines. One person sews the buttons of the ragdoll and passes it to the next person, and asks another person to sew it. Eyes. I know, sir. Nelson nodded. This is what I think. Moles are not weaker than wizards. They are better at improving efficiency under limited conditions. I noticed that the suburbs of Newmangood also have similar qualities. Factory. Yes, they are not useless, but the subject of our conversation is not this. Grindelwald shook his head and said, I mean their lives. Those factories, those equipment, those materials, including the labor of workers, belong to the owner of the factory. The surplus of moles, and the inactive moles, they can only work them mechanically. Their wealth, their families, and their health are all engulfed by those cold machinery. Even moles themselves are playing with the weak, not to mention us wizards who are better, stronger, and possess greater power. But Mr. Grindelwald, isn't the wizard born from moles? How do you say? Grindelwald raised his eyebrows with interest and asked, why do you have this idea? When I was studying at Hogwarts, I was assigned to Slytherin College, Nelson said. It's a good place, but there is still a bad atmosphere. They are very obsessed with pure blood, but sometimes I think, where did the first wizard come from? It can't fall from the sky. He must also be a mole-born wizard. Well, Grindelwald nodded deeply and explained, this involves the wizarding world studying the origins of magic for hundreds of thousands of years. After so many years, there is no result, and I think this is a complete waste of time when one thing is too long or unknowable. I suggest you put it down and think about how other things should be done. The separation of blood and the separation of race are basically two different things. Have you heard of the theory of evolution? I agree with this point of view. Yes, there are many mole-born wizards who are very good. I call them the evolutionary among moles. They have become a completely different race from before. Nelson was a little confused. He didn't know how to refute Grindelwald's argument. Even in the 21st century, social Darwinism is still regarded as a standard by many people. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. I just think that shouldn't be the case. Wizards don't have the right to play with moles at will. You may not have seen it before you came. It's really hard for him not to sympathize with the heartbreak when he called Guinea. That's just sympathy, Nelson. You see, he is recovering soon. Grindelwald did not pay attention to Nelson's accusations against Sangwai. With his eyes, Nelson saw Jacob. Grindelwald, whose face slowly became normal, continued, you said if you remind him of everything, what will happen? I don't know, Nelson said. Too much I don't know tonight, and he shook his head again. maybe he will be discovered by the US Ministry of Magic and erase the memory again. That's endless, isn't it? Grindelwald grasped the key point and encouraged Nelson to continue. Yes, Nelson nodded. But all muggles don't know, as long as one forgetting spell can save a lot of things, so wizards are willing to expand the enrollment of the amnestic office every year, and do not want to change the status quo. Because of this, it's already the most comfortable situation they can do. So where is the problem? Grindelwald asked rhetorically. It's the secrecy law. Nelson didn't know why Grindelwald had to talk about this topic that might not be fruitful for hundreds of years, so he followed his words and said, the secrecy law has only been to protect the rights of wizards unilaterally. The wizard made this law without discussing it with muggles. It did not consider the ideas of the other masters of the planet. This law is not as sound as the history books say. Very well, Nelson, your ability to think independently makes me stunned. Grindelwald nodded in satisfaction, leaned his chin and looked out the window, played with the wand in his hand, and turned it fast. Although our thoughts are still somewhat different, I have been studying Lycamel. I think their pursuit of efficiency is great, but the secrecy law prevents us from unifying the population of this world, so that many precious resources are wasted in meaningless internal friction, war, politics and even business. Those in power seize wealth for themselves, and even lead to a delay in development. I see these things in my eyes and hurt my heart. Forgive me, it's hard to agree. Nelson shook his head. He was ready to be beaten and said, people still need the right to choose themselves. They can choose to climb up and become better people, can't they? Unexpectedly, Grindelwald was patient with Nelson. He smiled and said, but it's not bad that we have reached a certain level. Consensus. For example, we think that the existence of secrecy laws is unreasonable, right? This is what I admire the most about you. Compared with those extremely rigid guys who have lived in the wizarding world since childhood, your thoughts are too open. Nelson pursed his lips and stared at Grindelwald's fast-turning wand without speaking. You seem to know what this is? Grindelwald suddenly turned his head, met Nelson's gaze, raised the wand in his hand and asked, wands of this material are indeed rare. Nelson nodded. In the legend, the wand made of elderberry has powerful power. Grindelwald raised the wand to his eyes and said, intoxicated. It is said that there is an elderberry wand that belongs to the Deathly Hallows, and it can even be defeated. Death, but I don't believe it, Grindelwald said with a turn, throwing the wand on the table without even looking at it. Although the increase in wands or other magic items is not small, the power of wizards is still due to in itself. Yes, Nelson nodded, indicating that he was taught. But sometimes, this kind of magical gadget can play an unexpected role, or even change the course of something. Grindelwald shook his wand, tucked it back into his pocket, lowered his head slightly, and raised his eyes. Staring at Nelson, his right pupil gradually turned white and darkened again, and only he could understand the thoughts in his eyes. Then he straightened his collar and maintained an elegant sitting posture, looking at Jacob, who had just returned to action. Boo, said enthusiastically, are you the owner of this shop? Cookies are really good. Jacob closed his stiff chin, blinked his dry eyes, and asked Nelson in a daze, where is the newt? I just saw him running out in a hurry. Oh, he saw a friend he hadn't seen for a long time, Nelson explained. I was a little worried, so I didn't have time to tell you. It's okay, Jacob grinned. It's not that he doesn't give money anyway. Everyone is anxious about this kind of thing. That's right. Grindelwald, who was ignored, seemed a little embarrassed, grinned and interjected. Oh, I don't have any eyesight to see. I found that Jacob of Grindelwald slapped his head. His body was trembling, and he rubbed his hands and laughed. Sir, what do you want to eat? Pack me some of these biscuits, bake some new ones, and he'll pick them this afternoon. Grindelwald pinched a plate of biscuits. You want lemon flavor? Okay. Jacob nodded and hurriedly ran to the back kitchen. Be optimistic about it. The contents can't be put out casually. I have something to do. Let's go first. Grindelwald stood up, stretched out his hand, grabbed Newt's box that appeared out of nowhere, and placed it in front of Nelson, approached his ear again and laughed. If this mole can restore his memory, it must be very interesting. It doesn't seem very good. Goodbye. Nelson shook his head and looked at the back of Grindelwald waving away. He saw a blonde woman in a red coat appeared outside the window, tiptoeing into it. Seeing Grindelwald walking out of the shop, she saluted and left behind him. When she left, the woman reluctantly turned her head to look in the direction of the baking room behind the counter, but the open door was just a black hole, and there was no one she wanted to see. Nelson sat bored by the window waiting for Newt, vaguely, heard the sound of breaking the plate from the back kitchen. He lost it. Newt suddenly appeared at the door, pushed open the door, and walked in dejectedly. Seeing the box in front of Nelson, he leapt up nervously, opened the buckle and stuffed his head in. No, after a while, he poked his head out and shouted into the store, "Jacob, the bread is very good. Let's go first." There was a dull response in the baking room. "Let's go," Newt said, raising his arm to check the time. "After a delay, our next schedule will be a little tight." After all, he grabbed Nelson's arm and was about to drag him out, unaware of what had just happened in this shop. "Newt, do you say that the secrecy law really protects muggles as it says?" Nelson asked abruptly, sitting still, looking in the direction of the baking room. "Why do you suddenly remember to ask this?" Newt scratched his head. "I haven't heard much of the history of magic, but I know that if there is no secrecy law, muggles will definitely live in a world that is 100 times more dangerous than now. There are always watching magical animals and dark wizards trying to hurt them. So in fact, it still protects muggles, doesn't it?" "I don't understand, but I think, yes." Newt nodded, and then pulled Nelson's arm. "You should discuss with me more about magical animals, such as your Coldwind demon. I'm not sleepy with fantastic animals. That one is not mine." Nelson moved this time. He stood up with Newt's strength and walked outside the shop together. The afternoon sun was a bit dazzling. He squinted his eyes and looked towards the sky. The sky above New York was hidden, covered by the smog. "It looks like there is a huge land bat entrenched in the sky. It even wants to attack me." "It's yours if you catch it." Newt shook his head. "Fantastic animals that are extremely dangerous to wizards are not suitable for keeping pets." "Okay." Nelson looked down at the road, and walked side by side with Newt on the gradually bustling street. "When I finish detoxifying, I will give you the curly-winged demon. Keep it for yourself." Newt declined this tempting offer for him, and he said bitterly, "When I came to New York, I had one on hand. I thought it was the world's the last curly-winged demon almost caused a catastrophe. If I hadn't recovered the box soon, there might be some brainiating murderer legend circulating on the streets of New York. You may only see it in Azkaban. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike Mobile version website. Chapter 148 American Magic Congress. Can you believe it? I just had a duel with Grindelwald on the streets of New York. After thinking about it, Nelson decided to tell Newt what had just happened. Subdued. "You are amazing." Newt laughed, rubbing Nelson's hair vigorously, and asked, "Did Grindelwald run into Jacob's shop when I was out just now?" "Yes." Nelson nodded earnestly. "You go out with your front foot, and he comes with his back foot." "Is he going to eat bread?" Newt asked pretentiously. "It's over. The Dark Lord won't appreciate Jacob's baking talents, so prepare to take him back to Newmangate to make bread for himself." Yes, he thinks Mr. Jacob's biscuits are done very well. Nelson continued to nod. He also ordered some lemon-flavored biscuits and was going to pick up the goods in the store in the afternoon. "Then I have to inform the U.S. Ministry of Magic right away to make an ambush in front of Jacob's shop and catch him when Grindelwald arrives." Newt nodded seriously, and suddenly smiled uncontrollably. Stretched out two hands and rubbed Nelson's hair vigorously, and smiled admiringly. "You are a good joke. Young people should smile more and don't frown every day." "No, I'm serious." Nelson had expected this result a long time ago, and said helplessly, "Really, Queenie passing by the door was sent by him to lead you away. When you are transferred away from the mountain, the apparition moved into the store. Is that so? Newt asked thoughtfully, and immediately regained his smile and said, your ability to make stories is much better than that of reporters. You can tell such a wonderful story just by hearing a few names and snippets. The story, this joke is the most interesting I have heard this year. But you have 2 points that are not very rigorous. Maybe because you don't like to joke very much. Newt thought about it for a moment, and gave serious suggestions. First, why did Grindelwald go to Jacob's Bread? What about the store? A busy person like him has to do something. I think the most valuable person in the store may be you, but you are unscathed. My box may be worth a bit, but I just took a look at it. He hasn't even been opened before. Can he not go for Jacob, right? Okay, Nelson asked with a shrug. What if he came to a duel with me? To put it in a bad way, although your transfiguration is great, the spell used to receive the enemy may only be the Iron Armor Curse or Disarming Curse. Besides, let's not say whether you can fight him or not. The key is why he wants to fight you. Fighting? Just to quickly solve you to make him find confidence? Newt's hand did not stop on Nelson's head. He seemed to find this kind of hair very comfortable to rub. But I think you are really good. If you are the same age as Grindelwald, even if you are 10 or 20 years younger than him, it is not known who will kill you, but these are not important. Do you know the biggest loophole in your remarks? Where? Nelson humbly asked for advice. He even began to wonder if what happened just now was an illusion caused by being too bored. Lemon, Nelson, you know, no human with normal taste buds can eat lemon-flavored cookies. Newt said seriously. I have eaten many times at the restaurant downstairs. The flavor is at least popular. Flavor? I think that although Grindelwald is not normal in all aspects, the taste buds should be normal. To be honest, what kind of food such as lemon-flavored ice cream, lemon-flavored soda, and lemon-flavored cakes? I only work in Deng. I've seen it in Brida's menu, but today I have added a new one, that is, lemon-flavored biscuits. Does Professor Dumbledore like lemons? Nelson wrinkled his face, his pulp aching, and in a daze he saw a muscular woman in a white coat and a mask with a compact disc on her head smiling at himself with a buzzing electric drill. As he walked, he shook his head to drive the horrible scene out of his mind, and continued, maybe powerful wizards like to eat lemons. You can study whether this fruit like lemon has the effect of increasing magic power. Yes, I understand, Newt said with an expression of I understand. It seems that I am not strong enough, mainly because I don't like lemons. Then you can go back and eat more, Nelson said convincingly. In the afternoon, you can ask Grindelwald to pick up the goods in Mr. Jacob's shop and let him even out for you. Yes, he'll write to Grindelwald in a while. New Features nodded and pointed to a tall building in front of him. Look, that building is the location of the U.S. Ministry of Magic. Of course, there's the official name is the Magic Congress of the United States, but it performs the same functions as the Ministry of Magic. Oh? Nelson looked at the towering castle-like building in front of him. This is a neo-Gothic building that narrows towards the heights and is divided into 3 floors. It is more than 200 meters high, which is the same as the surrounding buildings. The row upon row of towering buildings also stood out from the crowd. The green spire was very bright in the sun. Nelson exclaimed, can American wizards publicly build such a magnificent building? What is the usual disguise of this building? What about? Not at all, Newt corrected. This building is just an ordinary skyscraper, at least in the eyes of Mulsonly when you enter the door and cast the correct spell. Can the spell set in the building be used? The visiting wizard will be transferred to the space used by the wizard. Look, there. Do you see the arch on the front? The stone-carved owl at the top is the symbol of the Magic Congress of the United States. So that's it. Nelson nodded. I always think the building of the British Ministry of Magic is a bit awkward. From the outside, a building of this size does not seem to have any work. There are even a group of strangely dressed guys coming in and out all the time. They themselves are violently violating the confidentiality law. That's it. Newt asked Nelson, a strange look. Don't you know? The British Ministry of Magic building disappeared at the end of last year, and it is said to have been moved by the Dark Wizard of Newmangard. No one told me. Nelson was also shocked. Tom didn't tell me either, and I didn't see any relevant news on the internet, not a single punctuation mark. It's good to read that newspaper as happy as you can. You don't even need to believe the punctuation marks. From the day of their publication, not telling the truth has formed a cultural tradition that has been passed down from generation to generation. Newt seemed instead slightly gloating. I don't know too well. I haven't been to the British Ministry of Magic for a long time, you know. They kind of don't want to see me. Maybe you will be able to get a part-time job in the Ministry of Magic in the future, the Department of Management and Control of Magical Beasts or something. Nelson blessed from the bottom of his heart. That's awesome. By the way, have you been to the US Ministry of Magic before? Newt asked. I don't want to go in. If you have been, we can skip the step of entering and visiting. I have been. Nelson nodded. When I first came to the United States, Norton too took me to his office, and I went to iFame only through the fireplace there. That's good. I know Norton too. Newt was relieved and continued to explain. The Magic Congress of the United States was established relatively late, and at the end of the last century, Bigfoot caused a lot of riots here, so they decided to move the headquarters from Washington to New York. So some wizards infiltrated the construction team of this building, helped them build this skyscraper, and increased the height based on the mole design, making it the world's #1 tall building. Is it heightened? Nelson exclaimed. Do American wizards like big scenes so much? I just know this paragraph. Newt shrugged. When I came to the United States 20 years ago, this place was prohibiting alcohol, so many wizards had to drink in the Magic Congress. The building was full of drunk guys. The wizard was the builder of the year, and he took me to talk a lot. What? The owner of this building is a shop owner? It seems to be a mole grocery store. I am not sure. He named this Woolworth building after his own name. The original plan was more than 600 feet. The wizard instigated it and increased the floor height to nearly 800 feet. This building must have been shocking back then. To be honest, it's still shocking today. I've been here many times, and every time I marvel at how moles can build such a magnificent building. I think even after 100 years, it will be a stunning building full of praise, Newt said with a smile, looking up. Of course, it is not as shocking as the building of the British Ministry of Magic disappeared out of thin air. By the way, since the British Ministry of Magic building is gone, don't they violate the secrecy law again? Nelson asked curiously. After all, it is not a trivial matter that a building disappears out of thin air in London. Fortunately, the British Ministry of Magic has always been in close contact with moles, Newt explained. For example, every mole Prime Minister will be notified of the existence of wizards, and the Ministry of Magic will also provide moles with convenience and permission. Certain help. For example, my brother participated in a mole world war, and some wizard families, and even held the title of Mole Society. In fact, the magical world in Europe is like this, on his own a third of an acre. After so many years of stable development, it has long been inextricably linked with the moles who live on the same land. It seems that there is such a thing. Nelson continued to ask, isn't America different? Of course it's not the same. You can tell from the name, Newt explained. The Ministry of Magic in the United Kingdom is called the Ministry of Magic, which sounds like an administrative department, while the United States is called the Magic Congress. Their mole government it seems to be called Congress, but it doesn't mean who is big or who is small. Why? Who knows? You need to read it in a book about the history of magic. I really don't know. Newt shrugged. I only know that the relationship between moles and wizards in the United States has always been bad. The Speaker of the National Assembly even raised a swallowtail dog that attacked when he saw moles. I heard that wizards and moles cooperated to hunt wizards, just like our medieval witch hunt. Will it work? The two had already walked downstairs to the Woolworth building. The towering building cast a huge shadow, making the pedestrians on that section of the street feel a chill. Nelson raised his head and stared at the owl statue above the building, asked suspiciously, "Mole hunting wizards sounds absurd." "So moles can only catch moles. I remember I heard about a case of censoring wizards before. It seems to be due to an unusual epidemic or something." Newt recalled, licking his teeth, and said, "They hanged in the end. A lot of innocent moles, and I have never heard that even a dumb gun has been caught." "Moles are really hard to hurt wizards." "Yes, but they have wizards to help." "I don't know what those wizards are. So you must be careful here. At least there are still witch hunters active in this country," Newt suggested. "I remember that you are very interested in the history of magic. Then you must not miss the history of magic in this country. It is too special and wonderful." "Okay." Nelson took note in silence, followed the shadow of Newt leaving the building, and asked, "By the way, is the woman at the door of the bakery Queenie?" "I don't know. I didn't see her face in the end. She seemed to be leading me away as you said." Newt bit his lower lip, shook his head, and said affirmatively, "But I think she is Queenie. No one has her unique temperament, and if it is not her, why would you turn around and run when you see me?" "If I were a lady, walking alone on a relatively remote street at noon, and seeing a man rushing towards me, I would run away," Nelson joked, expressing his curiosity about the past. "When I'm free, I'll go to Newmangad to help you ask questions, but it won't work in a short time. I heard that Principal Dippet still surrounds Newmangad with people. The cover is up to now. None of them opened." "But why did she go with Grindelwald back then?" "This may have something to do with her," Newt said with a sad expression. "Do you know that some wizards are born with extraordinary abilities?" "I know, you're wrong, Magnus, Snakeman, or something." "Yes. She is a natural mind catcher, but she can't control passive skills." Nelson muttered to himself. "What did you say?" "It's nothing." "Well, a natural mentor will constantly hear the voices of people around her, which makes her soul extremely weak, so she is more susceptible to Grindelwald's bewitching." Newt finished, staring at Nelson, and asked, "I'm really curious. Why did you go with Grindelwald in the first place?" Nelson was about to find an excuse when a female voice suddenly came from behind. Newt's commander. "Very good. Did you come from behind?" Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website, Chapter 140th. Dina Goldstein. Nelson turned his head and saw a hand resting on Newt's shoulder. It was a delicate woman's right hand, with delicate fingers, but the tiger's mouth and finger pads were covered with calluses, and there was no jewelry on the hands. "This is not only a delicate hand, but also a strong hand. Why should I surrender?" Newt spread out his hands and said helplessly. He twisted his neck and looked back, but was held down by the back of his head with the other hand. Newt, who rubbed Nelson's hair for the whole afternoon, finally realized how others were doing. He was treated, but he seemed to enjoy it instead, turning around with a smile to say hello. "Hi, long time no see, Tina." "Long time no see, Newt." Nelson followed this hand and looked up and saw a witch who greeted Newt with a positive surprise. Still the same as before, Newt rubbed his hands and smiled. "Really?" She raised her eyebrows and said, "You too can't speak as before." The witch behind Newt had reddish golden brown curly hair, trimmed to the length of her ears, giving a sense of vigor and sternness. Her eyebrows were straight and had very deep statute lines. She was not young anymore. A pair of big eyes were staring straight at Newt. This kind of eyes would look a bit stunned on others, but Nelson felt firm on her face. He could see that she was a brave and determined person. Female, she wears a simple dress, a long dress of similar color and hair color, and only a shiny silver accessory hung around her waist. Seeing Nelson looking at herself, the witch tilted her head and turned again. He turned his head and stared directly at Newt, and asked in a bad tone, "Let the child surrender with him?" "Why do I come here to come first?" Newt said helplessly, and put his arm around Nelson's shoulder. and introduced him. "This is Tina, my American friend. She is the era of the Magical Congress of the United States." "Almost caught me." "Hello," Nelson greeted with a smile. "Hello." Tina nodded and stretched out her right hand to Nelson. Tina, who was emptied by her fingertips, also smiled at him, then turned her head and asked Newt viciously with an expression that Nelson could not see. Said, "What is your American friend?" "This is Nelson. It's my junior, Nelson Wiltning, you know," Newt introduced, pulling Tina to the corner and whispering something. When the two returned, Tina had returned to her normal expression, but the joy in her eyes could not be restrained. Nelson looked back and forth between the faces of the two and nodded in satisfaction. "What's your expression?" Newt was staring at him so much that he couldn't help but ask. "No, I just think the two of you are a good match," Nelson asked, shaking his head. "What do you think?" "Indeed," Newt said with a stubborn expression on his face. He thought about it and replied seriously, "Although he has caught me, I have to say that the adventure in the United States that year was really enjoyable. Journey of, I can grab you again now and let you remember." Tina raised an eyebrow and stared at Newt coldly and said, "Since you enjoy it so much." "No need." Newt quickly waved his hand and refused. "What I enjoy is taking risks with you, not being caught by you." "Oh, this?" Tina raised another eyebrow in surprise. "You have improved a lot, Newt." "That must be, I'm already in my 40s. Newt sighed rather sadly. "Yeah, you are already 40 years old." Tina also sighed. Nelson even felt the temperature drop by a few degrees. After a while, she raised her head, flicked her hair, and asked casually, "You are coming to America this time? What are you doing?" "It's nothing. I've been in Europe before, but there was a fight with Newmangard over there. I happened to be there. I came here to avoid the limelight." Newt shrugged, with bad luck written on his face. "Thank you Grindelwald for that." "What?" "Nothing," Tina said nonchalantly. "Okay," Newt asked. "By the way, why are you here?" "I think the error is either doing things outside or blowing in the office. Someone like you who runs around the Ministry of Magic during working hours. It's rare. I'm tracking down a bunch of lunatic wizards, you know. Those guys at New Salem Charity are not fuel-efficient lamps. They just got some eyebrows and went back to Congress to report to work." Tina asked, taking a glance at Nelson. "They like to attack a little wizard like you the most. You have to be careful." "Assault?" Newt asked in surprise. "Aren't they just sending out flyers or something? Are there any guts to attack wizards?" "That's not it," Tina shrugged. "I don't know who gave them the courage. Of course, I don't rule out that the Second Salem has cultivated hundreds of silent people in secret to prepare for a ruthless one. It's just that we are stunned by them. The points have been blinded for too many years." "It's okay. I'm studying a knife only," Nelson said. "I think it should be safe there." "It's true." Tina stared at Nelson with a strange look, and then suddenly paused. She looked around and realized that they were on a busy street, so she picked up, "When you get down, you swallow it into your stomach, go to my office and talk. It's not very convenient here." It's true that the next target of those darkening wizards may be I Farm Uni. The moment she walked into the Woolworth building, Tina pulled out her wand and chanted a strangely pronounced spell, and then Nelson felt as if she was squeezing into a dry bubble. The moment the bubble burst, he saw it. A hallway with a dark red carpet, and a door facing him. Said Tina Goldstein, "Push the door open and walk in." The furnishings in the office are as simple as Tina's dress. There is a large bookshelf beside the door and a strange instrument like a globe next to it. The surrounding stars turn around and the curtains are closed. Halfway through, on the shaded half are Tina's desk and chair, and two long sofas against the wall. One end of a knitted sofa has a neatly folded thin quilt, and there is a thin quilt on it. The pink pillows look out of place in this office. Looking down from the bright and clean window, Nelson could see the constant flow of people and traffic downstairs. They were as small as worms. They only passed through the gate and entered the high floor. They still seemed to be in the Woolworth building. In this building. He couldn't help thinking, in this Malone space, in this building, in the same location, Is there a mull in the same office so busy that it has a toothache? Wait a minute. Nelson raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, I want to ask, what do you mean by the Darkening Wizard, Second Salem and New Salem Charity?" It's a bunch of lunatics," Newt answered casually, picking up a potted plant on Tina's table and playing with it. "It's not that simple." Tina glared at Newt reproachfully, and explained, "More than 300 years ago, there was a witch trial here in the United States. In order to escape the trial, some wizards chose to marry mulls. In the United States, wizards who intermarried with mulls would be denied entry into the wizarding world. These hateful wizards instilled the idea that magic will harm humanity for generations to come, and made the elimination of wizards a lifetime responsibility. These wizards, the association is called the New Salem Charity Society, also called the Second Salem, and they are called black wizards. Can't wizards and mulls intermarry? Nelson said that he couldn't understand, and he asked, "Are they dangerous?" "No, at least it is not possible in the United States. Here, the gap between mulls and wizards is greater than that between farmers and their slaves." Tina sighed and continued, "They have never been substantive all the time. It's only possible to distribute flyers or something. It's not as good as Grindelwald's casual installation art in Paris. Moreover, after hundreds of years of mixed blood with mulls, most of the members of Second Salem have become dumb cannons. Only a small number of children with magical talents are trained by them in an oppressive way, and become darkened wizards with distorted minds. But in fact they are not very powerful, and even more so because of long-term oppression. They have been backlashed by magic and become silent. Do you know the Silent One?" "I know," Nelson nodded. "I thought a girl who was a year younger than me was a silent person, but how are they going to attack Ifamoni?" "Seriously, I don't think of Ifamoni or American magic. Congress is vegetarian." "Of course we are not." Tina raised her eyebrows. "But after investigation, I found that they seem to be plotting some major conspiracy. Think about it, if they have another or even more silent people in their hands, as long as bring them to Ifamoni, and them's lap, you know, let go of the cannon. Is it so powerful?" "Much better than this," Tina said solemnly. "I can only stop them as much as I can. If I fail, I suggest you take a leave of absence for a while." "Not so," Newt interjected confidently. "I will stay in America lately, and I can help you." "What do you do for me?" Tina rolled her eyes and asked. "Help me create chaos in New York, and then there will be another reign with the venom of the curly-winged devil." "Does the venom of the curly-winged devil have such a use?" Nelson glanced at Newt thoughtfully, and it seemed that his senior was playing more wildly than his own. "That's just an accident." Newt turned his head and looked out the window, talking to him. "Nelson, you can rest assured that you are in class in Ifamoni. Do you believe me?" "Believe?" Nelson nodded earnestly, looked at Newt sincerely, and asked, "Senior, do you need the curly-winged demon in my place?" "I can bring it to you." Ha ha ha. Tina burst into laughter when she saw this scene. She leaned on the table and bent over and laughed. "You may not know what your senior has done. You still think too conservative." "He caught Grindelwald, didn't he?" Nelson asked rhetorically. "No matter what the process is, good results are the best. For a legendary story, the bizarre and tortuous process can make the story more attractive." "Talk about it." "Ha ha ha, that's not my credit." Newt let out a dry smile and turned to leave the back of the other two's heads. "Look, your senior." Newt is embarrassed. Tina curled her lips and pointed to Newt, who turned her head by the window. "But as a professional or working in the Magic Congress, we still think that it is simple and efficient. It's best not to disturb the mull process." "Indeed." Nelson nodded and asked Tina, "Can you tell me exactly when they want to do it? I can write a leave note." "Huh?" Tina looked at Nelson in surprise. "You just said that. I thought you were going to fight to the end with the darkened wizards in Ifamoni." "Useless. As long as I have such a powerful aura as yours, I dare to break my wrists with them." Nelson showed a naive expression of a child, scratching his head shamelessly. "This kind of thing is left to professionals. Just take care of it." "Like I can only point fingers or make trouble." It's better to find a place on the west coast for vacation earlier. Ha ha ha, Tina laughed louder. She gave a thumbs up, and said, I really hope that some people can study hard. Indeed, for little wizards, learning is the most important job. Leave the killing to an adult. I think I should write down your words and engrave them on the Hogwarts wall. Nelson nodded with conviction. At least 60 years later, let everyone learn. By the way, what's going on with you again if you're Famoni, and Hogwarts again? Tina asked curiously. Newt just said you are his junior. I haven't told you yet. Newt finally found a topic to talk to. He turned his head and said sullenly. He first studied at Hogwarts, and then he came to the United States. That's right. He just defeated Grindelwald in a duel. Ha 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 ha. Tina couldn't stop her laugh now. You guys are so interesting. Tina's laughter melted her nervous nerves all the year round, and the smile made Newt look dumbfounded. He said softly, Tina. Tina, what are you? Tina asked quickly. By the way, I might have met Queenie just now. Newt swallowed. He seemed to change his words, but he didn't know what he wanted to say in the last sentence, then scratched his head and said, before ya in front of the bakery in Kabu, I saw a woman who looked exactly like Queenie passing by, but I lost it. Sorry, I was so excited to see you, I almost forgot to say such an important thing. What, is Queenie in America? Tina's smile froze, her eyes widened, and she asked loudly, I'm not sure, but I think that person should be her. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike mobile version website, 150 Chapterbins. Professor. After the Big Four established Hogwarts, suspicions were created due to the conflict of ideas. Although Miss Helga Hufflepuff was in the middle of the mediation, the ideological differences are still difficult to smooth out. In the history of magic, Professor Binns used his immutable, no ups and downs, and no turbulence to read the courseware. The students in the audience were also drowsy and shaking their heads. This class is Ravenclaw. Listening to the class with Slytherin's second-year students, looking down from the podium, it was like a wave of silver wheat and another wave of green wheat undulating in the wind. The two most disagreements are Slytherin and Gryffindor. Slytherin's ideas at the time are quite controversial even today, let alone back then. Teacher Binns used his non-existent voice. He coughed, and continued to repeat the same lesson plans as dozens or hundreds of years ago. Salazar Slytherin believes that wizards from moles are untrustworthy. Everyone turned the textbook to 173rd page. Let's take a look at how he understood his views in his own diary. Hey, Alphad. Let me ask you a question. Tom is taking a nap with his chin in his hand. After 2 years of studying the history of magic, he has been able to perfectly perform the difficult action of sleeping quietly while sitting at the table and pretending to listen carefully. Hearing Slater Wenlin's name, his elbow slipped and he woke up from his dream in horror. He looked around with a guilty conscience and found that he was listening to the class. So he took a long breath, pounded Alphad with his elbow, and whispered. What's the problem? Alphad, who was awakened by Tom, spoke in a normal tone. He appeared unusually abrupt among the whispering students in the back row. Everyone around turned their heads to look at him. Even Teacher Binns glanced at him. At a glance, Alphad had to lower his voice and asked in a low voice, what can you ask me? I don't know what you don't know. Unless you want to ask my sister. Okay, Alphad, Tom explained. This question has nothing to do with study, and it has nothing to do with your sister. I want to know if you have been to the Ravenclaw lounge. I've been there. What's wrong? Do you want to go? Alphad raised his eyebrows, and his sleepiness disappeared instantly. No, I've been. Tom declined Alphad's invitation. He flattened his mouth and asked, do you know any way to get to their lounge other than the main entrance? No. Alphad recalled carefully. In the Hogwarts Road I have learned, none of them can lead to any lounge of the 4 colleges. There is only one entrance to them, but I think if you want to go, you can go to the main entrance. After all, Ravenclaw will not refuse anyone who can answer the door knocker question to be a guest, although there is nothing fun there. What is there to go to in Ravenclaw's lounge? Alphad glanced at Teacher Binns, and said with a longing look, "It's just a lounge. If you can find Slytherin's secret room, that would be amazing." Slytherin's secret room? Tom was pulling out a piece of parchment from his school bag, and when he heard Alphad's words, he stopped his movements and pricked his ears. "Yes, this is also a legend circulated in our family," Alphad said. "In fact, many people have heard of the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. It is said that Slytherin left Hogwarts with the Dark Hand. Only the legend Slytherin's successor talents can be opened. There are treasures left by Slytherin and a horrible thing that can purify the school. Although it sounds true, no one has discovered it for so many years. Besides, it has been the principle. Nor will they allow such dangerous things to exist in schools. It is too fake to be fake." It sounds like a bedtime story. It may have been fabricated by a prefect hundreds of years ago to intimidate students who are not sleeping. Tom exhaled and continued to put the empty parchment on the table. Let's talk about Ravenclaw. At least be practical." "What's the matter?" Alphad shrugged. "Do you think Ravenclaw's lounge has caused any inconvenience to others?" Tom put his hand on the table, tapped the tabletop rhythmically with his index finger, and asked in an inviting way, "I mean, about the door knocker and its problems." "That thing is really annoying," Alphad shrugged. "The last time I went, I met metal at the door." She said the answer and I followed behind and went into the lounge. "But I think some questions are too uncommon. When I sent a letter, I saw a guy who seemed to be anxious to go back to the dormitory to go to the bathroom, but the nearest bathroom was far away. That day, the door knocker asked a very mentally retarded question, which seemed to be thermodynamics. "What's the content of the second law?" To tell you the truth, I didn't understand a single word. I guess he did, too. The kid was so anxious at the door that he solved it quickly. "What happened to him in the end?" Tom asked curiously. "He didn't do well in the end." A round-faced boy at the table next door turned his head with dismay, staring straight at Alphad, and finally stretched out his hand and introduced himself. "I'm Ravenclaw's German." "White, I'm sorry to meet you in such an embarrassing situation." "I'm sorry." Alphad scratched his head and apologized, reached out and shook Dwight's hand, turned his head and said to Tom, "Yes, it's him. He was the one who almost wetted his pants that day." "I didn't pee my pants." Dwight flushed, and his voice was a bit high-pitched, causing the students in the front rows to turn their heads to look at him. Dwight's face became even more red. He lowered his head and hid his face on the front desk. "Behind the scenes, I saw that the people in front had all gone to transfer, and I hopefully explained to Alphad. I was very anxious that day, but the problem was too difficult. I was ready to wait 15 minutes for the next one. As a result, you guys, Williams from the college passed by the door and helped me out. Huh? By the way, what about the others? How do I feel that I haven't seen him this semester? He has something and took a long vacation." Tom explained that the scene fell silent for a while, until the words "pee pants" faintly floated in front of him. Dwight's face rose even more red, and Alphad's words were enough to cause him to die socially for a few weeks. Thinking of the future at a wedding, a classmate might say he urinated his pants at the door of the dormitory when he was in second grade. After that, he almost fainted with anger. Alphad kept apologizing, and Tom was lost in thought as he listened to Teacher Binns's hypnotic lesson plan. "Professor, where's Hufflepuff? Why didn't I hear Hufflepuff? What is her favorite behavior?" A slick blonde Slytherin boy stood up shaking his head and asked loudly, "I heard that Hufflepuff the wizards who graduated from Chipach are all doing the lowest level of work. They also had the worst grades during school. So does she like fools?" The whole classroom suddenly fell silent. Malicious laughter came from the boys' surroundings and scattered corners in the classroom. Tom glared forward in disgust. The blonde boy greeted him with complacency and turned his head to face Tom. With unkind eyes, he immediately lowered his head and sat down obediently. "Your question. Every year people who think they are smart ask me." Teacher Binns' tone was as cold as his ghost body. He said, "I have worked at Hogwarts for many, many years. People who have seen serious attendance can count with one hand. And most of them are students like you who will forget about next week after finishing last week. If Hufflepuff's standards are as you said, then it should be recruited. You are right. Tom couldn't help but applaud for the wonderful speech of Teacher Ghost. He realized that ghosts are also emotional. Professor Binns changed his conversation and said, I always felt that the school history was set aside for the first year. If it is appropriate, let me answer for you again. Helga Hufflepuff takes all the little wizards who want to learn but are rejected by the other 3 academies, and teaches them unreservedly. She has practiced the teachings and innocence all her life. Most of the wizards from Hufflepuff are diligent, honest, and life-loving people. If you check it, you will find that the great wizards out there are even better than others. The 3 colleges add up to more. The surrounding students began to whisper again. The blonde boy closed his mouth angrily, and Teacher Binns' emotions disappeared immediately. He returned to the old gramophone-like state every day, and continued, okay, let's get out of those boring arguments, and then explore the real, heavy history. It's really heavy. 3 minutes later, watching the classmates around him recovering from the dizziness, Tom exclaimed, yes, Alphad said with a yawn. You said I know what is the point of organizing the True Wizard Tournament with Booth Batten and Durmstrang 300 years after Hogwarts was founded. It's really the same as the fool question at the entrance of the Ravenclaw Lounge. I think so. Dwight is a kind and warm-hearted man. He has chosen to forgive after Alphad's repeated apologies. He is sitting with a stool at the moment, nodding his head in approval, and said, if the door knocker can shut up, it will be fine. Now, I think my campus life can be at least half happy. It's okay if the knocker is gone. Tom raised his eyebrows and hummed. Only you think so? How is it possible? Ravenclaw has been working on the door knocker for a long time. There are not a few students who have been blocked by the door in an emergency like mine. Ravenclaw deducted a lot of points. Dwight vowed to ask the surrounding Ravenclaws, if you change the door knocker to the password of other colleges, would you like it? They are too willing, although some people think that the door knocker represents the suppression of other college students in terms of IQ by the Ravenclaws, but it is a bit inconvenient. Very well, I've done the poll. Tom took a piece of paper back into his arms, and Alphad looked at it, and it looked like a counting table. What is that? He asked curiously. It's nothing, Tom said with a corner of his mouth, looking through the window of the classroom, looking in the direction of the Ravenclaw Tower, and said mysteriously, I'm going to do something big. What's the big deal? A great thing. Tom shook his head, no longer speaking. What's the great thing? Is Nelson coming back to help me with my homework? Alphad continued to ask, but Tom left him with the profile of sleeping quietly while sitting at the table pretending to listen carefully. After maybe half a century, the get-out-of-class bell finally rang. Looking at the waking students, Teacher Binns reluctantly said, history is the most precious wealth of mankind. The words were quickly submerged in the noisy crowd crowding out the classroom. Professor Binns shook his head and left through the blackboard. No one could hear the question hidden in the ellipsis. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Bike's mobile version website,